investigating homicide from over a decade ago, a battle of wits against a depraved serial killer, journeying through uncharted primeval jungles in quest of the deceased amidst the abyssal sinkholes, venturing into a secluded village nestled within the 100,000 mountains in pursuit of a missing young girl. What impels a recent university graduate down such an irreversible course? It all commences with an infamous haunted house and a spectral entity creeping into the bedsheets. Chapter 1. A Phantom's Embrace. In the vicinity of the Serenity neighborhood, before the portal of apartment 404. The rent is $200. I require $1,000. At the utmost I can proffer is $500. No higher. $800. Or seek elsewhere. Agreed. The landlady, adorned in vintage denim attire, produced a contract. Sign here. Too meager. Despite his chagrin, Xiao Mushing affixed his signature to the document. The landlady scanned his WeChat, dispensed 800 yuan, and entrusted him with the key to the abode. Subsequently, she promptly departed, as if fleeing some imminent peril. These 800 yuan constituted the rent she bestowed upon him. Why, you may inquire? Because this dwelling was notorious as a local haunted house. None who had previously inhabited this domicile had endured a single night within its walls. Thus, the landlady resorted to subsidizing the rent, in hopes of enlisting a vigorous young man to subdue the malevolent aura pervading the premises. Xiao Musheng, fresh from university and yet to secure employment, espied this rental advertisement. Without hesitation, he hastened to the location. AS for specters. Having surmounted the dread of penury, could he possibly cower before phantoms? Recalling yesteryears, he reminisced about childhood games of hide-and-seek with village children, once concealing himself within a dilapidated sepulchre. He remained hidden until well past 1 in the morning. The adults, accompanied by the other children, frantically searched for him, their lamentations echoing through the village. Yet he remained silent. Only when his companions tearfully conceded defeat did he extend a hand from the tomb. Emitting a chilling cry, he vividly remembered that day, accompanied by numerous elders, some of whom nearly expedited the village's preparations for a prolonged funerary feast due to his sudden appearance. Subsequently, he was suspended from a tree until the dawn of the following day, his body bearing the marks of bamboo cane lashes. Now, in retrospect, those were the bygone days of his youth. Xiao Mushing wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, recollected himself, and unlocked the door to his abode. The apartment was decorated in a minimalist style, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a sealed balcony, spanning over 90 square meters. Moreover, it was equipped with essential amenities such as a refrigerator, air conditioner, and water heater. Xiao Mushing selected the largest bedroom as his sanctuary, proceeded to unpack his belongings, and meticulously examined the room, tapping, listening, and sniffing. This thorough inspection was prompted by rumors of the house being haunted, leading him to suspect the presence of concealed corpses. Despite the landlord's assurances that no homicides had occurred on the premises, he remained vigilant. What if, after an exhaustive search, he discovered no hidden compartments and detected no cadaverous odors? For the moment, everything appeared to be in order. Looking at his reflection, Xiao Mushing caressed his chiseled jawline. How can I be so handsome? He mused. Then, he turned off the light and exited the lavatory. However, immediately after he turned around and closed the lavatory door, the light flickered momentarily. The clock struck 5 p.m. Xiao Mushing opened the Tian Tuan takeaway app and selected an eatery that seemed promising. Upon checking the distance, he noted it was a mere 2 kilometers away. 2 kilometers isn't that far at all. Subsequently, he stepped out of his abode, resolving to traverse the distance on foot. This would serve as both physical exercise and aid digestion after the meal. Upon returning in the evening, he perused job search applications, only to find responses to his previously submitted applications. Must be a top-tier university graduate. Must possess national-level awards that in this day and age. Even a typist position demands such stringent requirements. He then glanced at a message from an electronics factory. Females only. Xiao Mushing. He'll just have to venture out tomorrow. With that thought, Xiao Mushing switched his phone screen and began scrolling through short videos. After a while, he went to the lavatory to wash up. Upon returning, he lay in bed, turned off the light, and closed his eyes, but after a dozen minutes, he picked up his phone again. Unable to sleep, he could only resort to watching short videos. However, as he scrolled, Xiao Mushing noticed a figure standing by his bedside, illuminated faintly by the phone's glow. Xiao Mushing was no longer smiling foolishly at his phone. The window was closed, and the door was locked. It was impossible for anyone to enter. Even a thief would never dare to enter a bedroom, fully aware that someone is present. The figure by the bedside appeared somewhat ethereal. Xiao Musheng contemplated a certain possibility instead of screaming. He quietly slipped his hand beneath the covers and pulled the blanket up, curling himself into its warmth. In such moments, exhibiting fear or shouting would only hasten one's demise. However, as he nestled within the blanket, Xiao Mushing raised his head to behold a delicate and beautiful visage. Its shape resembled that of a goose egg, smooth and alabaster, yet dark circles and bags under the eyes lent the ghost an air of weariness. Had he not been alone in this room, this scene might have been rather heartwarming. Xiao Mushing switched off his phone and closed his eyes. He was now asleep. A considerable time passed in silence. Xiao Mushing mused that, as he had anticipated, as long as he pretended not to see her and refrained from displaying fear, he would likely be safe. After all, he had previously learned that this room was merely haunted, with no fatalities attributed to its haunting. Yet, just as he thought he could evade danger that night, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, "You can see me, can't you?" The sound was so close, it felt as though someone was leaning in to speak directly to him. In that instant, Xiao Mushing became as taut as a string, frozen in place, too fearful to respond. Any sudden movement could potentially lead to dire consequences. The fact that the female specter had yet to harm him indicated that he was, for the moment, safe. "Hey, are you really asleep?" The voice of the female ghost continued to echo in his ears, but Xiao Mushing remained oblivious. Upon realizing that her efforts were in vain, the lights in the living room began to flicker erratically. Xiao Mushing continued to ignore it, and as a minute ticked by, the ghost, finding this approach ineffective, extinguished the lights once more. Silence enveloped the space thereafter. Xiao Mushing, who had been on edge, felt a slight sense of relief as midnight approached. However, he soon experienced a discomforting pressure in his bladder. "I should get up and use the restroom, it shouldn't be a problem. If I encounter anything, they'll simply pretend I don't see it," he thought to himself. Thus, he rose, illuminating the bedroom with light. A brief scan of the room revealed the absence of the ghost, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the restroom door and switching on the light, he casually closed the door behind him. Next to the toilet stood a spectral figure clad in a blue school uniform, adorned with a small badge that read Jin Yang, First High School. The apparition was stroking its chin, observing Xiao Mushing's hand resting on his waistband, as well as the area below. Xiao Mushing. Due to his strikingly handsome features, he had faced flirtations from various individuals, including aunts, sisters, and roommates. However, this was the first time he had been accosted by a female ghost. While lost in thought, his hands, seemingly in a flurry, continued to fumble as he tied his waistband into a tight knot. Just as he feigned the act of unfastening his belt, preparing to exit the restroom, darkness suddenly enveloped him. The lights had been extinguished. As he fumbled to switch on the light, a face loomed before him, mere centimeters away, compelling him to instinctively jerk his head back. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Mushing made this slight movement and was struck by a surge of alarm. "It's over." Chapter 2. The serial murder case in Jinyang City. The spectral visage of the female ghost gradually revealed a triumphant smile. "You can indeed see me. Why pretend otherwise?" Xiao Mushing had rested his hand on the bathroom door handle, and upon hearing these words, he paused his action. He had anticipated that the entity would lunge towards him. Yet the current demeanor and tone suggested no intention of harm. "Why must you be so certain that I can see you? Many have entered this house before. And despite my numerous attempts, manipulating the lights, the television, none could perceive my presence. Yet you are different. Thank you." Xiao Mushing expressed his sincere gratitude upon hearing this. Had it not been for her, even the landlord's offer of 800 yuan for the property would not have led him to this encounter. "You're welcome. Wait. You have yet to answer my question. Why do you feign ignorance of my presence?" Although the ghost was unaware of the reason behind his gratitude, she replied courteously. However, her curiosity about the previous topic prompted her to press for an answer. Xiao Mushing merely extended his hands, gesturing towards her ethereal form with a few fluid motions. He offered no words, yet his silence spoke volumes. An atmosphere of quietude enveloped them until Xiao Mushing broke the stillness. "I am Xiao Mushing. And you?" "Luo Yao." Upon hearing this name, Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow. It sounded vaguely familiar, as if it had echoed in some distant memory. "How did you meet your end? Was it murder or suicide?" "It was murder." Luo Yao pondered how best to articulate her tale, yet the other party had already taken the initiative to inquire. "In the prestigious Jinyang First High School, a murder. The time of death. October 29th, 2009. The Jinyang serial murder case." Before the other party could utter the final word, Xiao Mushing interjected. "How do you know?" Luo Yao had heard whispers about it in the past. Yet she never anticipated that she would find herself entangled in this case. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Mushing replied, "I came across it online." Upon saying this, he promptly retrieved his phone, for he needed to verify something. He entered Jinyang's serial murder case into the search bar of his device. As he scrolled upwards, he finally stumbled upon a page. It was a police bulletin, a reward of 500. 000 yuan for information leading to the capture of the perpetrator of the Jinyang serial murder case. Although this reward had been issued over a decade ago, it remained valid. This was the reason for Xiao Muxing's excitement. In the past, while scrolling through short videos, he had encountered a content creator discussing this very case. However, the primary focus of the discussion revolved around whether the Jinyang serial murder case involved 6 victims or 7. During the time of these heinous crimes, a senior high school student had gone missing, a girl named Luo Yao. This led to the persistence of 2 conflicting accounts regarding the number of victims. Now, with the victims standing right before him, it seemed as though he had stumbled upon an opportunity to claim that reward. Do you wish for revenge? Tell me who the murderer is, and I shall assist you in avenging your plight. Upon hearing Xiao Muxing's fervent inquiry, Luo Yao found herself engulfed in hesitation. Xiao Muxing felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon witnessing the other party's demeanor, and the subsequent words he uttered were indeed what he least desired to hear. I have no knowledge of their identities, nor did I catch a glimpse of their faces, as they were all masked at the time. The sound of the shattered 500,000 yuan prize echoed in Xiao Muxing's mind. The vicissitudes of life often manifest themselves in such unexpected manners. Luo Yao, observing the other's expression, remarked, "Though I yearn for vengeance, if it cannot be achieved, so be it. Just retrieve my remains and return them to my parents." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope reignited in Xiao Muxing's eyes. "Do you know where your body is concealed?" "I do." With this revelation, Xiao Muxing's hope expanded, and he began to devise a plan. However, just as he was formulating his thoughts, he interjected, "Did you just say they? 2 individuals were responsible for my demise." Luo Yao's statement was nothing short of astonishing. Until now, this unresolved case had been attributed to a single suspect. Xiao Muxing sensed an immediate escalation in difficulty. Confronting one assailant was vastly different from confronting 2, especially when both were deranged murderers. Although it may be painful to revisit. Could you recount the entire sequence of events surrounding the crime? Luo Yao, undeterred by sorrow, found a certain exhilaration in the thought that the more details she shared, the sooner those 2 scoundrels would descend to accompany her. Certainly, Xiao Muxing gestured for Luo Yao to proceed, recognizing that the restroom was hardly an appropriate venue for such discussions. Thus, the pair relocated to the living room, but just as they stepped outside, Xiao Muxing retreated and closed the door. Just as he was about to begin removing his trousers, a spectral figure emerged through the tightly shut door, half of its form slipping through. "What are you doing?" "Hiss, I'm going to the restroom, sister." Xiao Muxing's voice took on a slightly higher pitch. If he didn't relieve himself soon, his bladder would surely burst. Luo Yao immediately covered her eyes and stepped back outside. Moments later, the crisp sound of flowing water echoed from the restroom. After a while, Xiao Muxing emerged, feeling refreshed, and Luo Yao began recounting the events of that night. Once Luo Yao finished her narration, Xiao Muxing started to refine his earlier ideas. Given what Luo Yao had shared, it was improbable that he could simply approach the police with this information. He would likely be dismissed as delusional. Then again, being perceived as mentally unstable wasn't entirely out of the question. Xiao Muxing opened his phone and purchased a train ticket directly from Shanxing to Jinyang City, capturing a screenshot of the transaction. He then turned on his computer, downloaded video editing software, and posted the screenshot along with a crafted caption, releasing a short video. Subsequently, he acquired a small amount of traffic, specifically targeting Jinyang City. Throughout this process, Luo Yao observed his actions with keen interest. "What are you doing?" "I am disseminating information regarding my investigation." "Isn't this akin to alarming the snake in the grass?" "Precisely, it is meant to do just that." Xiao Muxing replied with a knowing smile. Oh. Luo Yao hesitated briefly before understanding the implication. "By the way, can you leave this house?" "Previously, I found it impossible to leave. However, upon encountering you, an inexplicable sensation arose within me, the feeling that you possess the ability to guide me away." Xiao Muxing sensed that his odds had significantly improved. Who could possibly contend with him when he was accompanied by a ghost? But upon departing this house with you, I shall no longer be able to perform the feats I achieved within its confines, such as manipulating electrical devices. How did you come to know this? Have you ever attempted it? It is merely an instinct. Xiao Muxing found himself at a loss for words. After all, the ghost could not refute such an intuition, given that it was all that remained of her. Chapter 3. Midnight terror. The next day, on the subway, amidst the throngs of commuters, most individuals stood on tiptoe, merely to afford a little space for a person engaged in self-talk. Xiao Muxing occupied a seat graciously vacated for him by a kind stranger, conversing with Luo Yao, who floated in midair, disdainful of the crowding. "At this moment, I feel somewhat reckless." Initially, while inside the house, he entertained a glimmer of hope, reasoning that such a unique ability could not possibly vanish entirely upon leaving. However, this morning's experiment proved otherwise. Aside from his own mobile phone, the other party could exert control over nothing else. Luo Yao, suspended in the air, propped her head with her hand and remarked, "I must say, I find your actions rather imprudent. Speaking to me while on the subway is quite bold. The other passengers, perched on tiptoe, regarded Xiao Mushing as though he were unhinged. Yet in the grand tapestry of existence, the opinions of passers-by hold little significance. What truly matters is how I perceive myself. By the way, does your name hold any particular significance as bestowed by your parents? In ancient times, Yao referred to beautiful jade, symbolizing grace and elegance, as well as purity and clarity. What about you? A fortune teller once told me that my 5 elements were weak in fire, hence my name includes a character for wood, as wood nurtures fire. The two continued their idle chatter until they reached the north station of the mountain city. As the announcement echoed throughout the carriage, Xiao Mushing shouldered his backpack and disembarked. Upon arriving at the station, he glanced at the video posted the previous night and opened the comments section. The first few remarks that caught his eye were rather scathing. What a fool, trying to ride the wave of this case. There are clowns every year. But this year there seemed to be particularly many. If you truly find any useful clues, I will go live and eat the secret mini burgers from Lao Ba. It was evident that these two fools had not paid attention to the police report. There were only 6 victims, and they couldn't even get the numbers right. Yet they pretended to be detectives online. Luo Yao emerged from his chest, peering at the comments on his phone. The bitterness of the online crowd was palpable. Xiao Mushing said little, merely jotting down those usernames, planning to confront each one in due course. In Jinyang City, at a breakfast stall tucked away in an alley, an elderly man waited for the owner while opening his short video application. The first clip that flashed before him was a screenshot of a train ticket purchased online, accompanied by a caption that piqued his curiosity. While scrolling through short videos, I stumbled upon the chilling case of the serial murders in Jinyang City. I believe I may have uncovered some clues that could lead to the discovery of the elusive 7th victim. I am now purchasing a train ticket to embark on this journey. Should I find the remains, I shall conduct a live broadcast for all to witness. Upon seeing this video, the elderly gentleman furrowed his brow slightly. Although he deemed it improbable, he nonetheless pressed the follow button. In a modest one-bedroom apartment, a map, a compass, and a hiking backpack lay scattered across the coffee table. In the corner of the living room rested a military-grade multifunctional shovel. Beside the bed in the bedroom, a pair of tactical shoes and a set of combat clothing were neatly arranged. At that moment, a hand as pale as a lotus root emerged from beneath the covers, reaching for the phone perched on the bedside table before retracting it back into the blanket. The phone's owner glanced at the time and instinctively opened the short video application. She resolved never to accept assignments to desolate areas again. The lack of people was one thing, but poor signal reception was altogether unacceptable. After finishing her task the previous night, Zhou Haiyang had collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. She could only scroll through short videos upon awakening. After only a few videos, with laughter escaping her lips a mere couple of times, one particular video, featuring only an image, captured her attention, primarily due to the accompanying text. As she watched, Zhou Haiyang sat up in her cocoon of blankets. The music in the video looped endlessly, and her thoughts began to drift. After a moment of contemplation, she clicked on the private message option and sent a message. Could we discuss your findings? The time had reached 12:30 a.m. Xiao Mushing glanced at the already suspended subway and then turned to exit the station. He summoned a taxi on his phone, and upon its arrival, Luo Yao climbed in through the roof. Xiao Mushing entered the vehicle with a sense of propriety. The car halted briefly at a hardware store that was still open. Generally, at this late hour, one would not expect a hardware store to be operating. However, within this establishment, the owner was engaged in a game of mahjong with a few individuals. Xiao Mushing alighted to purchase a military shovel and then re-entered the car, where he adjusted the destination on his ride-hailing app. "Driver, I need to change my location," he said. Although the driver found it somewhat peculiar, he did not inquire further, as the adjusted route would extend the journey, thereby increasing his fare. As they drove, Luo Yao, sitting beside him, asked, "Aren't you a bit anxious about searching for my corpse at this hour? Shouldn't you take a break?" "I had intended to wait until tomorrow, but fortuitously, I found an open hardware store, so I opted not to spend the night at an internet CAF. Once I find your corpse, there will be a place to rest, and it will be free of charge." For a moment, Luo Yao was taken aback. The police station. "Oh, I understand now," she exclaimed, her realization dawning. "Handsome, who are you talking to at this late hour?" The previously weary driver suddenly seemed invigorated. It was one thing for a passenger in the back to speak to themselves, but the words exchanged in the dead of night sent a chill down his spine. "I'm talking to a friend." The driver, sensing the tension, listened intently as Xiao Mushing continued, expressing his hope that there had not been significant changes to the location. If there have been considerable alterations, he mused, it may prove difficult to excavate. He admitted, "I only entered that house a short while ago and have not returned in over a decade. Thus, I am uncertain of any transformations." Xiao Mushing pondered for a moment, directing his gaze towards the driver. The driver, noticing the scrutiny in the rearview mirror, swallowed gently, his grip on the steering wheel tightening, becoming somewhat rigid. Is there any substantial alteration at the old water plant? He inquired. No, the driver replied. That site was abandoned a few years ago, and I have not heard of any plans for demolition or changes. Upon hearing this, Xiaomushing nodded thoughtfully and turned to Luo Yao, stating, It seems there should be no significant issues. Your remains are likely still there. At this moment, the driver silently shifted gears, his mind racing with urgency, urging the vehicle to hasten. After a brief interval, Xiaomushing posed another question. Driver. Have you heard of the 2009 serial murder case in Jinyang City? The driver internally lamented, Is it starting now? Oh no. How should I respond? Should I admit to having heard of it, or claim ignorance? If I say I have not, will he begin his tale? If I have heard of it, will he divulge information unknown to me? And then noticing the driver's silence, Xiaomushing continued speaking to himself. Look at what I'm asking. From your accent, you must be a local. You must have heard about such matters. The driver, his mind racing, managed to force a smile and replied, I am currently driving and cannot engage in too much conversation with passengers. It may distract my attention. Oh, my apologies. Please continue. Luo Yao said suspiciously. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Xiaomushing nodded slightly. He required a witness. Chapter 4 Robbery? No. We seek something more. The old water plant loomed ahead. According to the navigation, the journey should take an hour, yet the driver remarkably managed to cover it in just 40 minutes. Once Xiaomushing alighted from the vehicle, the driver stepped on the gas, speeding away from the scene. Xiaomushing waved cheerfully and muttered, Fate brings us together in the mountains and rivers. He then turned to Luo Yao with a smile. Let us go. You lead the way. The moon was partly obscured by clouds, prompting Xiao to activate the flashlight feature on his phone to illuminate the path ahead. As they progressed, Luo Yao suddenly halted, exclaiming, There are two people ahead. Xiaomushing's eyes lit up. He could barely contain his excitement. You two hiding in the bushes, you may come out now. I have already spotted you. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao stared at Xiaomushing in disbelief. She had warned him, yet he remained provocatively still. Are you mad? She thought. Even in her ghostly form, she could not urge Xiao to flee quickly. Xiaomushing waved his hand, signaling her to be quiet. From the left side of the bushes, a figure began to move towards Zhao's rear, followed by two figures leaping out, one after the other. Xiaomushing, utilizing the flashlight on his phone, observed two figures ahead, one with yellow hair and the other with a spiky hairstyle. One bore a tattoo of the Azure Dragon on his left arm, while the other displayed the white tiger on his right, forming a pair of formidable adversaries. Both wielded weapons, one brandished a metal rod, and the other held a stone, the source of which remained a mystery. The only unsettling aspect was their youth. Had this been 15 years prior, they would scarcely have been more than 10 years old. Far too immature to commit such heinous acts. It was clear that those capable of executing serial murders would not be so easily provoked by a mere video. It seemed he had encountered some troublemakers. Given that they had discovered him, Xiaomushing decided to abandon any pretense of concealment. The yellow-haired assailant waved a flashlight in Xiaomushing's face before licking his lips. Unperturbed, Xiaomushing merely raised a hand to shield his eyes and chuckled lightly. Gentlemen, robbery is a serious offense. It could lead to sentences of 3, 7 years, or even decades if violence is involved. I advise you to reconsider your course of action. The yellow-haired thug scrutinized Xiaomushing's physique. Does robbery of a different sort also incur a penalty? Xiaomushing remained silent. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, who had initially appeared alarmed, covered her mouth with her hands. Though it was an inappropriate and somewhat immoral reaction, a hint of an inexplicable smile emerged between her brows. Xiaomushing was indeed handsome, though his charm leaned more towards the aesthetic rather than the conventional rugged masculinity. These two ruffians had come to the vicinity of the old water factory to scavenge for valuables they could sell for a quick profit. As a result, Xiaomushing was discovered, and it turned out that he possessed a rather attractive appearance. Coincidentally, these two individuals shared some peculiar interests, yet both were somewhat naive. They began to entertain dubious thoughts, believing that in such a remote area, they could carry out their intentions without fear of repercussions. Even if the victim were to report them, it would be challenging to secure a conviction. Moreover, this escapade would save them a considerable sum, which they deemed a stroke of fortune. Gradually, they inched closer while brandishing their weapons, intending to coerce Xiaomushing into submission. This tactic appeared to yield some success in their eyes, as the target remained stationary. As the yellow-haired assailant swung his stick and approached Xiao, the latter swiftly seized it, yanking it towards himself with remarkable speed. The distance closed, and a well-placed kick struck the assailant below the belt, causing him to contort like a thoroughly cooked shrimp. Observing this, the other thug was seized by malicious intent and hurled a stone at the back of Zhao's head. However, Xiao deftly evaded, the stone grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody mark. In retaliation, he hurled his stick, striking the assailant squarely in the face and knocking him to the ground. Luo Yao, witnessing the scene, was left in astonishment. You are quite formidable, she exclaimed. Without some skill, how could I ever contemplate such a substantial sum? In his youth, Xiao Mushing had befriended two elderly gentlemen in his village, one a master of Bagua, the other a veteran of the battlefield, and had learned a few techniques from them. Opportunities to utilize this were scarce. I recall the last occasion when he was selling liquor, a male patron had made a request, only to be met with violence from him. Since that incident, he ceased selling alcohol altogether. The risk was simply too great. Guarding against female patrons was already taxing, and now he had to be wary of male patrons as well. Unable to continue, he departed. How should these two be dealt with? Let them toil as laborers. After they regained their composure, surprisingly, they attempted to rise and resist. Xiao Mushing delivered a harsh lesson in societal realities with his fists. Brother, I was wrong. Please, spare us. They pleaded, prostrating on the ground. Initially, they thought they were ambushed, but after enduring another round of blows, they finally comprehended the severity of their situation. Xiao Mushing further delivered a kick to each of them. Stop feigning death. Accompany me to handle a matter. They were filled with indignation yet dared not voice it. Resigning themselves to follow, they arrived at a secluded grove. Xiao Mushing retrieved a spade from his bag. Dig here. The bleached-haired thug voiced his confusion. Brother, what are we digging for? For a corpse. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Mushing's soft words echoed like a chilling wind, penetrating their very bones. A shiver ran through them. They were merely thugs with peculiar tastes, not ruthless individuals willing to gamble with their lives. The more brazen one could barely maintain his footing. Brother, it's late. Perhaps we could do this tomorrow. Xiao Mushing chuckled, flexing his fists. Do you truly believe you have a choice? Then the two began to dig, tears welling in their eyes. As the old adage goes, a word about love can wield a knife. Little did they know today that saying would prove true. At that moment, Xiao Mushing initiated a live broadcast. Welcome to my stream, he announced. As I mentioned in my previous video, I have uncovered the remains of the seventh victim through various clues, and we are now proceeding with the excavation. The atmosphere was somber, with two injured ruffians and a young man, his face marked with blood, smiling brightly in the live chat, lending an eerie quality to the broadcast. Initially, only a handful of viewers tuned in, but soon the numbers swelled to several hundred. Though not an overwhelming crowd, the discussions were fervent. After all, there was something captivating about watching such a stream in the dead of night. It's astonishing. 3 men are engaged in such activities in a small grove. One viewer exclaimed, "What happened to the host's face?" Another remarked, "Here we go again with another sensationalist trickster." A third cautioned, "I kindly advise you, dear host, that fabricating such tales for views could land you in a place with accommodations and meals included." In response to the skepticism, Xiao Mushing merely smiled, dismissing it as mere weathering of the soul. Whether the truth would surface remained to be seen in the news later. At that moment, Luo Yao squatted beside a half-excavated pit. As a participant in the events, witnessing the unearthing of her own remains was indeed a peculiar experience. Drawing upon her high school knowledge, she could only imagine that the excavation would yield a collection of bones, and not particularly pristine ones at that. I had never contemplated what would become of me after death. After all, youth had cloaked such thoughts, and I never anticipated the opportunity to witness my own excavation. Xiao Mushing observed Luo Yao squatting at the edge of the pit, carefully positioning her phone on the stand, before approaching her to inquire about the sensation of being unearthed. What does it feel like? It's quite novel, rather peculiar, one might say. A predominant sense of regret lingers. Regret? Indeed. I once aspired to attend the Capital University of Foreign Languages, to become a diplomat, or perhaps a translator traveling the globe, or even a foreign language teacher. Alas, none of these dreams materialized, and they faded away. Are you proficient in foreign languages? Besides English and my native tongue, I am fluent in 5 languages. Xiao Mushing gasped in astonishment. How impressive. Indeed, the educational backgrounds of individuals can differ vastly. In my own high school days, my English proficiency was such that even if I trampled on the answer sheet, I would score higher than any earnest attempt I made. Had it not been for my study of island languages in my senior year, I might not have even met the undergraduate admission threshold. Meanwhile, the two individuals digging the pit exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting growing terror. Xiao Mushing had not engaged them in conversation, leading to the unsettling question of whom he was speaking to in this desolate wilderness. He glanced at the pit they were excavating. Could it possibly mean? Chapter 5. Suspected mental instability. The beam of the flashlight flickered increasingly, and the spade felt as heavy as lead. The two exchanged a look. Fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Stop shaking it around. Dig faster. Finish quickly so we can rest. Xiao Mushing's urging words resembled the sinister whispers of a demon, compelling the two individuals to refrain from pausing. Meanwhile, the viewer count in the live stream soared to over 1,000. What could the host possibly be discussing? Likely conversing with those two who dug the pit, clearly seasoned hustlers, hungry for a quick profit from the broadcast, all merely for the sake of dramatic effect. Yet, why does everyone cast doubt? Is there a possibility that the claims made by the other party might hold some truth? Look quickly, there's a naive soul upstairs. In this digital age, how many things can genuinely be trusted? As time passed, a sudden noise pierced through the air. A shovel seemed to have struck something, and it appeared to have severed it. Xiao Muxing, alert to the sound, swiftly descended. He seized the shovel from Huang Mao's hands and took the flashlight from Ci2. With determination, he began to excavate the surrounding earth, revealing a section of white bone. The taut tension between Huang Mao and Ci2 finally snapped, prompting them to scream and scramble desperately towards the surface. A ghost. There's a ghost. The two fled into the depths of darkness. Observers in the live stream reacted with laughter, some typing ha, while others expressed their amusement with laughing emojis. The terror of the duo was misinterpreted by the audience as mere theatrics. Xiao Muxing had no intention of pursuing them. After all, they were in a live stream. Should they flee, the authorities would inevitably track them down for questioning. He continued to gently excavate around the bones, uncovering fragments of a school uniform. Although significantly decayed, it was still discernible as the same attire worn by Luo Yao. Upon confirmation, Xiao Muxing ceased his excavation, recognizing that he was not a professional. Continuing to dig could potentially compromise valuable clues. It was sufficient to ascertain the situation here. Subsequently, he emerged from the pit and grasped his phone. It was time to report the incident. He would refrain from photographing the body, as the platform likely prohibited it. Tomorrow, everyone can check the news, he declared, shutting down the live broadcast in front of over 1,000 viewers. He then proceeded to call the authorities. After completing these actions, he turned to find that the ethereal figure crouched at the edge of the pit had vanished. Approaching the pit, he discovered Luo Yao extending her hand to touch her own bones. There was no occurrence of a soul entering a body. Rather, her spectral fingers passed through the white bones. Or perhaps the bones transcended the soul. At that moment, Xiao Muxing sat nearby, indifferent to the soil beneath him. Do you think there is such an opportunity after death? Luo Yao raised her head, somewhat perplexed. What opportunity? She inquired. The soul caressed its remains, reminiscing about its past life. Luo Yao rose to her feet. I'm unsure. Perhaps there is. Her memories were fragmented over a span of 15 years. She had only recently awakened in that room, unable to leave or be seen by anyone other than Xiao Muxing. She had never encountered other souls, so in response to his question, she could not provide a definitive answer. Soon, the wail of police sirens echoed, indicating that someone from the live broadcast had alerted the authorities in advance. Otherwise, the police would not have arrived so swiftly. Luo Yao soared from the pit, and Xiao Muxing stood as well, a slight smile gracing his lips. The first act concluded. Zhou Haihong gazed at the perplexing livestream with a furrowed brow and an expression of discontent, ultimately deciding to dig a hole, revealing nothing at all. Her private messages received no reply from the other party. Could it be that this individual was merely a clown, seeking attention for the sake of traffic? After pondering for a moment, she seized her car keys. Rather than waiting idly, it seemed more prudent to verify the situation. She recalled the location, an old water plant. Within a dilapidated residential building, in a dimly lit living room, an elderly man and a middle-aged man stared at the now black-screen phone, struggling to regain their composure. In stark contrast to the carefree attitude of the audience in the live stream, their hearts were undoubtedly heavy. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling. But the smoke dispersed chaotically. Would they be discovered? 15 years ago, they had found 6 individuals without any repercussions. Now, what could it possibly mean to locate the last one? The elderly man spoke with vigor, yet the question lingered. How had that young man uncovered the truth? The elderly man offered no response, which only deepened the middle-aged man's apprehensions. The act of discovery was not frightening. Rather, the concern lay in how the other party had managed to find them. Time had the power to erase many traces. A body that had remained undiscovered for 15 years had now been unearthed by a young stranger. Moreover, based on a video the stranger had posted prior, it was evident that he was not a local, which added to the fear. From 1,000 miles away, armed with mere fragments of information gleaned from the internet, he had pinpointed the location of the concealed corpse, and now he had arrived in the vicinity. Who could predict whether he might uncover even more clues? On a certain day, a group of officers arrived to knock on the door. Should they uncover anything further, they would ensure his silence permanently. The elder spoke these words with an expression of calm, yet his eyes betrayed the ferocity of a wolf poised for the hunt. The middle-aged man remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to the situation. If it truly came to a point where they had to take action once more, it would be unavoidable, after all. It was this young man who had recklessly sought danger in his idleness. The following morning, the doorbell chimed. A middle-aged woman opened the door to find 2 officers standing outside. May I inquire if Mr. Qianhao is at home? Unaware of the unfolding circumstances, the woman turned to return to the living room to rouse her husband. Little did she know that the officers had already positioned themselves at the threshold. In that moment, Master Qian's mind was flooded with numerous images. The officers produced a photograph, stating, "This individual was deceased before midnight last night." Yet, records from his phone indicate he was in your vehicle after that time. They ominously added that a figure would be standing by his bedside that very night. Master Qian's imagination was abruptly interrupted as the officers began their inquiry. Had he encountered this person? When had he entered the vehicle? What conversations had transpired? What actions had taken place? They posed a multitude of questions concerning various details. Once their questioning concluded, they prepared to depart, prompting Master Qian to hastily inquire. What has transpired? That guest was still alive, wasn't he? Alive, indeed, one officer replied. But last night, he unearthed a body linked to a significant case. There are certain discrepancies regarding his actions, hence our need to consult with you. What is the issue? The officer inquired with a grave expression. Suspected mental illness. Chapter 6. The second death 3 days later, Xiao Mushing emerged from the police station, not empty-handed, but rather with a banner of commendation, a monetary reward of 20,000 yuan, and a diagnosis of schizophrenia. Over the span of 3 days, he had completed the interrogation on the first day. The following 2 days were spent in a psychiatric hospital for observation, after which he was sent back. The reason he did not remain hospitalized was that his condition did not meet the criteria for admission, typically. Individuals admitted to psychiatric facilities are those unable to function normally in society. Regarding the 20,000 yuan, the reward he had seen online was a phased incentive. Providing significant clues and evidence could garner between 5,000 and 20,000 yuan, while capturing the criminal suspect directly warranted a reward of 500,000 yuan. As he had discovered the body of a victim that had remained elusive for over a decade, he was awarded the maximum reward of 20,000 yuan. Awaiting him outside the police station were 2 elderly individuals, their hair as white as snow. These were Luo Yao's parents, the man, Luo Tianqin, a professor at a prestigious university in Jinan City, and the woman, He Roqing, a high school teacher. The discovery of their daughter's body was a devastating blow to the couple. Previously, they had clung to the hope that she was merely missing, but now, although this was tragic news, it was a reality that had long since transpired. They would not irrationally place blame on Xiao Mushing. They also expressed their gratitude towards Xiao Mushing, as he allowed them, at least in this lifetime, to recover their daughter's remains. Luo Yao's emotions were undoubtedly complex upon seeing her parents once more. Previously, they had met at the police station, where her parents gazed upon her lifeless body while she observed them from the sidelines. A mix of regret, sorrow, excitement, and a tinge of relief enveloped her. She felt fortunate to have departed before her parents, thus avoiding the profound grief of witnessing their demise. Yet, reflecting on this, she couldn't help but feel selfish for forcing them to endure the pain of outliving their child. At that moment, Xiao Mushing did not attend to the dazed Luo Yao. Instead, he descended the steps to approach the elderly couple. Uncle, Aunt, I sincerely appreciate your patience during this time. Had it not been for your assistance in locating Yao Yao, it is likely we would never have reunited in this lifetime. We are grateful beyond words. And staying at our home for a while is no trouble at all. Furthermore, this will aid in your investigation to bring the perpetrator to justice. Allowing her to rest in peace, Luo Tianqin was the first to respond, his tone warm and amiable. The suggestion to stay at their home originated from Xiao Mushing, who provided 2 reasons, a lack of accommodation and the pursuit of clues. These 2 justifications essentially converged into one. As Xiao Mushing considered this, he cast a glance at Luo Yao, still positioned on the steps. It was time for her to return home. In the police station's hall, Officer Long, in his 40s, reflected on the conversation he had with Xiao Mushing before his departure. Given the current leads, would they be able to find the person? All they could do was try. What if the assailant struck again? They would undoubtedly face consequences. I understand. The conversation was brief. Regaining his composure, Officer Long returned from the hall to the precinct. Xiao Li, arrange for someone to monitor Xiao Mushing's mobile location around the clock. Report immediately if there are any unusual movements, Officer Long instructed. After giving his orders, he rubbed his temples, uncertain whether it was appropriate to interpret the words of a mentally unstable individual in this manner. Yet, his instincts as a police officer urged him to take action. Arriving at Luo Yao's residence, a spacious 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 kitchen, 3 bathroom home. He noted the 2 large bedrooms, each had their own en-suite. There was also a study and a guest room. He Roqing led Xiao Mushing to one of the large bedrooms, which was decorated in a fresh, pastel palette. Ever since Yao Yao left, I have cleaned her room daily. But the arrangement remains untouched, including her little secrets. Even if I were to find them, I would return them to their original places, she explained. Originally lost in her thoughts, Luo Yao suddenly shivered at these words. Xiao Mushing then inquired, what little secrets? After a moment's contemplation, He Roqing crouched down. Luo Yao reached out to stop her, but her hand passed through. He Roqing reached under the bed, activated a hidden mechanism, and pulled out several secret compartments, revealing numerous books. Disregarding Li Yao's attempts to intervene, Xiao Mushing casually picked up a few volumes, noticing that their covers featured two men. The overbearing prince usurps the emperor. The gentle senior beneath the osmanthus tree that year, and the sensitive CEO and his doctor friend, Xiao Mushing remarked. Hiroching chuckled at the sight of the books. High school students often possess unique interests, which is entirely normal. I used to believe that our daughter Yao Yao was too perfect, akin to the ideal children of others. However, one fateful day, I stumbled upon a few books in her room. In truth, there was no need for her to hide them. Her father and I would not have said much had we seen them. During my tenure as a homeroom teacher, I frequently encountered such books. And I understood the thrill and excitement that adolescents experience while exploring the peculiarities of the world. Xiao Mushing quietly returned the books to their concealed compartment. Although he had been open to all kinds of literature during his own school years, be it literary classics, action-packed novels, or even romantic tales, this particular genre eluded his comprehension. The thought of immersing himself in such narratives, regardless of the character he might embody, was unbearable. He glanced at the oncoming breakdown of Luo Yao and felt compelled to inquire about a matter that might concern her. Are there many people aware of these books? He asked. Aside from us, there are only the investigating officers and a handful of close relatives, perhaps a dozen or 20 in total. Is there a new discovery? She responded, to which he replied with a moment of silence. At that moment, Luo Yao was crouched in a corner of the room, her back turned to them, experiencing her second death 15 years after the first. Social demise. Subsequently, Hiroching withdrew, allowing Xiao Mushing the space to reflect and search for clues. Before leaving, however, Hiroching appeared somewhat troubled yet chose to remain silent. Xiao Mushing disowned her unspoken thoughts and reassured her. There won't be any significant changes to the arrangement of this room. Upon hearing these words, Hiroching smiled and nodded. This house was one of the few remnants of her daughter's memory. Gazing upon the room that was identical to what it was 15 years ago sometimes allowed her to momentarily lose herself in thought. In truth, Luo Yao had always been present. Xiao Mushing glanced at Luo Yao in the corner, choosing not to disturb her, recognizing that she needed a moment of tranquility. He approached the desk, retrieved his computer, and began to sift through the recorded live streams, preparing to create his next short video. With his other hand, he opened his phone and accessed his profile. The video, which had previously garnered only a few thousand likes, had astonishingly surged to 1.02 million likes within just 3 days. His follower count had exceeded 80,000 and continued to rise, likely harboring the perpetrator among them. It was time to bait the hook. However, before proceeding, Xiao Mushing first opened the comment section, noting down several usernames, and began tagging them one by one. August Monkey My Butt is the reddest. Come forth and summon the detective. Ruby Gold and Cudgel entwined around my waist. I see you live streaming the consumption of Lao Ba's secret small hamburger. Being a scoundrel greedy and lustful, continue to call out to me. My face used to describe handsome. The clown may now speak. After tagging each individual, Xiao Mushing finally set down his phone. While he may not possess many virtues, he certainly held grudges. Chapter 7 I haven't been in this line of work for a long time. Nightfall. Hiroching knocked on the door. Mushing, dinner is ready. Xiao Mushing closed his computer and emerged from the room with Luo Yao, making his way to the dining room, where a table laden with dishes awaited them. Luo Yao gazed at the table laden with dishes, enumerating them one by one. Sweet and sour shrimp balls, braised carp, minced eggplant. Each was a delicacy she had once cherished. As she spoke, she made a gesture as if to swallow. Xiao Mushing approached the table, picked up chopsticks, and lifted a bowl, casually inserting the chopsticks into the rice. He slightly shielded himself with his body, but Luo Yao shook her head, signaling that this tactic was futile. Luo Tianxin, assisting his wife with the dishes, caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, but chose to remain silent. The elderly couple at the dining table were exceedingly warm, enthusiastically describing the characteristics of each dish and eagerly serving food in a Xiao Mushing's bowl. He reciprocated well. Savoring every bite, the fish was reduced to mere bones, the sweet and sour shrimp balls left with only a trace of sauce. The minced eggplant reduced to a smattering of oil, and not a single grain of rice remained in the rice cooker. After dinner, Hiroching led Xiao Mushing to another guest room to rest. Luo Tianxin, meanwhile, was in the study, facing a computer screen displaying a document titled Diagnosis Record. As he opened the document and perused its contents, he noted the second personality's food preferences as imagined by the patient: sweet and sour shrimp balls, braised carp, minced eggplant. As he continued to read, he rhythmically tapped his index finger on the desk. Behind him lingered an invisible, ethereal figure he could not perceive. The next morning, after bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Xiao Mushing stepped outside. Just a few strides from the community, a jeep halted before him, and the window slid down. A strikingly attractive woman with short hair, appearing to be in her 30s, addressed him. "Handsome, do you have a moment?" Since that fateful night when Zhou Haiong arrived at the old water plant and witnessed several police cars along with the erected barricades, she has placed complete trust in Xiao Mushing. However, in recent days, the other party has been under police supervision, leaving her without the opportunity for communication. After much effort, she learned that he had finally been released from the precinct, so she made a point to wait here for him. Yet, observing the furrowed brow of the other party, it appeared he was displeased. Could it be that he suspected her intentions were to claim the bounty? I have long since retired from that line of work. If you have needs, perhaps you should explore other nightclubs in the evening and refrain from entangling me further. Zhou Haihong felt a momentary lapse in her comprehension. What had she just heard? Was the nature of his profession not as she had understood? Was he not in the same field as hers? After clearing her thoughts, she managed to utter a few words. You used to engage in that sort of work? Let us not use such harsh terminology. It is referred to as providing emotional value. I sell only drinks, not my body, Xiao Mushing replied with righteous indignation. Since that harrowing incident, he had withdrawn from the scene, yet occasionally he would encounter former clients who persistently pursued him, even desiring to support him financially. He had firmly rejected such propositions, for being maintained by someone meant complete dependence on that individual. As the elders had warned, some have ventured down that path, only to find themselves with but half a life remaining. In a sense, such arrangements are morally reprehensible. Accepting such an arrangement means wagering on whether the other party is a normal person or a deviant. Once a wrong bet is placed, one's life may be irrevocably altered. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that if the other party engages in such morally reprehensible behavior, what are the odds that they possess the qualities of a rational individual? Although Xiao Mushing perceives himself as lacking in character, he is not inclined toward self-abasement. After expressing these thoughts, he prepared to walk away. Zhou Haihong hastily interjected, I did not come to you for consumption, rather. I wish to discuss the case you are currently investigating. Upon uttering these words, she noticed Xiao Mushing scrutinizing her with a discerning gaze. Do not misunderstand me. I have a friend who was one of the victims back then, not the perpetrator, and I have no intention of claiming your reward. I am merely concerned about you increasing the bounty on the other party. Hearing this, Zhou Haihong breathed a sigh of relief and continued. I am a level 5 bounty hunter, and I possess the requisite combat skills. A bounty hunter? Are you not? Xiao Mushing inquired. What do you think? Zhou Haihong replied. If you are not a bounty hunter, how dare you investigate such a case? Zhou Haihong asked, astonished. 500,000. This sum is sufficient to dispel fear, Xiao Mushing remarked, extending 5 fingers. Indeed, it is true that men die for wealth, and birds perish for food, Zhou Haihong responded empathetically. As she too is engaged in this line of work. What was that you mentioned about bounty hunters and ranks? There exists a bounty hunter forum. Upon registration, you become a bounty hunter. You can upload various skill certifications and proof of completed tasks, such as police rewards or other private bounties, which can be utilized to enhance your bounty hunter rank. Certainly, one can also undertake tasks on the forum, which eliminates the necessity of providing proof of task completion and simultaneously elevates one's rank. The higher the rank, the more prestigious the tasks one can accept, along with a corresponding increase in rewards. That should not pertain to me. I would only engage in such perilous endeavors once. Zhou Haihong gazed into Xiao Mushing's eyes. I have encountered numerous bounty hunters, and in your gaze, I discern the same restless spirit characteristic of them all. Xiao Mushing smirked slightly, refraining from a forced explanation. If he were to embark on such a risky venture a second time, it would indeed be a matter of concern. Let us not dwell on that. However, should you wish to extract information regarding the case's progress from me, I shall remain reticent. Yet, if you desire to accompany me in the investigation, I would not object to adding you to the team, provided you adhere to my directives throughout the process. Zhou Haihong contemplated for a moment. Joining the investigation would indeed allow her to delve into the case's progression. Her motivation was not the reward, but rather to ensure the perpetrator faced justice. If accompanying the inquiry would facilitate that, she was more than willing. Very well. Wait a moment. Xiao Mushing abruptly interjected, then turned to the side to address Luo Yao. I neglected to seek your opinion. What do you think? Luo Yao nodded, expressing that her sole concern was identifying the culprit, indifferent to the process. All settled then. Xiao Mushing turned back to Zhou Haihong. Zhou Haihong felt a sudden pang of rashness in her agreement. This individual appeared somewhat unhinged. Chapter 8. Restoring the first crime scene. A man and a woman retraced their steps along the path by the school gate. Jinyang City's No. 1 high school is not far from Luo Yao's residence. On that particular evening, her parents happened to have prior commitments, leaving her unable to secure a ride home. Thus, she found herself traversing the path alone that night, and it was on this solitary journey that misfortune struck. After bidding farewell to her classmates, she vanished without a trace. I have just exited the police station, and I trust you have all viewed the video released last night. We are now retracing the steps of the incident from Jinyang City's No. 1 high school. Xiao Mushing is broadcasting live, his phone in hand. Host, I acknowledge your prowess. But it has been 15 years. Revisiting the scene of the crime now seems rather antiquated, doesn't it? Be cautious upstairs. This host harbors a petty nature and has been known to anyone who dared to mock him in the first video. Finding the body would indeed be a remarkable feat. By the way, esteemed host, is it truly possible to uncover the truth behind this case? Don't get your hopes up. If no one has managed to investigate it for 15 years, it is unlikely that clarity will emerge so easily. One can never be too certain. What if the host happens to unearth the truth? Amidst skepticism and belief, Xiaomushing successfully located a body that had eluded discovery for 15 years, thus amassing a considerable following. Consequently, some in the comments section came to his defense. Should you achieve any breakthroughs in your investigation, I implore you to shower me with gifts and follow me. Xiaomushing displayed a rather eager demeanor for donations. If you truly make progress, I shall certainly support you. Count on it, host. Zhou Haiyong furrowed her brow deeply beside the unfolding investigation, questioning the wisdom of conducting a live broadcast while delving into such a serious matter as a criminal case. Even if one sought to capitalize financially, this was hardly the appropriate context. Her conviction grew that she may have made a grave error in judgment. As she ventured into a narrow alley, the voice of Xiaomushing suddenly resonated, prompting her to halt. Two viewers engrossed in the live stream momentarily paused, their familiarity with the location striking them profoundly. Zhou Haiyong turned to inquire, "What is it?" It was here that Luo Yao had likely encountered her assailant. Zhou Haiyong scrutinized the alley, which extended towards another road. Why this particular spot? Although Xiaomushing yearned to reveal that he had received such information directly, he refrained from voicing it, aware that doing so might lead others to believe his condition had deteriorated. Instead, he offered an analysis based on the clues at hand. Prior to reaching this intersection, she had parted ways with her classmates, traversing this stretch alone. Notably, 15 years ago, this segment was devoid of surveillance cameras. Moreover, the alley led to another street, with several smaller passages branching off, providing ample opportunity for someone to incapacitate and abduct a victim. Why incapacitate and abduct? Zhou Haiyong posed a question that echoed the curiosity of many viewers. For AM, moreover, this is likely to be his final act of murder, as opportunities thereafter will be scarce. For him, this is a rare feast, and thus he must transport it to a secluded location to relish this sumptuous meal, making it imperative that he does not act hastily. After Xiaomushing provided his explanation, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for his quick thinking, as he had nearly faltered in his response. At this moment, an elderly man and a middle-aged individual before the screen swallowed hard, their thoughts aligning perfectly with his. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Haiyong no longer raised any objections. The scene then transitioned into the enactment, reconstructing the events of the incident. Zhou Haiyong assumed the role of Luo Yao, while Xiaomushing portrayed the deranged killer. Throughout this process, Zhou Haiyong was repeatedly interrupted by Xiaomushing. "You are now a high school senior, just finishing evening study, feeling utterly fatigued. You lack the energy to remain vigilant or scrutinize the alley around you. All you desire is to return home swiftly and rest comfortably in bed. Therefore, you must embody a sense of weariness, your gaze vacant. When I spring from the alley to ambush you, you must react with panic and disarray, flailing your limbs chaotically." The scene replayed itself multiple times. Yet Xiaomushing continued to shake his head in dissatisfaction. Zhou Haiyong sat on the ground, exhausted. What could possibly be amiss? Sweat soaked his clothing, clinging to his body. Although Zhou Haiyong appeared to be in his 30s, he was exceedingly well preserved, his physique managed with great care, which led to a shift in the ambience of the live stream. The host seems rather fatigued holding the phone. Perhaps the sister beside could lend a hand. I concur. We shouldn't allow the device to hinder the host's contemplation. The host handed the phone to that sister, and I immediately promised to send gifts. Xiaomushing disregarded the content on the phone, instead feigning deep contemplation. He understood that something was amiss, for there were two assailants involved. Yet he could not state this outright. He needed to present a process before revealing the answer. The process had been established, and now it was time to unveil the conclusion. Xiaomushing lifted his gaze to survey the buildings flanking the alley, and then abruptly stood up. I discerned the anomaly. A high school girl, regardless of her gender, would not be easily subdued and abducted without leaving behind crucial traces. However, according to the police investigation from 15 years ago, no evidence was found at the scene, indicating that the perpetrators had executed their plan so meticulously that nothing remained to suggest an incident had occurred. Thus, it was concluded as a disappearance. Yet, for a murderer to carry out such a clean and efficient operation, rendering a girl unconscious and taking her away without leaving a trace, not even a personal item behind, was an arduous feat, unless it was the work of two individuals collaborating. Xiaomushing's final statement stirred a tempest in the live stream. Host, don't speculate recklessly. What if it's true? The barrage of comments was vibrant. Yet some viewers could no longer bear it. They felt like students called to the front by their English teacher to recite words they had long forgotten. Discomforting and trembling uncontrollably. The opponent's assertions were too accurate. The precise location, the exact number of assailants, Even their psychological journey at that moment mirrored their own almost perfectly. However, this was not yet the end. Following this deduction, Xiao Mushing instructed Zhou Haihong to summon a passerby to assist in reenacting the abduction process executed by the two assailants. Initially, the endeavor did not proceed smoothly, as the bystander exhibited signs of trepidation and shyness, resulting in movements that appeared rather comical, akin to a silent comedic stage play. Yet, with Xiao Mushing's patient guidance, the crime scene gradually began to take on a semblance of authenticity. The live stream witnessed a frenzy of donations. Some viewers were captivated by the portrayal of the crime scene, while others simply sought amusement. Amidst this collective revelry, two spectators were gripped by a profound sense of dread. An elderly man trembled slightly as he remarked, "Isn't it said that one can report this? Report him and get him banned." A middle-aged man, equally terrified, vehemently refuted. Reporting leaves traces. If the perpetrator's stream is shut down due to a report, the reporter may very well become a suspect in the eyes of the police. It would be akin to confessing without prompting. The two could no longer maintain their composure. Although the reenactment might not appear entirely credible to others, to them, Xiao Mushing's actions felt as if the heavens themselves had witnessed every detail of their heinous deeds and orchestrated a reenactment before their very eyes. This chilling sensation pierced their souls, as if, in the next moment, the perpetrator would turn to the screen and declare, "I have found you." Chapter 9. This is a trap. Do they dare to gamble? At the police station, Officer Long observed the scenes unfolding in the live stream, feeling an unsettling discomfort. The deductions regarding the initial crime scene and the number of assailants indeed provided them with significant insight. However, the reasons provided by the other party, along with their investigative methods, seemed decidedly off. This inevitably reminded him of a case he had previously solved, where the murderer had masqueraded as a witness. The case in question involved a juvenile perpetrator, and during a particularly stagnant phase of the investigation, the opposing party offered them various hints and even showcased their own deductive abilities. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. This witness appeared to be exceptionally astute. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that this so-called eyewitness was, in fact, the instigator of the juvenile crime. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Of course, he would never suspect that the case from 15 years ago was the doing of Xiao Mushing. Back then, the child was merely a few years old, and each of the 7 victims could have easily overpowered him, both physically and metaphorically. Yet, the current investigative approach evoked a sense of déjà vu regarding this case. He could not help but recall the diagnostic report from the other party, and suddenly clarity dawned upon him. This was not merely a figment of his imagination narrating these events. He did not believe that he had deduced this information on his own. Thus, he was recounting what had been conveyed by the imagined character. If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Officer Long shook his head at this realization. Such a promising talent. How could he have gone astray? In the live stream, Xiao Mushing addressed the camera, stating, "These are my initial reconstructions of the crime scene based on the clues I have gathered thus far. I will continue to investigate and collect evidence until I have formed a complete chain, which I will then present to the authorities." Thus, dear friends in the live broadcast room, I bid you farewell until our next encounter. Do not forget to show your support. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Mushing concluded the live stream. Just as he switched off the broadcast, a stranger scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful, and addressed Zhou Haihong. "Could I perhaps obtain your contact information?" Although Zhou Haihong was in her 30s, she possessed a graceful demeanor and exuded an air of maturity and composure that was undeniably captivating. It was not only men who were drawn to her. Even those who did not prefer men found her appealing. Zhou Haihong did not refuse. Instead, she scanned the stranger's friend code. It was not that she had developed an interest, but rather, she felt it would be somewhat inconsiderate to reject him outright after he had wasted an entire morning. In any case, she was usually preoccupied with her own affairs, and even if they became friends, many would likely choose to distance themselves from her. Subsequently, the stranger parted ways with Xiao Mushing. Xiao Mushing returned to Zhou Haihong's jeep. After lighting a cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke, she inquired, "Are you attempting to lure out that murderer?" Initially, she had suspected Xiao Mushing's motives to be purely financial. However, after the events of the morning, she suddenly realized a perspective she had not considered. Such a conspicuous investigation might indeed alert the perpetrator. She found it hard to believe that someone capable of uncovering a body buried for 15 years would overlook this possibility. Thus, there existed another potential scenario. Perhaps the intention was to provoke the murderer into action. Xiao Mushing did not respond directly but countered, "Could you tell me about the friend you mentioned?" Zhou Haihong remained silent for a moment, inhaling deeply until her cigarette was fully extinguished before finally speaking. "Among the victims, one was my sister, Li Huqing. During that time, she was in her final year of high school while I was in my second year. Although we share no blood relation, we both emerged from an orphanage. We supported one another, balancing work and study. enduring a life far more arduous than today. Yet we found joy in our struggles. I often thought that as long as we could spend our lives together, that would suffice. The news of her death reached me days later, delivered by the police. I remember hesitating for a long time before the morgue, unable to lift the white sheet. I thought to myself that if I did not uncover it, perhaps there was still a chance that she might be alive. Ultimately, I mustered the courage to pull back the sheet, for if I did not, I feared I would never have another opportunity to see her one last time. Xiao Mushing and Luo Yao listened quietly. Xiao Mushing had harbored suspicions about Zhou Haihong, yet he was willing to keep her close, contemplating the possibility of her connection to the two murderers. He believed that today's performance would undoubtedly expose her true nature, but she displayed no signs of panic, only raising doubts in his mind. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened, as he had lost a chance to apprehend the killer. I have answered your questions. Perhaps it is time for you to respond to mine. A little, Xiao Mushing replied calmly, betraying no alarm at the potential exposure of his plan. He had anticipated that it might be discovered when formulating it. Yet the question remained, was he willing to take the risk? And did the murderer dare to do the same? After the live stream concluded, the two regained their composure. Father, do you think it's possible he is deceiving us? The middle-aged man, enveloped in swirling smoke, replied, it's possible, yet it may not be. However, we cannot entrust our lives to others. The elder, who was chopping meat in the kitchen, spoke in a calm tone, though his knife skills appeared uncharacteristic, producing unevenly sized pieces. Each cut was heavy, leaving deep scratches on the cutting board. They dared not gamble, nor could they afford to, for judging by what their opponent had displayed thus far, it was evident that they possessed crucial evidence and were perhaps close to locating them. This was a trap, and their adversary had afforded them an opportunity. Likely unwilling to squander time, and thus taking a risk, they, on the other hand, wished to remain hidden and had to act swiftly. While the opponent's evidence was not yet fully gathered, and before certain items reached the authorities. At a five-star restaurant, Xiao Mushing arrived in Zhou Haihong's car. He glanced at the restaurant's opulence, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. Dining here, I suspect I might have to part with my kidney. I'll treat you, he declared. A simple, yet grand statement prompting Xiao Mushing to step forward, bowing slightly and extending his hands towards the entrance. Ladies first, Luo Yao, standing beside him. Couldn't he help but tease, you truly are a mercenary man. Xiao Mushing lifted his head, a proud expression on his face. Please refer to me as Junjia. Zhou Haihong strode confidently inside, with Xiao Mushing closely following. The waitstaff within the restaurant had already observed everything unfolding outside. Approaching Zhou Haihong, the attendant inquired, Madam, do you have a reservation? Zhou Haihong produced a dark golden card. The server, speaking softly into the collar microphone, announced, we have a dark golden VIP client visiting. He then led the way to a private room. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Mushing felt a stir of intrigue. Are bounty hunters truly so affluent? Upon entering the lavish private room, Yushuan Pavilion, the server withdrew, leaving Xiao Mushing to gaze at the expansive space, larger than the residence he inhabited. He couldn't help but remark, is such a grand space necessary for merely dining? Are we expected to dance afterward? Would you like to see some dancing? I can arrange that, Zhou Haihong casually replied, prompting Xiao Mushing to reconsider his understanding of this world. Just how much can one earn to indulge in such luxury? Zhou Haihong unveiled the dark golden card once more. I haven't spent a dime. This card was gifted to me by a client during a previous assignment. Dining at any of my establishments is complimentary. Oh, could you share how one might join the Bounty Hunter Forum? Xiao Mushing realized his renewed interest in this Bounty Hunter Forum. The allure was not merely about wealth or the card's prestige, but rather the thrill of a life filled with adventure. Chapter 10, Patronage. A stroke of luck. Zhou Haihong added Xiao Mushing as a contact on her messaging platform, subsequently sending a link. Click on this link to register your personal identity, then upload your professional skill certificates and any bounties you've undertaken outside the Bounty Hunter Forum. You will receive a rating. However, I suggest that it would be prudent for you to register only after you have completed this matter. This way, your initial evaluation level will be significantly elevated, sparing you the necessity of providing further proof for an upgrade post-completion. Are tasks still categorized by level? Indeed. For those who have only recently entered the Bounty Hunter Forum, the typical tasks may involve mundane activities such as locating lost pets, with the most adventurous task being the apprehension of a rival. Conversely, more perilous assignments demand a higher caliber of bounty hunters for such tasks. Those with lower levels have but one opportunity to apply each month. Should a more seasoned bounty hunter take on the task, their applications will be rendered moot, which can be quite troublesome. Xiao Mushing nodded, acknowledging that there was no urgency for him to attend to this matter at present. Soon, dishes began to arrive at the table. Xiao Mushing had 3 succinct evaluations for these dishes: scant portions, delectable taste, and exorbitant prices. After finishing the meal, Zhou Haihong inquired in a low voice, do you have any other destinations in mind, or may I take my leave? Given that the other party needed to prepare for fishing, it would be best to avoid company. Acting alone would provide the murderer with the opportunity to strike. Next, I intend to visit several prestigious universities in Jinyang City. I wish to discern the distinctions between these esteemed institutions and private third-tier colleges, so you need not accompany me. Please hand me your phone. Xiao Mushing hesitated briefly before handing over his phone. Zhou Haihong took Xiao Mushing's phone, located herself in the messaging application, and then altered her name before returning it to him. Upon receiving the phone, Zhao Mushing noticed the contact's designation had been altered to Beloved. He articulated the endearment with a hint of uncertainty. From this moment forward, you are the kept man I am sponsoring. To be maintained after a single repast seemed precipitous. Even if you desire to sponsor me, might you solicit my consent? I am still a man of considerable virtue. Furthermore, I am not so easily swayed. Should you wish to engage my services, a mere dinner will prove insufficient. Additional compensation is required. Zaya Mushing, having reached this juncture, feigned the coyness of a maiden, imparting an aura of reluctant acquiescence. Abruptly, the messaging application signaled a remittance notification, 1314, augmented by a 0, 520, with 2 additional zeros appended. Accompanying this was a message: promise your benefactor that such emolument shall be provided monthly and in escalating amounts. Luo Yao, positioned behind Zai Mushing, playfully patted his shoulder, exclaiming with exuberance, "Congratulations, young man. You have circumvented 2 decades of arduous labor by becoming a sponsored individual." Disregarding Luo Yao's jest, Zaya Mushing apprehended the underlying motive. "You seek to ascertain my whereabouts?" Zhou Haihong assented. It is customary for a wealthy patroness to maintain frequent contact with her protégé. Should there be prolonged periods without response, or if the responses are incongruous, I shall immediately discern the anomaly. Zaya Mushing retrieved his cellular device, rotating it deliberately from side to side, before remarking, "You need not undertake such elaborate measures. My device is likely already subject to geolocation tracking." Given the gravity of his pronouncements that day, it was improbable that Detective Long would have remained inactive. He also observed today and seemingly found no traces of being followed. It is likely that the mobile phone has been tracked. According to the laws of Longhua, those who act heroically to prevent violent crimes, such as murder, resulting in the death of the assailant, are not deemed to have exceeded the bounds of self-defense. Xiao Mushing silently gave a thumbs up, quite ruthless. However, success depends on one's own reaction speed. Subsequently, the two finalized some details regarding their conversation on a messaging app. Xiao Mushing then exited the restaurant alone. After stepping outside, he took a deep breath and exhaled. Turning to his side, he looked at Luo Yao. "From now on, you shall be my eyes." Luo Yao mimicked the gesture of Sun Wukong, unleashing his fiery eyes. "Rest assured, no one can escape my gaze." Luo Yao is an advanced AI surveillance camera capable of moving, penetrating walls, soaring through the skies, and eluding detection by various instruments. This is Xiao Mushing's greatest reliance. Aside from him, no one else in this world would believe in the existence of ghosts, nor could anyone else see them. It is a pity they did not meet during their exam days. Had he had such a comrade then, he could hardly fathom how splendid it would have been. Later that afternoon, Xiao Mushing mapped out his route. This would be his course of action. The destinations of these routes were the key universities within Jinyang City. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man was scrolling through a video on his phone, his body trembling uncontrollably. The video's location was identified as Jinyang Foreign Language University, and it had been posted by a student currently attending the school. The content of the video was: "The detective investigating the murder case has come to our school. I approached him to greet him and inquired if he was here to search for the culprit. He replied that he was merely visiting the school. Whether this statement holds any truth, I cannot ascertain, yet I find myself feeling somewhat anxious." The middle-aged man casually scrolled through the comments section. Visiting a university while investigating a case seems like an implausible excuse. Could it be that the murderer truly hails from this institution? My friend, be kind to your classmates in the coming days. If a killer indeed lurks within your school, you must be cautious not to become collateral damage. At that moment, the middle-aged man could distinctly feel his heart racing, not just beating, but rather in a state of agitation, as though it longed to escape from his body. All of this turmoil stemmed from the fact that he was an alumnus of this very school. How could the other party possibly know, and how did they come by such knowledge? The elderly man observed his son in this distressed state and effortlessly took the phone from the stranger's hand. After viewing the contents of the video, his expression turned fiercely menacing. "Stop sitting around. Get up and prepare. We must act swiftly. Let us ensure that he departs quietly within the next day or 2. Meanwhile, in another university campus, Luo Yao ascended to a height of 10 meters, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Noticing nothing amiss, she descended once more. "If you wanted to bring me to a university, a foreign language school would suffice. Why must we traverse so many campuses? I wish to try my luck." Xiao Mushing replied, plucking a leaf from a tree and toying with it. "What luck are you hoping to find? According to your previous statement, Although you cannot discern the faces of the two individuals, one can infer their identities through their voices and physiques, one likely being middle-aged and the other a youth. This implies that one of them is probably of school age. The individual capable of executing such a flawless case must possess a considerable intellect. It is quite plausible that this young person could gain admission to a prestigious university, and given that local candidates generally prefer schools within their vicinity, it is likely that they have attended one of the prominent universities in Jinyang City. However, there remains a significant possibility that this is not the case. Luo Yao proposed another possibility. Indeed, that is why we are taking a chance. Xiao Mushing initially intended merely to test his luck. Whether he succeeds or not is left to fate. At that moment, another classmate approached Xiao Mushing. "Hello, may I take a photo of you?" Xiao Mushing nodded with a smile. University is a hub for gatherings, and inevitably, some socially adept students will request photographs, subsequently sharing them online. Coupled with big data classification and local recommendations, should the murderer be continuously monitoring, there is a high likelihood they would receive related video suggestions, especially if they have previously attended this institution. Chapter 11. Deceiving oneself into belief. Having visited only a few schools, the time had swiftly progressed to 5:30 p.m. At that moment, a phone call came through. "Mushing, are you coming home for dinner tonight?" Hiruaching's tone conveyed a suppressed urgency, as if she were eager for Xiao Mushing to return promptly. Xiao Mushing glanced at Luo Yao from the corner of his eye. "I will be home for dinner, probably around 6:30. Upon returning to Luo Yao's home, both Luo Shinshin and Hiruaching were already seated at the dining table, which was laden with steaming dishes. Each dish was a favorite of Luo Yao's, and coincidentally, also one that Xiao Mushing relished, save for one exception. He was highly selective about food that was unpalatable. However, as he settled at the table, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, primarily due to the peculiar gaze Hiruaching directed towards him, one brimming with affection and anticipation. After the meal, Xiao Mushing did not hasten to his room, nor did the elderly couple. He had become acutely aware of certain unspoken matters. Luo Shinshin, setting aside a book he found unreadable, was the first to break the silence. "May I have a word with my daughter?" Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The utterance of those words suggested a prolonged internal struggle. A man in his 60s, erudite and standing at a pinnacle of knowledge, possessed a worldview that was remarkably steadfast. It was evident that certain truths, regardless of how they were articulated, would not sway him. Yet, at this moment, he resembled someone smitten by love. Fully aware that the object of his affection did not reciprocate, yet still attempting to deceive himself into believing otherwise. "Yao, are you there?" His voice trembled slightly. Xiao Mushing composed himself and spoke with a deep tone. "Yao, are you there?" Luo Yao responded. "If you continue to address me in my father's tone, I shall share your browsing history with all your friends." Upon receiving an unexpected text regarding mobile communication, expressing concerns about potential access to fraudulent websites, I was advised against transferring funds to unknown accounts and to safeguard my personal credentials, despite not having opened my browser in recent days. It appeared that someone else had been perusing my device. With a look of sudden realization, Xiao Mushing retrieved his phone and accessed the browser history, only to discover an overwhelming number of entries. Indeed, there were hundreds of records. What could possibly have drawn your attention? Luo Yao gazed up at the stark white ceiling, pondering its immaculate hue. Luo Tianxin and Hiruaching exchanged glances, their previously simmering emotions dissipating into thin air, leaving them momentarily speechless. As Xiao Mushing scrolled through the browser history, he stumbled upon various intriguing search terms: handsome boys, dominant CEOs, innocent boys, European and American blonde heartthrobs, and athletic dark-skinned students. After a few more scrolls, he decided to close the phone, realizing he had ventured into territory best left unexplored. However, as the screen faced him, Luo Tianxin and Hiruaching remained oblivious to its contents, though they could likely infer some details. With a nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Mushing tucked his phone away, pretending the earlier incident had never occurred. "Please, continue, Uncle Luo and Aunt he encouraged. "She can hear you, and I will relay your words to her." Luo Tianxin opened his mouth to speak, urging, "Dear, you go ahead." Hiruaching contemplated for a moment before posing her question. "If the concept of reincarnation truly exists in this world, Yao, your prolonged presence is perhaps due to unfulfilled wishes. One desire is to see the murderer confess and face justice. Another is, dear mother, to have you destroy the books in my room and to inform the relatives aware of this matter that your previous statements were all false." Xiao Mushing recounted this in real time. "All right," Hiruaching responded gently. "Furthermore, during your time at school, do not overexert yourself. Refrain from always taking on the graduating class, and allow yourself more time to rest. The same goes for father. Yesterday, upon returning home, I noticed the medication in your room. You have labored tirelessly for most of your lives, so please, do not continue this way." Hiruaching replied softly. "I cannot fathom why I have become this way. If reincarnation truly exists, Perhaps once vengeance is fulfilled, I could be reborn. The subsequent words were filled with the parent's remorse and the child's consolation. The child's concern intertwined with the parent's reluctance. As a mere relayer of these sentiments, Xiao Muxing's thoughts inevitably drifted back to the past. Once, his parents cared for him in such a manner. When he was 10 years old, his mother succumbed to cancer. However, at that time, his father did not express much sorrow. Xiao Muxing believed his father did not love his mother. It was only after he turned 18 and received the admission letter from school that he returned home to find a suicide note and a bank card. In that moment, he understood why his father had shed no tears upon his mother's passing, because his father knew that one day they would be reunited. The reason for waiting 8 years is rooted in the final words of my mother before her passing, raise Mu Sheng to adulthood. Now, having fulfilled this promise, my father has departed, which serves as his last lesson to me. Prior to his suicide, my father meticulously arranged everything. The funeral required little effort on my part, as he had already secured the necessary arrangements. Thus, I found no sorrow in his departure, only well wishes. Should the concept of reincarnation hold any truth, I wish for our reunion in a future life. The night stretched long, and the two of us, one living, one specter, engaged in conversation until the clock struck 3 in the morning. This long overdue exchange, spanning 15 years, marked our farewell. I awoke at noon, drawing back the curtains, blinking to adjust to the sunlight, and gazed out the window, hoping to witness such splendid weather in the days to come. As I entered the living room, I discovered my parents already busy in the kitchen. Roaching poked her head out, saying, I didn't wake you because I saw you were sleeping. Observing my parents' diligent efforts, I couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Having parents is truly a blessing. After finishing our meal, I addressed them. You no longer need to wait for me to return at night. Luo Tianxian and Roaching set down their utensils, and after a moment of silence, Luo Tianxian finally spoke. Please be careful and try to return early. We will always keep your meal warm. Luo Tianxian had connections and was well aware of my family situation long before. Both of them were acutely aware of each other's impending actions, closely monitoring the other's live broadcasts and videos. They understood that investigating such a heinous crime was no simple task. They were bound to encounter unpredictable dangers. Luo Tianxian vaguely sensed some of Xiao Muxing's perilous intentions. He was uncertain whether the latter sought fame or was motivated by the 500,000 reward. For a recent university graduate to reach this level of cunning was enough to earn his respect. Chapter 12. The disappearance of Xiao Muxing. I have someone behind me. Xiao Muxing continued with his itinerary from the previous afternoon, venturing to a university he had yet to visit. However, before doing so, he posted a short video, a montage of his live stream from yesterday, accompanied by a caption. Tonight, I will return to the alley where the incident occurred yesterday afternoon to search for clues. Since the crime took place at night, exploring the area once more may reveal something different. Perhaps I can uncover the route the murderer took with the victim to the old water plant, or the path they traveled on their way there. The middle-aged man set aside his phone and stowed an instrument into his backpack. The elderly gentleman rummaged beneath the bed and retrieved a small wooden box, inside which lay an object wrapped in cloth, vaguely discernible as a triangle. He refrained from unveiling the cloth, cradling it as if it were a treasured possession, tucking it into his bosom. Don't rush. First, check if there are any police nearby. Once we ascertain the coast is clear, we will proceed. They were all too familiar with that route. As long as no officers were watching, they were confident they could discreetly whisk the lad away. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Then, he placed a long, cloth-wrapped object into his bag. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, Xiao Muxing found himself in a familiar alley, a lollipop held between his teeth. Sweets, to some extent, can alleviate anxiety. Although Xiao Muxing possessed a certain level of confidence in his combat abilities, he had never taken a life before. The adversaries he was to confront were not only killers, but were also 2 in number. There was a possibility that they could strike tonight, or perhaps the night after, or the one following that. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a slight tremor coursed through his body, not quite fear, but something indescribable. He then followed the route that Luo Yao had instructed him to take, pulling out a map and feigning a reconnaissance effort. In that moment, he truly resembled a detective. The twilight gradually vanished, and darkness began to envelop the entire city. 2 figures commenced their movements, the knights serving as their most formidable cloak. Having lived in this city for many years, they meticulously memorized the surveillance cameras and gathering spots that ordinary citizens would overlook, all to satiate their thirst for blood. Xiao Muxing traversed various streets, marking his path on the map with a marker. Suddenly, he halted, for a hunched figure donning a hood had appeared before him. Meanwhile, from the shadows behind him emerged another figure, clutching a watermelon knife. All of these details had been forewarned to him by Luo Yao. Xiao Muxing quietly reached into his pocket, where a collapsible baton lay concealed. If he were to confront 2 individuals, one of whom was elderly, his chances of success would be significantly elevated. Moreover, there was no need for him to engage in a desperate struggle. Merely stalling for time would suffice. This ordeal needed to come to an end. Just as he prepared to act, he caught sight of a dark gun barrel aimed at him. Meanwhile, at the police station, an officer sat before his computer, rubbing his neck. Recently, his duties had been rather monotonous, merely monitoring a tracking signal. After a full day of vigilance, nothing unusual had transpired. Suddenly, the signal on the map vanished. The officer's fatigue lifted somewhat as he returned his hands to the keyboard to investigate. Poor signal? No, there was no network outage. The signal was strong, and the system showed no other faults. The tracking signal had simply disappeared. Officer Long. The mobile tracking signal for Xiao Mushing has vanished, came the urgent call. Quickly dispatch the nearest colleague to the last known location of the signal. I'll be there shortly. Officer Long's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece. Finally, the moment had arrived. After 15 long years, this opportunity had come. The street where the signal had last disappeared was now in sight. Officer Long inquired with great urgency, "What is the situation?" The officer who had arrived first shook his head. "There are no traces of blood or signs of a struggle. Expand the search radius immediately. Paying particular attention to abandoned construction sites and dumps. Retrieve the surveillance footage." Officer Long pondered for a moment before adding, "Bring in the police dog." Simultaneously, "It is imperative for our searching colleagues to exercise utmost caution. We are contending with ruthless criminals, and the protection of the public and our own safety must be our primary concern. If necessary, we may resort to the use of firearms." In a desolate construction site, Xiao Mushing found himself bound to a pillar. An unpleasant odor permeated the air, emanating from a nearby landfill. Xiao Mushing never anticipated that his own recklessness would lead to this predicament. Before him loomed a hunchbacked figure, clad in a hood and gloves. A remorseless murderer meticulously cleaning an oddly fashioned handgun. Where did you acquire that weapon? One's instinctive reaction upon encountering a firearm is often disbelief, assuming it to be a mere toy. However, when faced with such a contraption, assembled from various parts with no discernible model, everyone would refrain from impulsive actions. For such items in Longhua are likely to be genuine. This is a product of scavenging, pieced together from scraps. My fear is that one day the police may come looking for it. Perhaps I could manage to take a couple along with me. I never imagined it would be used against you. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man was rummaging through Xiao Mushing's phone, having just unlocked it using his fingerprint. The reason they had not immediately eliminated each other was their intent to obliterate any evidence in the other's possession. Unbeknownst to them, the other party had already made significant progress in their investigation, and they were oblivious to the possibility that, should they dispose of one another, the evidence prepared by the other might find its way to the police through some unforeseen channel. Ultimately, while they believed they had orchestrated a favorable outcome, they were at risk of being apprehended. Upon inspection, a plethora of information regarding affluent patrons emerged, revealing a myriad of peculiar browsing histories involving diverse relationships. This led him to conclude that this young detective's private life was rather chaotic. Subsequently, no other discoveries were made. The other party raised their head and inquired, "Where have you concealed the evidence you found?" The middle-aged man, setting down his backpack, unzipped it to reveal a device. "Do not entertain thoughts of delaying. From the moment I approached you, your mobile phone's location signal has been suppressed, rendering it impossible for the police to trace this place. We possess ample time to engage with you at our leisure. Should you choose to speak truthfully, a swift end can be granted." With a sardonic smile, Xiao Mushing remarked, "Given your abilities, if you were inclined to commit murder, you ought to seek employment as mercenaries abroad. Your skills are rather impressive." Having witnessed numerous detective narratives, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. Fortunately, these two individuals likely would not resort to killing him immediately, affording him a sliver of hope. Although the rope binding him was indeed troublesome, "We merely wish to act as wolves among the sheep, not to venture into the den of wolves and seek demise." The hunched elder candidly articulated his thoughts, then shifted his discourse. "Truthfully, you are quite astute. Every deduction you make is correct. Each time I watch your live broadcasts unraveling cases, I ponder whether you were observing us during our initial actions. Thank you. My teacher has also remarked upon my intelligence, although he noted that my focus is not directed towards my studies." With an air of arrogance, Xiao Mushing replied. At that very moment, a middle-aged man struck him in the abdomen, and Xiao Mushing's phone was carelessly placed beside a signal jammer. "You seem rather proud," the man remarked, as Xiao Mushing winced in pain and lowered his head. Meanwhile, two invisible phantoms, unseen by the two murderers, approached the phone, silencing all sounds before dialing an emergency number. After landing the punch, the middle-aged man inquired, "Tell me, how did you uncover these details, and where have you concealed the evidence?" They had executed their plan flawlessly. How could the other party have discovered it? He was determined to extract this information from Xiao Mushing. Observing the urgency in the man's demeanor, Xiao Mushing realized that their previous investigative methods had indeed instilled fear in them. In light of this, he decided to intensify his approach. Raising his head, he spoke with a profound sincerity, If I were to tell you that none of this information was obtained by me, would you believe it? The middle-aged man, interpreting this as a jest, prepared to strike again. However, the elder behind him suddenly interjected. Wait, do you mean to say that you have someone backing you? The elder swiftly grasped the implication of Xiao Muxing's words, his gaze fixed on the young man, detecting no deceit. What do you think? I traveled thousands of miles to solve a case in Jinyang simply out of boredom? Someone informed me of everything and instructed me to comply with their directives. They promised a reward of 500,000 upon the resolution of this matter. Otherwise, I would not have come. Upon hearing this, both men were taken aback. There was indeed someone behind him, and Xiao Muxing had merely cast out a bait. The middle-aged man immediately retorted, however, I found no such messages on your phone. You certainly could not, came the reply, for she did not convey these matters to me via electronic communication. According to her, you should not have acted so swiftly. I was meant to live stream once more at midnight tonight. To my surprise, before I could even begin the broadcast, you appeared with firearms, dragging me to this foul and dilapidated construction site. At this point, Xiao Muxing displayed an expression of disdain. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and the elder exchanged glances, both detecting the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 13. The escape from the half-built building. The two men glanced again at Xiao Muxing before stepping aside to converse in hushed tones. The middle-aged man spoke first. Father, how much of what this kid says do you believe to be true or false? He may indeed have someone backing him. Yet he is certainly not as inept as he claims. Remember, when we located him, he was still sketching a map. As he spoke, the elderly man produced the map drawn by Xiao Muxing from his pocket. Although incomplete, the initial segment bore a striking resemblance to the route they had taken during their criminal activities 15 years prior. However, if he truly has someone behind him, our current predicament could become quite troublesome. We might already be ensnared in a trap. Should we consider eliminating him now? The middle-aged man concluded with a gesture across his throat. The elder pondered for a moment. It is imperative that we ascertain the identity of the mastermind behind this, for that individual may very well be lurking amongst us. We cannot afford to leave such a significant threat unaddressed. Initially, they operated from the shadows. But the tables have turned. Now, there exists another entity watching them from the depths of darkness. How could this instill any sense of security in them? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Indeed, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner for the time being. When the two of them glanced back, they were met only with an empty column and the rope beneath it. Their attention then swiftly shifted to the staircase, where they spotted a young man, light on his feet, descending halfway, who waved at them. Hey! Upon greeting them, Xiao Muxing immediately dashed down the stairs. Witnessing this scene caused their hearts to nearly cease, prompting them to give chase without delay. The middle-aged man, while running, also grabbed his bag. For the other party had taken their phone, and he needed to ensure it remained within the range of the signal jammer. Thus began a frantic pursuit through the dilapidated and abandoned building. Stop! Don't run. If you do, I will shoot. Luo Yao was closely trailing Xiao Muxing. How did you manage to untie the rope? Earlier, she had been manipulating her phone when a sudden hand startled her, causing her to hastily end the call and prepare to delete the call log. To her astonishment, it was Xiao Muxing who held the phone, having untied himself at some point unbeknownst to her. My father had a habit of hanging me up for punishment when I was a child, so I learned to untie that particular knot before I turned 10. In his youth, Xiao Muxing was rather mischievous, often subjected to being suspended by his father for a whole day. A restless spirit by nature, he devised a method to untie himself from the rope. Each time his father bound him, he would manage to free himself, resulting in a repetitive cycle where his father enhanced his binding techniques, while he refined his skills in untying. It could be said that there are now few restraints capable of holding him. For a time, he deemed this skill to be of little value, especially in a society where such abilities seemed inconsequential. Little did he expect to utilize it today. Upon returning home, he vowed to light an incense stick in honor of his father. As he pondered, he leapt and twirled about the abandoned construction site, which lacked fencing. This allowed him to deftly jump between the two stairwells. Meanwhile, behind him, two relentless assailants pursued him. The elderly man, armed with a gun, aimed several times but never found the opportunity to fire, as Xiao Muxing's movements were too elusive. After traversing 4 floors, he finally reached the first floor. Just as he was about to burst out, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhou Haiyong. It was unclear how she had managed to find him, but there was no time for conversation or sentimentality. Xiao Muxing shouted, "Run!" Zhou Haiyong, perplexed, realized that together they might not be able to subdue the two killers. Before she could finish her thought, a gunshot rang out, a bullet striking the nearby metal, sending sparks flying. Without hesitation, Zhou Haiyong turned and fled, not pausing for confusion or bravado. As she ran, she exclaimed, "How could they have guns?" It was evident that she had not anticipated the presence of a firearm in the hands of a murderer. The previous 7 victims had suffered primarily from blunt force and knife wounds, coupled with the stringent gun control laws in Long Country. Under ordinary circumstances, one would not assume that the adversary would possess such a weapon. They had crafted their own fate. Xiao Mushing responded almost with a roar, asserting that had it not been for the weapon in the assailant's possession, he would have already subdued the opponent. The two fled from the corridor and hurried towards a nearby abandoned building, where numerous pillars provided ample concealment, devoid of illumination. Once inside, they concealed themselves behind a column. Zhou Haihong's chest heaved as she contemplated reaching for her phone to make a call, only to be restrained by Xiao Muxing's firm grip. The two murderers had entered. The darkness enveloped them, and illuminating the phone would undoubtedly reveal their position. Such light would be too conspicuous in the night. At that moment, Zhou Haihong felt a surge of frustration. With her combat skills and Xiao Muxing's relatively robust physique, they should, in principle, be capable of overpowering the two assailants. Yet, presently, the principle lay firmly in the hands of their foes. Xiao Muxing leaned closer to Zhou Haihong, whispering a few words in her ear. Upon hearing his words, she gazed at him in astonishment, lowering her voice to convey her intent. You plan to confront the one with the gun. Xiao Muxing nodded, reflecting that had he known about the firearm from the outset, he would not have surrendered so readily when it was aimed at his forehead. Now, the greatest threat posed by the two men was, without a doubt, that very gun. Xiao Muxing was reluctant to make this choice. Yet the issue lay in the meticulous nature of the two murderers. It was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. Moreover, with the adversaries armed, a single bullet from their magazine could incapacitate them completely, leaving only 2 lifeless bodies by the time the police arrived. Rather than allow the enemy to play cat and mouse, it would be wiser to take the initiative. In the darkness, his vision surpassed that of the two men. Luo Yao's sight in the night was not hindered as a human's would be. Although it appeared slightly dim, she could perceive everything around her. Zhou Haihong gritted her teeth. After years of working as a bounty hunter, feeling such anxiety was a rarity. She was determined to act. She had never dealt with someone wielding a firearm before. Today was indeed a first. However, her current task was not to confront the armed assailant, but rather to face the burly man wielding a knife. Of course, should Xiao Muxing falter, she would indeed have to contend with the gunman, though by then it was more likely she would be reporting to the underworld. Chapter 14. The gift. The elderly gentleman and the middle-aged man entered the dark, dilapidated building. Each wielded a flashlight, and after exchanging a glance, they decided to split up. At that moment, the middle-aged man unveiled a long object wrapped in cloth from his bag. As the fabric fell away, a gleaming watermelon knife was revealed. The old man clutched a makeshift pistol, and the two men cautiously advanced in their separate directions. In that instant, both felt a surge of exhilaration, aware that if one managed to escape, the other would likely meet a grim fate. However, the thrill of capturing mice and the exhilaration of controlling the lives of others had long eluded him. This sense of superiority, this manipulation of existence from a position of dominance, had been absent for a full 15 years. Although the old man was advanced in age, he remained entirely unperturbed. For in his grasp was an equality device for carbon-based life forms. Whether faced with a master of combat or a bodybuilder, it would be but a mere matter of a single shot. Thus, even if his opponent were a youthful individual, to him, they were merely prey awaiting their fate. He even found himself leisurely whistling, instilling a psychological pressure upon his quarry. Each note deepened the fear of those who had nearby, and should he cease, their hearts would skip a beat. 15 years prior, he had delighted in this very tactic, toying with numerous young maidens. He vividly recalled the moment his whistle halted, the surprise and despair that washed over the girls as he materialized before them. Alas, at that time, he lacked the means to create a firearm, merely indulging in the sport of fright. Now, however, he relished the prospect of intimidating a more robust and youthful adversary. Anticipation surged within him as he envisioned the terror written across his opponent's face upon their encounter. As he searched, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer of light from within the shadows beside a concrete pillar. The old man extended his hand to shield the beam of his flashlight, continuing to whistle as he advanced a few steps further. Then, he ceased his whistling and stealthily approached the source of the light. As he drew nearer, he could discern faint sounds emanating from that direction. We have now pinpointed your location and will be arriving shortly. If you are unable to respond at this moment, do not panic, prioritize your safety. Upon hearing these words over the phone, the old man revealed a sinister grin. Suddenly, he turned sharply, activating his flashlight. To his dismay, he found nothing but emptiness before the pillar, with only a phone lying on the ground. A wave of shock washed over him as he spun around, discovering that the space behind him was equally barren. They have fled. Just as confusion settled in, a foot emerged from the shadows, swiftly kicking the gun from his grasp into the air. Another kick landed heavily on the old man's back, propelling him like a discarded toy against the concrete pillar. The commotion alerted the middle-aged man, who sensed trouble due to the absence of gunfire. Just as he prepared to rush over, a long leg shot out from the darkness. He narrowly evaded, armed only with a watermelon knife, heightening his vigilance. After dodging, he retaliated with a swift strike, producing a shower of sparks. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the scene, temporarily blinding Zhou Haihong. The middle-aged man seized the opportunity to kick her down and dashed toward the source of the sound. The gun remained with the old man. Should anything happen to him, our most formidable weapon would fall into enemy hands. As for the previous moment when he hesitated to strike with the knife, the uncertainty of the darkness posed a risk. A miscalculated swing could very well entangle him in a bone trap, resulting in the loss of his weapon. Now, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and a scuffle ensued nearby. It was unlikely the adversaries would acquire a firearm in such a short span. He could still reach there in time, needing less than 10 seconds. In the blackness, under Luo Yao's direction, Xiao Mushing felt his way to the gun. Having played with numerous toy firearms, this was his first encounter with a genuine weapon. The weight of the metal conveyed a palpable sensation to his hands, still warm from a previous embrace. At that moment, Luo Yao, vigilant behind him, suddenly shouted, "Beware!" Instinctively, Xiao Mushing seized the nearest weapon, aiming as he would with a childhood toy, and pulled the trigger. A flash erupted in the night. The bullet, like a shot from Luo Yao, pierced the throat of the middle-aged man, blood spraying forth. The man clutched his throat desperately, his eyes filled with resentment. No one could perceive this scene more clearly than Luo Yao, whose long-held grievances found a moment of release. Concurrently, outside the derelict building, sirens blared. Armed officers rushed into the structure. Zhou Haihong also relinquished her iron rod. Realizing the opportunity had slipped away, perhaps it had once existed, but her own strength fell short, the killer proving more formidable than she had anticipated. Xiao Mushing placed the gun on the ground, illuminated by the officer's searchlights. Once more, he glimpsed the ethereal figure of Luo Yao, albeit more insubstantial than before. "I must depart," she uttered lightly. Xiao Mushing had anticipated this throughout the previous night. He had dutifully fulfilled his role as a messenger, never faltering or pausing. It was only when the elderly couple decided to conclude that he finally did as well. And what of the other? Will he not consider his own fate before departing? I too wish to, yet I already foresee the outcome in my heart. He cannot escape it. This implies that she is aware of the fate that awaits the sole remaining individual, and at this moment, her thoughts are clear, devoid of any lingering attachments. Even if there were sentiments to convey to her parents, she had already expressed them all in a single outpouring the previous night. Xiao Mushing scratched his head. To be honest, I was rather looking forward to it. I thought you would always be by my side. You may harbor such speculation in your heart, yet I assure you it does not exceed 50%. Xiao Mushing refrained from responding to this statement. For it is indeed a fact, there exists such a conjecture, but the likelihood is decidedly low. 50% would be considered a doubling. He simply pondered aloud. What if I were to loudly proclaim the things you cherish? Luo Yao's countenance darkened as she drew near, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. Then I shall unveil your browser history, ensuring you find it equally impossible to thrive in this society. Xiao Mushing chuckled and shrugged. Do you truly believe I am that sort of person? Are you not? She retorted, with a hint of insistence, albeit slight. At that moment, Luo Yao's nearly translucent form began to dissolve into particles of light. I have no time to argue with you, though I am not particularly inclined to do so. You have not contributed significantly, yet your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Allow me to present you with a small token of appreciation. At this moment, Luo Yao stood proudly like a princess. Just as she was about to completely fade away, a particle of light flew into Xiao Mushing's hand, merging into his palm before vanishing alongside her. Xiao Mushing felt a pang of loss. Although their time together was brief, it was exceptionally vivid. Standing nearby were 2 police officers. Has he succumbed to his illness? Most likely. Let's not move him just yet. We should wait until he stabilizes before taking him away. What a remarkable person, having endured such tremendous stress. Fortunately, thanks to him, the 15-year-old unresolved case finally reached a conclusion. However, it remains uncertain whether his affliction can be cured. Chapter 15. A new roommate. Half a month later, Xiao Mushing boarded a fast train back to Shanqing, clutching a banner and a cold million in his bank account. The reward of 500,000 was designated for an individual. And after deducing that the suspects could potentially be 2 persons, the reward had been adjusted accordingly. As for the 2 murderers, the elderly gentleman was named Zhou Dong, while the middle-aged man was Zhou Jian. Their motive for killing was straightforward. They sought to savor the exhilarating feeling of wielding life and death. The middle-aged man had perished, and Xiao Mushing's actions were deemed justifiable self-defense, as the assailant had already lunged at him with a knife. Regarding the elderly gentleman, the officers later led a search of their residence for evidence. They discovered a small room where the elderly man had manufactured firearms, along with incriminating evidence from the murders committed 15 years prior. They had documented the heinous acts inflicted upon those girls, preserving the memories for frequent viewing over the years. which ultimately constituted irrefutable proof. Kidnapping, armed assault, coupled with a bloodbath from 15 years ago, a multitude of crimes warranting the death penalty as a starting point. Even divine intervention would be futile in saving him. Within the precinct, as an officer sorted through the records, he stumbled upon a peculiar statement from the initial interrogation. It indicated that when Xiao Mushing made the first emergency call, he was bound, and his phone was in Zhou Jian's possession. This raised a perplexing question. Who, then, had placed the emergency call at that moment? However, he did not dwell on it for long, as the tense circumstances, combined with Zhou Dong's advancing age, suggested he might simply have misremembered the timeline. Just as Xiao Mushing emerged from the elevator, he encountered a furtive yet striking figure lurking at the entrance of room 404, his landlord, the alluring young woman. She held a key, hesitating to unlock the door, instead pressing her ear against it to listen to the sounds within. What are you doing? The sudden question startled her, causing her to jump. Turning around, she realized it was Xiao Mushing who had returned. The great detective is back. Congratulations. News of Xiao Mushing's ordeal had circulated widely, and she had seen it, along with his social media posts indicating his return that day. Thus, she had come to assess the situation. Thank you. Indeed, surviving such an ordeal deserves celebration. As Xiao Mushing approached the door, he inquired, Did you come here for something specific today? Not really. I merely wished to ask if you were settling in well. In truth, she merely wished to ascertain whether the place was still haunted. After all, her companion had not expressed any intention of vacating the premises, and she had managed to engage in a battle of wits with a murderer in Jinnong City. Moreover, she had grown accustomed to her surroundings, and her roommate was quite amiable. The landlady, a strikingly elegant woman, opened the door. The afternoon sky was overcast, casting a dim light into the room. In a moment of impulsive curiosity, Xiao Mushing called out, Could you please turn on a light? The landlady swallowed hard, her expression turning serious as she gazed at him. A faint click echoed in the stillness, reverberating loudly in the quiet chamber. The landlady's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, the room illuminated, yet to her, it appeared eerily sinister, as if a hand might reach out at any moment to pull her in. She had little inclination to observe the situation further. She was acutely aware that this house lacked voice-activated lighting. Resolutely, she prepared to flee, only to be seized firmly by a hand, causing her to collapse to the ground. No, I'm still young. I spend my days lounging and collecting rent. I have yet to fully enjoy my life of luxury with male models. I do not wish to meet an untimely end. Xiao Mushing, taken aback, had known of the landlady's joyful existence, but he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. It's me. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the landlady, sitting on the floor, looked up, her tone laced with sorrow. Is there something you need? You came all this way. Do you wish to come in and sit for a while? I cannot. My grandmother is celebrating her full moon feast. I must return to partake in the festivities. Let us discuss matters another time. While speaking, he brushed aside Xiao Mushing's hand and, much like the first time, fled as if his life depended on it. From the doorway, Xiao Mushing caught sight of a figure in the living room, not the familiar silhouette clad in a school uniform, but rather a middle-aged man dressed in a black windbreaker. Initially, Xiao Mushing intended to inquire with the landlord about the possibility of purchasing the house, yet upon observing the man's demeanor, he decided against it. Opting to wait for a more opportune moment to ask, he entered, closed the door, and tossed his bag into a corner of the sofa, then reclined on the couch, scrutinizing the man standing in the living room. The man, in turn, was assessing Xiao Mushing as well. You can see me, the man stated. Otherwise, am I supposed to be gazing at thin air? The man chuckled in response. That's not what I meant. I meant that you're not afraid to see me. You're not the first. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the man's eyes. So, you are a ghost? No. I'm just an ordinary university graduate who hasn't yet found a job, but has a cold million lying in my bank account. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before processing this information. Boasting about wealth in front of a ghost. How utterly unheard of. Couldn't you choose someone else? Like that girl who was on the verge of tears at the door? She is wealthier than I am. Flaunting my riches in front of her would only lead to my demoralization. Then why not consult your friends? That won't he do, after bragging. They might come asking to borrow money. The middle-aged man responded. That makes sense. Once Xiao Mushing's need for boasting was satiated, he smiled and inquired. What is your name? Is there anything I can assist you with? Xiao Mushing has now resolved to abandon the drudgery of labor, which yields only meager earnings. Unlike the current pursuit of becoming a bounty hunter, or even before joining the forum, one can earn a staggering million in the first month, far more appealing than toiling like a beast of burden. My name is Hanli, and I wish for you to retrieve my body from Chiga Mountain. As Xiao Mushing contemplated the future, he suddenly sat upright on the sofa upon hearing the other party's request. Are you referring to the Chiga Mountain in Yin province? The one rumored to be haunted by female spirits, inhabited by wild men, and home to monstrous serpents and man-eating plants? Hanli patiently elaborated, Yes, indeed. It is the Chiga Mountain in Yun Province, but your subsequent descriptions are overly exaggerated. That place is not nearly as terrifying, nor does it contain the things you mentioned. The terrain is merely complex, and your assertions are mere fabrications born from the imaginations and speculations of others. The true Chiga Mountain is quite beautiful, mysterious, and vibrant. Could you elucidate your situation to me? Hanley found himself momentarily speechless, as his current state seemed to serve as the most compelling evidence. Chapter 16. Bounty Hunter Level Verification. Seeing that the other party was momentarily at a loss for words, Xiao Mushing chose not to press further, opting to wait until the other party came to terms with it on their own. After lying down for a while longer, he retrieved his laptop from his bag. He then logged into a chat application and clicked on a link that Zhou Haihong had sent him a fortnight ago. The link redirected him to the browser interface, which displayed LV5 Bounty Hunter Red Moon invites user 725 for 321 to join the Bounty Hunter Forum. Please change your username. Xiao Mushing pondered for a moment and typed on the keyboard. Ultimate Tyrannosaurus. This username already exists. Dark Tyrannosaurus. This username already exists. Xiao Mushing. Incha. Successfully established a new username. Please complete your personal information to determine your Bounty Hunter level. Xiao Mushing began to fill out the personal information form. Name, age, gender, education, professional skills, and historical achievements. As he continued scrolling down, he encountered a line for medical history. After some thought, he decided to upload a screenshot of his diagnosis certificate and attached a message. In the official assessment department for bounty hunters, a level reviewer was perusing the newly uploaded assessment materials for the day. Private undergraduate, management major, of no use. Island language level 4 certificate, no English certificate. Implying a lack of proficiency in English, rendering it even less valuable. This would not even qualify for level 1. Orphaned, with no lingering concerns. There is a glimmer of potential. Let us see if there are any historical achievements. Cracked a 15-year-old cold case, confronted 2 murderers, 1 armed, and performed a counterattack in a 2-on-1 scenario. Oh, so it's this individual. This could directly elevate him to level 4. However, advancing to level 5 might be somewhat challenging, considering the historical record consists of only 1 instance, making it rather monotonous. Never mind. It's been over a year since a bounty hunter has directly advanced to level 4 under my supervision. I shall be content with having a level 4. The auditor continued to scroll through the documents and came across a section containing medical records, a psychiatric diagnosis certificate. Without hesitation, the auditor marked the evaluation level as LV5 and clicked send, submitting it to the superior review team for their judgment. Orphaned, and with a remarkable history of achievements, yet classified as a mental patient, he was naturally suited for the role of a bounty hunter, with potential advantages stacked in his favor. However, attaining LV5 was a significant threshold. In addition to the preliminary assessment conducted here, it required further evaluation by the superior review team, followed by a final confirmation from headquarters. At this level, the privileges granted to bounty hunters became considerably more expansive, and over 80 of the missions available at this level posed life-threatening risks. Without adequate strength, one could genuinely meet their demise. Thus, the scrutiny at this level was particularly stringent. Now, tell me, how did you meet your end? Xiao Mushing inquired as he ordered takeout, eating while questioning. He sensed that if he did not ask soon, the other party might, even in a ghostly state, manage to pluck his hair from its roots. Upon hearing this, Hanley cast aside the turbulent thoughts in his mind, released his grip on his head, and rose from the ground, beginning to gather his recollections. My 2 colleagues and I entered Chiga Mountain to conduct a topographical survey when suddenly the weather took a turn for the worse, and a thunderstorm broke out. Our temporary base was situated near a river, and we deduced that the rising water levels indicated an impending flood upstream, necessitating our swift departure. However, due to the slippery, rain-soaked roads, we were forced to change our route multiple times. We found ourselves lost in the forest, and as nightfall approached, we had no choice but to set up a makeshift camp. Later that evening, I heard some noises and ventured out to investigate. Ultimately, with a thunderous crack, I misstepped and fell into a sinkhole. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing continued to inquire, "Can you lead us to your body?" "Certainly," Hanley replied with unwavering confidence. Had it not been for the inherently complex terrain of Chiga Mountain, coupled with the extreme weather conditions, he and his 2 colleagues would not have strayed. Now, retracing their steps a second time, he was certain he could find his way. Moreover, he possessed an uncanny intuition regarding the location of his own remains. Given the current willingness of the other party to inquire, it was evident they were inclined to assist. Thus, his tone conveyed no hint of hesitation. After Xiao Mushing's questions, he felt a sense of assurance. He planned to await the level assessment before checking the Bounty Hunter Forum for any relevant tasks. After his experience with Luo Yao, he surmised that assisting these spirits in fulfilling their wishes and guiding them onward would yield some form of reward. For instance, the gift Luo Yao had bestowed upon him, 6 languages, including English, which he had never mastered. It was only when he chanced upon an English sentence that he realized he could read and comprehend it, leading to a sudden epiphany. After all, despite his previous diligence, he had never achieved an English proficiency that could surpass the score derived from a mere footstep on an answer sheet. Thus, only one possibility remained: the gift that Luo Yao had mentioned before her departure. This gift had seamlessly integrated into his very being, to the extent that he had not immediately recognized its significance. Thus, even in the absence of a monetary reward, he resolved to extend his assistance. For this gift was beyond the reach of mere currency. He waited until midnight, yet the final review results had not been communicated. Consequently, Xiao Mushing had no choice but to relay certain precautions to Han Li. No unnecessary fiddling with the light switches during the night, no clandestine peeking at his browser history, and certainly no abrupt intrusions while he attended to nature's call. Beyond these stipulations, Han Li was free to engage in any activities he desired, be it watching television or surfing the web, as long as he did not disturb Xiao Mushing's rest. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement. He did not press for urgency, nor inquire why Xiao Mushing did not hasten his actions. His demise had occurred some time ago. With his body remaining in the sinkhole, the mere willingness of the other party to assist was already a rarity. Whether sooner or later, his remains would eventually be retrieved. Conversely, an impatient insistence would only breed annoyance and dissuade him from helping. The following day at noon, Xiao Mushing indulged in a lengthy slumber before finally rising from his bed. Upon awakening, he received a text message on his phone. Greetings, Hunter. As of today at 11 a.m., your bounty hunter level has been confirmed at provisional level 5. Please complete a level 5 task within 1 year to finalize your rank. Xiao Mushing felt a sense of surprise upon reading this message. Initially, he had anticipated that his initial assessment level would be either level 2 or level 3. To his astonishment, he received a provisional level 5 designation. By merely completing one corresponding task, he would ascend to the same rank as Zhou Haihong. After a brief morning routine, he retrieved a piece of bread from his backpack and began to nibble on it. Seated on the sofa, he powered on his computer and logged into the Bounty Hunter forum, where he could now view the tasks available to him. The tasks were categorized into 5 levels based on their danger and complexity, with some tasks remaining beyond his reach, with the exception of a few special assignments. The majority of tasks offered greater rewards as the level increased. Xiao Mushing perused several intriguing tasks. Task posted: help me find my boyfriend who has run away from home. Reward of 20,000. This task appeared quite ordinary. However, the gender designation of the poster was male. Upon seeing this, Xiao Mushing perhaps began to comprehend why the man's boyfriend had chosen to leave home. Task posted: assist me in locating a fishing spot nearby that has fish weighing over 50 pounds. Reward of 3,000. Fishermen truly possess considerable wealth. After taking a few more bites of his bread, he casually browsed through several tasks before clicking into the search bar. He typed in the characters for Chiga Mountain. A task marked in red, designated level 5, promptly appeared. Chiga Mountain Search and Rescue. Locate 3 survey team members who went missing at Chiga Mountain 6 months ago. Reward of 400,000. Note: this is a team task. Current participants 3-4. Upon reading this, Xiao Mushing hastily clicked to select the task. Upon successfully joining the endeavor, Xiao Mushing exhaled a sigh of relief, nearly witnessing his money slip away before his eyes. Subsequently, he delved into the details of the tasks at hand. However, these particulars primarily delineated the perils of Chiga Mountain and outlined safety precautions, followed by some rather formal language introducing the team mission. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Mushing decided to reach out to Zhou Haihong, a seasoned veteran in this field, to inquire about the situation, particularly to grasp any nuances regarding this team mission, such as potential precautions that novices might overlook or customary regulations that ought to be adhered to. Chapter 17. Preparations before departure. At that moment, while browsing through a forum, Zhou Haihong received an unexpected message. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was from Xiao Mushing, inquiring if there were any precautions to heed for the team mission. Zhou Haihong's demeanor shifted abruptly, and she promptly replied, "You've taken on an outdoor task. Typically, missions within urban settings are solitary endeavors, requiring no collaboration. However, most outdoor missions necessitate teamwork. In the desolate wilderness, having a companion enhances one's resilience against risks. Should an unavoidable danger arise and one sustain injuries, the presence of another ensures that one is not left alone, awaiting fate." Xiao Mushing mused. Indeed, a veteran can discern so much from a mere phrase. "So what is the issue?" he inquired. "You possess outdoor survival experience. Does watching documentaries count as experience?" Zhou Haihong retorted, "Listening to a math teacher without practicing problems, do you think you would pass? Even with practice, I still don't pass." These are the heartfelt words of Xiao Mushing. Indeed, despite the effort put into the task, the outcome was far from satisfactory. However, Do not inquire about the methods employed. The fact remains that it was attempted. Zhou Haihong placed her hand against her forehead, feeling compelled to find a more competent psychiatrist for Xiao Mushing. Are you not afraid of peril by taking on such a task? She questioned. Isn't it a bit late to voice that concern? Although I may lack personal experience, I have made a new acquaintance who possesses extensive knowledge of wilderness survival and practical experience, having even faced death in the wild. He is, without a doubt, seasoned and reliable. After sending her message, Xiao Mushing's response lingered on the screen, indicating it was still being composed. Zhou Haihong felt an urge to reprimand him, but then recalled that he was a patient, and in his perception, this friend was indeed real. During her time at the police station to provide a statement, she had learned of Xiao Mushing's condition. While she had sensed some irregularities in his behavior, she had not anticipated a formal diagnosis. What task have you undertaken? She asked. The search and rescue at Chiga Mountain. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhou Haihong. She had encountered details of this mission before. However, she would never dare to accept it, for the risk associated with it far outweighed the meager reward offered. Additionally, the complexities of Chiga Mountain posed an excessive threat, even for someone of her experience. The hazardous wildlife, unpredictable weather, swampy miasma, and unique magnetic field structures rendered navigation nearly impossible in certain areas, where even a compass would prove futile. It was astonishing that he, so audaciously skilled, would accept such a perilous task so soon after his registration. However, upon further reflection, she considered that if this were the task at hand, it would be worthwhile for the other party to give it a try. After all, the other three individuals might not be entirely driven by the task itself. Hunters on the Bounty Hunter Forum have a peculiar habit, particularly those fond of outdoor missions. Whenever they plan to embark on an adventure to a specific location, they typically peruse the forum to see if there are any related tasks available. If so, they seize the opportunity to undertake them, assessing whether they can accomplish the mission. If they find it unfeasible, they simply abandon it, ensuring they do not venture too far into danger. In such perilous locales, the other three bounty hunters would undoubtedly refrain from delving too deeply. After all, they are acutely aware of the importance of money versus life. Having pondered these thoughts, Zhou Haihong suddenly became aware of another issue. She recalled that this task seemed to require a level 5 qualification to undertake, and the initial level assessment of the other party was the same as hers. Are you level 5? The message indicated it was provisional. Upon completing this task, it should be confirmed. Zhou Haihong had taken several years to achieve that level. She took a moment to calm the tumult within her heart before typing once more. You might consider giving it a try, but you must remain with the team. Do not act recklessly. Also, pay attention to your warmth and bring changeable clothing, as well as a gas mask. If possible, prepare some anti-venom as well. Moreover, it is crucial to maintain good relations with your teammates, but refrain from revealing too much about yourself. Some unscrupulous individuals may take advantage of that. Upon reading this response, Xiao Mushing felt reassured. It seemed that the task was not exceedingly perilous. As he mentioned his intention to undertake an outdoor mission, his counterpart strongly advised against it. However, upon hearing the name of the mission, he readily expressed his agreement. This suggests that the mission may not be particularly perilous. The online discussions depicting the dangers of Chiga Mountain might merely be exaggerated by netizens. Regarding the final remark, it seems that his counterpart may have encountered some less than friendly teammates in the past. With that in mind, preparations for equipment procurement commenced. Xiao Mushing was about to inquire about recommendations for gear from Zhou Haihong when he suddenly remembered Hanli, who was emerging from beneath the sofa. Do you have any suggestions for outdoor equipment? He asked. Upon this topic, Hanli became quite animated, as he was indeed an expert in this area. Spending his days outdoors, he was well acquainted with what was essential and what was not. He provided a comprehensive selection of high-quality items, protective clothing, waterproof gear, inflatable tents, multifunctional shovels, portable lighting devices, safety ropes, and more. After finalizing the selection, he handed it over to Xiao Mushing to place the order. As Xiao Mushing picked up his phone and prepared to click pay, he suddenly halted. The total was an astonishing 5-digit sum. What on earth had he purchased to warrant such an expenditure? Because you possess nothing, everything needs to be acquired. Furthermore, given the substantial temperature fluctuations at Chiga Mountain, there are numerous dangers, and many essential safety items must be prepared. I have selected the most cost-effective options for you, Hanli explained. Having thoroughly assessed the room upon entering, noting the absence of any outdoor equipment, even the most basic gear, such as a windbreaker and hiking boots, is lacking. It is hardly reasonable to simply don a pair of sports shoes, throw on a jacket, and venture into the jungle with a backpack. Even accessing a typical jungle can be quite challenging. Not to mention, this is the treacherous Crying Song Mountain, and even more so, an area that remains closed to the public. Xiao Mushing scratched his head and ultimately clicked to make a purchase. Although he possessed ample funds now, his previous habits of frugality had yet to be adjusted, and seeing thousands of dollars spent made him feel somewhat uneasy. He then logged into the Bounty Hunter forum, clicked on the avatars of his 3 teammates, and sent each a private message. Inside a 5-star hotel, a burly man with a prominent scar gracing his neck emerged from the shower, clad in a bathrobe. He picked up his phone and logged into the Bounty Hunter forum, discovering that the team mission he had previously joined was now active. There was also a private message waiting for him. Incha, bring a rope. A flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes. Was this a request for rock climbing? Who was this Incha? His voice was deep and gravelly. In outdoor missions, it is indeed prudent to prepare safety ropes, but it hardly requires a specific reminder, as none of them were novices. Furthermore, as a level 5 bounty hunter, he often frequented the forum but had never encountered this particular ID. Could it be a new recruit who recently ascended from level 4? The same perplexity echoed in the minds of the other 2 individuals. Chapter 18. The Silent Village Feast. An open-top tricycle, known as Old Sly, navigated the muddy road. Xiao Musheng, clad in his windbreaker, sat atop a bag of fertilizer, gripping the nearby railing tightly. Carrying a colossal backpack, he traveled by high-speed train from the mountainous city to the flower market in Yun province, then took a connecting vehicle to the town. There, he sought out an elderly gentleman who was transporting fertilizer and boarded the man's tricycle to arrive at the village of Muted Voice, the predetermined rendezvous point. It was from this very location that the 3 surveyors had initially ventured into the Weeping Song Mountain, and it was here that they too aimed to embark on their quest. After a bumpy journey, they finally reached the village. Upon disembarking, Xiao Musheng expressed his gratitude to the old man, who remarked, "You city youngsters are overly polite." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Musheng inhaled the fresh, natural aroma that enveloped the area. Han Li, standing beside him, commented, "How delightful is this scent." Each time he entered the forest, he relished this fragrance, which was part of the reason he chose to become a geological surveyor. However, his family had reservations, as this profession had been passed down from his grandfather's generation. Xiao Musheng remained silent, captivated by the scent, and proceeded forward, having caught a whiff of it while still on the vehicle. They arrived at a bustling scene where a makeshift shelter was erected on a stone-paved open space, adorned with colorful decorations. A large speaker blared music, while on the opposite side of the clearing, a stage was set, bedecked with vibrant flowers. A couple, clad in wedding attire, stood atop the platform, exchanging vows. Xiao Musheng found himself lost in contemplation as he stood there. Han Li, puzzled, followed Xiao Musheng's gaze towards the couple, his expression tinged with nostalgia. "I recall the day I wed my beloved wife, surrounded by dear friends and family, all seated below as we exchanged vows, adorned our wedding rings, and shared a tender kiss. If you find yourself envious, perhaps you might seek a girlfriend. Oh, where has she gone?" Upon concluding his statement, Han Li turned to discover her absence. After scanning the surroundings, he noticed Xiao Musheng had approached a small table where an elderly gentleman sat, a red book placed before him. It became apparent that Xiao Musheng was assisting the old man with his mobile phone. "Wang Fugue, please contribute 200. Han Li drew closer, overhearing this remark from Xiao Musheng. Once the elderly gentleman completed his entry in the guest book, he urged, "Hurry along, or you'll have to wait for the second round." Han Li, momentarily taken aback, hurried after Xiao Musheng, inquiring, "Do you know the bride and groom?" "I do not." Xiao Musheng replied in a hushed tone. "Then, are you from this village?" "Not at all." "Do you know anyone from the village?" "No." "Then why are you participating in the gifting?" Xiao Musheng answered with apparent logic, "To partake in the feast." Han Li stood in stunned silence. After Xiao Musheng's response, he began to survey several tables. One table was overrun with children, all in their growth phase, merely focused on consuming food, thus unsuitable. Another table was occupied by a group of middle-aged women, equally unfit, as they were seasoned in packing leftovers. He then glanced toward another table, where guests were dressed impeccably, adorned with decorative pins. Clearly having made a concerted effort in their appearance, it was evident that they were closely related to the couple, making that table a precarious choice as well. After careful selection, a table predominantly occupied by middle-aged men was chosen, their conversations scattered, indicating a lack of familiarity among them. At this table, as long as peanuts and similar snacks remained untouched, there would be no issues, and their presence would go unnoticed. Xiao Musheng, having arrived here after a long journey, was already famished, and the enticing aroma wafting through the air rendered his packed biscuits unappetizing. He pondered briefly on an appropriate monetary gesture. Once seated, Xiao Musheng began distributing red envelopes, candies, and cigarettes, with a significant portion of the beverages accumulating in front of him. As the others indulged solely in alcohol, the dishes soon began to arrive, leaving Xiao Musheng as the sole diner, fervently enjoying the meal, while the others engaged in drinking and boastful chatter. Han Li, standing outside the table, observed Xiao Musheng devouring his food with a wry smile, reflecting on the present generation. Simultaneously, 3 SUVs entered the village in succession, halting at the village committee's entrance. 2 men and a woman disembarked. The burly man with a scar on his neck introduced himself first, Greetings, my bounty hunter ID is Dead Man. The second man, clad in a camouflage jacket and sporting a scruffy beard with a slightly plump physique, added, my bounty hunter ID is Fat Fish. The woman, with a high ponytail and sun-kissed skin, exuding a hint of wildness, stated, my bounty hunter ID is Mirror Flower. Dead Man spoke with anticipation. It seems Insha has yet to arrive. Fat Fish glanced in a particular direction. Here he comes. The two individuals glanced in the direction he was looking and spotted a youth approaching, carrying 2 red bags. As Xiaomashing drew near, he placed the bags atop the vehicle's hood and opened one of the red sacks, distributing a can of beverage and a handful of candies to each person. He then unveiled the second bag, which contained several disposable bowls filled with an assortment of delicacies, neatly packaged in small white plastic bags. Among the offerings were braised pork knuckles, cold pig head meat, pig ears, roasted duck, and steamed pork. Fei Yu, somewhat astonished, inquired, there are no restaurants around here. Where did you procure these? Xiaomashing replied, there is a wedding banquet in the village, and I attended the feast. Jing Zhonghua, observing the spread, remarked, so you hail from the village. Xiaomashing clarified, I am not from this village. I only met the bride and groom today. Jing Zhonghua fell silent, while Fei Yu discreetly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, brother, you truly are unconcerned with trifles. Without hesitation, Fei Yu then took a pair of disposable chopsticks from the red bag and began to savor a piece of steamed pork. While journeying outdoors, it was improbable to prepare such fare. They were accustomed to portable rations, and anything edible before venturing into the mountains was considered a boon. Furthermore, this was a thoughtful gesture from a teammate, and it would be remiss to disregard such kindness. Dead Man, intrigued, asked, what did you mean when you privately messaged me to bring a rope? Upon hearing this, the other two cast inquiring glances, as they too had received that private message. It is merely my conjecture, for we are in search of 3 surveyors with profound expertise. I am certain that the 3 of you possess a certain understanding of the situation. The prolonged absence of these team members undoubtedly suggests they have encountered misfortune, perhaps even met with dire consequences. Hence, I speculate that the dangers they may have faced include an attack by wild beasts, exposure to extreme cold, or a fall from a precipice. I am particularly inclined towards the latter, which is why I mentioned it to you. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them furrowed their brows. The reasoning felt somewhat tenuous, akin to intuition rather than a solid deduction. Without dwelling on it further, one of them inquired, brother, what missions have you undertaken before? I don't recall seeing you on the Bounty Hunter Forum. This is my first assignment on the Bounty Hunter Forum. I have only just joined this line of work, a complete novice, Xiaomashing replied, revealing a shy smile. After taking a sip of his drink and adjusting the food in his mouth, one of them remarked, a level 5 novice, you might fool those inexperienced ones. But do you really think you can deceive us? We are already in the peak competition. Who would believe this is your first time playing this game? At that moment, another suddenly interjected, you mentioned this is your first task on the Bounty Hunter Forum. Have you done anything prior? The Jinyang City murder case. Just mentioning this case sent a jolt through the 3 of them, prompting them to reassess their teammate with renewed scrutiny. The news was somewhat familiar to the 3 individuals. 2 armed murderers had attempted to assassinate a streaming detective, only to be thwarted and countered by the detective himself. The inherent dangers and complexities of such a situation are more comprehensible to bounty hunters than to the average person. They must not only solve the case and identify the perpetrator, but also engage in a perilous struggle against armed assailants. The first challenge alone has confounded countless individuals over the past 15 years, let alone the intricacies of a counter-assault. Despite their formidable capabilities, previous dialogues indicate that this individual seems genuinely intent on locating the missing person. This is Chiga Mountain, encompassing over 10,000 square kilometers. Searching for someone here is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. They approach the task with a mindset of cautious optimism. Chapter 19. The bet, however. Confidence is a positive trait and not necessarily a detriment. Dead Man then spoke with a smile. Given your situation, it appears this is your inaugural outdoor mission. You may accompany us to gain experience. I have undertaken no fewer than 5 outdoor assignments myself, and if no one objects, I can take the lead. Of course, I am willing to step aside for someone with more experience. At that moment, Xiaomashing extended a hand. Can I be the leader? The 3 turned their gazes towards him. Dead Man, filled with doubt. Fat Fish interjected, brother, if you have a penchant for bravado, I can understand. But venturing into such wilderness can be perilous. I believe we should prioritize our safety and avoid any rash decisions. Mirror Flower coldly inquired, if you wish to lead the team, provide me with a compelling reason, and I shall lend you my support. Dead Man refrained from further comments, as the other 2 had already made their stance clear, sharing his skepticism. He found it hard to believe that someone so astute could lack such basic discernment. What if I claim I possess over a 90% certainty of locating the individual? Xiaomashing asserted confidently, raising a fully bent finger. The 3 listened to his assertion and leaned against the front of the car, exchanging glances rather than immediately questioning him. After 2.5 minutes, Deadman stepped forward to confront Xiao Mushing. We will not inquire about the source of your confidence, nor the basis of this probability. However, we cannot simply entrust our safety to you, considering your lack of experience in outdoor missions. Thus, we propose a wager. If you fail to locate the person, under conditions that do not violate ethics or law, you must assist us in executing a bounty task, and you shall be required to come, with each of us calling upon you once. Although Xiao Mushing lacked outdoor experience, the trio was well aware of his exceptional problem-solving abilities, which undoubtedly surpassed their own. Should they receive a high-stakes investigation task beyond their capabilities, Xiao Mushing would be their asset. Since this is a wager, what shall I gain from it? He inquired. You may propose your terms, provided we deem them equivalent. Deadman spoke, and the other two did not voice any objections, for they were equally pleased with this wager. Xiao Mushing tilted his head, glancing at the three rugged vehicles behind the trio, clad in black, gray, and military green. I require your vehicles, Deadman asserted, extending his palm. The other two mirrored his gesture, eager to partake in what appeared to be a lucrative opportunity. Without hesitation, Xiao Mushing completed a triple clap. Observing from the sidelines, Han Li shielded his eyes, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the confident expressions of the three. With him involved, their defeat was certain, for he was akin to a cheat code in this game. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, slightly flushed, ambled over. Fuguer, what brings you here? And who are these three? This was Elder Zhang, the very individual who had assisted in packaging their earlier meal. Elder Zhang, my friends intend to accompany me on an expedition into the mountains. They will leave their vehicles parked at the village committee's yard for a few days. Could you kindly inform the committee on our behalf? I am part of the village committee. You may park without concern. However, be warned, the mountains are perilous. They harbor bears and wild boars, and there are teeth floating ominously in the air. Gulp. Quite terrifying indeed. Elder Zhang, inebriated, let out a belch. Fear not. My friends possess considerable skills. Those beasts and other supernatural entities pose no threat to us. Very well, just exercise caution. I shall return to rest for a while. You may leave your vehicles here. At this juncture, Fat Fish voiced a query. You are not unfamiliar with the inhabitants of this village. You have dined together at the same table and are well acquainted. After the three parked their vehicle, they followed closely behind Xiao Mushing as they ventured into the mountains, with Xiao Mushing trailing behind Han Li. As they traversed a stretch of the path, the one following Xiao Mushing, known as the Dead Man, sensed something amiss. The ease and proficiency with which he forged the path and made choices regarding their route suggested he was far from a novice in outdoor navigation. Brother, how is it that you navigate with such expertise? He inquired. I hail from a rural background, Xiao Mushing replied while clearing the way. In my youth, I often ventured into the mountains to gather firewood. To find the best kind, I sometimes had to tread into more desolate areas. Suddenly, Xiao Mushing halted. For Han Li had returned from ahead. We shall take another route, he declared, redirecting their course. At the rear of the group, the one known as Fat Fish felt a twinge of curiosity and decided to venture a few steps along the previous path, peering ahead. His expression froze in shock, and he promptly retreated to rejoin the group. Meanwhile, the second-to-last member, Mirror Flower, inquired, What did you see? You look rather pale. There is a snake den ahead, and it is teeming with venomous creatures, Fat Fish replied. Just moments ago, as he leaned forward, he had glimpsed a mass of elongated forms, entwined with one another, with the occasional sharp-headed serpent visible among them. Those afflicted with a phobia of crowded spaces might well faint at the sight. What alarmed Fat Fish most was the realization that a snake had slithered right beneath his feet, signifying that had he taken even a single step further, he might have unwittingly trodden upon it. Although his trousers offered a certain degree of protection, it was merely a limited safeguard. The fangs of a snake are so sharp that they cannot be entirely thwarted. Should a venomous fang pierce the skin and inject its toxin into the body, it could indeed prove fatal in such desolate wilds. Hearing this, a pair of beautiful eyes glanced at the figure of Xiao Mushing, who was leading the group. Could it be that their vehicle was not secure? She then slightly shook her head, dismissing such a notion. After all, this was just the beginning. Discovering a snake den in advance was hardly remarkable. If one possessed knowledge or expertise in this area, they could easily detect subtle signs from several meters away and deduce the presence of a snake den ahead. As they continued their journey, the four traveled with remarkable ease. They did not encounter a path that was exceptionally easy to traverse, only to find themselves obstructed by dense underbrush or a precipice that required them to turn back. Naturally, along the way, they came across several warning signs indicating the presence of bears, wolves, or wild boars ahead. However, they had yet to encounter any, which could be considered fortunate. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Han Li chose a location for Xiao Mushing and the others that was not far from a small stream, elevated and open, providing a dry area. They began to set up their tents and make a fire. While erecting the tents, he calculated their journey and discovered they had covered nearly 20 kilometers that day. It is worth noting that they had set off only around noon, and although it was summer, the night fell later than usual. However, their journey does not unfold on flat terrain, but rather amidst the undulating hills and dense forests. If one were to traverse a level landscape, one might cover a distance of 40 kilometers in a day. Yet, within the intricate and rugged wilderness, one might only manage to traverse a mere 10 to 20 kilometers in a day. This consideration takes into account not only the challenging terrain but also the need to evade wild creatures and navigate the potential misdirections that may arise. Remarkably, they have encountered none of these predicaments thus far. Xiao Mushing possesses a clear objective and a well-defined path, as if he has traversed this route before. Chapter 20. The night watched. The crackling sound of flames consuming the firewood echoed in the stillness. For individuals sat in a circle around the flickering fire, consuming their meager rations, with Fei Yu struggling to wash down a compressed biscuit with a sip of water, yearning for the delightful feast of the day. Observing the silent group, Fei Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he suddenly proposed, "Shall we share some ghost stories?" His suggestion elicited an unexpected burst of laughter, and Fei Yu turned to find the source. It was Xiao Mushing. At that moment, Xiao sat munching on his provisions, gazing at the empty space beside him, chuckling for reasons unknown, as if a friend were present in that void. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, prompting their shared laughter. A subtle voice emerged from the shadows. "Your current proposition aligns perfectly with the classic tropes of horror films. A desolate setting, the stillness of night, and a group gathered around a campfire sharing chilling tales." Mirrorflower also chimed in. "I also advise against stirring up trouble, as it is essential to remain composed in such an environment. You may share lighthearted jokes, but refrain from telling horror stories, as they tend to evoke superstitions and lead to unnecessary speculation." Among the four of us, the attitudes of two are quite evident. Has ceased to make an effort to amuse himself, yet it seems that Xiao Mushing is somewhat peculiar. The other party has hesitated several times, appearing neither inclined to converse with him nor with anyone else. Afterward, having finished his rations and preparing to sleep, suddenly inquired, "Shall we not take turns keeping watch?" Xiao Mushing contemplated mentioning that he had indeed arranged for someone to keep watch, yet upon glancing at the other three, he decided against it. If he were to voice this, it would likely disturb their rest tonight. "I am not well versed in this. You may arrange it," he replied. Did not express any reproach, recognizing that he was merely a newcomer. Having performed admirably thus far, such oversights were to be expected. Retrieved a small black box from his bag. "This is an alarm. The person on watch must hold it at all times. Should anything unusual occur, they must press it immediately." Seeing him produce this item, the three looked at him in confusion, deeming it somewhat superfluous. Hanli nodded thoughtfully, noticing the other's bewilderment, proceeded to elucidate. If indeed a formidable beast were to ambush, it would seize your throat in an instant, rendering you voiceless and breathless. At that moment, the only sound you might utter would be a desperate plea, a signal to alert your comrades and perhaps save your very life. The one known as Dead Man unconsciously touched the scar on his neck, a remnant of a near-fatal encounter, a lesson learned that prompted him to change his identity thereafter. Following this, the quartet made their arrangements, with Mirrorflower assigned to the first watch, succeeded by Dead Man, then Xiao Mushing, and lastly, Fat Fish to guard the final shift. That night, the first two watches passed without incident until Xiao Mushing was roused from his slumber. Sitting beside the campfire, leaning against a grand tree, he squinted, preparing to indulge in a brief return to sleep. Hanli, nearby, remarked, "Your vigil is rather unprofessional." In truth, Hanli was quite talkative. During the previous watches, he had conversed with them, though they were oblivious to his words. "Aren't you here? You are far more adept at this than I am. If anything arises, just wake me. I fear you might sleep so soundly that I cannot rouse you. Rest assured, my slumber is quite light. A mere call is enough to awaken me." "Are you referring to that instance at noon when I turned the television to its maximum volume and still failed to rouse you? I had only just fallen asleep at 9 a.m., and you woke me at 11. How could I possibly stir? By the way, be cautious. Wild boars are lurking nearby." "Oh, Xiao Mushing's eyes, previously half closed, snapped wide open as he sat upright. "Wild boars are nearby. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" "Fortunately, they are nearly 10 meters away and not moving in our direction. However, there is a snake behind you, slithering toward us. It appears to be a cobra, quite lengthy, approximately 3 meters in length." Xiao Mushing suddenly seized a flaming stick and the multifunctional shovel beside him. Given the cobra's length of around 3 meters, there is only one snake in this world that fits that description, the king cobra, scientifically known as Ophiophagus hana. Hanli must be aware of this, though he intentionally describes it that way. Xiao Mushing's night vision is not particularly keen. Do not be so anxious. It has turned away, likely deterred by the heat of the campfire, sensing danger and keeping its distance. Goodness, now I can't sleep because of you. Hey, we are two grown men. There is no need for such ambiguity. We are not merely two men. We are a living person and a ghost traversing the boundaries of life and death. Is there any other commotion around us? Speak up. Xiao Mushing truly dares not to sleep now. Without your words, he would remain oblivious to the imminent danger surrounding him. Beyond the fire's illuminating radius, he cannot see anything else. Currently, there is no significant threat. While mildly venomous creatures linger nearby, they are deterred by the fire. And there are no large predators in the vicinity. Xiao Mushing exhaled in relief. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a tent had been slightly ajar, a solitary eye peering intently outside, only to retreat stealthily moments later. Inside the tent, Feiyu meticulously fastened his garments, swallowing hard as he recalled the peculiar behaviors of the other party. For reasons unknown, scenes from terrifying tales began to materialize in his mind, none distinctly vivid, yet all shrouded in an unsettling haze. Surely, there was no cause for alarm. Perhaps the individual was merely deranged. Yet, this notion hardly provided solace, as it could be even more disconcerting in certain respects. As each second ticked by, Xiao Mushing was poised to summon Feiyu when he noticed the latter emerging from the tent with impeccable timing. Patting his chest, Feiyu declared, "Brother, you've worked hard. I'll take over for the final stretch." Xiao Mushing mused to himself that a level 5 bounty hunter was indeed reliable. With a yawn, Feiyu slipped back into the tent to rest anew. Once inside, Feiyu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, relieved that no untoward incident had transpired. Hanli caught wind of the faint murmurs, realizing their conversation had been detected. However, after a moment of contemplation, he deemed it inconsequential. Recalling that during Xiao Mushing's registration on the Bounty Hunter Forum, he had presented a medical certificate indicating a diagnosis of schizophrenia. Chapter 21. The Unexpected. At the base of Death Slope, Brown Bear. The following day, the four of them prepared their gear and, after breakfast, resumed their journey. However, trailing at the rear, Feiyu gently tapped Jing Zonghua on the shoulder and whispered softly. Last night, Mirror Flower raised a finger to her lips. Shoo. Fat Fish's pupils dilated. You, Mirror Flower, said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. How could one possibly sleep so soundly during an outdoor mission? These individuals were merely a temporary team, and she was the sole woman among them, her vigilance surpassing that of the other three. So what if, among bounty hunters of their caliber, how many could be considered normal? To a significant extent, their work could be described as dancing on the edge of a blade. Even if one began with a semblance of normalcy, they would inevitably become altered. Those who were truly sane had long since departed. Their experiences, encounters, and daily lives had diverged greatly from those of ordinary individuals. Although Xiao Mushing harbored certain ailments, they did not impede his ability to work. Furthermore, his ability to express himself indicated that his condition was not severe. Of course, had he been gravely ill, he would likely find himself confined to a psychiatric hospital. Nevertheless, such matters were trivial. His condition would not hinder the mission, and communication would not pose any difficulties. In fact, he could provide substantial assistance, rendering him more useful than a normal person. Thus her mild concern was hardly noteworthy. She couldn't be bothered to inquire, lest such trivial matters disrupt the cohesion of the team. Fat Fish maintained his silence. With no objections from the others, there was no need for him to speak. After progressing further along their path, time transitioned from morning to noon. The group took a brief respite before continuing their journey. Upon reaching a certain location, Xiao Mushing specifically instructed, "In a moment, we shall traverse a slope. It is imperative that everyone maintains their footing on the upper path. Tread carefully, for should anyone stumble, it could result in dire consequences." The three companions did not voice any objections. Instead, they committed this warning to memory and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the slope, the trio finally comprehended the gravity of Xiao Mushing's admonition. Beneath the incline lay a multitude of animal remains, resembling a chaotic burial ground within the jungle, the rancid stench assaulting their senses. Jing Zonghua furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this was not the appropriate moment to pose questions, yet he could not restrain himself. What is the explanation for this? Xiao Mushing, who led the group, responded patiently upon hearing the inquiry from behind. The lower region of this slope has an excessive concentration of carbon dioxide. At the rear, Feiyu expressed his astonishment. How could such a phenomenon exist within this forest? The primordial woods are typically a natural sanctuary of oxygen, with trees absorbing carbon dioxide. Logically, such a place should not exist. Xiao Mushing reiterated Han Li's explanation. Due to the lower topography, carbon dioxide, being denser than air, accumulates here. Furthermore, the area is poorly ventilated, allowing carbon dioxide to settle, compounded by the decay of numerous carcasses that continually produce more carbon dioxide. Thus, this slope is saturated with it. Impressive. Your knowledge is profound, remarked Feiyu. Xiao Mushing merely offered an awkward smile, as he too was unable to provide a comprehensive answer, despite having encountered this information in the past. The details had long since faded from his memory during his 4 years at university. At this moment, Han Li's lips were poised to curve upwards. For as a geological surveyor, he often found himself in the wilderness, with only a handful of colleagues for company. Yet, they all understood the intricacies of their profession. Thus, opportunities for such commendation were indeed rare. Subsequently, the group adeptly traversed the slope, for none among them were novices. They were acutely aware of the perils lurking at the bottom of the incline, thus avoiding any grievous mishaps. Upon crossing the slope, they entered a more open expanse of woodland, allowing them to abandon their single-file formation. This was a rare moment for the group to leisurely stroll. However, after taking only a few steps, all four suddenly halted in unison. Indeed, a sense of fortuity washed over them, suggesting that a significant danger lay ahead. Xiao Mushing inquired, "How confident are we collectively in overcoming it?" A fully grown brown bear possesses a strikingly powerful swipe, capable of exerting force up to 600 kilograms. This implies that if they stood in a line, a single blow could potentially send all four of them soaring. Indeed, he remarked with a heavy tone, tightening his grip on the machete instinctively. Although he acknowledged the risks, he also recognized that they might have to take a chance. Furthermore, an adult brown bear typically weighs between 200 to 300 kilograms and can sprint at speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour. They also retain the ability to climb trees, albeit diminished in adulthood, yet still present. Mirror Flower added, echoing the gravity of the situation, aware that it was imperative to remain still. Fleeing would signal to the bear that they posed no threat, which could lead to dire consequences. Fat Fish winced slightly at the corners of his mouth before speaking. Now is not the time for introductions of strength. Rather, it is a moment to contemplate solutions. Just when everyone was hesitant to act, Xiao Mushing suddenly stepped forward, wielding a multifunctional military shovel. In his heart, Fei Yu exclaimed, "Buddy, are you truly intent on engaging?" At that moment, a brown bear, which had been foraging on the ground, stood upright and took note of the four beings before it. Suddenly, it turned and bolted away, even stumbling and rolling as it fled. Xiao Mushing, witnessing this spectacle, waved his hand and called out, "Take your time, we mean you no harm." The other three, hearing this, turned to look, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. The brown bear then vanished deep into the jungle, leaving no trace behind. Fei Yu let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the bear's timid nature. However, Han Li, who had been anxiously observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. This shouldn't be, he thought, despite having never encountered humans, a brown bear, as one of the apex predators of the jungle, would typically approach to investigate or observe from a distance, or simply go about its own business. Why did it flee so swiftly, as if terrified of humans? Just moments ago, Xiao Mushing and his companions had made no significant movements or loud noises. Xiao Mushing had merely taken a step forward. It was unlikely that such a subtle action could easily frighten the creature. At that moment, Xiao Mushing approached Han Li, interrupting his contemplation. For now, expand the reconnaissance area to prevent a recurrence of this situation. Han Li's investigation did not extend too far, as timely feedback was essential. Consequently, they encountered the bear unexpectedly, and by the time they realized it, escape was no longer an option. To prevent any further mishaps, the four of them decided to take a moment to regroup. Han Li then expanded the reconnaissance area, planning to proceed only after confirming that the bear had retreated to a safe distance. He recalled from his previous viewings of the Animal Channel that bears are quite intelligent creatures. As for Han Li's earlier remarks, he remained cautious. Though he intended to frighten the bear away, he had yet to take action. Before long, Xiao Mushing's thoughts shifted to another matter. With the corpse located deep within the forest and having decayed for so long, it was likely that only bones could be retrieved. However, this would alleviate the weight he had to carry back. Yet, he pondered the whereabouts of Han Li's other two companions. While he was aware of his own demise, he was uncertain about the fate of the others. Given the time that had passed, their chances of survival appeared grim. Thus, finding those two would ultimately depend on luck. Chapter 22. The discovery of bones at the bottom of the sinkhole on the second night. The group once again gathered around the campfire. Deadman suddenly spoke up. "How much longer do you think it will take for us to find them?" "Tomorrow," Xiao Mushing replied succinctly, exuding confidence. Both Fat Fish and Mirror Flower looked up in surprise at his words. Deadman continued, "Very well, tomorrow it is. If we do not find them by then, we shall return." Fat Fish could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Why?" "For reasons unknown to me, an unsettling feeling gnaws at my heart. A sensation that stems from my instincts as a bounty hunter, instincts that have saved my life on numerous occasions." Upon hearing this explanation, Fat Fish ceased to inquire further. For intuition is an enigmatic concept. For some, it proves remarkably accurate, while for others, it may lack precision. Take, for instance, the act of selecting answers during an examination. Their intuition has never guided them correctly. And what of you? How can you be so certain that you will uncover the truth tomorrow? If one had already discovered some clues, such assertions could be trusted. Yet, in the absence of any leads, how could one dare to utter such words? Intuition. Fat fish. Are you merely copying answers? Did a friend impart this to you? Mirror Flower's sudden interjection drew Xiao Mushing's gaze towards her. You two are able to perceive this. Han Li also leapt forward, waving his hand. I cannot see. Yet I am aware that a solitary individual will invariably have a confidant by their side. Mirror Flower was reluctant to admit to her own afflictions, especially when being identified as a kindred spirit by someone deemed mentally unwell. Such an acknowledgement is profoundly uncomfortable, as it is challenging to resonate with another on the same frequency. However, this person, plagued by their condition, frequently engages her in conversation, which becomes an arduous ordeal. Xiao Mushing refrained from elaborating, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Following the revelation, Mirror Flower retreated to the tent to rest. The other two had no pressing inquiries. Recognizing that they were not qualified to address matters of a psychological nature, the night's watch would proceed as it had the previous evening. As dawn broke, the four set off once more, this time with considerably greater speed. Han Li's recollection of the surroundings had become increasingly vivid. However, midway through their journey, the deceased suddenly halted, approaching a nearby tree. Everyone, there is something amiss. The other three joined him, discovering a fresh cut on the tree. It suggested that they might be nearby, perhaps even alive. Fat Fish offered an analysis of the cut, a mix of excitement and disappointment in his voice. The mark appeared relatively new, likely made recently. Yet, his conjecture was met with a profound silence from the others. Initially, Fat Fish felt a twinge of awkwardness, but this discomfort quickly dissipated as he realized the implications. Should those three surveyors truly be alive, their level of expertise would preclude them from being trapped here for 6 months without escape. It is well known that their wilderness survival skills and navigational abilities far exceeded those of the current group. Over the past half-year, other rescue teams had entered the area in search of them, but after repeated failures, the bounty was eventually posted on a bounty hunter forum. Even if unforeseen circumstances had hindered their escape, they would surely know how to signal for help. It was implausible that a 6-month search yielded no results. Thus, it was quite likely that the presence of others was at play. However, the quandary remained. This was an undeveloped region, and the previous surveyors, along with the bounty hunters conducting search and rescue operations, had all entered with proper authorization. If an ordinary person intentionally enters, they might face a fine of 5,000 yuan. Moreover, this place is fraught with danger, attracting individuals with nothing better to do. At this moment, a deep voice remarked, "It appears we must brace ourselves for the journey ahead. Encountering others in desolate wilderness or uninhabited regions is not always a harbinger of good news." With Xiao Mushing leading the way, the group continued to delve deeper, discovering an increasing number of traces of human activity along the way. As they progressed, they finally arrived at the sinkhole before noon. This must be the place. The exploration team should be just beneath us, Xiao Mushing indicated towards the vast chasm below. The other three exchanged glances, pondering how to articulate their thoughts. Indeed, some signs had been discovered nearby, though they appeared relatively recent. However, there were no clear indications suggesting that someone had fallen into the abyss. Nonetheless, having come this far, they could not turn back. Estimating the depth of the sinkhole, Fei Yu scrutinized the chasm. It seems to be around 100 meters, perhaps a bit less. Approximately 98 meters with a margin of error of about 1 meter, considered a relatively small sinkhole. Xiao Mushing provided a remarkably precise measurement, asserting, "This is what Han Li measured after descending. It is absolutely accurate." Fei Yu remained skeptical, having encountered too many individuals overly confident in their estimations. A snake measuring 1 meter dares to claim it is 3 to 4 meters long. Rather than responding, he redirected his inquiry to the others. "By the way, who will descend?" "I will," stepped forward Mirror Flower. Ionine Cha. She was chosen for being the lightest. While Xiao Mushing had to descend because this place was his discovery. Fei Yu rubbed his hands together. "Brother, do not forget our wager. I trust you will not grow impatient when the time comes." Xiao Mushing smiled. "Your beloved vehicle. I shall certainly rev the engine." With that, he grasped the rope and slid down. Throughout their conversation, he had been busy securing the rope. Jing Zonghua followed closely behind. Han Li had already arrived below, wandering through the dense forest of the sinkhole, but upon completing his exploration, his expression turned somber, perhaps even melancholic. Soon, Xiao Mushing and Jing Zonghua reached the bottom of the pit. Jing Zonghua suggested, "This place is quite spacious. Shall we search separately?" "No, let us wait a moment," Xiao Mushing replied, as Han Li had gone to locate his own corpse, and he chose to wait for Han Li here. Jing Zonghua gazed into Xiao Mushing's eyes, refraining from dissent. As long as she was assured he was not deceiving her, it was likely he sought to gather information nearby. Within a few minutes, Xiao Mushing observed Han Li drifting back, yet his demeanor was less cheerful. Recognizing the change in Han Li's expression, Xiao Mushing refrained from probing further and simply murmured, "Lead the way." Han Li floated ahead, with the two trailing behind. After a short while, they discovered the nearest corpse. The remains were devoid of flesh. Reduced to a mere pile of bone as they emptied the contents of the backpack, they discovered 2 holes in it. In addition, both Mirror Flower and Xiao Mushing found another hole in the back of the corpse's clothing. Upon making this discovery, the two exchanged a glance, clearly indicating that these 3 holes were inflicted by the same weapon. It was not a knife. Thus, it could only be one thing, a gun. They simultaneously uttered this word, their eyes filled with terror. Chapter 23. Peering in when Han Li heard them utter this word, his mind erupted like a thunderclap. For this was indeed his own corpse, and within his memories, he only recalled that the day was dark, and after a flash of lightning, he suddenly lost his footing and fell into the pit. During that fall, he felt a forceful impact, yet there was no sensation of pain. Wait. It seemed that in the immediate aftermath of being shot, one does not experience pain right away. The sensation of pain takes a moment to register, but by that time, he had already plunged to the bottom, nearing death. Thus, his demise was no accident. The deaths of his 2 colleagues were not a consequence of his disappearance while they searched for him, but rather, they had been murdered. At this moment, Xiao Mushing roused the panicked Han Li beside him. "What about them? Take us to find them. We must leave quickly." Xiao Mushing, now unconcerned about Mirror Flower, perceiving the severity of his condition, understood that their immediate priority was to locate all the remains and depart without delay. This was indeed a case of gun violence, and encountering such occurrences twice was far too coincidental. Each time, the assailants operated by a set of principles. Although Han Li was furious, he quickly regained his composure. Based on the previous traces, those individuals might still be nearby. While these 4 were formidable, they were not so powerful as to defeat firearms with cold weapons. Xiao Mushing had achieved such a feat, but it was solely due to Luo Yao providing him with a clear line of sight, catching the adversary off guard. Han Li promptly led Xiao Mushing and the others to locate the remains of the other 2 individuals. Upon inspecting the clothing of the deceased, Xiao Mushing and his companion discovered similar puncture wounds, darkening his expression to one of despair. Jing Zhonghua could hardly contain her frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! Can we not show a little respect for human life?" Throughout the journey, she maintained an eerie calm, as if nothing in this world could disturb her tranquility. Yet at this moment, she too succumbed to expletives. The task had been grossly underestimated, placing them in peril. Moreover, the loss of 3 lives was unbearable. If it had been an accident, one might accept that fate is cruel, but the grim reality was murder. 3 lives, 3 families, utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals at the edge of the pit were still contemplating their wager. "Do you really think he can find it? I rather like that car. Losing it feels rather painful." The other remained silent, continually scanning their surroundings, as a persistent sense of unease enveloped him, as if a predatory beast might emerge from the surrounding woods at any moment. As he had scarcely scanned the surroundings, Fat Fish suddenly reached out and grasped his hand. "Do not move. Pretend to engage in conversation with me. We are being watched." "How do you know?" Dead Man inquired in a hushed tone, retracting his head from its restless survey. He had spent considerable time scanning the vicinity without detecting anyone, yet Fat Fish had discerned something amiss. "I often sat at the back row, engrossed in my phone, and teachers would frequently monitor me from the back door. Each time, a shiver would run down my spine. And I was always right." After a brief while, nothing transpired. The sensation of being observed, which Fat Fish had felt, dissipated. The individual had departed. The 2 of them exhaled in relief. In this desolate wilderness, they truly wished to avoid any confrontation with either humans or wildlife. At that moment, the rope below began to sway, and they commenced pulling it upward. After several minutes, Xiao Mushing and Mirror Flower ascended with 3 filthy, tattered bags. Upon their arrival, Xiao Mushing uttered words that sent shivers through Dead Man and Fat Fish. "We must leave at once." These 3 exploration team members were shot. Those who did this might still be nearby. Upon hearing this, Fat Fish displayed a bitter smile. Just moments ago, he had sensed someone covertly observing them, likely hesitating. Fat Fish halted mid-sentence, extending his index finger and thumb. Then why did they not act? Mirror Flower posed the question, which echoed in the minds of the other 2. Dead Man urged, "Now is not the time to ponder this. We must hasten our departure." Then, as if recalling something, the deceased spoke again. "In Shai, you previously dealt with a gun-wielding murderer in the series of homicides in Jinyang City, managing to counterattack without sustaining injuries. If you were to encounter another armed assailant, what are your chances of success?" The other 2 individuals also turned their gaze towards him, nearly forgetting this esteemed figure. The 2 murderers were armed, and one had perished while the other was lightly injured. Xiao Mushing's pupils widened, surpassing even those of a black cat police officer. "What are you all thinking? Do you consider me a superhero? Is such a feat replicable by mere mortals? Is that not possible? Mirror Flower inquired. Can it not be achieved? Fat Fish added. It cannot be replicated. Alas, Xiao Mushing sighed. At times, he found himself utterly speechless before the other bounty hunters. Was it he who was unwell, or were these three deluded? Truly, they were lost in wild fantasies. A dark and grimy figure hurriedly entered a camp. Within this encampment lay animal pelts left to dry, along with small cages containing creatures rarely seen by ordinary folk. To catch a glimpse of such animals, one would likely have to visit a zoo or watch them on television. The figure approached a robust man who was sunning a bare hide, his skin equally darkened by the sun, and a scar on his arm resembling a centipede. Speaking in a tongue unfamiliar to dragons, he relayed, I saw two individuals by the sinkhole. It appears someone has descended. Upon hearing this, the burly man abruptly turned, inquiring in the same language, What? Once again, individuals have arrived, and they have located a sinkhole. Have they brought anything up from below? Before I could continue observing, I rushed to report this to you. Upon hearing this, the burly man delivered a swift kick. Is the weapon in your hand merely for your own amusement? Do you not realize you should fire a couple of shots at them? After cursing, the robust man commanded loudly, Half of you stay here, the rest follow me. He then lifted the man who had fallen to the ground. Lead the way. Chapter 24. Jungle Pursuit. The burly man, accompanied by four subordinates, traversed a path marked by human intervention. Each individual was adorned in camouflage, emanating an unpleasant odor, while simultaneously muttering indistinctly. Once the quintet moved further away, four individuals emerged from the nearby thicket. Fei sensed that Xiao Mushing was becoming increasingly enigmatic. How could the adversary have anticipated their arrival? At this moment, she inquired. Although she could not comprehend the response, she wished to ask the other three if they understood the language used earlier and its meaning. Xiao Mushing continued to lead the way and elucidated. The adversary spoke in the enemy's language. Their words conveyed that the three individuals they previously eliminated had resulted in a 6-month cessation of operations. Now that the situation has eased somewhat, if these people discover anything and disseminate the information, there will be no further opportunities to hunt here. They must not be allowed to escape alive. We must hasten our departure. These individuals are poachers, more familiar with these woods than we are, and their agility in navigating through the thickets surpasses ours. Upon hearing this, the deceased produced a satellite phone and immediately alerted the authorities. The response time of the police is one matter, but in this situation, it is imperative to disseminate information swiftly to avert any unforeseen incidents. I am quite astonished that you understand enemies, Fat Fish remarked. Who would have thought there could be such depth in a mere exchange of words? Without pausing his stride or glancing back, Xiao Mushing responded nonchalantly, A friend taught me. As for the two phrases uttered by the other party, they bore no profound significance. It was merely Hanli recounting what he had overheard. At that moment, the burly man, who had been sprinting down the path, abruptly halted. The four subordinates trailing behind him skidded to a stop, their momentum causing them to collide into one another. The burly man crouched low to inspect the direction of the overgrown grass. Initially, he had been moving too hastily to notice certain details, but now, with an unconscious glance, he discerned the truth. They were no longer in that vicinity. They needed to retrace their steps and pay heed to the traces they had left behind. After conveying this, his four companions, eyes gleaming with ferocity, clutched their shotguns and began to scour the path they had previously traversed. Upon discovering their quarry, a bullet would surely be unleashed. It wasn't long before they located the thicket where they had brushed past Xiao Mushing and his companions. It appeared that this prey was anything but ordinary. It seemed to engage in a game of hide and seek. There are 4 prey to pursue. Ensure that none escape your grasp. Based on the traces left behind by Xiao Mushing and his companions, he ascertained the precise number of individuals involved. This also stirred memories of that dreary rainy night 6 months prior, when he effortlessly eliminated 3 individuals. The presence of these 4, however, promised a distinctly different experience. Xiao Mushing was in hot pursuit with his 4 companions when Hanli suddenly returned, bearing disheartening news. They were being pursued. Xiao Mushing instructed Hanli to ascend to a higher vantage point to observe any movements along their path. In a stretch of land devoid of tree cover, a fleeting shadow was spotted. Xiao Mushing thought to himself, as expected, the pursuers were poachers, well versed in the signs of the forest, with no time to disguise their tracks. And knowing that even a disguise might not elude the keen eyes of their adversaries, they pressed on. The 3 companions, being bounty hunters, had indeed acquired some outdoor skills and knowledge. Yet, their survival and tracking abilities in the jungle paled in comparison to those who spent extended periods engaged in poaching activities. Everyone, we must lighten our load and quicken our pace. Those rogues are closing in. They had observed that the poachers were armed but bore little else in the way of burdens, while they themselves were encumbered by 3 packs of corpses in addition to their outdoor gear. This would significantly hinder their speed. Thus, apart from essential food and self-defense tools, they discarded all other belongings. Now that the remains have been discovered, They have merely returned, coupled with the presence of Xiao Mushing, who serves as a human radar. The likelihood of them losing their way has become exceedingly slim. This chase persisted until the approach of nightfall. The four of them sat on the ground, gasping for breath, with Feiyu particularly vocal in his grievances. How could these individuals run for so long without pause? Hours had passed without respite. By the way, when would the rescue arrive? Although he had not encountered the 5 pursuers, the notion of being pursued was relayed to him through Xiao Mushing's words. Nonetheless, he, or rather the 3 of them, held an unwavering belief in this information. Thus far, every assertion made by Xiao Mushing during their navigation had proven accurate, as if he possessed a complete map. Moreover, they had no desire to lay eyes on those 5 individuals, for to do so would imply that the firearms in their possession could reach them as well. Consequently, Feiyu could only express his frustration regarding the unseen pursuers. Shuren took a sip of water and remarked, "It will likely take some time. After all, helicopters cannot penetrate this area, and we can only send individuals to search. Furthermore, we remain in constant motion, and they do not have Xiao Mushing to guide them." As he spoke, he glanced upwards at the sky, which was shrouded in ominous clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning, while the treetops swayed violently in the gusty winds. Should a helicopter attempt to enter, it might very well crash before locating them. In this intricate environment, their ability to navigate freely was largely thanks to Xiao Mushing. At this point, Feiyu expressed his indignation once more, questioning how such a perilous place could attract so many individuals. Did those poachers not fear for their lives? Are you not afraid? If fear were absent, you would not pursue us so relentlessly, Mirror Flower remarked with a sneer. They are indeed fearful. And those behind them are even more terrified. Meanwhile, on the other side, the original group of 5 has dwindled to 4, as one member perished during the chase. Their escape route included a treacherous stretch along a swamp, where one unfortunate soul inadvertently stepped into the mire. It would have been manageable had they been able to rescue him, but fate had other plans. A venomous snake struck him at the nape of his neck. In their haste, they had neglected to bring anti-venom serum. Even if they had, the chances of saving him were slim. Moreover, they encountered various other obstacles, all meticulously orchestrated by their adversaries to lead them astray. Each misstep brought them closer to peril. On one occasion, he nearly fell victim himself. He could not fathom the purpose of these 4 individuals, who seemed to possess an uncanny familiarity with the forest, perhaps even more than he did. The thought intensified the flames of his fury. Yet, as he gazed up at the sky, now shrouded in darkness, a cruel smile crept across his face. He doubted these individuals would dare to roam the primeval forest after nightfall, knowing that most predators hunt at night. Without firearms, they would be nothing more than easy prey in this wilderness. Chapter 25, the counterattack begins. It is dark now. Surely we can afford to rest, Fat Fish remarked, observing the sky now completely enveloped in night. Today, he was almost exhausted and longed for a moment of respite. Just as Xiao Mushing thought the same. A glimmering light emerged from the depths of the forest, drawing closer to us. In surprise, Xiao Mushing turned his head to gaze at Hanli, who had just descended from the heavens. Were they truly this audacious? Though he spoke thus, a hint of a smile involuntarily graced his lips. In the night, with Hanli present, the dynamics of offense and defense would undoubtedly shift. Xiao Mushing clapped his hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we may not have the opportunity to rest tonight. Those few individuals are approaching. It appears they cannot sleep until we are eliminated. Upon hearing this, the 3 initially felt a surge of panic, hastily preparing to flee. However, Mirror Flower was the first to notice the change in Xiao Mushing's expression. There was no trace of fear or urgency, only a confidence that spoke of assured victory. The other 2, realizing their companions remained still, gradually came to the same realization. Dead Man crossed his arms, observing, "It seems you possess some thoughts on the matter." "Indeed, I do have some notions, but I wonder if you all have the courage to act upon them?" Fat Fish, noting the expressions of the 3, could infer a bit. He bared his teeth in a grin. "Take it easy. Be careful not to get us all killed. After all these years of toil, I've earned quite a sum which remains unspent." 51260567967. 967. Fat Fish was still trying to grasp the meaning behind Xiao Mushing's string of numbers. "Coordinates?" Mirror Flower chimed in with an explanation. "He has provided you with his card number. The funds you cannot utilize can be transferred to him. Before the money was transferred, he perhaps had a chance at survival. However, once the funds were sent, his fate would be sealed. Let us not jest any longer. We must convene and discuss this matter urgently." The 4 individuals huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, occasionally breaking into a fit of sinister laughter. The burly man gradually dimmed the beam of his flashlight, meticulously searching for signs of human passage within the jungle. He aimed to ascertain the timeline of these traces, to estimate the whereabouts of those individuals, for it was likely they were concealed in some hidden nook, taking refuge. However, it was improbable that they were all resting, surely. Some must be keeping watch. Furthermore, they would not dare to light a fire, necessitating that they detect their adversaries before any light could be perceived. Thus, they would extinguish their own flashlight's glow and encircle the group, overwhelming them in a chaotic flurry of gunfire, ultimately incinerating the remnants. Initially, he believed that disposing of the bodies in the abyss would suffice. But it had become clear that a more thorough approach was required to erase all traces of these individuals. It was not unusual for a few to go missing in such a locale. Suddenly, as he focused on the traces, his gaze was interrupted by an oddly shaped sphere. Upon realizing its presence, he sprang to his feet and kicked it away, but he was already too late. The hornet was too swift. "To the swamp!" exclaimed the burly man, sprinting back the way he had come, having spotted a marsh nearby. Although they were coated in a special herbal paste to ward off certain snakes and insects, its efficacy diminished significantly when faced with an enraged wasp. As seasoned hunters accustomed to the forest's perils, they fully understood the terrifying nature of wasps, creatures capable of delivering lethal venom. Deep within the thicket, the exquisite visage of Mirror Flower was smeared with mud, yet became swollen, resembling a mouth stuffed with two large buns. Beside her, Dead Man fared little better. While the mud could indeed provide some defense against wasps, it was far from foolproof. The four individuals plunged into the mire, immediately immersing themselves in the sludge, sending clumps of mud spiraling skyward, thereby hindering the wasps' ascent. However, mere moments after applying the mud to their bodies, as the wasps continued to hover above, an unbearable itch began to consume them. The burly man, guided by the beam of his flashlight, discerned the dense canopy of stinging nettles blanketing the mud pit. This toxic plant, upon mere contact, would induce an excruciating itch. The presence of such nettles in abundance within the pit could only imply one thing: someone had deliberately introduced them. Yet, within a 10-step radius, there must exist an antidote. And he recognized the appearance of the antidotal herb. The pressing issue remained, however, what to do about the wasps. To cure the poison, he would need to cleanse himself of the mud and apply the herb's sap to his skin. Yet, without the mud, he would forfeit his defense against the wasps. With the anguished cries of his three companions echoing around him, the burly man bellowed, "Endure. Drench yourselves in mud. Drive these wasps away, and I shall lead you to the remedy for the itch. Cough, cough, spit, spit." At the moment he opened his mouth, a wasp darted inside, even grazing his tongue. Nevertheless, he could only muster his strength to wield the mud. With each motion, a multitude of wasps surged toward the mud. However, once their wings became ensnared by the mud splatters, they lost the ability to fly and plummeted to the ground, some becoming directly stuck in the muck. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Several elongated creatures emerged from the darkness. This presented an opportunity for the burly man, who seized a nearby gun and fired into the obscurity. To his astonishment, a pained cry echoed in response, allowing him the chance to shoot the snake that was about to strike him. At that moment, his fury reached an unprecedented zenith. After years of hunting, he had never been toyed with in such a manner. His adrenaline surged wildly, momentarily dulling the sting of the wasp bites and the itch from the poisonous plants. He charged forward, gun in hand, toward the darkness, convinced that his previous shot had found its mark. Two others closely followed him, while the remaining companion was preoccupied with his own plight. The two had managed to evade the snakes, but misfortune befell the third, after flinging away the snake before him. He soon found two more snakes launched upon him. As for the origin of these serpents, only his dear comrades could shed light on that, though it was likely that, if he inquired, they would remain silent. As they were presently grappling with the relentless pain of wasp stings and the maddening itch of the toxic plants while pursuing their foe, the plump figure, covered in mud, clutched a shoulder from which blood seeped through his fingers. How unfortunate it was to be caught in such a predicament. Chapter 26. They absolutely must not escape. Despite his grievances, a shadow of concern crossed his brow. That young man must not perish. The burly man shook off the mud obscuring his vision and spotted a glimmer of light in the darkness. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. The two men behind him followed suit, unleashing a volley of gunfire. Zaimushing, already prone on the ground, felt bullets whizzing past his head. He promptly extinguished his flashlight, plunging the area into darkness. Just as he was about to rise and flee once more, another shot rang out. He could only crawl a short distance before standing up again to run ahead. Han Li, by his side, calmly advised him to leap with all his might. He narrowly cleared a hidden pit in the night. After taking 2 steps to the left, he turned back. At this moment, Zaimushing dared not switch on his flashlight. Doing so would only reveal his location to the poachers, inviting more bullets to rain down upon him. Thus, in the darkness, he relied entirely on Han Li to navigate the perils that lay ahead. Meanwhile, the 3 pursuers behind them, fueled by impatience and fury, were not only plagued by an unbearable itch but also tormented by swarming wasps. The individuals they chased had only illuminated their path once with a flashlight and had since fallen silent, devoid of any further light. They could only discern the general direction of their opponent and deduce their movements through the traces left behind, yet remained utterly oblivious to the trajectory of the gunfire. Previous attempts to shoot had yielded little success. However, before long, the trio arrived at the edge of a slope, where they spotted a distinct scratch running downward. At that moment, their eyes brimmed with the thrill of impending capture. The adversary had refrained from using illumination throughout the ordeal, suggesting that they had likely tumbled to the bottom of the slope. It was reasonable to assume that they had sustained a considerable jolt. Even if they had not suffered a fracture, they were likely in distress. Perhaps they had not yet regained their composure. And descending at this moment would likely lead to an easy apprehension. The burly leader leaped down with fervor, exclaiming, "I shall skin him to make a pair of shoes." The other two, equally exhilarated, followed suit, fueled by the belief that their suffering was solely the result of these individuals. They remained oblivious to the fact that the hornets, which had been entangled with them, had vanished without a trace. No sooner had they descended than they experienced sudden headaches, dizziness, and difficulty breathing. Two of them collapsed in succession, while the burly man sensed something was amiss but found himself powerless, crashing to the ground. At that moment, the beam of a flashlight illuminated the opposite ridge, revealing a figure laboriously scaling the slope. Upon reaching the summit, the individual tore away the cloth obscuring their face and, like a bellows, inhaled a copious amount of fresh air into their lungs. The strip could prevent a substantial intake of carbon dioxide into the lungs, yet simultaneously, it deprived him of oxygen. After descending, Xiao Mushing essentially ascended the slope on the other side, while holding his breath. Without oxygen and engaged in strenuous activity, he nearly suffocated himself. He then noticed the beam of a flashlight illuminating him. Picking up the flashlight, he directed it towards a burly man whose eyes were wide with fury, fixated on Xiao Mushing. The man reached for the gun that had fallen from his grasp, yet he found himself unable to lift it. In a fit of frustration, he roared in defiance, acutely aware of death's imminent arrival. However, his mind grew increasingly foggy, and he struggled to summon any strength. Even the flashlight began to slip from his grasp. The proximity of death was so palpable that he could almost see the specter of the Grim Reaper hovering behind Xiao Mushing, clad in a black tactical jacket. This figure struck him as oddly familiar, yet he could not recall why. Ultimately, under the indifferent gaze of Xiao Mushing and the watchful presence of death, his eyes closed for the last time. The effects of carbon dioxide rendered it impossible for him to die with his eyes open. Xiao Mushing reflected on all his prior plans. Every action had but one objective: to incite these individuals to a point of utter rage and irrationality, for it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate them using mere tactics alone. This place was, after all, their final resting ground. Turning to Hanli, Xiao Mushing waved his hand. Hanli turned his head, glancing behind him, but found no one there. "Who are you greeting?" he questioned. "Can you see something I cannot?" Xiao Mushing slowly withdrew his hand, pondering why Hanli showed no signs of fading. Must I deliver his remains to his family before he can depart this realm? Hanli observed Xiao Mushing's silence and, for reasons unknown, felt an unsettling chill. Could it be that a mythical specter has come to escort me away? "You are overthinking it. There was merely a mosquito near me moments ago." Xiao Mushing switched on his flashlight and began retracing his steps, but then, as if struck by a thought, glanced back towards the valley. Why are there only three? One appears to have collapsed in a mud pit, likely succumbing to the poison. Xiao Mushing exhaled a sigh of relief. He then proceeded to the rendezvous point they had previously agreed upon. Upon arrival, Dead Man was tending to Fat Fish's injuries, while Mirror Flower had tied a half-conscious individual, bitten by a venomous snake, to a tree for interrogation. However, at this moment, the captive's intake of breath was far greater than his exhalation, and their dialogue was lost in translation, yielding no fruitful results. Mirror Flower, seeing Xiao Mushing approach, spoke in a muffled tone, his face swollen. "So, was the matter resolved?" "It has been resolved." Mirror Flower nodded. "You should question him. His words are comprehensible only to you." Xiao Mushing approached the bound man, inclining his head to hear the faint whispers. "Return to the camp, have Jika treat my wounds." "The camp? Are there still people at your camp?" At this inquiry, the other three felt a sudden tightness in their chests. "Yes, hurry. Please save me." Under the relentless assault of the venom, the captive's resolve had shattered, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of secrecy or threats, only pleading for rescue and babbling whatever came to mind. "How many people are left?" Six in total. "Hurry, please save me." Hearing these words, Xiao Mushing turned to the three companions, his expression grave. There were still 6 individuals in their camp. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged worried glances. In the profession of bounty hunting, it is all too easy to make enemies. If the animosity were of a commonplace nature, it could be managed with caution, as it is unlikely that one would be killed. However, their current predicament involved a group of desperate criminals, individuals capable of acquiring firearms. Even a mundane trip to dispose of trash could result in a fatal encounter. Thus, these 6 individuals could not be allowed to escape easily. It was imperative that they not be let go. Without the need for further dialogue, the 3 reached a unanimous decision and simultaneously proclaimed, "We absolutely cannot let them escape." Chapter 27. The Countdown of Life and Freedom. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing was about to press for more information when he noticed that the other party had lost consciousness. He quickly retrieved an anti-venom serum from the first aid kit placed on the ground. This was the first aid kit belonging to the dead man. As he could not procure such items himself, just as he was about to use it, the dead man hastily snatched the anti-venom from Xiao Mushing's grasp and rummaged through the kit to retrieve another vial. "You shouldn't use this one, it's far too expensive," he argued. "No, perhaps this one has a higher success rate." The cost was irrelevant. The primary concern was that the victim had been bitten by 2 different snakes. The serum he held was effective against only one type, and he was uncertain whether it would counteract the venom from the other serpent. "There is no expectation of reviving this individual. At the very least, we must ascertain the location of the camp from him." After administering the anti-venom to the injured party, the 4 of them began to deliberate. Xiao Mushing spoke up, proposing, "I have a suggestion. You 3 should take these 3 bundles of remains back to the police, while I will seek out the camp and keep watch over them." He was not inclined to confront the situation head-on, as the opposing party consisted of 6 physically capable hunters armed with firearms. His intention was merely to observe those 6 individuals until the authorities arrived. Given the charges of poaching, illegal possession of firearms, and intentional homicide, the cumulative weight of their crimes was significant. Furthermore, even if the police were to arrive, it was unlikely that these individuals would surrender easily. His decision stemmed from the current circumstances of the 4 of them. It was evidently impractical for Feiyu, who had been shot, to accompany them, nor could he allow Feiyu to act independently. Additionally, the 3 bundles of remains constituted their mission, which he could not carry out alone. Thus, it was most prudent for him to act solo. With Han Li's assistance, he merely needed to maintain a distant watch, reducing his profile as a target. However, upon voicing his plan, he was met with vehement opposition from the 3. "Are you out of your mind? Going alone is tantamount to seeking death. Should you sustain any injury, there would be no one to assist you. Moreover, the other side has 6 individuals, each wielding firearms." Feiyu exclaimed, gesturing towards his own wound. "In the darkness, the assailant fired a shot at me, striking true. Were this a mere mortal, failure to properly bandage the wound would inevitably lead to inflammation and infection." At this moment, the deceased suggested, "I shall accompany you." As the 2 of them carried the remains to seek out the authorities, observing the absence of dissent from the others, Xiao Mushing consented. "Very well. But remember to heed my commands. When have I ever contradicted you?" The deceased replied with a sidelong glance. Since their entry into Chiga Mountain, they had invariably listened to one another. After Xiao Mushing had spoken, he turned and struck the person behind him sharply, rousing them from their stupor. He then demanded in a fierce tone, "Tell me, where is your camp? Refuse, and I shall feed you to the army ants." The recent effects of the anti-venom were evident, as the individual displayed marked improvement in clarity of thought, their speech no longer the fragmented utterances of before. With little effort, they divulged the location and configuration of the camp. It was imperative that they hasten their journey there. Rising, Xiao Mushing shook off the dust and dirt from his clothes. The deceased rubbed his neck and stood as well. "This task has concluded. I am in need of a restful slumber." As dawn broke at the poacher's camp, Li Da, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, spat to the ground. He gazed in the direction of the departing figures, yet saw no sign of their return. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded behind him. "What are you staring at, Li Da?" A voice from Anam echoed after a slap on his backside. Li Da swiftly turned and delivered a kick that sent the other person sprawling to the ground. The enemy's individual, instead of displaying anger, merely chuckled with a mischievous glint in his eye. Were it not for the financial incentives that these individuals provided, Li Da might have contemplated a far more violent resolution. As the sole representative from the Dragon Kingdom and the most strikingly handsome among the group, he had endured a prolonged sense of confinement in this desolate jungle. His companions had begun to harbor some rather inappropriate thoughts towards him, and such instances of teasing were not unprecedented. Of course, they had yet to engage in any more egregious acts, for they were acutely aware of the orders issued by their leader, apart from him. They were compelled to heed Li Da's commands. These enemies were procured by Li Da for a singular purpose, to generate profit. However, he had not anticipated that 6 months prior, a life would be lost. From that moment, Li Da understood that there was no turning back. His initial desire for easy wealth had now become tainted with the burden of guilt. Yesterday, when news arrived, he found himself in a state of panic akin to that of the leader, albeit he remained behind to maintain order within the camp. As for those who had perished, there was little he could do. He had merely sought to amass wealth, but fate had conspired against him, leading those unfortunate souls to venture into the mountains at such a perilous time. The treacherous Chiga Mountain, a place devoid of human presence for years, had suddenly become a hotspot. Ever since that group arrived, there had been no respite. Just when the chaos seemed to subside, another wave of individuals emerged, and now their leader had been missing for an entire night in pursuit. It is not that he fears for his own safety. Rather, he is primarily concerned that those individuals might escape. What if they manage to flee and report their situation? Although this desolate wilderness lacks signal, rendering mobile phones useless, the existence of satellite phones cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, given that the leader has been absent for quite some time, he turned to the Anamite still savoring the scent on his hands and instructed him to gather the others. If the leader does not return within 2 hours, we shall relocate. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he is acutely aware of the speed with which the police can respond. Even in the depths of the dense forest, where helicopters cannot penetrate, and despite the arduous journey, it took them 3 or 4 days to reach this place. Those individuals could still possess formidable capabilities. He had previously dismissed such notions until some of his companions were apprehended, leading him to reconsider. At that moment, 2 figures perched upon a tree branch, one standing and the other reclining. Are you certain that observing from this distance poses no issues? Absolutely no problem. It is proximity that invites trouble. The area surrounding the camp may be riddled with traps, and if we draw too close, we risk alarming them. Besides, we can still discern their smoke from here. Xiao Mushing yawned and then closed his eyes. I shall rest for a while. The observer glanced at Xiao Mushin's serene visage, realizing that only now could he calmly reflect on the events of the previous night. If their prior course of action could be attributed to the opponent's experience and keen observation, then they had indeed been wise to proceed with caution. In order to locate the 3 missing individuals, Xiao Mushing meticulously reviewed a plethora of information and deduced a probable location. However, the events of yesterday left one pondering. Could this young man possess extraordinary abilities? Or perhaps, if he can perceive me, that too could be deemed a peculiar talent. Han Li, standing nearby, expressed his uncertainty. The corpse shook its head, continuing to gaze into the distance at the rising smoke. Han Li then departed from the tree branch, flying towards the source of the smoke, his expression gradually turning frigid. The monkey huddled by the edge of the cage, its eyes filled with terror. The hedgehog lay on the ground, stripped of its quills, exhaling faint remnants of life. The fur of the apex predator, the brown bear, hung like a blanket. Meanwhile, the countdown on the remaining 6 poachers' freedom and lives had long since commenced. Chapter 28. The conflicts triggered by the trap. 2 hours later, not a single person who had departed yesterday had returned. Lita bellowed at the others. Everyone, pack your belongings and relocate. Yet his command did not incite immediate action. Instead, they moved languidly, scattered and lackadaisical. In frustration, Lita raised his gun and fired a shot into the air. Do not forget what I said earlier. I am more familiar with this land than any of you. If you wish to prosper, heed my words. We are here to amass wealth. And should anyone obstruct our brothers from achieving this, I would not hesitate to kick him aside, thus allowing us to share the bounty more equitably. Lita understood that when dealing with such individuals, one could not afford to show leniency. A gentle demeanor would only lead them to perceive one as weak and easily manipulated. The Anan people, driven by hunger, have reached a point where they no longer discriminate. Even if one is not human, they remain unperturbed. His menacing words effectively galvanized this group into action. They were eager for someone to be expelled, yet each feared that the one to be cast out would be themselves. Thus, burdened with an assortment of belongings, they traversed the path they had deemed secure. However, it was not long before Lita realized that with just a few more steps, he might inadvertently trigger a trap. Who, in their folly, had the audacity to set a trap along this route? How many times must it be reiterated that a safe passage must remain devoid of traps? Have you all lost your senses? As Lita lamented, he picked up a nearby stick, preparing to activate the trap ahead. Snap! The dark hunting trap snapped shut with a vicious bite, blood trickling down its iron teeth, contorting his forearm in agony. Lida's face turned ashen. What are you staring at? Come and help me. The remaining 5 immediately dropped their belongings and rushed forward. In a twist of fate, 3 more hunting traps were triggered. The 2 who had yet to fall victim to the traps felt a chill run down their spines as they suddenly realized that the trap they had easily detected was a mere decoy, while these others were the true threats. Their adversaries had meticulously anticipated their actions, knowing that upon discovering the first trap, safety considerations would compel them to trigger it. A perfectly placed stick lay nearby, ensuring that anyone who came to assist would inevitably encounter additional traps set along their path. What is truly terrifying is that these traps are all designed for humans, not beasts, signifying that someone is hunting them while carving bamboo. Xiao Mushing listened incredulously to the battle reports relayed by Han Li. Are these 6 individuals from the same group that pursued us yesterday? Have they truly fallen for the second trap so soon? How foolish can they be? Reflecting on the elaborate series of misdirections he had orchestrated the previous day, through the daytime chase across the marsh, traversing snake dens, and concealing paths along cliffs, he managed to ensnare only one unfortunate soul. Yet, despite this, they had not been able to shake off the pursuers. Then, under the cover of night, leveraging Han Li's advantages, he counterattacked, ultimately sacrificing himself to lead the assailants into his carefully crafted snares, thereby resolving the conflict. It was astonishing that these individuals had failed to notice such an obvious trap, falling victim to the very first one, just as he had closed his eyes. Han Li whispered in his ear that the adversaries were preparing to flee, jolting him wide awake. He hastily brought the deceased to this location to set up traps. Not necessarily to ensnare the opponents, but primarily to slow their advance. In hindsight, it appears he may have overestimated these adversaries, though he hoped they would not meet their demise, as there were still several traps awaiting them. These traps had been devised by the two of them and a spirit. Most of the materials used for the traps were repurposed from those originally belonging to their pursuers, including several steel jaws. He sincerely hoped they would emerge alive. The deceased approached after burying some sharp spikes beneath the fallen leaves. "Do not be idle. I believe we should pause for a moment to observe their movements before proceeding further," Xiao Mushing suggested. After contemplating, the others agreed. They had already set numerous traps, albeit hastily due to time constraints. With a bit of diligence, these traps could easily be detected. Thus, they devised some bait and intricate designs, hoping that their small cunning might delay their pursuers. After Li Da extricated his hand from the animal trap, Jika, the only other uninjured member of the team, tended to the wounds of several individuals. The pain was excruciating, as his arm was broken. "Li Da, we have been ambushed," Jika remarked while bandaging him. Li Da had already come to this realization, but this also indicated that something must have occurred at their headquarters. It was possible these assailants had split into two groups, diverting attention away from the main force to catch them off guard. Observing the three injured members, he noted that two were in a similar predicament to his own, while the third fared slightly better with no broken bones. However, out of a six-person team, four were now incapacitated. They had a considerable amount of valuable equipment to carry, which represented a significant financial loss. They could not simply abandon it. Yet, what were they to do with their injuries? Returning to wait was undeniably impractical. As it was evident they were being targeted, they decided to take only the most valuable items and retrace their steps along the path where they had set their traps, dismantling them as they went. Now, it is evident that the route he deemed safe is fraught with peril. Thus, they are left with no choice but to traverse the treacherous path, albeit they recall the locations of most traps. Progressing cautiously along this route is undoubtedly safer than the alternative. However, his remarks failed to galvanize the others into action. Instead, an injured individual retorted, "If it weren't for your reckless guidance, we would have set off by now. How could we have sustained so many injuries? Only to proceed down a path riddled with traps? I refuse to follow you. I shall wait here for the leader's return." Observing this defiance, Li Da drew his weapon and aimed it at the dissenting figure. Yet, two guns were soon directed at his head. A wave of despair washed over Li Da as he inwardly cursed, "A pack of foolish swine. Have you all lost your senses? It is glaringly apparent that this is a trap laid by someone with malicious intent. Remaining here will only heighten our danger. The very reason we recognize this as a deliberate snare is why we must not proceed. Continuing down this path is akin to willingly stepping into a trap. This is why I advocate for the route we have set traps along." The incredulity of his words only served to further unsettle the others. For Li Da was not one of their own. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration. In this line of work, betrayal is not an uncommon occurrence. Li Da's frustration reached a boiling point. These individuals were not merely foolish but also steeped in regional prejudice. Even if his assertions held truth, they would remain obstinately opposed to him. Chapter 29. The departure of four. "Very well. If you choose not to leave, then I shall take my leave. Jika, will you follow them or accompany me?" Jika glanced at the four individuals beside him, then turned his gaze towards Li Da. After much contemplation, he resolved to follow Li Da. His hunting skills were the weakest in the group, and his primary role within the team was to carry supplies or tend to his comrades' wounds. Being bullied and looked down upon was his norm. Yet compared to his former companions, Li Da was undoubtedly preferable. Among the group, he felt the closest affinity with Li Da. Three of the four others noticed Jika's decision and uttered the most contemptible remarks. Li Da merely cast a cold glance at the remaining four fools, shouldered his backpack, grasped his firearm, and departed. After a brief interval of 10 minutes following their exit, Zam inquired, "Are we returning to the camp now?" He had just clashed with Li Da, and among the three from Annan, he had sustained the least injury. "We shall not return to the camp. We will take a different route to leave this place," came the reply. The other three exchanged surprised glances at Zam's words. "We have already been targeted. Remaining here would only lead to our demise. Then why didn't we? Do you truly believe this safe route went unnoticed? That man from Long was sold us out." "That may be, but I am not certain. If he had been the sole casualty, I would not have doubted him. However, he was injured alone, while we suffered as a trio, which makes it difficult for me to place my trust in him." Had it not been for his injury prompting us to assist, we three would not have fallen into this predicament. Why not simply eliminate him? If he is killed, when the leader returns, how will you explain it? We are already being monitored, and his death will not resolve our predicament. Therefore, allowing him to leave serves to eliminate a potential threat while simultaneously acting as bait to divert attention. At this point, Zam glanced around. Feeling an unsettling sensation within the camp, an indescribable yet eerie feeling that stirred a sense of unease in his heart. This discomfort lingered until just moments ago, prompting him to clarify matters with the other three individuals. Meanwhile, on another path, Xiaomushing and another individual lay on a slope, observing two figures, one of whom was tending to a wound. How did you ascertain that the route we set as a trap was indeed safe? Is there a trick to it? Please enlighten me. The observer looked at the injured person, intrigued. It's merely a guess. One person stood in one direction for nearly an hour. One could deduce it with a mere knee-jerk reaction. Noticing Xiaomushing's reluctance to divulge further details, the observer refrained from pressing on. Instead, he countered. But what about those two? Our trap has failed. Xiaomushing realized that these individuals had fallen into his scheme, initially perceiving them as foolish. However, it became evident that they were merely cautious and perceptive. Once they recognized the impending danger, their crude traps became ineffective. How proficient are you with a firearm? I would not recommend firing a weapon, as it would alert others. The deceased shook his head. Last night, those poachers were armed with 2 guns, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. However, we are currently too close to that encampment. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaomushing glanced at the 2 men who had their weapons slung over their backs, one of whom was injured. What if we move a bit closer? This suggestion elicited a shared smile between the two. At that moment, Li Du was navigating through the dense forest, but beyond mere movement, he was pondering certain matters. If something were to truly go awry at the front, what should he do? Should he head directly to the predetermined rendezvous point and wait? Yet, if the others encountered trouble or were even captured, going there could lead him into a trap. Given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to consider the worst-case scenario. However, his contemplation was abruptly interrupted. Jika was suddenly knocked to the ground by a dark figure. As he attempted to retrieve his gun from behind him to assist, a strong hand seized the weapon, and a fist struck his broken hand, rendering him momentarily powerless. The gun was swiftly taken from him. Just as Jika was preparing to rise and retaliate, a dark barrel was pressed against his forehead. Then, he was greeted by the bright, sunny smile of a young man. The stranger spoke in a cheerful tone, "Hello." At that moment, Lita looked up to find a gun aimed at his own forehead, suddenly realizing the gravity of his predicament. Subsequently, Xiaomushing bound the 2 men with rope. Given their previous experiences of being tied up multiple times, these 2 individuals were almost bound together like a rice dumpling, rendering them incapable of moving even a finger. Xiaomushing gazed at Li Du. "Are you from the Dragon Country?" Li Du looked at the 2 men and flashed a conciliatory smile. "Gentlemen, we are all compatriots here. There's no need for such severity." Xiaomushing replied, "Compatriots? Don't forget, those men who chased us down with guns yesterday were unfamiliar to you." Li Du pondered for a moment. "Brother, do you have any idea how much the items in my bag are worth? And do you know how many years you could face for the contents of your bag?" Xiaomushing retorted, "At least $400,000. Li Du was acutely aware that he needed to ignite the greed within these 2 men, or else, converted to the currency of the Dragon Country, that amounts to 2 or 3 million. In some first-tier cities, that could buy you a decent apartment, perhaps even leave you with enough for a car. You would have the 2 most burdensome aspects of life resolved, and that was merely the price for one item. Brother, if you choose to align with me, your later years will be free from financial worries. Indeed, it promised a life of ease, with provisions for food and shelter in prison." Li Du continued, "Yet if it comes to fruition, future days would be filled with indulgence and opulence, along with the constant dread of living in fear, unable to sleep soundly each night." Xiaomushing seamlessly continued his thought. Noticing that the allure of benefits did not sway the other party, Li Du realized he needed to introduce an element of coercive persuasion. He then shifted his tone. "But do you know? The leader of our group is indeed a ruthless individual. Not only has he hunted fierce beasts such as bears and tigers, but he has also taken lives without hesitation." Xiaomushing remained silent, fixating his gaze upon the man's eyes, quietly raising the gun in his hand. Li Du's voice gradually faded into silence. They had lost 4 men, and one was barely clinging to life. When I departed, he still had a breath left. I witnessed the leader's demise firsthand. He died with a profound sense of unwillingness, and he must be the one you refer to as the leader, correct? These nonchalant words rendered Li Du utterly mute. He had begun to piece together certain truths, such as the fact that these 2 individuals had narrowly escaped death under the leader's relentless pursuit and now aimed to outmaneuver them. Within the camp, only 4 timid souls remained, 2 afraid to make a move, 3 of whom were injured. With the leader deceased, what could they possibly do? At that moment, Hanli navigated through the branches with urgency, arriving before Xiaomushing with an anxious expression. Upon witnessing the other's demeanor, Xiao Mushing sensed that the news brought back was likely grim. The four men were no longer at the camp. Chapter 30. The wolf pack before Xiao Mushing could react. Sporadic gunfire erupted in the distance. Upon hearing the shots, Han Li immediately sprang into action, racing toward the source of the gunfire. Xiao Mushing followed suit, both hurrying forth, leaving behind the bound Ji Ka and Li Da, who were initially bewildered before succumbing to panic. In the heart of the primordial forest, they were akin to neatly wrapped meat dumplings, trapped and vulnerable. Devoid of any capacity for resistance, without advancing too closely, Xiao Mushing extended his hand to intercept the corpse. The lifeless figure turned to look at him. Xiao Mushing gazed towards a nearby tree, and then the two ascended it, one after the other. From the pinnacle of the tree, they beheld the events unfolding in a distant expanse of grassy meadow. What shall become of Zam? The speaker remained ever vigilant to the movements within the dense underbrush, standing back to back with Zam, beads of perspiration cascading uncontrollably from his brow. At his feet lay the lifeless body of a companion, his clothing torn into ragged shreds, his body marred by numerous bite marks. The most grievous being the substantial chunk of flesh torn from his throat. Blood flowed freely, yet it began to lose its warmth. By the time they discovered him, he had already succumbed to this fate, and concerning the other companion, he had become separated during their frantic search. Moments ago, the anguished cries of that individual had resonated. Yet now there was only silence. It was likely that he had met a similar demise. Although Zam's bones were unbroken, he could not run swiftly. The companion who questioned him was also injured, with a fractured left leg, now reliant on a makeshift crutch to navigate painfully. He understood the nature of the creatures lurking within the dense thicket. The only unscathed companion bore the heaviest load, possessing pelts and teeth of animals that, in their eyes, were worth a fortune, yet these very treasures had cost their companion his life. The wolves had overpowered him before he could mount any substantial resistance, dragging him deep into the undergrowth. This was no mere ambush, it was a meticulously orchestrated hunt. The wolves were not initially on their list of prey, however. One fateful day, when they could find no game, they stumbled upon a den of young wolves. For a period, they maintained a precarious peace, bolstered by their numbers and collective action, armed with firearms. Yet, this time, they suffered injuries, and the scent of blood signaled to the wolves an opportune moment for revenge. Remarkably, the wolves chose to strike first not at the wounded, but at those unscathed, knowing that an attack on the injured would allow them to react and summon aid. We pressed our backs together, cautiously retreating from the grassland, planning to ascend into the trees. From the underbrush, the sounds of wolves weaving through the foliage echoed ominously. In such terrain, it was virtually impossible to pinpoint the wolves' locations, let alone aim accurately with a shotgun. Their firearms were bolt action, capable of discharging a single bullet at a time. Should they miss, the wolves would pounce, sinking their teeth into their throats while others would follow suit, seizing their legs and hands, a common tactic employed by wolf packs during hunts. As they limped and painstakingly advanced, the brush beside Zam suddenly rustled. He pivoted his weapon and squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck its mark, but at that very moment, another gray figure burst forth, its gory maw clamping down on his neck before he could even work the bolt of his gun. The companion at his back turned to assist, only to be gripped by an icy chill that crept up from behind. Yearning to turn away, yet it was already too late. The wolf's fang had pierced his skin, embedding itself into the nape of his neck. Simultaneously, the surrounding thicket erupted as a pack of 20 or 30 wolves surged forth, tearing the two apart. Observing this harrowing scene from his perch in the tree, Xiao Mushing murmured, "Is the combat prowess of wolves truly so formidable?" Numerous accounts exist of hunters, both domestic and international, falling prey to wolves, some even while armed. Alas, these individuals were merely victims of misfortune. The grass, standing as tall as a man, obscured their vision almost entirely. All three bore injuries and were burdened with considerable weight. Had the encounter occurred in a forest or an open area, they might have fared better, yet fate had led them into this dense thicket. Furthermore, it appeared that these wolves harbored a vendetta against them, suggesting a premeditated assault. Now, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. If we were perched in the trees, with wolves already fixated on us, what strategy should we employ to evade them? We possess a hunting rifle. Should they reveal themselves, they would be manageable. However, if they remain concealed, biding their time until we descend, the situation would become dire. Wolves are renowned for their patience. At this juncture, a sudden realization struck. Something felt amiss. "Why do you pose such a question?" Xiao Mushing maintained his smile, gazing at him. The other's expression stiffened, pressing further. "What you speak of is merely a hypothetical situation, is it not?" Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely continuing to observe his companion. The deceased extended a hand to shield his eyes, while with the other, he retrieved a satellite phone. After articulating the situation, he hung up and remarked, "Let us await rescue. They have assured us it will arrive shortly. Will the rescue team be safe?" He pondered, as the individuals coming to their aid were armed police equipped with assault rifles. Xiao Mushing clung to a branch and descended to a broader fork in the tree. I shall rest. Remember to call me when the rescue team arrives. At this moment, you still have the luxury of slumber? Aren't you afraid that in the midst of your dreams, a wolf might be lurking beside you? Xiao Mushing produced a length of rope, tossing it behind him in an arc, guiding it around a branch before it returned to his hands. After several loops, he secured it with a knot and closed his eyes. Observing this scene, the deceased contemplated for a moment before extracting a rope from his own bag. Chapter 31 concluded with the arrival of thieves into the dwelling. The two were roused from their slumber by the sound of gunfire. Their rescuers had arrived. Rather than directly engaging the pack of wolves, the rescue team opted to intimidate them with gunshots. Descending from the tree, Xiao Mushing and his companion followed the rescue team back. Meanwhile, Jika and Li Din narrowly escaped being devoured by wolves. The timely arrival of the rescue team spared their lives, albeit at the cost of their freedom. The encampments left by the poachers were documented and temporarily secured, serving as crucial evidence of their crimes. On their return journey, they encountered mirror flowers and fat fish who had remained in the forest, patiently waiting for the two of them. Ultimately, the four returned to the place where their journey had commenced, Silent Voice Village. A multitude of individuals has gathered here, consisting of police officers, villagers, and a group of mourners. They are engulfed in sorrow, tears streaming down their faces. The unease and ominous conjectures in their hearts have manifested into a grim reality before their eyes. 3 lifeless bodies. The sight renders the elderly and the weary-faced women as though they are suspended in a vacuum, unable to breathe, their voices stifled in grief. Hanli kneels before the 3, while the elderly and women sit beside the remains. In this realm between life and death, the 4 of them kneel, separated by the veil of existence. Hanli harbors no words of reassurance, only a profound sense of remorse. As a seasoned geological surveyor accustomed to the harshness of the wild, he is acutely aware of the perils inherent in his profession, a truth his family also recognizes. From his grandfather's generation onward, they have been geological surveyors, and initially, his father wished for him to pursue a different path. Yet, his passion for the mountains and rivers has always prevailed since childhood. Fully cognizant of the toil and danger involved, he ensured that every matter he could address was meticulously arranged before each expedition. Gazing upon the visage of his beloved wife so near, Hanli extended his hand, cherishing 2 things above all, the mountains and her. Subsequently, his ethereal form began to fade. He felt content to witness his family and beloved one for the last time, knowing that their remains would be returned to their loved ones. Xiao Mushing, observing this poignant scene, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Hanli turned back, smiling and uttering 2 words that were discernible only through lip reading. The sound was faint, almost inaudible, yet Xiao Mushing was able to decipher those 2 words. As the golden particles dissipated, the mountainous landscape transformed in Xiao Mushing's eyes, becoming something beyond mere hills. The towering green peaks were no longer just mountains. They were the result of tectonic movements, the sediment of ages, the budding of new foliage, and the passage of wind and snow. These events have left their mark upon the verdant hills, shaping the landscape as it is perceived through his eyes. It appears that nature presents such a vivid tableau in your vision, Xiao Mushing murmured. He had never quite comprehended why Hanli continually extolled the beauty of the hills and the babbling brook, his lips curling into a smile. Now he understood the allure it held. At that moment, Fei Yu arrived beside him. Upon my return, I estimate my bounty hunter rank will surely ascend, he remarked. The other 2 remained silent, but subtly nodded in agreement. The 4 of them, bounty hunters, were set to confront 11 genuine hunters armed with shotguns. It could be asserted that this mission had surpassed their level, clearly unworthy of classification within the level 5 category. Xiao Mushing, upon hearing this, refrained from comment. He had accepted this task primarily for self-assessment, seeking to rid himself of the provisional title. He likely would not advance in rank as the other 3 might. Subsequently, they followed the familiar procedures of testimonies, identifications, and the awarding of banners and bonuses. Given that this involved a cross-border syndicate, they were entitled to an additional sum. Moreover, the bounty of 400,000 from the Bounty Hunter Forum was credited to each of their accounts, amounting to a total of 400,000 per individual. Xiao Mushing also gained 3 vehicles, a point of contention for the other 3, as their own vehicles had cost them hundreds of thousands. On the journey home, Xiao Mushing began to reflect, analyzing the common characteristics of the 2 ghosts that had haunted the notorious residents. Both were homicides, steeped in lingering obsessions. Upon returning, he pondered whether he might find a new neighbor awaiting him. Meanwhile, at the doorway of room 404, a timid figure emerged. First, he arrived at the door of the room and glanced around cautiously. Then, from his pocket, he retrieved a small leather pouch. The lock, seemingly yearning for release, was about to experience his unlocking prowess. Prior to his arrival, he had gathered information, as it was rumored that this 404 was a haunted dwelling. There were hardly any residents on the same floor. Naturally, he dismissed such tales, having entered others' homes under the cloak of darkness daily. Moreover, he had learned that this particular room was indeed occupied, though the owner was often absent, presenting him with a splendid opportunity. Coupled with the inadequacy of the surveillance system in the area, he felt emboldened. With a click, the lock yielded. A triumphant smile graced the thief's face as he sidled in and shut the door behind him. He fumbled along the wall until he located the switch to illuminate the room, then began to search for lightweight and valuable items. He stumbled upon a few delivery boxes. Upon inspection, he found a military multifunctional shovel, hiking boots, and a gas mask. What a peculiar assortment of items. Where were the valuables? Everything seemed to be empty. Eventually, he made his way to the bedroom and spotted a laptop on the table, which brightened his spirits as he swiftly tucked it into his bag. Continuing his search, he opened a cupboard and discovered a banner proclaiming for bravery in the face of danger, capturing a psychopathic killer. The thief furrowed his brow, continuing to rummage through the contents. He then unearthed a medical record, a diagnosis from the Jinyang Mental Hospital. Patient symptoms, claims to see ghosts, insists they are always around, and that he can communicate with them. As the thief read this, a chill ran down his spine, and an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Previously, rumors about this room suddenly sprang to mind. With a guilty conscience, he turned to glance back, only to find nothing. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Startled, the thief leapt into the air. Had the circuit breaker tripped? Yet, the bedroom light remained aglow. Tentatively, he reached out to switch on the bedside lamp, discovering there was nothing that had unexpectedly emerged before him, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the same jarring sound echoed once more. In the stillness of the room, it was painfully piercing. The bedroom light remained illuminated, perplexing the thief, who then peered towards the door. In that instant, his fear magnified. The light in the living room extinguished. A pitch-black living room seemed to harbor something waiting for him to approach. The thief now hesitated to move. This was not normal. Prior to entering, he had observed that the room's lights were merely ordinary fixtures. There were no surveillance cameras within the room, making it unlikely to be a smart home. So, before he could steady his nerves, something in the living room abruptly flickered to life. Hello, I am Peppa, and this is my brother. How had the television turned on? Who had activated the TV? It continued to broadcast childish chatter, yet it sent chills down his spine. Chapter 32, Li Yishou and the Little Girl. In the next moment, the sound of the front door being pushed open resonated. The homeowner had returned. The thief glanced around and immediately dove into the wardrobe, as if that was the only place that could offer him solace. Xiao Musheng, dragging his weary body, approached the doorway and heard the commotion within. It appears that a new roommate has arrived, albeit one with a somewhat childish disposition. As she is engrossed in watching animated cartoons, particularly those of a rather juvenile nature. Upon opening the door and surveying the bedroom, I caught sight of a small figure curled up on the sofa. It was a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, adorned in a lovely floral dress, her short hair grazing her neck. Initially taken aback by the scene, I felt a tightening in my chest. From my previous encounters, I had deduced a pattern. Those who come here are souls who have met their demise at the hands of others. I set down my belongings and donned a gentle smile, approaching the sofa. As I knelt before the child, I inquired, "Little one, do you enjoy watching Peppa Pig?" The girl gazed up at me, her eyes wide with curiosity, and asked, "Are you a handsome big sister?" My smile broadened. I suppose I am somewhat attractive, but I am actually a boy. Sensing an unusual connection, the girl moved closer to me, her demeanor softening. "Brother, let me tell you, there is a thief in that room, but he cannot see me. So, I turned on the television to frighten him away. He hasn't come out yet." At such a tender age, she had already grasped a great deal about the world, exhibiting a keen sensitivity to certain behaviors. Following the direction of her tiny finger, I glanced toward the bedroom. Had someone sneaked in? Who could it be? The landlord? No, she seemed too timid for that. A thief? Yet what sort of burglar would dare to venture into a haunted house? To know that the residents of the same community are aware of his status as a 404. They all avoid him. Inside the wardrobe, the thief, Li Yishou, clutched a screwdriver, his body trembling slightly. As the door swung open, he heard the homeowner speaking. Yet the troubling fact was that he did not perceive a second voice, only the solitary monologue of the other party. At that moment, the diagnosis report from the mental institution he had glimpsed earlier, along with the rumors surrounding this very room, resurfaced in his mind. Fragments of frightening scenes from horror films he had once watched began to materialize as well. Children shouldn't watch so much television at night. It's time for bed. "I shall retire now," echoed from the living room, followed by the sound of footsteps retreating toward the bedroom. The footsteps grew ever closer until a figure entered the chamber. How mischievous, leaving the bedroom light on. Then came the rustling of clothing, followed by the sound of someone settling onto the bed. Just as Li Yishou presumed the homeowner was about to drift into slumber, he heard the noise of short videos playing outside. For the first time, Li Yishuo felt a profound loathing for such videos, silently praying that the individual would not notice the absence of his computer. Half an hour passed. The sound of the videos ceased, the living room light was extinguished, and a steady rhythm of breathing filled the air. Li Yishuo exhaled in relief. It seemed the homeowner had not realized his computer was missing. After waiting another 10 minutes for the other to fall into a deeper sleep, Li Yishuo cautiously cracked the wardrobe door, glancing at the bulge beneath the covers. He then gently pushed the wardrobe door open wider, stepping out with utmost care. Li Yishuo was on the verge of stepping out of his bedroom when he cast a fleeting glance at the nightstand, which bore no possessions. However, as his foot crossed the threshold, he suddenly realized something was amiss: his mobile phone. Wasn't it customary to place the phone on the nightstand while sleeping? In response to his internal inquiry, a hefty foot provided the answer. This was swiftly followed by a dislocated hand and a swollen, bruised visage. Li Yishuo lay sprawled in the living room, an embodiment of chaos and agony. Xiao Mushing clapped his hands and, after finishing, proceeded to search him. He could have resorted to direct action, yet he feared the possibility of his adversary wielding some insurmountable principles. He had learned a lesson the hard way. In the world, there existed individuals capable of crafting weapons from mere scraps, thus prudence was paramount. Brother, I was wrong. I have an 80-year-old girlfriend to support. My lifestyle is erratic. I engage in reckless behavior. AIDS, syphilis, leukemia, lung cancer, tumors, heart pain. At that moment, Li Yishuo was utterly terrified. His assailant was not only a lunatic, but also an exceptionally formidable one, and here he was, an intruder. If he were to be killed, it was conceivable that his assailant could evade imprisonment. Yet, the most chilling aspect was not this alone. It was when the man, while searching him, uttered, "Little friend, could you please turn on the light?" And then, the light illuminated. He feared for his life, convinced that if he perished, the police would merely declare him missing, while his body would quietly lie within a refrigerator, gradually being extracted piece by piece, placed onto a frying pan, enduring the searing heat from beneath. Thus, he could only speak in a frantic manner, hoping to evoke disdain from his captor. Xiao Mushing rummaged in his ears. "Do not waste my time with empty words. If I do not reattach your arms within half an hour, they will be irreparably damaged, and amputation will be the only option. Therefore, I expect you to answer my questions without hesitation. Of course, you may choose to deceive me, but I too have my options." Li Yishuo nodded rhythmically, akin to fingers dancing over a musical game, his mind racing. "What is your name?" Li Yishuo. Occupation: engineer specializing in the conversion of social materials to general equivalents. "Have you received an education? How did you end up like this?" Xiao Mushing inquired with keen interest. "I did not study much, just retained this knowledge before dropping out." "Where are you from?" Li Yishuo was taken aback by the specificity of the question. "Yang'an Village, Shay County, Tianwu Province." At that moment, the little girl who had been seated on the sofa suddenly sprang to her feet. In a flurry of steps, she approached Li Yishuo. Her face flushed with anger and tears. Her tiny fists rained down upon him like a tempest. Xiao Mushing quickly pressed on. "What's wrong? Is he connected to your death?" Upon hearing this, Li Yishuo felt an overwhelming urgency in his bladder. "Brother, I have never killed anyone. I merely indulge in petty theft. But I possess a conscience. I do not steal from the young or the elderly, nor from those who are struggling or ill. Typically, I only pilfer items, rarely cash. Even when I steal a phone, it is usually from someone who possesses two. I have never engaged in anything related to murder." "Silence. You are disturbing me." Instantly, Li Yishuo fell silent, like a frozen cicada. Xiao Mushing patiently listened as the little girl recounted her harrowing tale. "It was in this village where they bound me, placed a particularly foul-smelling hood over my head, and forced me down before a grotesque statue, wielding a long knife to strike at me. It was so painful, excruciatingly so. They slashed my hands and feet, then plunged the blade into my chest and tore it open. Each of them wore a mask, and as they inflicted the torment, they laughed." Xiao Mushing observed the chilling glint in Li Yishuo's eyes as the little girl vividly narrated the horrors of her demise. At that moment, Li Yishuo remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He could hear nothing and see nothing, yet he sensed a looming encounter with his great-grandmother. Chapter 33. Then I shall be your slave. "Could you share with me the development of your village?" Xiao Mushing soon regained his composure. Although he regarded the thief with disdain, it seemed improbable that such a figure would engage in murder. He had encountered deranged killers before, and their eyes bore a distinct malevolence, a truth he could recognize even in his reflection. "Poverty. I recall the time I departed the village 5 or 6 years ago. The new village chief had taken office only a few years prior. Striving to alter the village's circumstances, he planted fruit trees for a while, yet after 1 or 2 years, there was little to show for it. Nevertheless, the chief persisted, while others had long since given up hope. I felt that following this chief would not yield any substantial change. I, too, harbor no desire to remain in the village, nor do I wish to pursue my studies. After a fierce quarrel with my father, I fled to the metropolis to seek employment. After several years of labor, I managed to earn a modest sum. But why have you resorted to theft now? Xiao Muxing's words struck a chord deep within Li Yishuo, eliciting a mixture of frustration, regret, and helpless sorrow upon his countenance. Because I embarked on a venture. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muxing sympathetically closed his eyes. Over these past 2 years of entrepreneurship, one could only sigh in exasperation. Xiao Muxing knelt down to reset Li Yishuo's dislocated hand, for if left unattended, it would surely become irreparable. How much do you owe? 100,000 yuan. What is the matter? Let us engage in a business deal. You shall take me back to your village, and not only will your act of thievery tonight be forgiven, but I shall also assist you in settling your debt of 100,000 yuan. Initially, Li Yishuo's face lit up with joy, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, it swiftly morphed into a frozen expression of dread as thoughts of the mental health records, the villagers, and the implications of bringing someone back flooded his mind. The burning village, the wails of its inhabitants, the sight of madmen wielding blades amidst the flames, laughing maniacally, and the image of himself lying on the ground, extending a hand filled with anger and regret. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This was the harsh lesson taught to him by the abrupt failure of his entrepreneurial aspirations. Of course, you may choose to decline. However, the little girl perched atop your head will enter your village in your absence. Li Yishuo gasped in shock. I almost forgot, within this house, besides this ancestral figure, there exists a terrifying entity that remains unseen. What should I do? Should I acquiesce or refuse? If I decline, the invisible presence may proceed on its own, which would only exacerbate the situation. Yet, if I agree, what if I become a sinner? As Li Yishuo grappled with his dilemma, Xiao Muxing retrieved his phone and accessed the bounty hunter forum. The label, Insha, was accompanied by a level 5 emblem, with the provisional status removed. Additionally, an upgrade option had appeared. The public chat channel was abuzz with activity, and his name was mentioned multiple times as various individuals sought to form a team with him. Of course, apart from him, there were also the trio known as Dead Men. Their recent accomplishments had been too remarkable to overlook. Xiao Muxing noted that Dead Men had the designation of a gold medal appended to their bounty hunter ranks. Amidst the flattery, some comments were rather irksome, but Xiao Muxing paid them no heed. Instead, he entered the keyword Yongyun Village. A task emerged. It seems some villagers in Yongyun Village harbor secrets. Please assist in the investigation. Accompanying this was a note. A month ago, a level 3 bounty hunter accepted this task and has since lost contact. This task has been escalated. Bounty hunters wishing to take on this task should be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. After clicking to accept, he inquired, by the way, what is your name? Li Yishuo. Didn't you just ask that? Li Yishuo replied, scratching his head in curiosity. However, he soon noticed that the other party had not inquired further. Xiao Muxing entered 3 more characters in the forum, Chen Nanqian. He then discovered another bounty. Missing person task. Locate the 8-year-old girl, Chen Nanqian, last seen near Yida Plaza in Luqian Street, Binhai City, with a reward of 200,000. Alongside this task, some similar ones popped up. Many level 5 tasks were of this nature, yet their completion rates were notably low. The world can sometimes feel exceedingly small, so constricted that it offers no refuge for an individual, while at other times, it seems vast enough that one might spend a lifetime searching for another person. Xiao Muxing silently clicked to accept the task. He certainly had to go to Yongyun Village, but being a stranger to the area, he could not rely on an 8-year-old girl. Thus, he focused on a local, as this would at least provide him with a plausible reason and identity to enter the village. It remained to be seen how cooperative this person would be. If uncooperative, he would devise alternative methods. However, this individual would undoubtedly need to spend a couple of days in custody. Li Yishuo pondered for quite some time, realizing he must accompany them, lest a single rotten apple spoil the entire village. If they truly intended to commit harm, he would, even at the cost of his own life, attempt to thwart them. With this thought, Li Yishuo felt a divine radiance enveloping him. I promise you this, but remember, every grievance has its origin, and debts have their owners. You must not harm the innocent. Xiao Muxing narrowed his eyes, pondering what this individual was truly contemplating. I do not take lives. Then can you enlighten me as to why the girl you speak of wishes to come to my village? Chen Nanqian, perched atop Li Yishuo's head, waved her small hand and spoke. You wretched villains, witness as I unleash the magical starlight fist to obliterate you. Xiao Muxing proclaimed. Having seized a fragment of the conversation, there's someone in your village who buys people. Impossible, Li Yishuo retorted, springing to his feet. With our village's dire poverty, even our dogs weep when they visit our village's restroom. We are so destitute that there's hardly enough to eat, let alone any money to purchase people. If you doubt me, what if I accompany you to your village for an inspection? If I find evidence, I will call you father. He pointed emphatically at the ceiling, his words resonating with conviction. I have no son as useless as you. Xiao Mushing disdainfully replied. Chun Nanqian, hearing this, exhibited a perplexed expression. At 8 years old and in the 3rd grade, she often overheard boys making such wagers. She could not comprehend why boys were so fervently eager to acknowledge others as their fathers. Then I shall be your slave, Xiao Mushing exclaimed, taken aback. Is society truly this wild nowadays? I actually did not mean it that way. What I intended to say was, Li Yishou seemed to realize that his words had crossed a line. Yet, he found himself devoid of anything to wager. Chun Nanqian discovered that the adult world was indeed perplexing, especially with the notion of willingly becoming a slave. Chapter 34. Purchasing a home. No need for that. Just ensure you do not succumb to despair when the time comes. Xiao Mushing discerned that the other party's words reflected an extreme confidence regarding the people in his own village. He firmly believes that the people in his village would never stoop to such depths, even if faced with poverty and starvation. They would never engage in such morally reprehensible acts. Despite his own transgressions, he maintains a sense of ethical confidence regarding his village. It is akin to being mired in a quagmire, yet harboring a glimmer of hope within, and that village represents the beacon of light in his heart. It is a place he once yearned to escape from, yet now longs for, albeit hesitantly, as it remains an unfulfilled dream of success and wealth. Accepting the terms of a wager, he resignedly offers to serve as an underling should he lose, although the term slave seems excessively harsh. Thus, he opts for the more palatable underling. He is convinced that the villagers would not allow him to fail, believing that some misunderstandings must be at play. In that case, you shall stay with me for now, and in a few days, we shall venture to Yangyun village. Are we not departing tomorrow? Why must we wait a few more days? Having just experienced a moment of panic, Li Yishou now feels a sense of urgency. For once he brings the other party over, his debts will be resolved. I have a few matters to attend to, he states. Initially, Li Yishou is perplexed by these obligations. However, on the following day, accompanying Xiao Mushing to the vehicle management office, he is astonished to see 3 large SUVs being delivered by a truck, all registered under Xiao Mushing's name. Brother, what kind of business are you in to possess such wealth? Li Yishou inquires, bewildered by why someone so affluent would reside in a haunted house. As the furnishings and arrangements within do not reflect the lifestyle of the wealthy, there were 3 skeptical individuals who, much like yourself, engaged in a wager with me, ultimately relinquishing their vehicle as a result. Truly, there are numerous affluent fools in this world. Indeed, it appears there are many such simpletons. Xiao Mushing remarked with a profound undertone. Not I. Li Yishou immediately countered upon discerning the implication. A madman seldom acknowledges his own insanity, just as a murderer would not confess to his heinous acts. Thus, it follows that a fool would also hardly admit to their folly. So, are you a madman? Li Yishou retorted. Of course I am. Have you not seen my medical records? Xiao Mushing proclaimed, before initiating a video call. The contact displayed was the timid landlord. The video connected successfully, revealing a languid woman just awakening, disheveled and improperly attired. What is it? She inquired. I wish to purchase your property. Will you include a parking space? Suddenly, the video feed froze, not due to a lack of connectivity or a malfunction, but because the landlord was taken aback. Where did you acquire such funds? Why would you want to buy a haunted house? As for where the money comes from, that is of no concern to you. The primary reason for residing in a haunted abode is my aversion to solitude. Living in such a house would provide some semblance of liveliness. Hissed the landlord. Through the screen, emitted a prolonged hissing sound akin to that of a rattlesnake. She had encountered many brave souls, but few possessed such audacity. Let us meet this afternoon. I shall bring the contract. Any venue will suffice, but under no circumstances should we convene at that house. I recall there is a CAF nearby. Chun Nanqian pointed at a flyer for fried chicken on the ground. You can't eat that. Chun Nanqian remained silent, her bright eyes fixed on Xiao Mushing. Overwhelmed by the charm of the adorable girl, Xiao Mushing's heart softened. There is a McDonald's close by. Let us meet there this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Mushing turned to Li Yishou. Can you drive? Please help me park these 3 cars in the community's public parking space. Initially, Xiao Mushing had intended to sell 2 of the vehicles, but upon reflection, he decided against it. He sensed that these cars might eventually become mere consumables. Compared to other bounty hunters, given the nature of this residence, the missions he would undertake in the future would likely involve matters of life and death. The complexities, entanglements, and fierce confrontations were odds he could scarcely evade. Of course, he could opt to cease his endeavors. Yet the reality was that his current earnings might not suffice for his future retirement. Furthermore, should he stop, he would have to return to the workforce, facing the drudgery of either a 996 or 007 schedule, and daily bowing before a superior. In fact, he might struggle to even find a job, as entry into a factory seemed improbable. Contemplating all this, he realized that maintaining the status quo was rather appealing. He would not have to demean himself before others. The individuals he encountered were straightforward, either wishing to eliminate him or being eliminated by him. Moreover, he could acquire skills, while others required prolonged study. He merely needed to risk his life once. Xiao Mushing felt a surge of adrenaline, invigorated by a thrilling shiver. Am I truly unwell? How can one derive pleasure from such thoughts? In the afternoon, the landlord, adorned with sunglasses and a denim jacket, approached with a bag in hand. She took a seat at the designated spot. Xiao Mushing ordered 2 coffees, 2 colas, a box of fried chicken, and a box of fries, patiently awaiting their arrival. Li Yishou accompanied him, and although Chen Nanxian could not partake, Xiao Mushing still ordered for her. The food was not initially intended for the discussion about the contract, but the child desired it. As the other party mentioned, while one cannot eat it, merely observing is acceptable. The poised landlord retrieved a contract from her bag. As you are aware of the property's condition, I want to charge you an exorbitant price, 400,000. If you're interested, feel free to sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing refrained from negotiating further, as properties in the surrounding area generally exceed 2 million. This house's price was comparable, and typically, properties with unfortunate histories are sold at steep discounts. The offer presented was already quite generous, essentially a significant markdown. Moreover, he was not in dire need of funds. Over 1 million remained in his account. After accounting for the house purchase, he would still have around 1.5 million left, essentially equivalent to merely expending the funds meant for apprehending that group of poachers. Recently, he had received 2 payments, including not only the bounty from the Bounty Hunter Forum, but also an additional official reward. Xiao Mushing felt as though he were in a dream, having accomplished in such a brief period what he had aimed for over the next 30 to 40 years. While signing the contract, he inadvertently caught sight of the landlord's name, Su Donghua. The last time the contract was signed in haste, and I did not scrutinize it closely. All I know is that the landlord's surname is Su. Tomorrow, I will take you to complete the transfer, but obtaining the property certificate will likely take approximately a month. After the formalities are concluded, you will need to wait. Xiao Mushing has no objections, as he had thoroughly researched everything before our arrival. These are all correct procedures. At that moment, Su Donghua picked up the cola from the table and took a sip, finally relieved to dispatch such a significant hassle. However, just as she took a sip, she noticed Xiao Mushing appeared to be hesitating to speak. Surely, you do not have regrets? Xiao Mushing remained silent. Li Yi, standing nearby, quietly remarked, what you are drinking belongs to someone else, but not to the 2 of us. Su Donghua's gaze shifted to the table, which held 2 cups of coffee and 2 cups of cola. Yet, there were only 3 individuals at the table. Who could the other be? Tears welled up in her eyes. They were already outside. Chapter 35, Transfer. Arrangements. Chen Nanxian stared wide-eyed, for it was her first time witnessing adults snatch drinks from children and even cry. Su Donghua's fearful actions attracted peculiar glances from others in the establishment, including both adults and children, as well as the staff. Strictly speaking, their group was rather odd. Moreover, considering they had just signed a contract, it unintentionally led some to think askew. Some even discreetly took out their phones, ready to call the authorities should anything amiss occur. Xiao Mushing also noticed this. We are outside. There is little cause for concern. Nothing will happen. Su Donghua trembled as she spoke. Is it really true? The psychological shadow cast by that house loomed too large for her to bear. At that moment, Li Yishou was about to speak up again, but a single glance from Xiao Mushing silenced him. Thus, Li Yishou was compelled to keep his lips sealed. Then why? Was it outside? After a prolonged pause, Su Donghua managed to voice her query. Because it became entangled with me, Xiao Mushing replied, a statement grounded in truth. For nearly everyone who had entered that house had formed a connection with him. I am truly sorry. I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. I merely intended to suppress the malevolent energy of that room, Su Donghua confessed, her remorse nearly overflowing. She had never envisioned the situation would become this dire. People die for wealth, just as birds perish for sustenance. The path I have chosen is mine alone, unrelated to others. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. I have acquaintances who handle funerals. Upon hearing this, Li Yishou nearly spewed his coffee. Xiao Mushing, seizing the moment, added, it might be beneficial to become acquainted. Do they offer transportation as well? Given the nature of his current endeavors, he might find it useful, either for himself or for others. They do, but I must clarify that my friend knows some practitioners. Su Donghua halted at this point, as she recalled that these practitioners had failed to resolve the issues surrounding the house, rendering any recommendation seemingly futile. As for practitioners, let's not go there. There are many charlatans these days, and everyone's striving to make a living. There's no need to be foolish. Su Donghua felt as if she had been reprimanded. Let us conclude matters for today. I shall expedite the transfer tomorrow, as I need to embark on a journey in a few days. What are you doing? Every grievance has its origins. Every debt has its master. Help them dispel their resentment and sever their obsessions. Thus you I apologize. Yet, she suddenly grasped the pivotal word, they. Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The afternoon sun shone brilliantly, filtering through the glass and illuminating Su Dongyue's figure. Nevertheless, Su Dongyue felt no warmth. Instead, she was engulfed by the sensation of being surrounded by a multitude of people, each gazing at her with eyes full of resentment. Very well, we shall meet again tomorrow. Farewell. She then picked up her bag and turned to leave, though her movements were somewhat stiff, her limbs moving in unison. Li Shou was equally astonished, rendered speechless. Brother, you can't possibly be a Taoist descending from the mountain. Who wouldn't feel alarmed in the presence of such supernatural phenomena? Yet, observing the calm demeanor of this elder brother, coupled with the formidable prowess displayed the previous night and his nonchalant attitude towards the unseen, as well as the wager that resulted in him winning 3 cars, Li Shou's imagination ran wild. He envisioned either a master descending from the mountains or a reclusive sage. Reality, however, proved to be a stark contrast to his vivid imaginings, forcing him to swallow his words back. The following day, at the title transfer office, Su Dongyue and Xiao Mushing maintained a cautious distance from one another, both wearing expressions of trepidation. At that moment, a staff member, facing Su Dongyue, quietly inquired, "Do you require assistance in filing a police report?" Su Dongyue looked up, bewildered. "What would I report?" She discerned sympathy and pity in the staff member's gaze. "You misunderstand. I have no connection with him," Su Dongyue hurriedly clarified. The staff member offered a knowing glance, filled with determination and support. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you. Here, he cannot harm you." "He hasn't harmed me," Su Dongyue responded, wishing to avoid exacerbating the situation. "The house he purchased from me is a haunted property, and he knew it." The staff member's expression shifted from pity to shock, soon tinged with a hint of disdain. "It is not that I harbor malice." He was aware it was a haunted house, yet chose to buy it. The staff member displayed a look of disbelief. Who would buy a haunted house? At that moment, Xiao Muxing approached. "What she says is true. Haunted houses are inexpensive, and I have not lost out on my investment." Their conversation grew somewhat loud, drawing the attention of the individual in question. Su Dongyue cast a grateful glance in his direction, appreciating his kindness. Upon hearing this, the staff member ceased to raise any further inquiries and swiftly completed the necessary procedures. Once everything was finalized, Su Dongyue remarked, "It will take at least 20 days for the property deed to be processed. I will deliver it to you then." "Very well." Su Dongyue then darted away like a little sparrow. Xiao Muxing merely shook his head at the scene. He then retrieved his phone, searched for the contact Zhou Haihong, and made a call. "Are you busy lately?" "Oh, is that not the illustrious Yin Cha? Are you inviting me to join you on a team mission?" Naturally, she had seen the discussions on the Bounty Forum's public platform. "Let us set aside trivialities and address the matter at hand. I have undertaken 2 tasks. One involves investigating Yangyun village, while the other pertains to locating the young girl, Chen Nanqian. These 2 tasks are intertwined." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haihong immediately grasped the implication. Typically, bounty hunters do not accept 2 unrelated assignments, nor do they pursue tasks beyond their capability. Thus, it is evident that Xiao Mushing must have uncovered something significant or possesses the confidence to accomplish both missions. "Feel free to speak your mind. I am here to assist you." Zhou Haihong was eager to lend a hand to Xiao Mushing, as this would create a sense of indebtedness, enabling him to seek assistance in future challenging endeavors. This is the essence of reciprocity. "I have come across certain clues, and I plan to investigate the village. However, I believe you can surmise the grim scenario that may unfold should these tasks be connected. If unforeseen circumstances arise, I may find myself trapped within the village, possibly unable to relay any information. Therefore, I wanted to give you a heads up. Should I lose contact at any point, please remember to alert the authorities. I will do my utmost to leave traces within the village and send you any pertinent information I gather beforehand. Currently, I am accompanied by an individual named Li Shou." Xiao Mushing laid bare his current situation and preparations. "Do take care," Zhou Haihong cautioned. He understood all too well how horrifying the prospect of human trafficking could be, especially when linked to a village, as it could very well imply a network of mutual protection and collusion among its inhabitants. Those who enter may indeed never emerge. This is not mere hyperbole, but a reality that has transpired. After uttering these words, Xiao Mushing ended the call. He could not confide in some of his former acquaintances, as they led ordinary lives and were ill-equipped to handle such matters. It was unnecessary to involve them, and regarding the prospect of alerting the authorities, he currently possessed neither evidence nor leads, which could easily provoke unwanted attention. Chapter 36. Is this called a poor village? Autumn Festival. In the jeep, Xiao Mushing gazed ahead at the road. "Are you certain your village is impoverished?" he inquired, somewhat uncertain himself, as the surroundings appeared markedly transformed. It is not surprising that he posed such a question. As the adage goes, to become prosperous, one must first pave the roads. They were traversing a village road, yet it was a meticulously constructed, 2-way cement path, wide and devoid of debris. In typical rural areas, roads are seldom this expansive, and it is uncommon for them to be intentionally marked as two-way. Moreover, given the mountainous terrain, the presence of moss-covered boulders is commonplace. Unlike the pristine condition of this particular road, as they continued their journey, they observed numerous orange trees, most laden with ripe fruit. More significantly, they spotted a vehicle approaching, adorned with several rings. Upon reaching the village entrance and disembarking, Li Yishuo's mouth fell slightly agape. For, upon inspection, the village was filled with 2 to 3-story villas. Additionally, in front of many of these villas, 1 or 2 vehicles were typically parked, a sedan and a convertible pickup truck. How do you define poverty? This is not destitution. There is plenty to eat. How could I possibly know? I haven't returned in 6 or 7 years. How has the village changed so drastically? In all that time, did you not even call your father? I did. But every time we spoke, it ended in an argument. I claimed I was thriving out here, while he insisted he was prospering in the village. We exchanged jibes, each mocking the other. At that moment, by the entrance of the village, there was an elderly gentleman with a mane of silver hair and a beard to match, reclining in a sun chair, engrossed in short videos on his phone, all featuring vibrant performances. Upon noticing the presence of visitors, he rose leisurely, shutting off his device. As he approached and recognized the newcomers, he exclaimed, "Ah, is that not the child of the Li family? Finally deigned to return and brought a friend along. Come, do visit my humble abode. Uncle Zhou, what has transpired in the village? Come to my house, and we shall discuss it at length." Uncle Zhou opened the grand gate of his home and produced 2 large oranges, cheerfully remarking, "You simply missed the opportune moment. The second year after you left, the fruit trees bore fruit, and the oranges were exceptionally sweet. That year, the village chief took us to sell them, and each household earned at least 100 to 200,000. I recall your father confiding in me that he made 190,000 that year." Just as Li Yishuo was about to extol the virtues of the orange's flavor, he was struck by those words like a thunderbolt. "You must be joking, child. Why would I deceive you? Ask your father, or better yet, check your family's bank account to verify the balance." Li Yishuo. When it reached the 3rd year of sales, the village chief proposed a peculiar notion of high-end cultivation, allowing only 10 oranges to grow on a single tree, and without the use of pesticides. At that time, the villagers failed to comprehend this approach. Wouldn't more fruit mean greater sales? However, to their astonishment, these oranges commanded the highest prices. The village chief, unbeknownst to them, had somehow found foreign buyers and directly exported these oranges overseas. Each orange was sold at this price. As Uncle Zhou spoke, he raised 2 fingers. 20. Why not seize the opportunity? Selling for such a price. It's 2,000, Uncle Zhou proclaimed with pride. Has it been 6 or 7 years, and the villagers have become so gullible? 1 orange sells for 2,000. Are foreign tycoons really that foolish? What is this? The village chief learned that in some places, an apple can fetch as much as 10,000. We are already quite reasonable in our pricing. Do you know how much those foreigners sell the oranges for after taking them from us? How much? Li Yishuo inquired cautiously. 2,000. That means they earn nothing. In US dollars. This is outrageous. Li Yishuo gritted his teeth, feeling compelled to compete with those wealthy individuals. Just how delicious could these 2,000 yuan oranges be to warrant such a price? Uncle Zhou glanced at the oranges in their hands. What you two are holding is precisely that. Upon hearing this, both men shuddered simultaneously, nearly dropping the oranges from their grasp. Although Xiao Mushing has amassed considerable wealth, the act of earning and spending are 2 fundamentally different matters. He has yet to indulge in luxury. How can I accept such expensive oranges? He mused. Li Yishuo was genuinely taken aback by the generous care bestowed upon him by Zhou Eryi after years of absence. Do not overthink it. Primarily, it was due to the heavy rains a few days ago that several oranges fell from the fruit king tree. Those oranges are unwanted over there. Oranges destined for export must be freshly picked on the same day and dispatched promptly. Their size and appearance are scrutinized. Any that are too small or misshapen are discarded. And they must be free of blemishes. The acceptable ones are hastily sent to the city for air transport, for if they linger too long, they become undesirable. Li Yishuo raised his gaze to the fruit trees outside. What significance do the struggles he faced over the past 6 or 7 years hold? Just as he was engulfed in sorrow, Xiao Mushing suddenly pointed to a mask hanging on the wall and inquired, "Zhou Eryi, what is the purpose of this mask?" Following Xiao Mushing's gesture, Li Yishuo observed a mask adorned with feathers on the left and grains of rice on the right, its center resembling a bird's beak. "This," he explained, "is a custom from our village. During the autumn harvest, each household sends forth a representative who dons this mask and carries the first batch of rice harvested that year. A large bonfire is then lit, and the rice is cast into the flames as an offering to our ancestors, beseeching their blessings for favorable weather and abundant harvests in the coming year. We refer to this tradition as the Autumn Festival. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Mushing maintained a stoic expression, yet a sense of gravity settled in his heart. Xiao Qian, referring to Chun Nanqian, had just pointed at the mask, declaring, "Those who attempted to take my life wore this mask." According to the account he had gathered from Xiao Qian, apart from the traffickers she had encountered, those who purchased her obscured her vision and bound her limbs. It was only during the peculiar ritual that the black cloth covering her eyes would be removed and a hood would be placed upon her head. When combined with the mention of the autumn festival, everything seemed to align ominously. However, a perplexing thought lingered. This village possessed a school. There were educated individuals and teachers. How could ignorance prevail to such an extent? Furthermore, based on Li Yishou's demeanor, it appeared that the autumn festival he spoke of did not involve any element of murder. Thus, it seemed the other party was not lying. Chapter 37. To seek tangible evidence. How about it? Young man, do you fancy this? If you like it, I shall gift it to you, remarked old Master Zhou, as he removed the mask from the wall and presented it to Xiao Mushing, interrupting his contemplation. The mask bore a striking resemblance to one from a certain anime, piquing his curiosity. Nevertheless, he had to concede, this mask was indeed exquisitely crafted. Just a casual creation. Rather crude, nothing as refined as you suggest, old Master Zhou modestly replied. Xiao Mushing did not decline, accepting the mask, for some matters warranted further examination. He needed to uncover more clues. Thank you, old Master Zhou. I still do not know your name, young man. My name is Xiao. Xiao, a lovely name. What business do you engage in outside? The car you brought back is certainly not inexpensive. Uncle Zhou gestured towards the vehicle parked outside. Xiao Mushing took the cue and replied, "Oh, we specialize in short videos, those clips you often see online featuring beautiful women dancing or dramatic disputes between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. We are the ones orchestrating those behind the scenes. I've heard of that. It seems quite lucrative. It appears you've been thriving out there," Uncle Zhou remarked, extending a thin, bony hand that resembled skin stretched over bone, patting Li Yishou's shoulder. Li Yishou awkwardly chuckled a couple of times before rising to say, "I suppose I should take my leave for now. I'll visit again in a couple of days. Indeed, it's been 6 or 7 years since you last came back. Your father has missed you dearly," Uncle Zhou concurred. Hearing this, Li Yishou felt a pang of nostalgia, despite their past disagreements. He had missed his father during these years away. The two then exited and re-entered the vehicle, driving a little further into the village. Uncle Zhou observed Xiao Mushing's retreating figure, sensing a hint of deception in the young man's demeanor. The silhouette seemed oddly familiar to him, as if he had encountered it in a short video before, perhaps linked to a case that was not fictional, but rather an official report. Fragmentary memories surfaced, recalling a young and beautiful victim. Could it be? In a quaint courtyard, 2 elderly men sat around a stove, savoring tea. "Oldly, let me tell you, the child of old Zhao from the west side of the village just returned a few days ago and was promptly driven out by old Zhao. One must wonder, does old Zhao really need to pressure his child about marriage so intensely? Is it such a crime to not bring home a girlfriend? Yet, he went so far as to expel the child. You've been away delivering goods recently, so you might not be fully aware. It's not merely a matter of not having a girlfriend. He brought back a boyfriend. Old Wang, do not speak so carelessly, or you might provoke old Zhao's ire." Old Li exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. This is common knowledge among many villagers, though few dare to speak of it for fear of upsetting old Zhao. You just returned yesterday, which is why I felt compelled to share this with you. Furthermore, your son has been away for 6 or 7 years. And I've heard that children in the city are quite extravagant these days. Let us hope he does indeed bring home a man one day. Don't be ridiculous. I know my son well. Previously, he returned, and I had to discipline him under the crooked tree at the village entrance. Why? Because he was lifting the skirts of other girls at school. No matter how disappointing he may be, he would never bring home a man. That's uncertain. Just as the 2 elders were conversing, a jeep came to a halt before them. Old Wang scrutinized the vehicle, remarking, "I don't recall anyone in the village purchasing such a car." At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from the driver and passenger seats. One of them was none other than old Li's son, Li Yishou, who had been away for 6 or 7 years. Upon glancing at the other person, old Li's expression darkened. Xiao Mushing possessed an appearance that leaned towards a delicate femininity. Along with the earlier conversation between the two, each word flashed vividly in Lao Li's mind, causing him to tighten his grip. In that moment, Lao Wang hastily pressed further with his inquiry, "And who might this be?" "This is a business associate of mine," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Lao Li let out a slight sigh of relief, only to respond with a hint of sarcasm. "So you finally decided to return?" The instant Li Yishou caught these words, his fist clenched tightly. Indeed, he should not have harbored any illusions. Lao Wang, sensing the tension, intervened. "Lao Li, it's rare for the child to come home, and he has brought a friend along." At that moment, Xiao Mushing approached the rear of the car and opened the trunk, revealing several large bags of gifts. "Hello, uncle. I've heard so much about you from Yishou. He mentioned that although you were strict, you were also reasonable and visionary. Many challenges we faced in business were resolved thanks to the methods you taught him. He added, that you know how he is stubborn and prone to sulking, never one to speak kindly in front of others. Lowly struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl upwards, feigning nonchalance as he asked, is that so? Li Yishuo wished to retort, but caught sight of Xiao Muxing's gaze. It was a battle he could not win. Thus, he merely nodded slightly. Laoli certainly noticed this gesture and, feeling quite pleased, invited Xiao Muxing inside. Before arriving, Xiao Muxing had prepared himself. Knowing that the father and son duo could reach a point of estrangement severe enough to lead to a departure from home, he anticipated that their reunion would surely stir something. So he thoughtfully brought gifts and crafted some words to ease any potential tensions, lest he find himself unable to enter at all. Upon entering, Xiao Muxing observed a similar style of mask adorning the wall. However, due to the differing artisans, subtle discrepancies were evident. He instructed Xiao Qian to roam freely throughout the two-story villa in search of any hidden chambers or basements, yet nothing was discovered. Much like the residence of that Uncle Tuesday, it was merely an ordinary villa. Meanwhile, as Uncle Li was preparing their meal, Li Yishuo remarked, brother, given the current circumstances in our village, I feel it is even less likely to procure a bride. The wealth is overwhelming. I just inquired with my father about some acquaintances I knew in the past. They have all married. Nowadays, every household possesses cars and houses. Along with sustainable incomes, what type of bride could they not find? Are you overlooking something? I'm referring to young girls. I understand, but to be candid, our village does exhibit a preference for sons. If someone were to acquire a young girl, it would likely be to raise her as a child bride. Otherwise, there would be no justification. In a village that favors sons, what purpose would there be in purchasing young girls? Thus, this must be a misunderstanding. Even now, Li Yishuo remained skeptical of Xiao Muxing's assertions. This was his native village. He was well aware of the nature of its inhabitants. Yu returned in 6 or 7 years. Sometimes, change occurs in an instant, and 6 or 7 years is ample time for numerous such moments to transpire. Let us wait and see, Xiao Muxing replied with a smile. He chose not to disclose to Li Yishuo the more harrowing aspects that Xiao Qian had mentioned, leaving the latter perplexed as to the purpose behind a village acquiring young girls. After dinner, the sun had not yet completely set. Uncle Li, the village has been beautifully renovated. I wish to accompany Li Yishuo for a stroll. You may go, they replied, but do remember to return early. Xiao Muxing nodded with a smile. Although he claimed to be wandering aimlessly, he followed Xiao Qian's lead. Xiao Qian sensed the presence of her remains in multiple directions, indicating that after she was dismembered, her body was interred in various locations. Li Yishuo, do you still think this is all a misunderstanding? I shall take you to witness some evidence, Xiao Muxing confidently declared. Observing the certainty in his companion's tone, a sense of unease crept into Li Yishuo's heart. Chapter 38. You were only 8 years old. The afterglow of the sunset had completely vanished, and the streetlights along the village road illuminated the surroundings. 2 figures weaved through the orchard, evading the throngs of people and the surveillance cameras of various households, delving deeper into the grove. They arrived beneath a tree that bore only 9 fruits. This is the spot. Commence excavation, Xiao Muxing instructed. Li Yishuo, harboring skepticism, began to dig with a small shovel. Given the absurdity of the claims, having found no clues, he questioned the assertion that there were human remains beneath this tree. What nonsense! After digging nearly 10 centimeters, he found nothing. You buried a body in such a shallow grave? Xiao Muxing retorted, urging him to continue. I warn you not to unearth animal bones, and then claim they are human remains. Li Yishuo recalled a certain possibility and decided to issue a precautionary note, primarily to guard against Xiao Muxing's potential outburst. In certain regions, it is indeed common to utilize leftover animal bones as fertilizer, thereby enriching the soil with nutrients beneficial for crops. When they excavated to a depth exceeding 30 centimeters, Li Yishuo unearthed something unusual. At that moment, Xiao Muxing also lent a hand, carefully arranging the extracted bones piece by piece. Throughout this process, Li Yishuo's complexion turned ashen. Xiao Muxing pointed to a section of skeletal remains on the ground, asking, do you think these are bones from chickens, ducks, fish, or perhaps pigs, cattle, and sheep? The absence of phalanges in the latter contrasted sharply with the elongated bones of the chicken leg that had just been unearthed. All these clues unmistakably indicated to Li Yishuo that he was looking at a segment of human hand bones. Call the police. Hurry and call the police. Xiao Muxing struck the panic-stricken Li Yishuo across the face. Do you know who did this? Are you aware of how many were involved? You must alert the authorities. You need not fear retribution. What about your father? I. What should I do? Li Yishuo had never encountered such a situation, nor had he dealt with anything like it before. At that moment, he was genuinely distraught. First, let us bury these bones again. For the next few days, we shall search the village for clues, striving to uncover the truth. Xiao Muxing had initially hesitated to disturb the remains so soon. His primary objective for being there today was to awaken this young man to the reality of their situation and to fully enlist him in his illicit endeavors. It was crucial to note, based on Xiao Qian's information, that those involved were not just one or two individuals, but rather a multitude. If Li Yishou were to hastily report to the police, there was no guarantee that they would uncover all the culprits. And there existed a risk of one individual bearing the blame for the actions of many. To act decisively is imperative, none must be spared. Li Yishou fully comprehended the peril at hand. A murderer lurking within the village rendered it unsafe. Yet, having finally achieved prosperity, who would willingly depart? The optimal solution lies in apprehending the culprit, thereby averting retaliation and ensuring the village's safety. The two then painstakingly returned the unearthed bones to their resting place and refilled the disturbed earth. Xiao Mushing carefully placed a layer of soil over the site, a piece he had deliberately set aside before the excavation, to conceal any traces of their disturbance. Meanwhile, within a household, individuals convened around a table. With the autumn festival approaching, they inquired if preparations were underway. We've already made arrangements. The delivery will arrive the day after tomorrow, same as before. Indeed, this time we must be thorough. Last month, a man was apprehended while probing into this matter, and suspicions regarding the village have begun to arise. There will be no issues this time. Let it be so. But I must reiterate, this is the key to our village's prosperity. We cannot afford any missteps or interruptions. I trust all of you, surely. None wish to endure the hardships of the past. This was a voice aged and somber, the last to speak, imbued with an undeniable authority. As if elevated above the other three, they nodded in unison, acknowledging his words. As the lights dimmed, the four dispersed. Upon returning to Li Yishou's residence, Uncle Li awaited the duo at the door, warmly approaching them upon their arrival. Feeling fatigued from their endeavors, it was time to return indoors for a refreshing bath. As the two brushed past Uncle Li, he subtly twitched his nose. It was only after they entered the house that he let out a sigh of relief, grateful that there were no peculiar odors lingering in the air. At that moment, upon entering the house, Xiao Mushing absorbed the essence of Xiao Qian's recounting and mused to himself, pondering the audacity of the villagers' thoughts. Subsequently, he proceeded to take a bath before retreating to his room for a moment of respite. The small Western-style building contained several rooms, allowing the three men ample space without the need for crowding. However, sleep eluded Xiao Mushing. He instructed Xiao Qian to explore each room of the small building that night, seeking out the stone statue used in their rituals, as well as any locations that might serve as confinement spaces. Yet, as half the night slipped away, Xiao Qian returned empty-handed. The enigmatic statue remained elusive, as did any secret chambers meant for imprisonment, and there were no signs of others who might have been held captive or bound by chains. Even the site where they had initially taken her life was nowhere to be found within the village confines. Upon hearing Xiao Qian's account, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Mushing's features. He began to question whether she had overlooked or misinterpreted something. Yet, considering she was merely an 8-year-old child, he felt it unreasonable to expect more from her. Nonetheless, the locations and distinguishing features she described seemed too precise to be mistaken. It was inconceivable that they could have misidentified the place. Could there possibly be another village named Yangyun? Yet, Xiao Qian's remains were indeed interred within the nearby orchard. Could it be that the bizarre rituals had transpired elsewhere? Contemplating this, Xiao Mushing turned to Xiao Qian and spoke. During this period, you have been discreetly surveying the village, particularly attentive to those who appear to be rather furtive, seemingly not of good character, especially those who stealthily venture out during the night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian seemed to recall something and remarked, I remember after I finished inspecting a house, I noticed a bare-chested man quietly climbing through the back window, followed by some peculiar noises. Such matters should be disregarded. There is no need to investigate further. In the future, if you happen to see a man and a woman together in a room preparing to disrobe, you need not inquire further. Focus your attention on other matters. Brother, that's called infidelity, isn't it? How do you know that term at the age of 8? Brother, didn't you know such things when you were 8? I knew, but not comprehensively. I only understood it was something improper. Let's not dwell on this. It is irrelevant to our current mission. Our task is to locate those wicked individuals who have wronged you. Xiao Mushing finally grasped the hesitation his parents displayed when attempting to explain such terminology to him, ultimately leading his father to adopt a resigned attitude. I understand that you wish to shield me from these unsavory matters, but the unpleasantness has already befallen me. For me now, what difference does it make to encounter even worse things? After all, I can do nothing but converse with you. Xiao Qian spoke these words with a calmness that belied her youth. You know, without you, brother, I would never have dared to come to this place. Xiao Mushing could not touch Xiao Qian, yet he extended his hand to gently ruffle her hair. Chapter 39, The Village Chief. Xiao Mushing's words were indeed heartfelt. The audacity with which he now engaged in such perilous endeavors largely rested upon these spirits. I understand, brother. What shall we do tomorrow? Tomorrow, I plan to visit the village chief's residence. He is likely the most knowledgeable person about this village, and I should be able to glean some information from him. Xiao Mushing replied in a hushed tone. Xiao Qian fell into contemplation. What is it? Xiao Mushing noticed the thoughtful expression on her face. Just before I was about to perish, I believe I heard someone calling for the village chief. Xiao Mushing's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed imperative that he visit the village chief's home. With this thought, he retrieved his phone, revealing an array of images, shotguns, homemade pistols, and the like. Let us confirm once more. You have not seen any of these items, correct? Xiao Qian shook her head. I have not seen these things. With her affirmative response, Xiao Mushing felt a surge of confidence. As long as those items were absent, everything else could be negotiated. He then reclined, pulling a blanket from the side to cover himself. Just as he prepared to close his eyes, he noticed a small figure lying beside him. He gently pulled a corner of the blanket over her, though it offered little warmth. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why had his parents never given him a younger sister? With that, he drifted into a hazy slumber, yet amidst the fog of sleep, a vague memory flickered in his mind. What a tumultuous existence it is to bear another such chaotic spirit. Can you endure it? The following day, Xiao Mushing and Li Yishuo stepped out into the world. I will visit the village chief's residence. You should seek out some acquaintances and relatives from your past, engage in casual conversation, and glean as much valuable information as you can. After all these years of wandering, you must possess a certain skill in drawing out conversation, said Xiao Mushing. Li Yishuo, filled with confidence, patted his chest. Despite my entrepreneurial failures, I still possess the necessary skills. It's merely a matter of unfortunate timing. Seeing that Li Yishuo was so assured, Xiao Mushing refrained from further dialogue and made his way to the village chief's house, while Li Yishuo took a different path towards the home of an old friend. Xiao Mushing arrived at a rather unremarkable dwelling. In comparison to the numerous 2- or 3-story villas surrounding it, this was merely a single-story house, enclosed by a modest courtyard. The gates stood wide open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair, a scruffy beard, and gold-rimmed glasses, who sat in the courtyard enjoying a bowl of noodles. As if his once concealed heart had now opened with the door. Upon noticing Xiao Mushing, the man paused in contemplation before speaking. A visitor from afar? Indeed. I am a friend of Uncle Li's son. Have you had your breakfast? Xiao Mushing replied, while stepping further into the courtyard. Suddenly, a remark from the village chief caused Xiao Mushing to halt. Are you a bounty hunter? A gust of wind swept through, forcefully closing the previously open gate behind him. Xiao Mushing was acutely aware that he was not the first bounty hunter to arrive in this village. The previous one had mysteriously vanished. The village chief continued to savor his meal, seemingly unperturbed. Do not feel anxious. The bounty posted on the Bounty Hunter Forum was initiated by me. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to make a call. Beneath that particular bounty, a series of contact numbers had been inscribed, intended for reaching the individual who had issued the bounty. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Xiao Mushing exhibited no overt signs of agitation. At that moment, the village chief's phone began to ring, prompting him to retrieve it from his pocket and recite a series of digits. 193. 9,975. He then promptly ended the call, and the sequence of numbers he had uttered was none other than Xiao Mushing's own mobile number. Xiao Mushing sat on the same step where the village chief was squatting. As the village chief, should you not possess a thorough understanding of your own village? Why do you require assistance in your investigation? The chief responded, I used to believe the same. However, 6 months ago, after a hospital examination revealed I had but a year to live, I began to slow down, no longer venturing out as often as before. It was then I discerned that the village seemed to harbor secrets unbeknownst to me, secrets that could potentially obliterate everything as I know it. Thus, I must ascertain what certain individuals are clandestinely plotting behind my back. I refuse to let my hard-earned efforts over the past decade dissipate into nothingness after my demise. As he spoke, a glimmer of resolute determination flickered in the chief's eyes. In truth, you could opt to report this matter to the authorities. I have contemplated that. Yet I cannot assure that the situation would be resolved discreetly post-reporting. Human beings are essentially the same everywhere. They mock the impoverished and fear the affluent. Our village has prospered, yet there are always individuals from neighboring villages who wish to see us revert to our former state of poverty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing refrained from offering a rebuttal. Your accent suggests that you are not local either. I arrived here after graduating from university. Back in your day, a university degree was quite valuable. What led you to this place? Xiao Mushing was somewhat perplexed. Over a decade ago, university graduates were indeed held in high esteem. Unlike today, when even manual labor is looked down upon. I grew up in an orphanage, so before graduating, I resolved to tread the path taken by the teachers at the orphanage, which is why I chose to come here. It must be arduous. A man in his 30s with hair whiter than that of a 60-year-old, his calloused hands tougher than the soles of shoes, and now, he faces a precarious existence. The oranges are exceptionally sweet. Xiao Mushing had tasted them. Indeed, the oranges here are remarkably sweet. Who among the villagers aspires to become the village chief? And who among the former chiefs is still alive? So soon, there is already a lead. The village chief was taken aback. The last bounty hunter had vanished without a trace before he even laid eyes on him. This individual is quite swift. There is some information, though not much. From what I currently possess, this matter appears to be substantial. I am uncertain whether you can handle it. It pertains to matters of life and death. It involves not only that, but also a considerable number of participants. The village chief, holding an empty bowl, gazed up at the drifting white clouds in the sky. Then let not a single one escape. Some matters may weigh heavily for a moment, but they cannot burden a lifetime. He could not feign ignorance. For certain events would inevitably erupt at some point, dragging the entire village into despair. Given that his time was limited, he resolved to settle everything in one fell swoop. At this juncture, Xiao Mushing extended his hand. Greetings, my surname is Xiao, and I am called Xiao Mushing, bounty hunter ID in Xia. I am Lu, and my name is Lu Jianxing. Lu Jianxing grasped Xiao Mushing's hand firmly. Chapter 40. Li Yishou bound meanwhile, in a modest farmhouse courtyard. Two young men lay drunkenly atop the table. Behind them stood three elderly gentlemen, discussing the fate of Li Yishou. We must take him away, one remarked, making a gesture across his throat. We are all children of the same village. There is no need for such measures. Let him remain until the autumn festival so that he may contribute as well. The two men nodded in agreement upon hearing this suggestion. At the village chief's residence, Lu Jianxing spoke of those who aspired to the position of village chief, mentioning the name of the former chief, Zhou Fu, who resided at the village entrance. At the entrance? Shouldn't we refer to him as Old Zhou? Have you encountered him? Indeed, one must pass by his home upon entering the village. However, I believe he has not been involved. Since my tenure began, he has been my staunchest supporter. When I initially proposed the idea of planting fruit trees, he was the one who helped persuade other villagers to join me. Just as he stated during the handover, he has truly rendered me invaluable assistance. Gaining recognition as an outsider in the village is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. During this particularly arduous period, Zhou Fu proved to be of the utmost assistance to him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing silently nodded, having resolved to focus his investigation on this individual. He pondered whether there were any secluded locales in the vicinity of the village where people might congregate, such as desolate caves or abandoned ancient temples. Speaking of which, a certain place springs to mind, although it is somewhat distant and likely lacks any accessible paths, Zhou Fu remarked. What place? Xiao Mushing inquired with curiosity. Old Yongyun Village. Is there a second Yongyun Village? I too arrived here several years ago, and I recall the village elders mentioning that a century ago. Yongyun Village was not situated where it is now, but rather deep within the mountains behind the current village. A significant earthquake occurred, resulting in the collapse of most buildings and the devastation of the existing farmlands. The topographical structure became compromised, rendering the land unsuitable for cultivation. Consequently, the villagers began to migrate outward, settling in the present location, where they reclaimed the land and established roots. Xiao Mushing opened his smartphone map. Please delineate an approximate area for me. That area may have grass taller than you. Are you certain you wish to venture in? I am a bounty hunter. It is my profession to pursue such matters, and I cannot overlook anything that may pertain to this case. You are quite diligent, Lu Jianxing remarked, as he indicated several points on the map. These are the likely locations. Although more than a century has elapsed, some traces should still remain. Afterward, Xiao Mushing continued to explore additional details. He bid farewell. Enough of the games, it's time to leave. Observing the little Qian still fluttering above Lu Jianxing's head, Xiao Mushing urged him. Lu Jianxing was taken aback, as fleeting images of Xiao Mushing conversing with him seemed to focus on another person entirely. As he watched the figure depart, he was reminded of a past incident. During his junior year, while meandering through the streets, he had taken a rest on a park bench and encountered an elderly gentleman. The man struck up a conversation, and they delved into numerous topics, discussing the future, aspirations, and their perspectives on the world. Their dialogue grew increasingly animated, and he found the gentleman to be a sage. However, after some time, a vehicle from a mental institution arrived and took the old man away, leaving him alone on the park bench in disarray. Now, he felt an eerie sense of déjà vu. Upon returning to Li Yishou's home, Xiao Mushing waited until lunchtime, yet the other party still had not returned. Uncle Li, while serving the meal, grumbled, "Where has that unruly child gone? I hope he hasn't wandered off into the city to frolic." Furrowing his brow, Xiao Mushing felt a surge of foreboding. He promptly stood up and declared, "Uncle, I'm going out to look for him." Uncle Li gazed at the departing Xiao Mushing, muttering, "That boy is always absent. There's no need to search. Let us eat first." Xiao Mushing arrived at the residence of the childhood friend mentioned. There, he found a young man swaying unsteadily, clearly inebriated. "Where is Li Yishou?" Xiao Mushing inquired, pressing his hands firmly on the man's shoulders. "Not here. Alas, where is everyone? Could it be that he ran off after sobering up?" After playing outside for years, he has become so timid that he fled rather than face a drink. Xiao Mushing fixated on the hazy eyes of the other, yet discerned no hint of deception. Xiao Qian had already thoroughly searched the house, but found no trace of anyone. She shook her head at Xiao Mushing. He realized that he had been careless. Li Yishuo was not one of those level 5 bounty hunters. He should not have trusted Li Yishuo with the same faith he placed in the abilities of those hunters. The other was merely an ordinary person who had failed in business. If no one was inside the house, where could he possibly be? Old Yongyan village. Xiao Mushing chose not to linger any longer and sought a spot out of sight of the cameras. He instructed Xiao Qian, fly higher and see if anyone has entered the mountains. He then proceeded to search towards the back of the village. Stepping out into the woods, Xiao Mushing quickly discovered a trail indicating recent passage. This was a gift from Han Li, a comprehensive package of outdoor geological knowledge, endowing him with the expertise of a geological surveyor. After swiftly traversing a distance, Xiao Qian descended from the sky. I see 3 individuals carrying a large cloth bag. Is there blood seeping from the bag? No. Continue observing and report any other developments immediately. As Xiao Mushing ran ahead, he muttered to himself, Li Yishuo, your remarkable skills have indeed proven invaluable. Through Xiao Qian's updates, Xiao Mushing maintained a steady distance from the individuals ahead. Due to the burden of carrying an individual, the trio's pace was decidedly sluggish. After an hour and a half, Xiao Mushing perched upon a tree, gazing down at the overgrown, dilapidated village below. He meticulously recalled the various paths within this forsaken settlement. Ultimately, he discreetly retrieved his phone and captured a photograph. Regrettably, his memory was insufficient. He then descended the tree and began to infiltrate the village. At that moment, just as the 3 had reached the entrance of the abandoned village, an unexpected figure emerged from within to greet them. Another one? Haven't we already delivered someone today? Inquired the elder who was assisting. It's the child from the Old Li family. He discovered our activities, so I brought him along. We'll have him participate as well. Ensuring Old Li is also implicated. We can't be the only ones to toil while he enjoys a life of ease. Once his son is involved, let us see if he still spouts any nonsense about feudal superstitions. Chapter 41. Staging an accident? Who can't do that? Within a room of yellow mud, Li Yishuo shook his aching head, only to find the pain intensifying. Once he regained his senses, he fully opened his bleary eyes to survey his surroundings. The antiquated mud dwelling, the grass reaching his knees, and a shaft of light illuminating his face through the crumbling roof. Wasn't he drinking? How did he end up here? At that moment, he attempted to rise, only to discover that his hands and feet were bound. Unbeknownst to him, he had been restrained. Li Yishuo immediately snapped out of his daze. What on earth? Why am I tied up? Is anyone there? Kidnapping. Help. I am but a destitute soul, devoid of wealth. I implore you, kind sir, to show me mercy and allow my release. Amidst his lamentations, an elderly gentleman entered the room. Uncle Wang. Li Yishuo exclaimed with sudden joy. Uncle Wang, I have been kidnapped. By me, came the reply. The expression of delight on Li Yishuo's face froze instantly, and he cautiously inquired. You are aware of the incident when I set off firecrackers while you were in the restroom? Uncle Wang's clouded eyes widened to the size of saucers. It was you who caused me such distress, leaving me in utter embarrassment. Is it not that? Could it be the time I spread rumors to Aunt Wang about you peering at Widow Wu while she bathed, which led to you receiving a severe beating and having to endure 2 months of sleeping on the floor? Uncle Wang's sallow, wrinkled face now resembled a sun-dried, overripe date. What else is there that I do not know? He hissed, each word dripping with venom. Observing Uncle Wang's demeanor, Li Yishuo realized that the man seemed unaware of either incident, and having spoken of them now felt like sealing his own fate. In the next life, I must exercise caution, speak less, and refrain from haste. You choose silence, do you? Then wait while I retrieve something. Uncle Wang turned and exited the room, heading towards a storage area filled with various cured meats and sundries. He selected an axe and proceeded to leave. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals in the room pondered. Wasn't old Wang watching Li Yishuo? Indeed, what is he planning to do with that axe? After a moment of silence, they both bolted from the premises. Old Wang, who was preparing to enter the house with an axe in hand, was halted. Do not stop me. I intend to kill this little rascal, he exclaimed. Old Wang, we agreed not to harm anyone from the village. Besides, at your age, why become angry with a mere child? This little brat blew me up with firecrackers. Children often delight in playing with firecrackers. It's quite normal. I was squatting in the latrine when he blasted me with filth. That incident occurred many years ago. One should be magnanimous and forgive. He even spread rumors that I spied on Widow Wu while she bathed. Uncle Wang retorted in indignation. But the child wasn't lying. Was he? Did you not peek? Have I done such a thing? Uncle Wang paused, reflecting on the words. Did I indeed say that while inebriated? One individual chimed in. Isn't it true that you once mentioned passing by someone's yard and accidentally witnessing a bath? You and Old Li peered through a crack, claiming you saw nothing clearly. Old Wang lowered his axe. So, it seems I was unjustly punished by my wife. As for your memory, let that be. I came to visit. And this young lad is someone I intended to recruit. After some contemplation, old Wang conceded, recognizing that visiting was no simple task. Furthermore, this was a rule they had established. Outsiders could be dealt with, but villagers were off limits, as all their actions were for the welfare of the village. Take care, old Qian. This lad is exceedingly infuriating. Old Wang and another elder departed. Old Qian stepped into the house, observing the terror-stricken expression on Li Yishou's face. Rest assured the uncles, shall not harm you. However, since you have inadvertently uncovered certain matters, it seems you must be drawn into this as well. Initially, I had no intention of involving the youth at such an early stage, for you young ones often lack reverence for certain things and are resistant to guidance. Nevertheless, it is perhaps for the best. You may take the lead now. Uncle, what do you require of me? Offer a sacrifice. Li Yishou recalled the bones unearthed earlier. Is this sacrifice human? Old Qian chuckled. You are not foolish, my child. When mealtime arrives, we shall provide you with sustenance. For minor needs, you may take care of them yourself. We have prepared diapers for you. Should you require more substantial relief, do not hesitate to raise your voice. With that, the uncle departed. Shortly after old Qian left, a figure emerged from a gaping hole in the dilapidated wall behind Li Yishou. Xiao Mushing pressed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Brother, quickly untie me and help me escape. They demand that I commit murder. Li Yishou replied, his voice trembling. It may not be possible to save you now. I plan to ensnare them all during the autumn sacrifice. If I take you away now, it might alert them, and they could come for you at home. But murder is illegal. I do not wish to kill. Li Yishou, aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not entertain such notions. Do not worry. I will not allow your hands to be stained with blood. Trust me, since I have found this place. I will surely rescue you before it is too late. After much contemplation, Li Yishou nodded resolutely. Very well. Xiao Mushing patted Li Yishou on the shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie, before he slipped through the large opening from which he had just entered. In another dilapidated yet relatively intact room, 3 elderly men convened, Old Wang, Zhou Fu, and the elder who had accompanied Old Wang back. At that moment, the elder posed the initial question. Li Yishou is already bound. What shall we do about the friend he brought back? Old Wang pondered for a moment and articulated a rather cruel suggestion in a neutral tone. Why not bind him as well and make him a sacrificial companion? Someone has previously visited our village and subsequently vanished. Now, with a second individual arriving, do you think this explanation suffices? Zhou Fu retorted. What should we do then? Old Wang inquired, perplexed. Stage an incident, compel him to leave the village. Target the elderly, particularly the villagers' elders. This will surely incite animosity towards him. Anyone daring to linger near the village will be met with stones thrown by the villagers. This approach will significantly alleviate our predicament. Of course, should he persist in causing trouble, he will have already been driven out of the village, and his disappearance will no longer concern the villagers. They intend to extort me. Are you certain? Yes, that is precisely what they said, that they wish to drive you out of the village. Xiao Qian nodded, her 2 braids swaying as she did so. Oh, stage an incident? Who cannot do that? It will surely open the villagers' eyes. Xiao Mushing grinned mischievously. Chapter 42. Counter incident. How goes the search? Have you found Yishou? Not yet. When he arrived at his childhood friend's house, he mentioned that after drinking too much, he might leave on his own. Xiao Mushing could only provide such a vague response for the time being. Where could that rascal have gone? Could it be that he has ventured back to the county to seek out his old, raucous companions? Uncle Li pondered while stroking his chin. He felt little concern over his son's disappearance. After all, it was not the first time. The longest absence had lasted 6 or 7 years. Yet he had returned safe and sound. You should head inside for a meal. You haven't eaten lunch, and you must be quite hungry now. Xiao Mushing observed Uncle Li, who did not press further with questions. He couldn't help but marvel at Li's father's immense composure, showing no sign of worry for his son's well-being. The carefully prepared remarks Xiao Mushing had in mind were rendered unnecessary. Following Uncle Li into the house, they began to eat. Halfway through the meal, a broadcast echoed through the village. We request that one representative from each household come to the village square this afternoon to announce the specifics of this year's autumn festival. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li chuckled. If he had heard this broadcast 6 or 7 years ago, he would have likely muttered a few curses. Yet now, everyone eagerly anticipated the event, as the autumn festival signified another year of bountiful harvest and considerable income for the community. Xiao Mu, why not accompany me to take a look? Xiao Mushing nodded. Perfect. I am indeed curious about your autumn festival. Let us go together. Upon reaching the village square, he noticed that a scattering of people had already gathered. Uncle Li spotted a familiar compatriot and began to engage in conversation, while Xiao Mushing wandered aimlessly on his own. Suddenly, a shadow of remarkable speed collided with him, knocking him to the ground. As the figure became visible, it was none other than Old Wang. Oh dear, why did you deliberately, yet Before he could finish his sentence, a warm, crimson liquid sprayed across his face. In a fluster, Old Wong wiped his face, only to discover a vivid scarlet before him. When he removed his hand, it was stained with the thick, red substance, unmistakably not ink. Old Wong instantly recognized the nature of this liquid. He then raised his gaze towards the direction from which the blood had erupted. At that moment, Xiao Mushing had blood at the corner of his mouth. His right hand extended with an incredulous index finger pointing at Old Wong, before he abruptly closed his eyes and fell straight to the ground. The sound of his skull striking the earth resonated with a thud, audible to all around. The village chief, who had initially been at the center of the village square, rushed over in haste. He first slapped Xiao Mushing's cheeks and then lifted his eyelids, checking for signs of breath. Raising his voice, he exclaimed, "Whose child is this?" "Old Wong, how could you let this happen?" Faced with the chief's inquiry, Old Wong found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a defense, as the events had unfolded with such startling abruptness. According to his original plan, he intended to rush over while others were distracted, fall to the ground, and claim that the young man had assaulted him. He would then have allowed the lad to flail about and wail in pain. However, he had not anticipated the fragility of the young man's constitution. A mere collision had caused him to cough up blood. Having watched dramas before, he knew that such situations indicated internal injuries, possibly affecting vital organs. He never imagined it would escalate to such severity. He had participated in the autumn festival and had taken lives before. However, the situation now is different. It unfolds under the watchful eyes of all. When he committed murder, everyone was the same, yet he stands as an anomaly. "Everyone step aside, I shall take him to the hospital," the village chief shouted, lifting Xiao Mushing. As he rose, he nearly stumbled and fell. The village chief thought to himself, "My health is deteriorating." He then hurried to his vehicle and drove away from the village. Meanwhile, some neighbors began to murmur among themselves. How could this young man have been injured so severely? Those city dwellers, who sit in offices all day and consume takeout, are in worse shape than the elderly in our village. What is the matter with Old Wong? Did he intentionally run into this young man? Perhaps he simply found him displeasing? How could he act in such a manner? Let us not forget, he was once a notorious drunkard, known for his reckless behavior. At that moment, Old Wong, lying on the ground, felt the weight of the gazes directed at him and listened to the villagers' discussion. It was clear that all of this was intended for the betterment of the village, according to their prior agreement. They should have rallied in his defense and driven that man away. How had he become the scapegoat? Had he known the young man was so frail, he would not have resorted to such measures. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd, attempting to mediate. "Everyone, let us not cluster together. Disperse and return to your tasks. Other matters can be discussed when the village chief arrives," spoke Zhou Fu. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse, though the murmurs continued unabated. Once the gathering had thinned, Zhou Fu approached Old Wong. "How could you do this? I asked you to create a scene, not to cause a fatal accident." Zhou Fu was concerned that Lao Wang's collision might result in serious harm. "We can't afford to attract the police. If someone dies, they will certainly launch an investigation. Although they have been known to overlook fatalities, they have never done so in front of such a crowd." At that moment, Lao Wang felt dizzy. "I don't know. I thought I hardly used any force. I just bumped into him lightly. How was I to know it would cause him to cough up blood? Was that merely a light bump? I suspect you may have ruptured his internal organs. Otherwise, how could he bleed so profusely and faint like that? And his head took quite a fall. What do we do now? What else can we do? We'll have to wait for the village chief to return and see what he has to say. At least the autumn festival should proceed without issue. It's just the aftermath that might prove troublesome," Zhou Fu replied with a hint of irritation. Their autumn festival was scheduled earlier than that of the village. Xiao Mushing, reclining in the back seat, rubbed his head and sat up. "It really hurts. Looks like you were right." El Jiancheng, who was driving, chimed in. Prior to this incident, Xiao Mushing had approached him, mentioning certain individuals and their forthcoming actions. El Jiancheng had been skeptical at first. After all, they had only just exchanged words that morning, and it seemed improbable that the other party could swiftly identify some of their members. But now, he believed, standing in the center of the square, he deliberately observed those individuals. When Lao Wang made his move, their attention was entirely fixated on Xiao Mushing. "What shall we do next?" "We will continue our investigation in the village. Now that this incident has occurred, their actions will be more assured, allowing me to uncover further evidence and unearth the remaining individuals. I cannot fathom why, despite the village's newfound prosperity, they still engage in such deeds. It is because they believe that the village's wealth is a result of their actions." Xiao Mushing, with a frigid demeanor, recounted the many things he had seen and heard in the old Yanyun village, an ancient tome and the thoughts of its villagers. Chapter 43. The Autumn Festival. Tomorrow night, an ancient text detailing archaic sacrificial rites is revered by these villagers as a divine blessing. Xiao Mushing discovered this tome in a dilapidated dwelling. He extracted his mobile device and captured the contents of the ancient book. Presently, he displayed the images to village chief Lu, who perused the album with growing concern. The sacrificial offerings included swine, cattle, and sheep, yet these were not the principal offerings. The skins of the swine and cattle heads were to be peeled away, followed by the removal of the pig's ears, snout, and the horns of the sheep and cattle. These components would be meticulously reassembled into a headpiece, which would then adorn the head of the sacrificial offering. The limbs would be severed, their blood collected, and the internal organs extracted. The sacrificial assembly would partake in a blood ritual. After the rites, the village would serve as a sacred entity, with the severed limbs buried in 4 cardinal directions to stabilize the realm and summon the auspicious deities of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. The organs, representing the 5 elements, would be interred at the extreme points of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, ensuring the perpetuity of wealth. The skull and torso would be disassembled to serve as sacrificial vessels for future ceremonies, assuring a continuous flow of fortune and an abundance of incense offerings. With each page village chief Lu turned, his grip instinctively tightened. Anger surged within him as he contemplated the so-called assistance and unwavering support promised by Zhou Fu. How long had they persisted in this twisted endeavor? Since 7 years ago, the very year Li Yishou departed from the village. In essence, they had taken the lives of 7 individuals, perhaps even more, for at times they would prepare additional sacrificial offerings, adding 1 or 2 more lives to express their gratitude to the deities. How could they dare to act in such a manner? Village chief Lu trembled with rage. Perhaps in the initial year, they felt a twinge of apprehension. However, after witnessing a bountiful harvest in the second year, they likely became utterly convinced of their righteousness, dismissing any notion of divine retribution. Upon overhearing their sinister conversations, Xiao Muxing was left astounded, unable to fathom that such archaic beliefs could persist in this modern age. Some killed to satiate their thirst for bloodshed, others for profit, while these villagers were lost in a frenzy born of ignorance. Now, they were beginning to recruit more individuals, drawing an increasing number of villagers into their dark fold. Upon hearing this, Chief Lu envisioned a grim scene. After his demise, every villager would devolve into a demon, igniting bonfires in the very square where he once conducted autumn festivals, dismembering an innocent soul while the villagers cheered and reveled in their grotesque celebration. Until one day, the sound of bullets would pierce the air, and Yangyan village, once nestled amid the mountains, would transform into a desolate wasteland. He gazed at his reflection in the rearview mirror. It was a moment of introspection for Lu Jianqing as he confronted the depths of his own psyche. At that instant, he resolved to make a certain decision. Do not act impulsively. Your time is limited. Make appropriate arrangements for the aftermath and leave the rest to me. I am a person who operates on a fee-for-service basis. I know how to handle certain matters. Rest assured, I will assist you with utmost professionalism. A calm voice interjected, disrupting his accumulating thoughts. I once encountered 11 armed poachers with my team. Ultimately, only 3 of them survived, one barely clinging to life. On another occasion, I faced 2 gun-wielding psychopathic murderers. One sustained minor injuries while the other met his demise, yet I emerged unscathed. Your words suggest you are a killer, remarked the village chief, seemingly in jest. Do not speak carelessly. I am merely an ordinary bounty hunter, alleviating troubles for others in exchange for a fee. Xiao Muxing displayed a standard welcoming smile, courteous and composed. The following day, Zhou Fu surveyed the road at the village entrance. Noting that the village chief had yet to return, he began to reflect on the events of the previous day, initially contemplating the implications of the chief's potential demise. However, as he pondered, he sensed something amiss. Why had the chief gone alone? Their autumn festival was scheduled for the following evening. After a moment's thought, Zhou Fu retrieved his phone and searched for the chief's number in his contacts. Just as he was about to dial, he hesitated and instead opened a messaging app. He initiated a video call, but the first attempt failed to connect. A wave of anxiety washed over Zhou Fu as he anxiously tapped his phone against the table. After some contemplation, I made a second call. This time, the video call finally connected, albeit with a somewhat shaky and noisy image. Who is responsible for my son's condition? I demand retribution. This voice belonged to a middle-aged woman. Subsequently, the phone was hurled away, and through the trembling screen, Zhou Fu glimpsed a predominantly white landscape around him, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Please refrain from causing a commotion outside the operating room, urged a young girl's voice. I want to let this matter rest with the people of your village. My son left for your village in good health and returned in this state. Prepare for a lawsuit. This was the steady yet furious voice of a middle-aged man. After a brief uproar, the phone was picked up again. Village Chief Lu appeared haggard and disheveled. Uncle Zhou, let us discuss matters upon my return. For now, I must address the situation here. The call was then abruptly terminated. Zhou Fu felt a sense of relief wash over him, reassured that there would be no complications for the autumn festival tomorrow night. In an immersive themed venue for the murder mystery game titled Who Killed My Son, Village Chief Lu handed each of the individuals present 200 yuan. "Thank you for your assistance." "No need for thanks," they replied graciously. The staff felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such an easy windfall, as they merely needed to spend a few minutes rehearsing the game as script to earn the money effortlessly. Along the way, he parted ways with Xiao Mashing, who returned to the village to continue his discreet investigation, while he ventured into the city to bring the police back to the village. However, prior to this, in order to be cautious, Xiao Mashing asked him to first search the city for any establishments that offered immersive script-killing experiences or similar theatrical venues. Spending a little money to arrange some rehearsals would be beneficial. If they had not sent a video, he would initiate contact. This would provide some reassurance to the villagers as they prepared for their so-called autumn festival. In the village chief's residence, Xiao Mashing rose from the chief's bed and rummaged through the house for something to eat. He found a packet of instant noodles and a cucumber. The previous night, he had stealthily navigated through the orchard to rest in the chief's home. Yet, he needed to wait until tomorrow evening. At that moment, Xiao Qian flew in from outside, reporting on those who had not been recorded but had ventured to Jianjian village. Xiao Qian did not need to follow them closely. It sufficed to confirm that they were heading in that direction. Xiao Mashing listened intently, formulating his own plans. Chapter 44. The autumn festival commences that morning. Several elderly men departed the village for various reasons. However, shortly after leaving, they took a mountain path that circled back and headed toward the rear of the village. In Jianjian village, Li Yishou's heart raced with anxiety. When would his elder brother arrive? The festival was set to begin tomorrow, and he wished to neither perish nor commit murder. Meanwhile, in another dilapidated courtyard, a foul odor permeated the air. A haggard man, clad in tattered clothing, lay on the ground. He was a level 3 bounty hunter, known by the ID Werewolf, who had accepted a level 3 mission a month prior. In principle, this task posed little difficulty for him. It was an investigation into the peculiarities of a village. Upon his arrival, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers, only to find himself rendered unconscious shortly thereafter. The villagers had laced his food with a sedative and brought him to this place. They cared for him for an entire month without taking his life. Yet, this was not due to any benevolence. Rather, they were biding their time. That moment was set to arrive tomorrow night. Confronted with such peril, he harbored no despair in his gaze. Instead, a flicker of determination ignited within his eyes, for a glimmer of hope had already emerged. As time flowed, tranquility enveloped the days, save for old Wang. The clocks swiftly ushered in the second night. The villagers' discussions regarding him had not ceased. It was common knowledge that old Wang had fallen into misfortune. He had collided with a young man from the city, leaving him in a dire state. It was said that this individual was engaged in business and involved in some form of internet enterprise. Should this incident find its way online, old Wang would not only suffer a loss of face, but he might also become a target of online harassment, potentially tarnishing the village's reputation. Old Wang could be deemed the most discontented soul during this period. He could not comprehend how, despite exerting minimal force, he had caused such devastation. Had his strength inexplicably increased? Despite these questions, he remained resolute in his purpose. Armed with a mask, he seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. The autumn festival was set to commence that evening, and despite the myriad of uncertainties weighing on his heart, he felt compelled to attend. Accompanying him were a few others, all residing in more secluded areas, where foot traffic was scarce. Even if someone were to come searching, they could provide mutual cover. After traversing several mountains, they finally arrived at the ancient village of Yanyan. Old Wang stood atop the peak, gazing down at the village where flames flickered to life, momentarily lost in reminiscence. The first time he embarked on this endeavor was 7 years prior. At that time, they had resolved to undertake this venture while still impoverished, and his existence felt suffocating. Their home was a humble earthen dwelling, and his wife chastised him for his lack of capability, while his son expressed disdain. Life was unbearably constricting, and he yearned to prove himself. It was uncertain of how to proceed. It was then that old Zhou approached him, inadvertently mentioning that, long ago, there existed a sage in Yangyan village who had conducted a grand ceremony to attain wealth. However, the villagers later discovered that the sage had used them for his rituals, resulting in his demise at the hands of the villagers. Subsequently, Yangyun village suffered a cataclysmic earthquake, leading to the deaths of a significant portion of its inhabitants, the collapse of homes, and barren fields that could no longer yield crops. Consequently, their descendants languished in poverty for a century. Upon hearing this tale, he was filled with indignation, and after a few drinks, he impulsively agreed to participate. Initially trembling with trepidation, he also felt a thrill. Yet, after completing the task, he was plagued by worries of divine retribution. Little did he know that he was not alone in this venture. Nearly a dozen others had joined him. To his astonishment, the following year, the entire village prospered. Whenever he reflected on this, old Wang couldn't help but stand a little taller, attributing their fortune to the efforts of himself and his compatriots. He then remembered the whispers of those in the village who had spoken ill of him. These ungrateful souls, had it not been for his initiative, would they have enjoyed such a fortunate existence? Beside him, an elderly gentleman remarked, "Do not harbor resentment. I once encountered a saying in a short video that stated heroes often remain unrecognized and are frequently misunderstood. Reflect upon the historical figure, General Yu. Was he not similarly regarded?" Upon hearing these words, Lao Wang's anger dissipated entirely, and he held his head high with a sense of pride. He resolved not to dwell on their provocations and urged, "Let us not tarry any longer." In the heart of the old Yangyun village, a fire blazed. Surrounded by a gathering of people, there lay a sack filled with items, alongside a bound werewolf and the masked figure of Li Yishou, whose hands were tied. Restrained by a throng, Zhou Fu, adorned with a newly crafted mask, stood at the center, addressing the assembly. "Today marks our 8th autumn festival. Yet this occasion diverges from all previous ones, for Yishou shall join our ranks. This is a momentous event, as it signifies our ability to gradually integrate the other villagers into this venture, allowing them to partake in this prosperity. Furthermore, it heralds the transfer of our autumn festival rituals into the capable hands of the younger generation." Amidst the crowd, Lao Wang rubbed his abdomen, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself, which had intensified during the journey. He also felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, a sign of advancing age. Beside him, an elderly gentleman, similarly masked, stifled a yawn, only to realize he was still wearing his disguise. Such peculiarities were not limited to the two of them. Zhou Fu soon noticed that others in attendance exhibited similar oddities. "In my heart, I'm used. It seems that everyone has truly aged and can hardly withstand such turmoil any longer. Henceforth, I shall refrain from further discourse and entrust the opportunity to the youth. I will hand it over. You promised me." Upon speaking, two individuals untied Li Yishou, while Zhou Fu provided him with a knife, subsequently pushing him forward. "Eliminate that outsider," Zhou Fu bellowed. Instantly, a chorus of voices echoed from the surrounding crowd. "Eliminate that outsider. Eliminate that outsider." The fervor escalated, with each shout crescendoing in intensity. In that moment, the murky eyes of the onlookers glimmered with a predatory light, some even straining their voices to the point of breaking. Old Wang felt his own voice rise, as if he were losing control. Li Yishou approached the werewolf, dragging him from the ground, and with a subtle swipe of a knife, he discreetly severed the last binding rope. He raised the knife, his voice hoarse yet commanding. "Before I take action, does anyone else wish to speak?" Zhou Fu sensed something amiss in that tone, yet the others remained oblivious, their excitement surging as they shouted. "Act quickly. The uncles and brothers are watching. Don't hesitate. Yishou, if you're a man, thrust that knife." With such relentless cries echoing around him, no one emerged to intervene. Thus reassured, Li Yishou swung the knife down decisively, cutting through the final strand of rope binding the werewolf. The mask upon Li Yishou's face was then unveiled. The visage of Xiao Mushing suddenly came into view. Chapter 45. Let them hurry and have another one. "It's you," Zhou Fu exclaimed sharply. "How did you end up here? Wasn't it I who sent you to the hospital?" Lao Wang also stepped forward, only to realize immediately after speaking that he had been deceived. The werewolf next to him hoisted a sack and, without a word, dashed outside. At that moment, someone attempted to pursue, only to be felled by a single punch from Xiao Mushing. Zhou Fu gazed at Xiao Mushing, who stood defiantly before them, and a sinister smile crept upon his face. "You think one person can stand against us all, seeking death?" Xiao Mushing, however, wore a faint smile. "Don't you all feel the urge to sleep or use the restroom?" The previously manageable sensations became a cascading reaction following his words. "What have you done?" came a question from the crowd, as one of them struggled to contain themselves. "I merely sprinkled a touch of a synthetic powder containing sleeping and laxative agents into your meals." This was the truth. He had indeed only added a little, otherwise they would not have made it this far. The expressions of the elderly gentlemen present shifted dramatically. Each one of them had been dining in their own homes. How had he accomplished this? Lao Wang, in particular, erupted in fury. "No wonder I can't hold it in. It was you. You little bastard. You." Accompanying his tirade, some individuals had already surged forward wielding knives and bricks. They had to eliminate the man before them before the drug took full effect, and recapture Li Yishou and the person who fled with the child. The first man who charged forward with a blade was immediately met with a gush of blood. The flow from his neck was like an unstoppable geyser. Xiao Mushing followed up with a kick, splattering the onrushing crowd with the arterial spray, thus thinning their numbers. He could not be held accountable for what followed, as these individuals were armed and intent on killing him. As the attackers fell one by one, and the drug began to take hold, the remaining assailants found themselves increasingly weakened. Zhou Fu restrained old Wang, urging him to retrieve that thing. Xiao Mushing's frame trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Simultaneously, an aged voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by a vision of his childhood martial arts training. If you were born in ancient times of war, you would have at least become a general. But now it is not possible. Now everything is done with guns. Mid-fight, Xiao Mushing was taken aback as the crowd dispersed, retreating back to where they came from. Just as he was puzzled, he witnessed a familiar scene. Except this time, the hole was large enough to accommodate his head. Several elderly men wheeled out a crude cannon, aiming it directly at him. Xiao Mushing turned to look at Xiao Qian, who had been floating by his side. "Why didn't you tell me about the cannon?" "What is a cannon?" Xiao Qian asked, placing a finger on her chin with a puzzled expression, her face both adorable and naive. Xiao Mushing suddenly realized that she was only 8 years old, and the extent of an 8-year-old's knowledge was limited. There was no time to ask questions any further. He immediately rushed into a nearby building. Zhou Fu, manipulating this century-old relic, revealed a grin adorned with yellowed teeth. In this era, what uses strength? A dilapidated earthen structure, over 100 years old, could not withstand cannon fire. The fuse had already burned down to the end, and in Zhou Fu's eyes, the gleam of victory was evident. Boom. The earthen cannon shattered into pieces, and the surrounding walls collapsed entirely. Those closest to the cannon were violently hurled away. Xiao Mushing, taking refuge in a corner, narrowly avoided being struck by the falling debris. He stood up amidst a cloud of dust to avoid collateral damage. Everyone had sheltered behind the cannon, and thus, without exception, they all suffered the consequences. Only a few pained groans echoed. The fate of the others remained uncertain. Xiao Mushing had believed himself to be quite courageous, yet these elders proved even more audacious. They had unleashed a relic that had lain dormant for countless years, and whether it had been maintained was a mystery, yet they dared to employ it. These individuals were ruthless, seemingly intent on perishing alongside their adversary. At that moment, Xiao Qian grasped the true purpose of the earthen cannon. No wonder Xiao Mushing had reacted with such alarm upon seeing it. Well, they didn't actually intend to perish with me. Their goal was simply to annihilate me with this faulty device, which ultimately resulted in their own demise. Xiao Qian mused. Will I be mocked by angels when I arrive in heaven? She suddenly felt that dying at the hands of these individuals would be quite shameful. Xiao Mushing understood the implication behind her words. This should not be the case, for your demise is not a consequence of your own folly, but rather the result of others' ignorance. Furthermore, as a citizen of the dragon country, you may not ascend to paradise. Instead, you must journey to the underworld. So, dear brother, can you accompany me there? Xiao Qian gazed longingly at Xiao Mushing. This is not permissible. I can aid you in avenging your death, in locating your remains, and in returning you to your parents, but this particular matter is beyond my capability. After enduring over 20 arduous years, I have finally accumulated a modest sum. My blissful life has yet to commence, and I have no desire to depart so soon. Xiao Mushing dared not acquiesce to her request, for what if he inadvertently awakened some latent ability within her that would whisk him away? He could only imagine facing the king of hell, who would question his untimely arrival despite his longevity. How could he explain? This young girl requested my assistance in escorting her, and I consented, thus finding myself here. The king would likely hurl the ledger of life and death at his face, berating him for increasing his workload with such trivial matters. Must I go alone then? Xiao Qian poked at her fingers, appearing somewhat despondent. Not necessarily. Perhaps someone will come to fetch you. Do you know them? Xiao Qian's eyes sparkled with hope once more. I cannot claim such familiarity. One can only know them after death. I see. Xiao Qian surveyed the flames consuming everything around her. The last time she witnessed such devastation, it was in despair. But now she felt a sense of exhilaration and relief in her heart. Upon encountering your parents, you have nothing you wish for me to convey, for they cannot hear your words. You asked me, in my next life, will I still be able to be my parents' child? Xiao Qian suddenly posed this intriguing question. Why inquire about such a thing? Because I am their only child. Should I cease to exist, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken, akin to losing a treasured toy. However, one cannot remain in sorrow perpetually. I would acquire new toys, and my parents should also embrace a new child. Yet, this notion brings forth the unsettling thought that they might forget me, which saddens me. Nevertheless, one must not be selfish. Thus I pondered. If my parents were to have another child, could it possibly be me once more? The probability seems promising, considering the current low birth rates in the Dragon Kingdom. If they were to plan now, it might very well be feasible. Truly, you should express this to them, urging them to quickly welcome another child. Xiao Mushing gestured towards himself, contemplating whether suggesting to a pair of grieving parents, recently informed of their child's demise, that they should hastily conceive another would seem rather insensitive. Chapter 46. The distinction between hypocrisy and vanity. A violent explosion resonated like a thunderclap, rousing the inhabitants of Yanyan village. Some individuals arose to open the windows of the second floor, illuminating their surroundings, only to behold a row of ominous black police vehicles stationed within the village. The vehicles bore the insignia of law enforcement, accompanied by officers patrolling the area, armed with assault rifles. Witnessing this alarming scene, Those who had opened the windows silently closed them once more. They are not afraid of the officer, but rather of the formidable individuals the officer is prepared to confront. The earlier, intense noise springs to mind. It was likely not thunder. At this moment, whispers emanate from several villagers' homes. Could it be that terrorists have arrived in our village? What would terrorists want with us? To steal the king of oranges? It is worth noting that our prized oranges fetch as much as $2,000 abroad. Such foreigners are exceedingly barbaric. Can they not negotiate business matters? Must they resort to wielding weapons? Times are tough for business, as it is said that the city is rife with turmoil. Perhaps they think to rob us out of desperation due to fierce competition. These foreigners are incredibly rude. There is no shortage of such discussions, and some have also noticed that their elderly relatives have gone missing. This has given rise to various speculations. After all, the elderly have experienced poverty and hold certain possessions dear. Could it be that they have stealthily sought out the terrorists to fight against them? Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, in an abandoned village, flames rage and bodies lie strewn across the ground. One individual sits against a solitary wall, the flickering light dancing across one side of his face in the wind. Lu Jianqing, alongside Li Yishou, the werewolf who fled with a child, and several police officers, stand in stunned silence at this scene. A dozen or so cult members, engaged in a terrifying ritual, are left with nothing but faint moans. Village Chief Lu swallows hard, astonished at the extent of the adversary's actions. He drags his feet forward, gazing up at Xiao Mushing, his mouth dry. He moistens his throat before speaking. What has happened here? I shielded that fellow, enabling him to flee with the child. Despite their numerical advantage, they were unable to overcome me, resorting to the use of an antiquated cannon in an attempt to obliterate me. The obsolete artillery piece detonated prematurely, resulting in my current disheveled state. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Although he had omitted specific details, they could readily envision the perilous circumstances he had endured. A dozen ruthless cultists, coupled with the threat of an antiquated cannon, presented a formidable challenge. Any other individual would have been hard-pressed to emerge unscathed and nonchalantly perched atop the wall. A profound admiration flickered within the eyes of Werewolf, for this was the epitome of the bounty hunter he aspired to become, composed, omniscient, and leaving no trace of his adversaries. Following the initial shock, they swiftly transitioned into action, administering emergency aid to those who still clung to life. Their procedures demanded that they gather depositions, conduct trials, and ultimately consign the perpetrators to incarceration or execution. Simultaneously, others commenced the meticulous task of amassing evidence, unearthing a macabre collection of human bone artifacts, cranial fragments conjoined to form a grotesque percussive instrument, a drum fashioned from human skin, a mallet crafted from adult hand bones, osseous chimes composed of phalanges and skulls, a bone standard, and an assortment of other human bone ornaments. Each item served as a grim testament to the atrocities committed by this depraved group. The rescue efforts and evidence collection persisted until the dawn of the following day. Gradually, the villagers became aware of the events that had transpired. Some succumbed to despair, others were bewildered, while still others erupted in vitriolic condemnation. A minority, however, harbored a clandestine sense of satisfaction, relieved of the burden of caring for the elderly. A kaleidoscope of human emotions manifested in that moment. As Xiao Mushing and the officer passed by, Xiao Qian observed the diverse array of expressions etched upon the faces of the assembled crowd. Why do some individuals shed tears in anger, while I perceive a semblance of joy in them? At times, children possess an acute sense of perception, yet they struggle to articulate their feelings adequately. Some people are inherently duplicitous, aware of their own dark thoughts that diverge from societal moral standards, feigning sorrow while their eyes betray a glimmer of delight. Ah, so that is the reason you ascend the wall to display your bravado. Incorrect. I term this vanity, not hypocrisy, one being a psychological state, the other a manifestation of behavior. Could you elucidate the distinction in terms I might comprehend? It simply implies that I am somewhat superior to them. Ah, Xiao Qian lifted her head, mimicking an expression she had learned. 3 pairs of eyes scanned around Xiao Mushing. Village Chief Lu then inquired, did you forget to bring your medication? It was only at the police station that Xiao Mushing's mental illness was confirmed, diagnosed as schizophrenia. He had resolved 2 cases, both becoming exemplary instances. Naturally, some of his information circulated internally, particularly regarding his mental condition. Xiao Mushing replied, taking that medication. I feel it would impair my intelligence, so I abstained. Sometimes, it is prudent to adhere to medical advice. Perhaps you should take it, Village Chief Lu advised earnestly, as he too was a patient, understanding the necessity of heeding a doctor's counsel. Schizophrenia cannot be cured, only stabilized, and my current state is quite stable, rendering medication unnecessary. Stable? Then who were you conversing with just now? The stability I refer to does not inflict harm or disturbance upon the ordinary individuals around me. In this light, could it be said that I am not quite stable? Lu Jianqing squinted slightly, noting the added stipulation concerning the surrounding normativity. The assurance for those deemed abnormal was not guaranteed. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate further. The current outcome was, after all, favorable. There had been no significant uproar, and no harm had befallen the other villagers. The children and the youths who had been abducted remained unscathed. He had also eradicated the village's most significant menace, lifting a considerable burden from his shoulders. At that moment, he finally experienced the gentle warmth of sunlight upon him, a light and buoyant sensation. Just as he felt himself whimsically leaning back, a hand steadied him. "I sense you haven't taken your medication," Xiao Mushing remarked with a hint of annoyance. Lu Jianqing merely responded with a nonchalant smile. After providing his statement at the police station, Xiao Mushing accompanied Lu Jianqing back to the village. Since the remains had not been entirely recovered, he was there to assist with this endeavor. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they observed several unfamiliar vehicles and heard the overwhelming sounds of wailing. Lu Jianqing understood all too well that the families of the victims had arrived. It was time for him to confront the situation. A fleeting glance sideways revealed Xiao Mushing's apparent discomfort. "Why do you seem so ill at ease?" Xiao Qian bounced beside him. "My parents are here. I see them. You must go in and speak to them. Urge them to have another child." "Hurry," Xiao Mushing responded. "How am I to articulate such matters?" Upon hearing the village chief's inquiry, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Mushing, prompting him to retort. "Do you have a way to persuade those parents to have another child?" Lu Jianqing fell silent for a moment. "If you want to see me being beaten, just say so." Chapter 47. Some are also guilty. A pair of parents were weeping over a pile of skeletal remains. The bones were not entirely intact. Some skulls had been ground down, while others had been disassembled from a two-faced drum, as was the case with Xiaoqian's skull. Before these sorrowful parents, a pair of sneakers suddenly appeared. Initially, they paid no heed, thinking it was merely a passerby in the crowd. However, they soon noticed that the sneakers had come to a halt right before them, showing no signs of movement. They raised their heads to find a young man holding a smartphone, on which was displayed a diagnostic record. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Mushing." The middle-aged man spoke up. "We do not wish to purchase insurance, thank you. That is not my intention. I am a bounty hunter." The bounty was submitted to the forum concurrently when I posted the bounty task, and upon completion, it will be automatically transferred to your card. This is a rule of the Bounty Hunter Forum to prevent individuals from arbitrarily posting tasks without the means to fulfill the bounty. Typically, one must provide payment in advance when posting a bounty task. Once the task is completed, the bounty will be awarded to the hunter, and the task poster can also revoke the task, with the funds being returned along the same route. However, that is not what I wish to convey. A flicker of confusion crossed the bloodshot eyes of the man. "Then what is your purpose?" "It is primarily this, as you can see on my phone. There exists a diagnosis from a psychiatric hospital. They claim that I suffer from schizophrenia, yet I hold a differing belief. I merely perceive certain phenomena that others cannot. At present, I am able to see an 8-year-old girl who has entrusted me with a message for both of you. Rest assured, this endeavor shall not incur any cost to you. It is merely an act of additional assistance." Xiao Mushing spoke with great patience. Yet the young child beside him was visibly impatient. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged glances, and amidst their sorrow, they discerned a mutual inclination to explore this further. "What does little Qian wish to convey to us? Due to her untimely demise, she asserts that those who wronged her must face their just deserts before she can be reincarnated. In essence, she lingers in this realm." Upon hearing this, the couple felt a sense of skepticism. "Furthermore, you should make the most of your time and endeavor to conceive again. Perhaps there exists a greater likelihood of her returning to your home." The couple's expressions transformed from confusion to incredulity, followed by shock, and ultimately to a dawning realization. As Xiao Mushing reached this juncture, he observed the couple still deep in contemplation. He then turned to little Qian and inquired, "By the way, in your next life, would you prefer to be a boy or a girl? Can I choose?" Little Qian responded, astonished. "I am still so young. Please do not deceive me." It appeared that she was taken aback. "It seems you do not have a choice. That is determined by your parents." Xiao Mushing realized that indeed, she lacked such agency. "Does that imply that there is a certain probability I may become a boy in my next life?" One can only say there exists a certain probability. In this case, one might as well discard clothing altogether during summer. Who among my peers possesses such audacity to roam about unclad in the heat? Xiao Mushing yearned to meet such a formidable individual. As he spoke to the air beside him, a middle-aged woman observed him. "May I converse with her? Speak freely. She can hear you. However, her words will not reach your ears, yet I can relay them." "Thank you. Qian, how do you fare? Do you harbor resentment towards your mother? It is she who failed to protect you. It is her fault." Sob, sob. Before the woman could utter another word, she was already overcome with tears. The man gently embraced his wife, offering silent comfort. Ever since their child went missing, she had been consumed by guilt, even contemplating the use of sleeping pills to end her life. I do not blame you. It was those wicked individuals who acted too swiftly. It was merely a moment's lapse in holding your mother's hand. Indeed, it happened far too quickly. They had been watching little Qian for some time. In the blink of an eye, it took less than 10 seconds. Two burly men covered her mouth and whisked her away into a van, which sped off without delay. It was all executed so seamlessly that one could hardly react, be it an 8-year-old girl or even an adult woman. Qian's mother had been exceedingly responsible. Yet who could have foreseen that a mere turn of the head, a fleeting moment out of sight, would lead to the disappearance of her child? The words of the child, so mature for her age, struck the mother like a dagger, and her tears flowed uncontrollably, as if they were speaking for her. What a considerate child! How could I have lost her? Xiao Qian gazed at her mother, who was weeping inconsolably, feeling a surge of panic. She had initially believed that her words could offer solace, but instead, they only deepened her mother's sorrow. All she could do was rush over and embrace her gently. "Mom, please don't cry," she pleaded. Xiao Mushing observed this heart-wrenching scene and spoke softly. "She has run into your embrace, hoping you will cease your tears." Upon hearing these words, the woman reciprocated the embrace, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if she could hold her daughter once more. Meanwhile, the man extended his other arm. And in that instant, the family was briefly reunited. After uttering this sentiment, Xiao Mushing refrained from further interruption, redirecting his gaze elsewhere. He noticed a nearby officer discreetly putting away his handcuffs and averting his gaze. Xiao Mushing realized that if his subsequent words involved money, particularly if he suggested that the parents sent funds, they might very well approach him to place him in handcuffs. Indeed, there exist fraudsters who prey on vulnerable individuals, such as solitary elderly people or those grieving the loss of a child, using their loved one's information as bait to ensnare them. These victims often fall for such schemes, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Even when faced with a 99% chance of deception, they are willing to gamble on the slim possibility of that one being genuine. Having come to this understanding, Xiao Mushing felt a sense of relief. He sat beside the flower bed where the village chief had been positioned. Reflecting on the audacity of the words he had just spoken, Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely retrieving 2 pieces of candy from his pocket. "Would you like some?" Lu Jianxing accepted the candy, surprised that the young man had a taste for such treats. Life is already fraught with bitterness. A little sweetness from candy is hardly excessive. He unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth. "It's not as sweet as the oranges I grow." After uttering this, he inquired, "Can you truly see?" "If you believe, then I can. And 6 months from now, this is also random. Thus far, I have only witnessed those who have unjustly perished. Unless you were killed before succumbing to illness, I can only see you with a certain probability." "That's absurd. Don't those with yin-yang eyes see everything? Why do you have so many conditions?" "I am not one with yin-yang eyes. Your understanding is inadequate. Though I have a master, he has never taught me such things. You may consider it a kind of innate ability. Isn't that akin to a mental illness?" Xiao Mushing was about to argue further but reconsidered. After all, the other party had only been in this predicament for less than half a year. How do you plan to handle the other matters? Although the parents were in mourning, what would happen after their tears? The tragedy was perpetrated by the villagers, and the grief of losing a child would inevitably drive some to a state of irrationality. As for those involved, only 4 had survived, and they were currently in the intensive care unit of the hospital. The village head wore a sorrowful expression. As the leader of the village, he bore an inescapable responsibility, even if he was not directly involved. "I can only do my utmost. I have an idea. You could post a bounty on the Bounty Hunter forum, and I can assist in alleviating some of the pressure. I could simply transfer the bounty to you, saving you the posting fee. When posting a bounty task on the forum, in addition to the reward, a fee must also be paid to the forum. However, you must first explain the method to me. Do you believe that those participating in the ritual are guilty?" "What do you mean?" "The individuals who brought these children to this village," Lu Jianxing exclaimed in astonishment. "Human traffickers. Do you have a way to locate them?" Chapter 48. Departing the village. If my assumptions are correct, they have likely succeeded by now. Xiao Mushing smiled with great confidence. In Shay County, within a small courtyard on the outskirts of the county town, 3 men were drinking. For them, evading capture was a frequent necessity. Yet, in this county town, they felt considerably safer, for they had loyal buyers here, and nothing had occurred for several years. Thus, this place served as a temporary refuge for them. In another room, 2 children were present, each wearing an iron collar connected by a chain, which was secured to a nearby pillar. Unfortunately, they had only managed to sell one this time. Do not lament. It is not easy to find such stable buyers domestically, and they pay well. After speaking, the man raised his cup and took a hearty sip. Delightful. He expressed his desire to sell the 2 in his possession, intending to venture into the city for a pleasurable experience, accompanied by a lewd laugh. The other 2, understanding the innuendo, joined in the laughter, fully aware of the implications of his words. Outside, the sounds of boisterous laughter resonated. causing the two children within the room to cling tightly to one another, curling up in fear as they trembled incessantly. They refrained from crying out, knowing that their injuries, kissed by the wind, brought with them a cold sting, a reminder of the horrors that would ensue should they dare to voice their suffering. Abruptly, the laughter ceased as if a television had been turned off. The door was violently kicked open. "Freeze! Don't move!" A commanding voice echoed with authority. "Officers, quickly!" The voice was abruptly silenced. The sound of furniture being overturned, hurried footsteps, and the heavy thud of bodies hitting the floor ensued. Then came a flurry of rapid yet orderly footsteps. The door swung open, light flooding into the dimly lit room. The two children gazed up, spotting the reassuring uniforms. At last, the pent-up emotions were unleashed, and the children wept freely. This time, there would be no blows or kicks. They could finally express their fears and anguish. The chains were shattered, collars unfastened, and they nestled into the broad embrace of safety. They were safe. Meanwhile, in the village, an officer received a call and conveyed the news to the parents, who were weeping before the remains of their children. Upon receiving the news, the parents were invigorated, finding an outlet for their emotions, some even displaying impatience. Others clenched their teeth in frustration. Observing this scene, Lu Jianqing approached a police officer. "What has transpired?" he inquired. "The traffickers have been apprehended." Lu Jianqing turned back in astonishment. "How did you manage that?" Xiao Muxing replied, "Not long after I spoke, a call came through. I contributed a portion of effort, albeit not much. Through prior surveillance, I did uncover some leads, but I was unable to pinpoint the whereabouts of these traffickers. Both parties maintained a commendable level of secrecy. However, once these individuals were captured, some evidence fell into the hands of the police, coupled with the clues I provided. Within a few days, they managed to ascertain their location. On his return, he noted the internal personnel shifts within the police department and could surmise some details." Lu Jianqing opened his mouth, then simply smiled and sighed. In comparison to the few individuals in critical condition fighting for their lives, the capture of these culprits provided the parents with a different means of emotional release. The burden on Lu Jianqing had also lightened considerably. At that moment, a small figure darted towards Xiao Muxing, her form becoming increasingly ethereal and faint. "Please tell my parents," she implored. Meanwhile, the couple stood before an empty space, expressing their thoughts on how those apprehended would face consequences. Xiao Muxing approached the couple, informing them she was aware of the situation and needed to depart, urging them to return and strive diligently, hoping they could facilitate her return. The couple kept responding affirmatively. Xiao Qian approached Xiao Muxing and whispered, "I would like to gift you something, but after much contemplation, I realize there is little I can offer. However, everyone says my singing is delightful, so I have decided to present my voice to you." Xiao Muxing gazed at the little girl, who seemed to be fading away. "Are you all right? I am a handsome man, standing at 179 meters, no, 180 meters. Why would I need the voice of a little girl? Brother, if I give you my voice, I won't become mute. How can I explain it? It means you can speak with my voice." Xiao Qian struggled to articulate her thoughts, her vocabulary ultimately limited. "Ah, I think I understand. So, if I need to, I can mimic your voice when I speak." "Exactly. That's it." Xiao Qian nodded vigorously, her pigtails swaying enthusiastically. Xiao Muxing stroked his chin, contemplating the implications. This meant he could engage in online romance scams. He recalled a foolish roommate from college who had been duped out of 2,000 yuan, with 500 of that belonging to him. The thought pained him. Shaking his head, he pulled himself back to the present, observing Xiao Qian transform into shimmering particles of golden light, beginning to dissipate. In a soft voice, he said, "Then, farewell. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Mom and Dad." Xiao Qian's farewell echoed like the parting at the end of a school day. In front of Li Yi's house, he said, "Uncle Li, there's really no need to be so courteous. My trunk is simply overflowing." Xiao Muxing, while speaking, seized a box of tangerines from Li Yishou's hands. Upon hearing the refusal, Li Yishou was about to set the box down when Uncle Li, filled with gratitude, remarked, "What does this little thing matter? If it weren't for you, my son would have strayed down the wrong path. This is the least I could do." As he spoke, he placed a bag of sausages into Xiao Muxing's trunk. Following this incident, the father and son had an open and sincere conversation. Li Yishou decided not to venture out anymore but to remain in the village and cultivate tangerines alongside his father, as it was indeed quite profitable. As for the debts he owed, there was no need for Xiao Muxing to assist him. His father swiftly repaid them using his bank card. Just as Xiao Muxing settled into the driver's seat, he called Li Yishou to the window. "What's the matter, big brother? If the village chief becomes unable to continue, make sure to let me know." "I will," Li Yishou assured. He was aware of the village chief's condition. Had it not been for the village, the chief would not have been in such a state at this age. Driving away, Xiao Muxing noticed the village chief waving him goodbye, his complexion even more pallid than before. With a smile, Xiao Muxing bid farewell and drove out of the village. After traveling a short distance, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID reading Zhou Haiong. Chapter 49, He Zheng again. Xiao Mushing pulled over to the side of the road and answered the call. Why the sudden call? You should have wrapped things up on your end, right? To be honest, your luck seems rather unfortunate. Some bounty hunters may toil until their last breath without ever encountering firearms, yet you seem to stumble upon them with every assignment. How did you come to know this? I don't recall mentioning it to you. The incident in Yongyan village has yet to make its way into the news, as it involves human trafficking. And the police are endeavoring to extract information from those 3 traffickers, hoping to identify other buyers and additional accomplices. After years of being a bounty hunter, I have cultivated a network of contacts, making it feasible to gather some insider information. Xiao Mushing pondered this. The explosion that night was deafening, and the news of firearms could not be contained. However, your call must pertain to something beyond this matter, am I correct? I find myself entangled in a somewhat troublesome situation, and I assure you that I will not seek your assistance without recompense should I succeed. I shall share half the bounty with you. We can discuss other matters later. First, please elaborate on your predicament, and I shall see if I can assist you. Xiao Mushing was hesitant to assure success, for he was acutely aware of the reasons behind his recent string of successful missions. He would not allow himself to become overconfident. Believing himself invincible, such arrogance could lead to dire consequences. A few days ago, after completing my task, I received another assignment, similar to yours, which also involves locating someone. Based on various clues and deductions, I am fairly certain that the individual is hidden within a villa. However, the complication arises from my inability to uncover anything upon reporting to the authorities. The police dogs were even deployed, yet they too could not locate the person. If I were to dare to investigate a second time, they would surely file a lawsuit against me, thus leaving this task in a state of stagnation. With no leads available, I found myself compelled to abandon the pursuit. Yet, the certainty that the individual resides within the villa, while being unable to locate them, evokes a sense of frustration within me, prompting me to seek your assistance. Xiao Mushing contemplated for a moment. I am still en route and require some time to reflect. Once I return home, I shall provide you with a response. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haihong did not display anger or disappointment. The amount of the bounty remained undisclosed, suggesting that her counterpart was merely considering whether they could assist in fulfilling the task. This implies that if they agreed, there was a substantial likelihood of success. Awaiting good news, she said. After ending the call, Xiao Mushing restarted his vehicle. Logically, given the troubles he had caused Zhou Haihong, he should have readily acquiesced. However, the issue at hand was that he did not have a clear connection. Zhou Haihong, having spent numerous years as a bounty hunter, was no stranger to challenging dilemmas. Merely rushing in might not yield fruitful results. As for the interior of the house, he could not ascertain whether it had indeed refreshed completely. Although 3 refreshes had occurred thus far, his understanding of this phenomenon was limited. What if it took another 10 days, or even half a year to refresh again? Thus, he resolved to return home first for confirmation, to avoid the embarrassment of having agreed only to find the effort fruitless. In room 404, a shadowy figure clad in a black suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, materialized silently. The apparition opened its eyes, surveying the surroundings, and extended a hand to caress its chin. Is the underworld truly this modernized? However, it is not uncommon for people to burn incense here now. Such modernity is somewhat understandable. Yet, where is the king of hell? The ox-head and horseface, calling out casually, yielded no response. Attempting to touch the table, he found his hand pass through it effortlessly. So this is what it feels like to be dead. He glanced at the television before him, reaching out to it, and discovered that he could control it. Turning it on, this did not seem like the underworld. As he pondered this, he surveyed the room's layout, passing through walls to enter the bedroom. There, he saw a university diploma, a banner of honor, and a psychiatric diagnosis report. From the report, he learned the name of the room's owner. Looking out the window, he attempted to step outside, only to find the wall blocking his way impenetrable. It seemed he could only wait for the owner to return. But would the owner be able to see him? He then peered into the wardrobe, glancing at the psychiatric diagnosis report once more. Surely he could be seen. He only hoped it would not exacerbate the owner's condition. Subsequently, he wandered into the living room, his thoughts drifting back to the moments before his death, recalling the scattered consciousness that heard the murmurs of onlookers. How could someone so well-dressed choose to leap to their demise? Such a pity. Perhaps it was due to the exhaustion from work? These words echoed vividly in his mind. Suicide? Perhaps it was retribution for his past misdeeds. A fitting end for his actions. Though he contemplated this, he remained unwilling to accept it. Those people should descend into hell alongside him. He recalled the banner in the room, realizing the owner must possess a certain fortitude. Yet, those others would not be so easily dealt with. In the days that followed, the man paced restlessly within the confines of his room, engaging in flights of fancy, manipulating electrical devices, until ultimately, he rendered the light fixture inoperable. One fateful afternoon, a commotion outside the door stirred him from his reverie. He rose, adjusting his attire. And as he prepared to extend his hand in introduction, the door swung open to reveal a heap of boxes. The visitor brushed past him, placing the items on the coffee table. The young man turned his head in curiosity. "My name is Xiao Mushing. I presume you are already aware of mine." "And you are?" "He Jingyu." Xiao Mushing reclined on the sofa and proceeded to open one of the boxes, extracting a sumptuous orange to savor. "Fruits must be fresh. When left too long, they lose their appeal," he remarked. "How did you meet your demise?" "I was orchestrated into a fall from above, designed by others," came the reply. "What was your previous occupation?" "Multi-level marketing fraud." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing paused his chewing, refraining from offering a hasty judgment. Instead, he approached the window and drew back the curtains, allowing a cascade of light to flood the room. "I am well aware that I am deserving of my fate, and my demise is justly warranted. Yet, when I sought to rectify my past transgressions, fate seemed reluctant to grant me that opportunity." He Jingyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, his tone laced with regret and a hint of resentment. After Xiao Mushing returned to his seat, he inquired, "What led you to this line of work?" "A friend recommended it, claiming there were prospects in future construction projects. Initially, I was among the deceived, struggling at the bottom, but as I honed my skills, I ascended to higher echelons, all the while fully grasping the reality of the situation. Since then, I have scurried about like a mouse, living in constant dread. For unlike those ignorant souls at the bottom, who perhaps only grapple with the burden of debt, I am both the deceived and the deceiver, unable to turn back. So why, all of a sudden, do I wish to cease? Before others, I present myself impeccably. In solitude, I lie like a dog in my den. I watch those, their eyes ablaze with madness and a fervent desire for wealth, who cling to the ideals I once championed, echoing my past words, step by step descending into darkness. I can no longer endure this. I yearn for the destruction of both fish and net, for I have nothing left to lose. Alas, the fish perishes, yet the net remains intact." He Jung calmly recounted a chapter of his past, along with his former thoughts. It is not that he believes it all to be behind him. Rather, it is indelibly etched in his heart, a memory that will remain with him until his last breath. Xiao Mushing tilted his head back and consumed the final orange. "Tomorrow, accompany me. I have matters to attend to." Chapter 50. There is nothing new under the sun. He Jung contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well." Just as Xiao Mushing rose to place some items in the refrigerator, He Jung casually reminded him, "The light in your living room is broken. It needs fixing." Xiao Mushing lifted his gaze, approached the switch nearby, and pressed it, discovering that indeed, the light was out. "What a wretched light. I just bought this house, and it's already malfunctioning." He Jung nonchalantly drifted into another bedroom. Before nightfall, Xiao Mushing ensured the light was repaired. On the second day of travel, after a full day's journey, they finally arrived in the city where Zhou Haihong resided, just before darkness enveloped the land. Beneath a hotel, Xiao Mushing spotted Zhou Haihong, clad in an elegant black coat. He found a suitable spot to park the car, and together they walked side by side along a rather deserted street. "Now, let me share the specifics. The owner of the villa is surnamed Zhang, named Zhang Feng, a businessman in the real estate industry. As you are aware, the real estate sector has encountered its share of difficulties in recent years. So, who are you searching for?" "It is his son, or rather, his adopted son." The notion of a father kidnapping his son seems rather absurd. Xiao Mushing found this situation a bit peculiar. Was there truly a need for abduction? Zhang Feng had no biological children, only this one adopted son. However, a year ago, the biological parents of the adopted son resurfaced, and they too were affluent, possessing assets exceeding 100 million. A young master remains a young master, regardless of his circumstances, Xiao Mushing quipped with a chuckle. Beside him, He Jung could not help but interject. Is it possible that upon finding his biological parents, he would forsake his adoptive father? That little rascal is rather heartless. Yet, the matter is more intricate than that. From the clues I currently hold, it is plausible that this adopted son may actually be Zhang Feng's biological offspring. However, at that moment, both the man and the ghost listening were suddenly beset with an image of a fur ball, which a cat proceeded to unravel, scattering it into disarray. I sense that the subsequent developments may take a rather melodramatic turn. You are correct. The biological mother of this adopted child had once been involved with Zhang Feng. Such a tale of aristocratic rivalry could easily fill 80 episodes of a television drama. Please, do not interrupt. Xiao Mushing made a gesture as if zipping his lips. From the information I have gathered, it appears that this adopted child did not come into Zhang Feng's possession by mere chance. Rather, it was a premeditated act, as he orchestrated the acquisition of the infant shortly after birth. But why would he do such a thing? Perhaps to exact revenge upon the child's mother. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Unbelievable. Both individuals shook their heads in unison and uttered a phrase. In that case, let us investigate the vicinity of the villa. We ought to uncover something of interest. I have surveyed the area, but found nothing of significance. That may be true for you, but my approach differs. He Jingyu. Overhearing this exchange, realized it was his moment to take action. The two drove to the vicinity of the villa, but did not enter immediately. Zhou Haiyang pointed to one of the villas and declared, "That is Zhang Feng's residence." Xiao Musheng cast a meaningful glance at Yi Jingyu, who promptly made his way toward that particular villa. Upon arrival, Yi Jingyu was momentarily taken aback by the opulence within. He had often envisioned the lives of the wealthy, yet witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Nearly 10 bedrooms, each equipped with an en-suite bathroom, an underground garage, a garden, a living room, a tea room, a study, a game room, a cinema. With each discovery, Yi Jingyu shook his head, marveling at the extraordinary lifestyle of the affluent. Subsequently, I arrived in the kitchen, passing through the wall before burrowing into the subterranean depths of the space. After descending for a short while, I stumbled upon a spacious area. Contrary to my expectations of a dim, damp chamber and a bound youth, I discovered a room akin to a bedroom, albeit larger than that of an ordinary individual. It was furnished with a bed, a sofa, a desk laden with books and fitness equipment. The young man lay languidly on a recliner, indulging in snacks and sipping on beverages. Notably, there were no electronic devices in the vicinity. Upon scrutinizing the young man's demeanor and state, it appeared less like a kidnapping and more akin to a leisurely retreat. After comprehending this revelation, I swiftly returned to convey the details to Xiao Musheng. Upon hearing my account, Xiao Musheng turned to inquire about Zhou Haiyang, questioning the circumstances surrounding the so-called biological parents of this adopted son. The sudden inquiry piqued my curiosity. I sensed a potential oversight in connecting certain elements. Zhou Haiyang, contemplating her accumulated information, posed a question regarding the identity of the employer behind this task. At that moment, a realization struck her, as her employer lay in a hospital bed, simultaneously being the biological father seeking this adopted son. Should Zhang Feng wish to contest or exact revenge, he could pursue custody rights, thereby exerting pressure on the opposing party and inflicting emotional distress. Moreover, after all these years, how did the adopted son's mother manage to locate him? Was the paternity test confirming him as their child conducted with whom? His father or his mother? Has his employer conducted a paternity test regarding the child? It is noteworthy that Zhou Haiyang previously mentioned the possibility that this child might be Zhang Feng's biological offspring, indicating uncertainty. The employer also harbors similar suspicions. Thus, their current objective in locating the child is to ascertain whether he is indeed their biological progeny. They hope to arrange a paternity test. However, there exists a perplexing issue. As long as there are traces of life, one could extract DNA from personal belongings, unless someone has intervened to eliminate such evidence. In Zhang Feng's household, he could effectively erase these traces, but in another residence, it seems only one person could achieve this, the employer's wife, who was once Zhang Feng's lover. The motive becomes quite clear. It concerns inheritance. Xiao Musheng observed that the other party had been deep in thought for some time. So what do you think? Have you come to a conclusion? How did you realize this? Zhou Haiyang was perplexed. There were certain details she had yet to disclose, yet the other party had already deduced them, which seemed utterly absurd. Xiao Musheng silently picked up a lollipop and placed it in his mouth, then withdrew it, pinched between two fingers. Such incidents had occurred in their village during festive seasons. The village matriarchs would recount these tales, leaving a lasting impression. He Jing, standing nearby, pondered the saying, "There is nothing new under the sun. Therefore, you must understand how to proceed from here, right?" She certainly comprehended, for the ensuing matters were no longer suitable for her involvement. She merely needed to inform the employer of the specific location where the other party was hiding in the villa. Then, one hastily withdrew, for it is wise to refrain from entanglements in the feuds of the affluent. But where is the precise location? Have you discerned it? Beneath the kitchen lies a hidden chamber, yet I cannot identify the mechanism. Chapter 51. How to deceive a patient with mental illness. Zhou Haiyang found herself in a quandary upon hearing this. If it were indeed beneath the adversary's kitchen, how might one extract the individual? The location of the mechanism remains unknown. Surely, we cannot suggest to the employer to dismantle their kitchen? Is there a method by which the employer could facilitate the extraction? It is worth noting that Zhang Feng is also a magnate. Perhaps we should set a fire. Without a moment's contemplation, Xiao Musheng blurted out an idea. The person might indeed be extracted, but we must enter ourselves. Zhou Haiyang rolled her eyes. How is such a ludicrous notion even entertained? What involvement do we have in the employer's fire? Xiao Musheng shrugged nonchalantly. Zhou Haiyang, the reward for this mission is 2 million. Come, allow us to present you with a meticulous and comprehensive plan. Xiao Musheng immediately wiped the grin off his face, adopting a serious demeanor. What plan? Continue to observe. I refuse to believe no one has entered. What use is it that someone has entered the villa? We must ascertain how they gained access. You wouldn't have hacked into their surveillance cameras, would you? Zhou Haiyang suddenly whispered, lowering her voice. Xiao Musheng merely smiled in silence. That is illegal, my friend. Almost. But not quite illegal, or rather, they would struggle to find evidence. Zhou Haiyang displayed a look of skepticism upon hearing these words. Are you truly just an ordinary university graduate? Were you not involved in activities in the Middle East? Perhaps you retired and returned home under a false identity. This doubt had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Many skills were acquired gradually. She had embarked on her journey as a bounty hunter bit by bit, while Xiao Muxing seemed to leap directly from the beginning to the conclusion of her nearly decade-long experience. In the current war-torn environment, where could a soldier king possibly emerge? Snipers face saturation bombardments, and individual combatants contended with swarms of drones. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if one could fly with a sword, they could still be brought down. Ah, so you haven't retired. Rather, you've been eliminated, Zhou Haiong remarked thoughtfully. Xiao Muxing. His intention in explaining was to convey that her assumption of him being a soldier king was erroneous. In the contemporary Middle Eastern battlefield, warfare is heavily reliant on technology, thus eliminating the conditions for the emergence of a soldier king. I believe we should relocate. If we linger here on this tree, should the security personnel discover us, they might suspect we intend to kidnap the little master of the villa. That seems unlikely. At worst, they might think we are rummaging through the trash. After so many years as a bounty hunter, are you unaware? The trash bins in the villa area, in a certain light, are akin to treasure chests, often yielding unexpected surprises. Thousands of garments, ranging from 8 to 9,000 or even exceeding 10,000. Yet a watch with a minor flaw can be casually repaired and resold, providing a few months' worth of living expenses. How do you know this so well? Zhou Haiong opened her mouth. Previously, during a weekend, she had taken a temporary job. Her classmate had brought her along to assist in garbage collection within a villa area, as his uncle's co-worker was unavailable at the last minute. After graduation, she hoped to find a similar job, only to discover that such opportunities in villa garbage collection were typically reserved for those with connections. The average person had no access to such prospects. Life is unpredictable. Now she finds herself in this line of work, which isn't without its merits. Aside from the occasional need for perilous undertakings, the profits are quite substantial. In truth, bounty hunters do not necessarily engage in life-threatening endeavors. It primarily depends on the tasks one chooses to accept. I wouldn't dare to criticize you. Other bounty hunters seldom encounter fatal missions, yet the tasks you undertake have seen no fewer than 5 casualties. In Zhou Haihong's eyes, Xiao Muxing's situation was entirely self-inflicted. Other bounty hunters facing such tasks would either take a few days off or opt for lighter assignments to recuperate. However, he chose to accept several challenging tasks, all of a similar nature. Fortunately for him, the target was remarkably resilient, not only surviving but also emerging unscathed. Subsequently, the two shifted their position, as Xiao Muxing had alternative methods to monitor the interior of the villa, rendering the need to perch in a tree unnecessary. They settled in a nearby CAF. Xiao Muxing spoke mysteriously, inquiring if the other had ever handled bounty tasks related to pyramid schemes. Zhou Haiong, noticing the eager glint in his companion's eyes, adopted a serious demeanor. Do you know, he began, that 5 years ago, the Bounty Hunter Forum issued a warning to all bounty hunters? Do you know what it entailed? What was it? Beware of pyramid scheme scams, especially when executing bounty tasks. And do not waver. The reason for this announcement stemmed from an incident involving a level 5 bounty hunter. At that time, this particular hunter was on the brink of completing his final level 5 task, which would have earned him enough points for a promotion to gold status. However, the task he accepted was related to a pyramid scheme scam, and ultimately, he fell victim to it, losing everything and inadvertently harming several other bounty hunters of varying ranks. Xiao Muxing expressed his astonishment. I have encountered several bounty hunters, and none of them seemed foolish, particularly those at level 5. You must understand, Zhou Haiong replied, that no one is impervious to deception. It merely depends on whether one encounters a scheme that suits them. In a pyramid organization, once you are ensnared, everyone is ensconced in lies to the extent that they themselves begin to believe them. In such an environment, one's resolve can easily be swayed. If a single crack is opened, it can lead to a deluge. These individuals thrive on this principle, mastering the art of persuasion, manipulating human emotions, and exploiting greed. Their understanding is profound, and they wield their skills with finesse. Thus, when tasked with such missions, the usual approach is to locate their gathering spots and report them. Certainly, there are drawbacks to this approach, as it may often result in insufficient evidence being collected. However, it is undoubtedly safer than infiltrating the situation directly. In essence, if I wish to execute this task effectively, the optimal method remains to penetrate the environment to gather adequate proof. Zhou Haihong closed her eyes and leaned back in her seat. You should take your medicine, she remarked, after a lengthy discourse that was selectively muted. In truth, I feel you need not be overly concerned. After all, one must ponder how they might deceive a person with a mental illness from a perspective of rationality and logic. Zhou Haihong's previously hopeless expression froze on her face as realization struck her. Indeed, how would a person with a mental illness perpetrate a scam? Especially one with high intelligence and considerable physical prowess. To some extent, Should the adversary infiltrate to execute such a task, the likelihood of safety might indeed be enhanced. Chapter 52. Successful interview. Do as you wish, but just don't call me to invest when the time comes, Zhou Haihong said, resting her chin on one hand, expressing her resignation. After all, previous conjectures were merely possibilities, and there was a chance of being deceived even more severely. Xiao Mushing felt that the likelihood of being duped was minimal. After all, he had previously engaged in the business of tricking people into buying alcohol. Although it required a slight compromise of integrity, he was somewhat familiar with the intricacies of such schemes. Furthermore, there was a spirit nearby offering reminders. As if summoned by thought, He Zhong flew in from outside. Upon observing the mechanism, he noted that it was located 5 floors straight ahead from the main entrance, followed by a right turn for 4 floors. The floor plate beneath one's feet constituted the trigger, requiring a weight of over 150 kilograms to activate. To one's astonishment, nearly 150 kilograms of weights were clandestinely concealed within the household, albeit the design was rather rudimentary, making it likely to arouse suspicion among others. However, the household steward weighed a considerable 160 kilograms. My apologies, I ought not to underestimate the intelligence of others. From the perspective of Zhou Haihong, Xiao Mushing began to exhibit peculiar behavior once again. Turning towards Zhou Haihong, Xiao Mushing declared that they had identified the mechanism, a specific floorboard that required a weight of 150 kilograms to activate. Are you certain? Xiao Mushing inquired, glancing toward He Zhongyu, who nodded affirmatively. Xiao Mushing also nodded in agreement, expressing absolute certainty. Zhou Haihong then picked up her phone to make a call. We have located the individual. He resides in a secret chamber beneath the kitchen. Xiao Mushing interjected at this moment. Proceed straight from the kitchen entrance for 5 floorboards. Then turn right for 4 floorboards. Upon that floorboard, place a weight exceeding 150 kilograms to unlock the chamber. Zhou Haihong relayed this information. On the other end of the line, a frail, aged voice responded. Are you certain this is the correct location? Indeed. Although I have previously sent a team to search the villa, I fear this second attempt may prove more challenging. As long as the exact location is confirmed, once the individual is found, the funds will be transferred to your account. The call concluded. Xiao Mushing, seated across from her, listened intently. The payment would be directly transferred by the Bounty Hunter Forum, eliminating the need for the employer's intervention. Did you not accept this task through the Bounty Hunter Forum? Hadn't I mentioned before that bounty hunters can undertake various tasks, not just those listed in the Bounty Hunter Forum? This particular assignment was recommended by an employer I had previously known. While executing tasks, you can also cultivate such connections. Assignments referred by affluent employers typically offer generous rewards. Xiao Mushing nodded, acknowledging he had taken note. However, it is largely thanks to you that I managed to complete the task in less than a night. I have been stuck here for several days without any progress. Once the payment arrives, I shall transfer 1 million to you. There's no need for verbal gratitude. Rather, let us extend our thanks to this unseen friend. By the way, do you still intend to introduce your hacker acquaintance to me? Zhou Haihong expressed interest, eager to meet someone with special skills. They are not merely a hacker, Xiao Mushing chuckled. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Zhou Haihong did not press the matter, recognizing that a hacker's profession is indeed not one to be shared lightly. A few days later, at the entrance of an office, approximately 10 individuals were queued for interviews. Xiao Mushing donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses, carried a backpack, and was dressed in a suit, clutching a resume. As the office called out his name, he feigned caution while entering, placing his resume on the desk. Good day, interviewer. The individual seated opposite Xiao Mushing picked up his resume. While ostensibly reviewing it, his peripheral gaze was discreetly appraising Xiao Mushing from head to toe. A recent university graduate, donned in spectacles and appearing somewhat dull-witted, gazed intently at his resume. He found little interest in the sections detailing gender, date of birth, family status, or personal hobbies. Instead, it was the section on personal achievements that captured his attention. Assisted the police in solving a serial murder case that had remained unsolved for over a decade in Jinnong City. This revelation stirred something within him. Hello. My surname is Chen. You may address me as Manager Chen. I have briefly reviewed your resume, and I noted your personal achievement, assisting the police in resolving a serial murder case from years past. You must have received a considerable bounty for your efforts. What brings you to interview with our company? Indeed, I received a reward of 1 million. At this, Manager Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet, he pondered the reality of the situation. In these times of soaring prices, a mere million would scarcely suffice to purchase a home situated far from the city center. Furthermore, life is long, replete with the need to find a partner, acquire a vehicle, and perhaps eventually settle down and raise a family. One must secure a stable job. Manager Chen nodded, perceiving the candidate as someone adept at solving cases yet entirely naive to the nuances of social interactions. Could he truly claim to possess 1 million during an interview? If things soured, would he simply walk away? What company would desire such a transient employee? Yet, he found himself drawn to the individual. That million in achievements was undeniably tempting, far superior to the candidates he had just interviewed. The content outlined in your resume indeed aligns perfectly with our company's requirements. However, I harbor concerns regarding your long-term commitment. As you mentioned earlier, you possess a savings of 1 million. It raises the possibility that, should you decide to leave, you might simply walk away, potentially hindering our project's progress. Rest assured, I am an orphan who has endured much hardship from a young age and will not easily abandon my responsibilities due to minor setbacks. Manager Chen smirked, remarking on the youthfulness of your spirit, suggesting that a slight pressure seems to unsettle you. Nonetheless, we shall assess your capabilities over a period to determine your true fit for our team. Our projects are not trivial endeavors. They are substantial initiatives supported by national policies, requiring diligent and industrious individuals. If you can successfully navigate the probationary period, your current savings of 1 million could potentially double within a year or two. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly possible? Absolutely. Our company is deeply involved in pension infrastructure and the development of efficient renewable energy solutions. These sectors promise lucrative opportunities in the future. Unlike other conventional firms that risk obsolescence in the face of evolving times, we strive to become industry leaders, ensuring that our employees are well compensated for their contributions. Xiao Muxing, upon hearing this, rose from his seat and extended his hand across the table to shake Manager Chen's hand. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. There is no need for thanks. If it weren't for the current projects requiring professionals in your field, I might have hesitated to hire you. Tomorrow morning, please remember to bring your identification card and bank card to this location. A bus will be here to transport you to our company. Is this not our company? This is merely a recruitment center for our subsidiary. Our company has a wide distribution, and the talents we recruit are allocated according to the needs of various divisions. Xiao Muxing nodded repeatedly. Very well. I will certainly be there tomorrow morning. With a hint of elation, Xiao Muxing exited. Observing him leave, Manager Chen wore a triumphant smile, unaware of the source of Xiao Muxing's exuberance. Chapter 53. A dramatic continuation. Are you greeting someone? Beneath a flower bed, Xiao Muxing removed his glasses. Do you know that Manager Chen? He noticed He Zheng's reaction upon seeing the manager again. Surprise, regret, sighs, frustration, and an indescribable sense of relief. When I initially intended to gather evidence against the organization and report them, I was forced onto the rooftop. I had always wondered, although my actions were not flawless, how could I have been discovered so early, especially when the organization was so meticulously cautious? They even orchestrated the manner of my demise. In that moment of recognition, I understood. Is he a close brother of yours? Xiao Muxing took out a lollipop and placed it in his mouth. Not merely a brother, but I had previously urged him to depart before becoming ensnared in these circumstances. He was deceived to a tragic extent. His home was sold, and the meager savings his parents had for retirement were entirely depleted. Had he chosen to leave at that moment, he would not have sunk deeper into this abyss. The victim has transformed into the perpetrator. Xiao Muxing shifted the candy in his mouth from the right to the left. This is how organizations expand and thrive, by deceiving a multitude, elevating a select few with potential, and then scaling up to continue the deception. What of the others? They are tasked with making calls to swindle relatives, friends, and classmates. Once they have exhausted these avenues, they are encouraged to meet new acquaintances. Until they can no longer extract any resources, they will be discarded by us. After all, these individuals are oblivious to the more profound truths. Initially, they may seek us out, driven to madness. Of course, some will eventually confront reality and resort to suicide. Others who remain lucid may continue to exist, yet they will likely never return home, doomed to drift aimlessly like rootless weeds, swaying in the wind. You truly are born into this. After hearing this, Xiao Muxing offered a candid observation. I am well aware that I am no virtuous person, whatever suffering I endure, whatever hardships I face. Should I find myself in the underworld, a tour through the 18 layers of hell would be my due. Yet, it is unjust that I alone should traverse this inferno. Those who perpetrate such inhumanity should not be allowed to continue their revelry in the mortal realm. As He Zheng uttered these words, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. The punishment for fraud is seldom a death sentence, and coupled with your words, it appears even more unlikely. A group of beasts gathered together. Do you believe they would limit themselves to mere fraud? The depths of this situation are far more intricate than you might envision. You should be able to deduce how I met my demise. Once we uncover their incriminating evidence, they shall receive their just deserts. Upon hearing Xiao Muxing's exclamation, He Zheng experienced an inexplicable sensation. He sensed that Xiao Muxing's entry into the organization might lead to significant events. Suddenly, a notification of a deposit appeared on Xiao Muxing's phone. He picked it up, revealing yet another cold, unadorned string of numbers. Contemplating the considerable time he had spent in this endeavor, he mused whether it was time to indulge himself. After all, such a substantial sum should not remain idle. At that moment, the phone rang. Zhou Haihong was calling. Once connected, she stated, "I have transferred the money to you. What is the status of the situation?" He Zheng also leaned in, curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Xiao Muxing's inquiry, Zhou Haihong's voice carried a hint of excitement as she replied, "You have no idea. The revelation is even more explosive. Through my previous employer, I discovered that the child does not belong to either of the two wealthy men. That woman played both of them. The child is actually the offspring of Zhang Feng's deceased father. Zhang Feng and that child are brothers. When these two wealthy men uncover the truth, they will be beside themselves with rage. Zhang Feng is even angrier, for he had meticulously plotted for over a decade regarding his brother's inheritance and that of others." Ha! Zhou Haihong could not contain her laughter at this point. "As a bounty hunter, I typically refrain from laughter, yet this particular incident, ha ha ha." Xiao Muxing could discern from the sound just how uproariously the other party was laughing. "By the way, in a few days, I might inundate you with a series of prank calls." The laughter gradually subsided. "Have you truly accepted a mission concerning pyramid scheme fraud? Aren't bounty hunters compelled to scrape by in such a manner? I have yet to encounter a bounty hunter who willingly complicates their own livelihood." Zhou Haihong remarked testily, expressing that the most daunting aspect of human interaction is encountering obstinate individuals. "Is it possible that, for me, the tasks I undertake are, in fact, of relatively low difficulty, yet yield considerable economic benefits? A non-static image. A reverse descent, perhaps." After a prolonged silence, Zhou Haihong finally uttered those words, subsequently adding, "Never mind. If you truly find yourself in dire need of money, we shall meet in person." Zhou Haihong contemplated that if this fellow had indeed been indoctrinated, she would simply gather a group to give him a sound thrashing, ensuring he regained his senses. This could also provide him with an avenue for retreat, preventing him from becoming irrevocably ensnared. Remember this. Once the call ended, Xiao Muxing sometimes felt as though conversing with Zhou Haihong resembled chatting with an elder sister. The following morning, Xiao Muxing, with a backpack slung over his shoulders and a suitcase in tow, arrived at the building where the interview had taken place. Even earlier than him was a large bus, having arrived at 6 o'clock a.m. In order to facilitate observation, he found a place to settle nearby. As for the reason for his early rising, it was unavoidable. The two individuals next door were exceedingly noisy. Since the moment they moved in during the early hours, the commotion had not ceased. The clamor was so disruptive that he found it impossible to sleep, and through the wall, he could hear their lively exchanges, filled with terms he had never encountered before. It seems that with the evolution of time, even the methods of amusement have progressed. In contrast to his covert listening, He Zheng had displayed even greater audacity, directly crossing through the wall to witness the live spectacle on the other side. Was this behavior befitting a decent individual? Such a blatant disregard for another's privacy was shocking. At that moment, Manager Chen stood at the entrance of the bus, catching sight of Xiao Muxing as he approached. He waved enthusiastically. Xiao Muxing made his way over, and Manager Chen patted him on the shoulder, praising, "You're quite punctual, young man. Our company appreciates individuals like you who value time. Please, take a seat." Xiao Muxing boarded the bus and casually chose a seat. Shortly thereafter, another person entered the bus. Despite the abundance of available seats, this individual insisted on sitting beside him. After placing their belongings in the overhead compartment, they leaned in with great enthusiasm. "Hello. I am Yuming, but you can call me a Chiu. From now on, we shall be colleagues. What is your name? Is everyone in today's society so overly familiar?" Here he was, being greeted again. How should he respond, brother? Yuming noticed that his companion did not reply but instead appeared increasingly anxious. Speaking to the air before him, reply casually, "How does one do that? Surely, there needs to be an opening line, or at least some formula." Xiao Muxing exhibited a hint of madness, running his hands through his hair as if on the verge of distress, ready to hurl something. Yuming instinctively shrank back from his previous position. This person seemed slightly different from what had been described earlier. Would it truly be effective to remove his trousers, bind his limbs, and insert his belt from behind? Such actions could leave an indelible impression on him, one that he would never forget. Alas, what a peculiar notion. When Xiao Muxing turned back, he discovered that the other party had, unbeknownst to him, moved to another row. He approached and fixed his gaze on the other's belt, inquiring, "Did you just greet me?" Yuming, with his wide eyes, rigidly shook his head. "No, I have been sitting here all along. When did I greet you?" "Then what is your name?" "I am Wang Fuguei." "Oh, perhaps I misheard, my apologies." With that, Xiao Muxing returned to his seat, while Yuming felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Internally, he lamented, "This is no ordinary university student to deceive. This is a lunatic. I should never have believed that Chen's nonsense about merit. He seeks to ensnare me." Chapter 54, The Beginning of the Deception. Explanations nearby. As the bus was about to set off, Manager Chen boarded, scanning the interior of the vehicle. Noticing the considerable distance between Yuming and Xiao Muxing, he remarked, "The journey may be somewhat lengthy." He continued to move deeper into the bus while casting furtive glances at Yuming. Yimingqiu shook his head in refusal. Those newcomers were generally accompanied by an elder who would instill certain ideologies in them to prepare for their forthcoming tasks. Yimingqiu was seen as a promising talent, someone to be nurtured for a managerial role. How could he fail to comprehend such a simple matter? Manager Chen, disinterested in his shortcomings, decided to take matters into his own hands. He approached Xiao Mushing, just as he was about to take a seat. What are you doing? A sudden shout startled him, capturing the attention of others around. Manager Chen, with a smile, reassured the group. This new colleague may be feeling a bit anxious. There's no need to pay him too much mind. Upon hearing this, the crowd diverted their gazes. Chen, leaning against the armchair, lowered his voice and gently inquired. What seems to be the problem? Have I inadvertently offended you in some manner? My friend is seated here, Xiao Mushing replied, and if you sit down, you will be occupying his space. Manager Chen glanced at the empty chair. Are you suggesting that you have a friend here? Xiao Mushing nodded. Indeed. He is a newly acquainted friend, clad in a black suit with slick-back hair. However, he appears disinclined to converse with me, as he seems more eager to engage with you. He is now in such proximity that his face is nearly touching yours, gazing into your eyes. Upon hearing Xiao Mushing's description, Manager Chen was stirred by unsettling memories. The descending shadow, the contorted figure, and the blood that splattered across his face, still warm with its lingering heat. Manager Chen, upon hearing these words, gazed into Xiao Mushing's eyes and discerned that the latter's gaze seemed to drift away, seemingly following someone else, rather than focusing on him. Yet, he could perceive no one else reflected within the depths of those eyes. Simultaneously, he recalled fragments of information he had unearthed the previous night. The content displayed in certain live stream clips pertaining to the Jin Yang case indeed appeared rather peculiar. There were even speculations in the comments suggesting that Xiao Mushing might be suffering from severe mental illness. Manager Chen furrowed his brow. It was plausible that the individual before him was experiencing a breakdown. However, another possibility lingered, that he had come with ulterior motives. Thus, when he had just observed the man's eyes, that was precisely what he was scrutinizing. Words can be fabricated, yet the eyes convey a plethora of information. He had not detected the existence of the second possibility in those eyes. However, if he were indeed a mental patient, conventional logic would no longer apply. He would need to align himself with the nuances of the man's condition, albeit he resolved to inquire further. Have you encountered any peculiar doctors? Those who utter strange and nonsensical phrases? You mean psychiatrists? I must emphasize, I am not mentally ill. Manager Chen concluded that this was indeed a case of mental illness. Furthermore, those doctors were not professional. They merely sought to deceive him into purchasing medication. I am not sick. I possess supernatural abilities, enabling me to perceive things invisible to you. Manager Chen nodded. Having supernatural powers is even better. Our psychiatric hospital. No. Our company is in dire need of talents like you. Individuals whose minds are expansive and unconfined. You possess boundless potential and ideas that transcend the ordinary. Those who deem you eccentric merely fail to comprehend the extraordinary wisdom and thought processes you embody. Consequently, they remain stagnant, deprived of the opportunity to witness a broader, more vibrant world. Yet, you are different. In you, I perceive limitless possibilities that may usher in transformative changes for our company. In turn, our company will reveal to you what it means to be exceptional, to understand that gold can merely be misplaced. Manager Chen then launched into an eloquent discourse, a blend of admiration and praise that elevated Xiao Mushing to a stature that did not truly belong to him. This was their customary tactic, artfully embedding information within flattery, leading the other party to believe they were making resolute decisions. Such self-deceptive decisions become impervious to external influence. No matter what others say, they hold firm. This is intertwined with his intellect, his dignity, and the lofty perception he currently maintains of himself. Should others cast doubt upon him, it would equate to a denial of everything he holds dear. He would cease to be a talent, no longer occupying a position of prominence or playing a pivotal role. Instead, he would become an ordinary individual, indistinguishable in a crowd. No one welcomes such a feeling. Everyone yearns to be the protagonist. And in their immersion in this sentiment lies the inception of their disorientation. Even upon realizing they have been deceived, they would refuse to acknowledge it. For this is a flaw inherent in human nature. Yet, Manager Chen remains blissfully unaware. As he imparted this knowledge, there was someone beside him persistently undermining his efforts. He then proceeded to explain. He praised your thought process, noting that your awareness of your mental health condition sets you apart, as no one in everyday life truly comprehends you. Thus, he lauded this aspect, primarily because you harbored a faint notion within yourself, which he sought to fully extract and amplify. For instance, when a person gazes into a mirror, they may occasionally perceive themselves as somewhat unattractive, while at other times, they might feel a sense of handsomeness. In such moments, an individual emerges, highlighting the features you consider attractive, thereby complementing your allure. Consequently, you begin to believe in this affirmation. gradually deepening and expanding your self-perception until you ultimately regard yourself as exceedingly handsome. Even if an observer dismisses this, it is simply a matter of their lack of aesthetic appreciation. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiao Mushing nodded in agreement. Manager Chun, noticing the other party's unconscious nod during his exposition, couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. This was the moment of engagement. You see, after such praise, the conversation would likely shift towards your courage and vision. Subsequently, at the company, you would be presented with various projects, extolling their promising prospects. With investment, you would become a shareholder, and when the project flourished, you would hold original shares, leading to substantial wealth. Certainly, he would provide a plausible explanation, such as the fact that the project originally had investors. However, issues arose on their end, leading to a cessation of funds. Meanwhile, the company found itself unable to mobilize resources in a timely manner, necessitating the search for employee investments. Missing this opportunity would mean a loss of hundreds of billions. Coupled with earlier remarks about one's courage and vision, the mere contemplation of this matter would likely provoke an impulsive decision to invest. As He Jingyu elaborated, Manager Chun indeed began to extol his exceptional insight and bravery. Xiao Mushing nodded, silently acknowledging the depth of the scheme. The crux of this deception lies in the victim's current identity as a member of the company, fostering a sense of belonging. When such an opportunity presents itself, it appears akin to an internal perk, making it all the more enticing. Chapter 55. Sports and Business. The vehicle rolled to a stop beside a modest 5-story building on the outskirts. A dozen individuals disembarked, and based on Xiao Mushing's estimation, only about 7 were genuine newcomers. The rest were accomplices. Thanks to the groundwork laid by these accomplices, the newcomers approached the somewhat dilapidated structure with a degree of mental preparedness, though they couldn't help but express some doubts. After all, this stood in stark contrast to their preconceived notions of an office building. Xiao Mushing glanced at the shabby edifice and then at the other newcomers, who were all fresh graduates, still naive in their understanding of the world. Although they were cautious, it was evidently insufficient. Before the small building, Manager Chun delivered yet another captivating speech. In order to prevent individuals from escaping after entering, let us proceed inside and become acquainted with our surroundings. As a gesture of hospitality to welcome everyone, this afternoon, we shall also organize a team-building activity to discuss our corporate culture, core philosophies, and future directions. After conveying this, the group was ushered into the small building, with each person accompanied by at least one companion. Only Xiao Mushing appeared somewhat solitary, yet this solitude was short-lived. An individual who introduced himself as an experienced employee approached. Hello, you can call me Oldley. I am a member of the Future Engineering Planning Department, and you will be assigned to our team. Could you share with me the current work arrangements in our department? Xiao Mushing inquired. You've just arrived and must be weary from your journey. You should take some time to rest. Some matters can wait until you are adequately refreshed. Oldley spun a tale, for their primary task was to welcome the new employees, while the new recruit's role was to invest funds into projects. Xiao Mushing's previously amiable expression shifted to one of seriousness. Rested enough? There is no such thing as being sufficiently rested for the living. The market is finite. If you do not exert yourself, there are others who will. If you lack the ambition to become a successful entrepreneur, there are many who do. I am here to work, not to languish idly. Rest is for the deceased. Oldley, as a member of this company, I do not wish to hear the word rest from your lips again. How do you differ from those lethargic employees in other companies who merely drift through life? I firmly believe that within such a promising enterprise, one ought not to behave in this manner. Allow me to witness your daily endeavors, your documentation, your reports, and your CAD designs. Let me behold your fervor and the future of the company. Xiao Mushing's words soared with passion, resonating with a rhythmic cadence. From above, he exuded an ineffable authority, akin to a divine judge perched among the clouds, pronouncing his verdict upon him. This left Oldley momentarily dazed, perceiving not a newcomer, but rather his immediate superior. Yet, he soon regained his composure, questioning why he allowed a novice to intimidate him. The vigor of youth is commendable, it should be nurtured. Oldley initially contemplated a rebuttal, but after reflection, he opted to align with the sentiments expressed. However, certain matters cannot be hastily entrusted to you newcomers, as they pertain to confidentiality and necessitate further evaluation of your capabilities. Additionally, you must undergo training before you can officially assume responsibility for our projects, which are of significant importance to the company. Xiao Mushing squinted, trailing behind Oldley with his belongings, his mouth incessantly in motion. He spoke of striving for dreams, of enduring temporary hardships for lifelong enjoyment. His assertions that working for the company also meant working for oneself flowed forth in a continuous stream. It was not until he was escorted to the rest area, a dormitory for 8, that Oldley turned away, his previously cheerful demeanor fading into a more serious expression. What a foolish university student, truly believing that by sacrificing oneself for the company, one could enjoy the finer things in life. Such fortune is unlikely to befall you. You may toil to the point of hospitalization while the boss indulges with young models at hotels. Old Lee, lost in his own thoughts, suddenly fell silent. Indeed, what is the purpose of his relentless efforts? He is well aware of the company's nature. Even this building in the outskirts is merely rented. The rent is modest. Merely 1,000 yuan per month, situated in a desolate area with no foot traffic. To purchase a bottle of water, one must walk a kilometer to the nearest village's small shop. Inside, the walls remain unpainted, mere concrete structures, with windows obscured by pieces of cloth. For all these years, has he not been deceiving himself? Yet, he cannot bear to abandon the substantial savings he has invested. If only he could entice more individuals to invest, perhaps. With sufficient funds, the project could finally commence. As these thoughts consumed him, the rugged old man felt a tear escape the corner of his eye. Xiao Mushing observed the resting area, which was hardly better than a prisoner of war camp. An 8-person room, yet not with bunk beds, but rather a makeshift sleeping arrangement elevated by bricks, reminiscent of a communal sleeping space. Several individuals were crammed into the room. Xiao Mushing pointed at the communal bedding and questioned, with such an environment, are you not afraid that people will flee at the sight? He locked eyes with Yi Zheng. As long as one can earn substantial wealth, who would flee despite a dire environment? They may even engage in self-deception, believing that such burdens are a divine mandate, as comfort is reserved for the deceased. Furthermore, among the 7 who accompanied you, not a single one has absconded. The doors remain wide open. Those at the lower echelons, often duped into this predicament, encounter varying strategies based on their respective cult factions. Some lean towards the athletic, while others are more business-oriented. The athletic approach involves boxing, mixed martial arts, and unarmed or stick combat. Conversely, the business-oriented factions exploit human psychology and temptation. Typically, both approaches are employed, albeit divided between upper and lower tiers. The lower echelon, with its less gullible individuals, poses challenges and may instigate issues. Hence, they are afforded choices initially, as their understanding is limited. Even if they report to the authorities, such actions bear little fruit. Moreover, in this domestic context, the athletic method is ill-suited for widespread application, as it risks catastrophic failure. Evidenced by numerous past examples. The upper echelon, being more unscrupulous, harbors too many secrets and incriminating evidence. Should an unwitting soul experience a pang of conscience, it could lead to catastrophic revelations. Thus, their methods of resolution tend to be more physically demanding, involving activities such as cement mixing, grinding feed, or bungee jumping challenges. These have become rather commonplace. The method employed in a previous incident was indeed a bungee jumping challenge, without the safety of a cord, exhilarating yet perilous, with survival being a rarity. Chapter 56. The sense of disconnection. Before long, a brief moment passed. The once desolate dormitory was now crammed with 6 individuals. Among them, 3 bore the telltale signs of sleepless nights, their eyes rimmed with crimson, complexion pallid, and lips tinged with a bluish hue. Their faces were devoid of expression, yet heavy with an oppressive weight, embodying a sense of irrevocable commitment. One individual, the previously encountered Yi Mingqiu, found himself once more confined within his room, his gaze betraying a hint of trepidation. In contrast, another person displayed a clear-eyed innocence, still grappling with the present circumstances, yet brimming with hope for the future. Upon observing this individual, Xiao Mushing discerned a fragment of his own reflection. It was reminiscent of the scenario when companies visit schools for recruitment. The first batch is often met with derision, only to realize that subsequent groups are even less appealing, leading to a disheartening decline. This culminates in the realization that stepping beyond the campus to seek a fulfilling job is fraught with missed opportunities, where even the simplest tasks, such as assembling screws, may elude one's grasp. Deception abounds. One either falls prey to scams or, like himself, embarks on a path markedly different from others. In this society, numerous young souls share his plight, ambitious and idealistic, yet devoid of connections and support. Meanwhile, classmates effortlessly transition into prestigious firms upon graduation. Why? Because their chosen fields guarantee entry into such positions. Some aspects of this world can only be inherited through lineage. After encountering numerous obstacles, when a path resembling a broad avenue unfurls before you, few would decline its invitation. Even if hesitation lingers, one is likely to step forth. In the past, scams revolved around enticing investments in the allure of entrepreneurship. Now, they ensnare individuals with promises of employment and generous. As time progresses and society evolves, so too do the methods of deception. Xiao Mushing felt a pang of melancholy, realizing that in this world, some things could only be acquired through fraud. 6 individuals were seated around a large communal bed, engaging in self-introductions while discussing their aspirations and dreams. Some seasoned employees were imparting their ideologies. For instance, there was a bright-eyed university student who spoke of his future ambitions. My name is Yi Xiang, and I aspire to purchase a house in this city. If I have some extra funds, I would like to acquire a modest car, not necessarily an extravagant one, just something to get around. Eventually, I hope to bring my parents to live with me. They may not be accustomed to it, but I want them to see that I am thriving, capable of standing on my own. Their years of hard work will not have been in vain. I can establish a home in this bustling city. With further diligence, I will save enough to marry my girlfriend. You should not bear the surname Yi. It would be more fitting for you to be named Juan. For your dreams are quite enchanting, Xiao Mushing interjected with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Yu Mingxiu, taken aback by the sudden cynicism, swallowed his retort. This person was clearly troubled. It was best not to engage in such risky discourse. Thus, the other three individuals rose to defend him. How can you speak to him in such a manner? He has dreams, and with determination, he can achieve them, one of the middle-aged men asserted. And you, sir? Have you purchased a house? Not yet, but I certainly will tomorrow. Just like an elementary student promising to complete homework. Always deferring it to tomorrow. Will you really do it? Tomorrow, there will be classes, you know. My friend, do you even have enough money on you to buy a plot of land? At this moment, another individual stepped forward. Young man, do not be so pessimistic. The present is what it is, and the future remains uncertain. Uncertain? What if we perish? Xiao Mushing replied, raising his hands in exasperation. In this societal climate, who dares to claim they will live to old age? The pressure, the sleepless nights, the anxiety. Good sir, had you not just introduced yourself as 40? I would have assumed you were 70. The already tense uncle could bear it no longer. Just then, a third gentleman rose, rolling up his sleeves to showcase his muscles. Unlike the previous two who relied on reason, he firmly believed that strength spoke louder than words. Xiao Mushing leaped off the makeshift bed, seizing a half-brick. The third gentleman panicked. Just as he prepared to shield his head, Xiao Mushing placed the brick against the wall and struck it with a punch, splitting the half-brick into two once more. Yu Mingxiu thought to himself, a lunatic, coupled with such brute strength. It truly is not simple to ascend in this world. I am beginning to contemplate escape. The third gentleman quietly lowered his sleeves. It was a bit warm with so many people around. He then resumed his seat, acting as though nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, a university student named Yu Xiong observed the scene, pondering, is this what the workplace entails? Indeed, it is ruthless. One must not only be articulate, but also possess formidable strength. Xiao Mushing regarded the uncle who had returned to his seat, and likewise settled down. The atmosphere fell silent, devoid of the earlier liveliness, even growing somewhat awkward. This, too, was among Xiao Mushing's intentions. Individuals are often susceptible to the influences of the collective, and in such circumstances, one's intellect may diminish. A book I previously encountered suggested that humans possess an inherent tendency to conform blindly. At times, the decisions made by the majority are steeped in uncritical compliance, particularly under the orchestrated guidance of a group. It remains to be seen whether a young man named Yu Xiong can discern the underlying dissonance in this scenario. Meanwhile, Xiao Mushing approached Yu Mingxiu, greeting him with, hello. It is a pleasure to see you again. Yu Mingxiu pondered, if the other party restrains me, how should I resist? What strategies might I employ to divert their attention? Engaging in conversation? Yet, their thought process may not align with mine, potentially leading me into a precarious situation. Conversely, if I remain silent, will they perceive my reticence as disdain, prompting a harsher response? As he contemplated this, he placed a hand on his forehead and an epiphany struck him. I apologize. I am feeling a bit car-sick. I think I shall rest for a moment. Just as he prepared to recline, an unfamiliar hand rested upon his head. Yu Mingxiu lifted his gaze, the shadow of the arm casting a silhouette across his face, revealing only half of the other person's visage, accompanied by a partial smile. Car-sick, are you? I happen to have a folk remedy that I would gladly share with you. Yu Mingxiu exclaimed, I believe I could benefit from some fresh air. However, as he attempted to rise, a firm hand pressed him back down. Do not rush. First, remove your shoes. No, no. Yu Mingxiu vehemently shook his head in protest. Yet it was an experience marked by profound helplessness. Bound by a belt, she struggled to push open the door and fled outside, only to stumble and be dragged back by a firm hand. At that moment, others in the corridor witnessed this unsettling scene. Yu Mingxiu's face, drenched in tears and panic, was a desperate plea for help directed at those around her. Save me. I implore you, save me. Yet, in the face of such distress, no one dared to step forward. A wave of apprehension swept through the onlookers, causing some newcomers to reconsider their choices. The indoctrination they had previously embraced began to crumble in the face of reality. The dilapidated office building, coupled with this harrowing spectacle, led some to realize that this was perhaps not a lucrative enterprise after all. He Zheng, suspended in midair, flicked his fingers. The dissonance created by the sudden crisis awakened in sailors, captivated by the siren song, a flicker of danger. This was a sentiment previously expressed by a speaker during their training sessions for management. Chapter 57. Not doing badly. The fourth floor conference room, part of a modest 5-story building, comprised 2 floors for accommodation, 3 for offices, and a 5th reserved for leadership's respite and work. The first floor served as a free activity area, though the extent of that freedom remained uncertain. In the fourth-floor conference room, a small platform was adorned with several tables and chairs, where Manager Chen sat. His gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Xiao Mushing and, not far off, the disheveled and distressed Yi Mingqiu. She appeared akin to a deranged concubine trapped in a cold palace, enduring inhumane torment, her eyes devoid of hope for life. Only hoping for the day when the emperor issues a decree, granting him 3 feet of white silk to end his wretched existence. In a dormitory that houses 6 individuals. 4 of whom are comrades, how did it come to this state? Manager Chen shifted his gaze, searching for the other 3 individuals. Only to find 3 burly men huddled closely together. They appeared to be engulfed in a mix of fear and confusion, seemingly unable to foresee the path ahead. They seemed alive, yet the thought of being dead did not seem entirely out of the question. Manager Chen felt perplexed. This was not how things were meant to be. His attention then turned to another individual, Yi Xiang. This person had been brought in by others and was rumored to possess some modest assets. Even if Xiao Mushing were mentally unstable, it was implausible for one person to contend with 4. There was definitely something amiss with this Yi Xiang. Perhaps he was the instigator behind it all. However, there was no need for immediate concern. There would be ample opportunity to deal with this individual later. For now, the focus was on ensuring the success of today's corporate culture presentation. It was imperative that nothing went awry. As the audience began to gather, the 5 individuals commenced their self-introductions. Then, a rather attractive woman made her entrance, accompanied by stirring background music, delivering a dynamic speech. The applause and cheers surged in waves. Xiao Mushing watched with keen interest, for his perspective differed from that of others. To him, there were not 5 individuals on stage, but 6. He Zheng stood atop the table, his lower body facing the woman. Xiao Mushing even harbored doubts, were it not for the attire he wore in death, which had become an inseparable second skin. Would the other party have dared to remove his trousers? He Zheng, to some extent, was capable of treating all individuals equally. For instance, in the realm of invisible humiliation, a woman may deliver a slap, while a man might retaliate with 2. Take Manager Chen, for example. A man seated comfortably in his chair. He might even lower himself to demonstrate vividly what it means to defecate upon one's shoulders, no, upon one's head. In contrast to the restless crowd below, Xiao Mushing did not exhibit any flushed cheeks or fervent excitement. Instead, he bore a smile he struggled to suppress. He felt that He Zhengyou's resentment ran far too deep, yet it could not harm these individuals. He could only seek visible revenge. Thus, when those around him shouted praises 3 times, a wave of uncontrollable laughter erupted from him. As a few nearby individuals prepared to join in the shouting, they were halted by the laughter, realizing their actions appeared somewhat absurd. This moment of awkwardness led to a palpable tension among the more fervent onlookers, leaving them uncertain whether to continue shouting or not. Meanwhile, the woman delivering a passionate speech quickly noticed this unfolding scene below. It was not her first encounter with such a situation. In our company, there are no hierarchies, only brothers. Now, I invite several brothers to the stage to share their thoughts and discuss their futures, for this is not only your future but the future of the entire company. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing turned to Yi Xiang and remarked, "Do you believe that I will certainly be among those she invites?" Yi Xiang, initially taken aback by the statement, soon grasped the implication and displayed an expression of disdain, unwilling to associate with him. Xiao Mushing pondered silently. Has this child misunderstood something? What sort of expression is that? I hold disdain for those who resort to nepotism. Yi Xiang, being a person of integrity, believes that most individuals would have immediately sought connections in such a situation. His contempt stems from his refusal to take shortcuts and his commitment to earning his keep through his own abilities. Have you not yet grasped the gravity of the situation? The environment is indeed harsh, far removed from the urban center. The conditions here may be challenging, yet they are understandable for a startup. Yi Xiang stroked his chin and remarked, then clenched his fist, motivating himself with fervor. However, it is precisely within such adversity that we find our opportunities to excel. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Mushing narrowed his eyes, sensing something increasingly amiss. When he had acted against Yu Mingqiu, he displayed neither panic nor assistance, adopting instead a demeanor of observation. Of course, he did not inflict any harm on Yu Mingqiu. He merely removed his socks and clothing to apply a few pressure points. Generally, those with robust physiques would not feel discomfort, but for those with kidney deficiencies or poor gastrointestinal function, the experience could be quite painful. Additionally, he attempted to realign the other S-bones. However, his experience in this area was rather limited, leading to occasional errors requiring correction. These skills were acquired during previous training. He initially worked as a masseur before being recruited as a male model. After only a brief period in massage, his employer recognized his talent and redirected him to modeling. As continuing with massage would have proven financially detrimental, it was solely due to his appealing appearance that he managed to avoid complaints about his massage techniques. As the two engaged in conversation, a voice suddenly emanated from the loudspeaker, inquiring whether the two brothers conversing could come forward together. Yu Xiang had never anticipated that. Due to this connection, he would receive an invitation. Xiao Muxing, on the other hand, was indifferent and confidently approached the stage. Yi Xiang exhibited a hint of shyness. Yet he brimmed with assurance. Despite benefiting from this connection, he was determined to demonstrate his prowess to the audience. In addition to the two of them, two more individuals were sequentially invited to join. The female speaker, clad in polished shoes, a black skirt, and a white blouse, sported a high ponytail and a subtle makeup look. She exuded both vigor and approachability. Indeed, a deceiver never wears the label of deceit upon their visage. Rather, they often evoke a sense of warmth. The speaker, exhibiting foresight, did not engage Xiao Muxing first. Instead, she decided to target Yi Xiang, opting for an easier mark to stir the atmosphere. Ultimately, even the most obstinate individuals would be swayed in a collective setting, lest they find themselves in an awkward predicament. "What dreams do you harbor, my newly added brother?" she inquired. "To purchase a modest home, acquire a small car, and marry a beautiful wife. How many square meters for the house?" She gently prodded, encouraging him to articulate his desires unabashedly. 1,000 square meters. "What kind of car do you wish to buy?" "A Bentley." At that moment, the audience was taken aback. Their previous aspirations had merely skimmed the surface with figures like 100 square meters or a BMW. The corners of the woman's mouth gradually lifted in a smile. She welcomed dreams, fearing only the absence of them, and continued to incite enthusiasm. "Why aspire to a Bentley and 1,000 square meter house? Due to my residence in a sprawling 2,000 square meter home and my father's ownership of a Bentley, I seek to prove that I can thrive independently, even without their advantages." The audience below is left speechless. The speaker, a woman, is momentarily taken aback. Chapter 58, The Art of Observation. At this moment, the woman's lips twitch in response. After laboring tirelessly for so long, her aspirations barely extend to living in a modest 300 square meter home. As for a luxury vehicle like a Bentley, she typically resorts to boasting about it to impress others, as the thought of purchasing one herself is utterly unfathomable. However, she now perceives a flicker of possibility, for the young man before her possesses such affluence. Additionally, there are 4 others behind her who share similar sentiments. Meanwhile, the rest of the audience has abandoned their earlier excitement. The revelation is akin to a waterfall crashing down upon them. The chasm between dreams and reality looms large before them. Their aspirations merely reflect the daily existence of others, who, even in their contentment, are driven to create their own paths. At this juncture, Xiao Muxing ponders how such a privileged upbringing could yield such an innocent child. Furthermore, he contemplates that while the second generation of wealth may be foolish, the first generation possesses acumen, for they could not have amassed such fortunes otherwise. Thus, Xiao Muxing's gaze sweeps across the audience, landing on an elderly man clad in a simple, classical gray robe. Upon meeting the old man's sharp, scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Muxing offers a subtle smile and nod. The elder, taken aback momentarily, reciprocates the gesture with a nod of his own. The elder mused inwardly, Boss Yi is indeed affluent, having even hired bodyguards. This young man possesses some skills, managing to find a way to associate himself with the young master. Yet, I cannot help but notice that his appearance is rather peculiar. I shall seize an opportunity to divine his fate. The female speaker, having processed her astonishment, seized the moment to address the audience below. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard? Even with such substantial assets at home, Brother Yi Xiang is willing to venture out and strive. For he believes that future projects will enable him to achieve accomplishments no less than those of his father." Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiang scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. His primary purpose for being there was to absorb knowledge, to gain insight into the company's structural arrangements, project planning, bidding processes, and networking, essential elements that would allow him to accumulate some funds before embarking on his own independent venture. He understood that the odds of striking it rich through employment were far slimmer than purchasing a lottery ticket on the national football team winning the World Cup. At that moment, the audience, who had been previously subdued, ignited with fervent enthusiasm, erupting in a more vigorous cheer. A company favored by the wealthy second generation must surely prosper. Xiao Muxing surmised that these individuals would soon shift their focus. Collectively, they likely paled in comparison to this one affluent heir. In that instant, Yi Xiang was the center of attention, with the 3 other invited guests appearing merely as backdrops. He Zheng, standing nearby, sighed. These individuals have truly encountered a fortuitous moment. How I wish I could have come across such lucrative opportunities in my time. Reflecting on his initial thoughts, had he managed to capture such a plump fish, his last vestiges of conscience would likely have been overshadowed by the allure of wealth. The fish is indeed substantial, yet I doubt they could consume it all. Xiao Muxing chuckled softly, shaking his head. Presently, he found no opportunity to dampen their enthusiasm, as the glimmer of profit illuminated their eyes. It would be unwise to attempt to counsel calmness at such a moment. Others might perceive it as an obstruction to their financial pursuits, consequently pushing everyone into opposition, thereby complicating his own maneuvering. Moreover, he was not the sole individual harboring ambitions within this pyramid scheme. It would be prudent to make some inquiries and assess the situation. In a suburban villa, a middle-aged man clad in a woolen sweater and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles reclined on a genuine leather chaise longue, telephone in hand. "Have they made contact yet?" he inquired. "Not yet, but it seems they have set their sights on the young master." "Very well, just ensure his safety. Should he face any harm, do not intervene excessively." After concluding the call, the middle-aged man had initially contemplated involving his son in a company to expose him to the harsh realities of commercial competition. However, he was taken aback when the youth, rather than pursuing a conventional path, ventured into a pyramid scheme. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous. It would allow the boy to broaden his horizons and comprehend the splendid path he had arranged for him. He possessed the confidence and resources to afford his son the luxury of trial and error. Meanwhile, as the speeches concluded and the attendees dispersed, an elderly man clad in gray approached Xiao Mushing. "Would you care to accompany me to the restroom, young brother?" Xiao Mushing placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. "Certainly." At this moment, the 5 individuals sharing a dormitory with Xiao Mushing watched the elderly man depart with expressions that were intricate and multifaceted, tinged with compassion, respect for the valiant, and a hint of reluctance. Yet, none dared to intervene. Xiao Mushing was merely a delusional individual. They felt powerless to dissuade him, nor did they possess the courage to do so. Upon entering the restroom, before Xiao Mushing could utter a word, the elder spoke first. "Taoist Xianxing, may I take a look at your hand?" "Ah, your words sound quite familiar. Typically, people ask to see one's legs," Xiao Mushing remarked. "You have misunderstood, young friend. I approached because I noticed an unusual aspect to your countenance, and thus wished to examine your palmistry." "Is it merely palmistry you practice, Taoist?" Xiao Mushing inquired, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Your discernment is sharp. I am, in fact, also a bounty hunter. I trust you share a similar profession?" "Indeed, quite so. But if you are a Taoist who can read palms, why then venture into bounty hunting? My master possesses a rather wild disposition. Thus I have not registered with the Taoist community. Furthermore, while I can read fortunes, the scope is rather broad, encompassing one's entire lifetime. I am unable to alter destinies or provide insights into immediate concerns. When individuals seek my counsel, they typically inquire about fleeting matters such as love or wealth, which I cannot adequately address. As a Taoist, I lead a rather carefree existence, yet one cannot roam the world without some means of sustenance. Hence I have taken up this line of work. It allows me to uphold justice, express my thoughts freely, and earn a little coin along the way. Given this, might you assess my fortune?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing ceased to persist. If that affluent individual could engage this Xianxing Taoist as a bodyguard for his son, he undoubtedly possessed considerable prowess. Observing him would pose no harm. Upon hearing these words, the Xianxing Taoist washed his hands by the sink and then took hold of Xiao Mushing's hand for a meticulous examination. The more he scrutinized, the deeper his frown became, as if his entire visage were about to contort in distress. "What is the matter? Could it be that my future is fraught with misfortune and adversity? If it were merely that, it would suffice, but your palmistry combined with your facial features is exceedingly peculiar." The Xianxing Taoist spoke with a countenance marked by concern. The presence of the killing star amidst a tumultuous river of blood and an overwhelming aura of negativity typically signifies a dire omen. Even being sent to a shooting range for practice would be a mild consequence. However, accompanying this malevolent star is an abundance of virtuous merit, clear skies, and continuous fortune, presenting a paradox of great benevolence and blessings. Could it be that my studies have not been thorough? The Xianxing Taoist found himself beset with numerous questions. Yet the master who imparted these skills had passed away over 30 years ago, leaving him unable to unearth the answers from the grave. What a genuine master he was. Why had I never encountered him during my lifetime? He Zheng, standing nearby, lamented continuously, pondering that perhaps if he were to divine Xiao Mushing's fate, he might bring about some change. He Zheng was somewhat familiar with Xiao Mushing's circumstances, having heard him recount his past. He bore the weight of numerous lives lost. Yet he understood the reasons behind those tragedies. These individuals had brought their fates upon themselves. Naturally, he too was culpable. In our line of work, it is commonplace to be touched by blood, and as for the negative energy, it likely stems from my childhood penchant for wandering through graveyards. Xianxing Darren hesitated for a moment. "Why are you running into the graveyard?" "I can't possibly confess that in my youth I was tempted and pilfered offerings, can I?" Xiao Mushing shrugged nonchalantly, his expression indifferent. Xianxing Darren struggled to contain his voice. "How have you managed to survive this long?" Xiao Mushing appeared somewhat melancholic. "Sometimes I ponder how I have endured all these years. My father truly was ruthless. Was it merely for some offerings? After willow branches, I was beaten with bamboo. And once the bamboo was exhausted, it was the peach would stick." Xianxing Darren inexplicably felt that this individual was more perilous than the fraudsters themselves. What could you boss have been thinking to hire such a person? Never mind, just return and safeguard young Master Yi. The situation has already been reported to Yi boss. As long as his life is secure, enduring some hardship is acceptable to the boss. Protect the young master? What young master? Your boss hasn't paid me. If you're not here to protect the young master, then what is your purpose? I am here to dismantle the entire fraudulent organization. After speaking, Xiao Musheng departed. At that moment, Stansheng Darren beheld Xiao Mushen's silhouette, like a harbinger of doom, radiant and resplendent. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the office building, in a distinctly different conference room, a video call featuring an individual was in progress. Aside from the 5 executives previously on stage, there were 4 others present. 9 individuals sat together, convened to engage in communication with their higher-ups, solely to deliberate on one matter: how to extract every last resource from this wealthy heir. In comparison to the past, their schemes have primarily swindled the funds of the impoverished. However, this time, they have fortuitously ensnared a wealthy heir. It is implausible to employ their previous tactics, for the affluence of the scion is a product of his family's fortune. It is essential to recognize that a wealthy family does not accumulate wealth through folly, as foolish individuals cannot retain their riches. Therefore, they must devise a foolproof strategy to secure the funds. One suggestion was to deceive his father into investing. We could meticulously prepare the documentation and reach out to certain contacts. As this idea was proposed, laughter erupted in the room. Manager Chen loosened his tie, cautioning against foolishness. If it were truly that simple, we would not require such a multitude to gather here. A 2,000 square foot mansion and a Bentley for personal use reflect an exceedingly high standard of living, which implies substantial assets. Do you genuinely believe you possess more insight than his father? Do you think one can easily deceive someone who has seen much of the world? My recommendation is to first extract the potential funds from this young master. Having lived as a privileged heir for so long, he must possess considerable savings. If we can ensnare this young master, it may not be as challenging as anticipated. At this moment, the woman who had spoken earlier interjected. For such a prominent heir, you are merely seeking this modest sum? This is merely the initial phase. Should we aspire to gain more, we must use this amount as a foundation for further extraction. After all, with these funds, renting luxurious residences and hiring professional actors would pose no difficulty. We should also consider mobilizing our associates from other divisions to orchestrate a grand scheme. Naturally, it would be prudent to cultivate relationships and navigate certain channels. The crux of the matter remains in extracting valuable information from that young man. Such measures can indeed serve as a preventive mechanism, steering us away from financial ruin. During the video call, a figure stood with their back turned to the audience, slowly beginning to speak. Based on old Chen's proposal, let us make some arrangements. I expect to see your plans by tomorrow morning, at which point I will send over some assistance. With that, the call was terminated. Xiao Musheng listened attentively as he Zhengyu relayed the information, nodding thoughtfully. Today marked another session of persuasive speaking, coinciding with their dinner time. He observed expressions of astonishment on the faces of some of the elderly present. However, this dinner was merely a simple boxed meal. Of course, their dormitory might have benefited from the generosity of a certain young master, resulting in a more lavish spread. Dishes such as oil-braised shrimp, poached chicken, and braised pork adorned the boxes. Consequently, Yi Xiang, who was on a diet, desperately sought a hint of greenery amid the abundance of meat. The 3 middle-aged individuals with whom he had previously engaged in friendly conversation shed tears as they savored the meal, as if they had not tasted such delicacies in ages. As a result, they eagerly seized the leftover dishes that Yi Xiang had not finished. Following the meal, the loudspeakers crackled to life, and after an impassioned speech, it was clear that silence could not prevail. These individuals excelled at creating an atmosphere, with soothing yet hopeful and enthusiastic music, accompanied by persuasive recorded speeches that played on repeat. Xiao Musheng glanced at the fervent Yu family young master beside him. Now, make sure to document their action plans verbatim. I need to formulate some targeted strategies. He Zhengyu replied. If I had such intelligence, I wouldn't have resorted to such dubious means to earn a living. Xiao Mu nearly forgot that the other party had merely turned into a ghost, not undergone an upgrade. Therefore, a compromise was reached to remember the key elements, such as the opening and closing, the names established, and any incriminating evidence I could gather. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals huddled together. Yi Mingqiu, biting his fingernails, remarked, "It's over. This big brother is talking to himself again." Xiaomu observed the 4 clustered in the corner by the door. "Aren't you all going to sleep?" The 4 shook their heads in unison. With someone like that in the dormitory, who could possibly sleep? Of course, aside from Yi Xiang, who had been passionately shouting during his speech. He was likely exhausted from all the yelling. As night descended and the others succumbed to slumber, the 5th floor of this lonely 5-story building remained brightly lit. Manager Chen, typing away at his computer, slapped himself twice in frustration. "I really should learn to keep my mouth shut," he muttered. Having worked all night, he lamented the audacity of the big boss. In this wave of resentment, an idea slowly emerged in Manager Chen's mind. After all, since fraud is illegal, why not deceive the big boss? If he managed to swindle the money, He could flee the country. Then he would be free as a bird, rich enough to enjoy life at will. With this thought, a dark smile crept onto Chen's lips. Meanwhile, in other rooms, several individuals also began to entertain their own ambitions. They had come to seek fortune. Why should the big boss be the only one to prosper? A Bentley, a 2,000 square meter mansion. These luxuries were what they desired too. Chapter 60. Adding fuel to the fire on the morning of the second day, they finally commenced their tasks. Albeit these were not what one would typically consider work. Under the guise of internship training, they were to internalize the core values of the company. Although Xiao Mushing garnered some attention, it was rather minimal. The entire focus of the company was squarely on Yixiang. However, there was no rush to take action, as the proposal had only been submitted that morning, and the higher-ups were still evaluating it. A premature move could easily alert the competition. This was a substantial venture that required meticulous handling. As the hours dragged on into the afternoon and approached dusk, action was finally set in motion. The first to take initiative was Manager Chen. He brought forth some materials. Xiao Yi, I've heard from some of the veteran employees that your training has been commendable. Here are some items. Could you assist me in processing them? Upon hearing this, Yixiang blinked in surprise. Manager Chen, noticing the clarity in her expression, smiled even more broadly. This is merely a test of your capabilities. If you perform well, you may expedite your training and officially join our ranks. Yixiang nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Manager Chen. Manager Chen patted her shoulder encouragingly. Give it your best. I have faith in you. As Yixiang departed with a stack of documents in hand. This was merely the first step of their plan. It was crucial not to be too abrupt. They needed to provide her with an opportunity to affirm her own competence. Thus, it was essential for her to invest some effort. The tasks he assigned were straightforward and could be completed swiftly. With a bag of documents in hand, Yixiang sought out Xiao Mushing. What you said was true. Manager Chen indeed sought me out and assigned me additional tasks. How did you know all this? Xiao Mushing revealed a knowing smile. Shall we make another wager? Do you believe that if you mishandle this document, they will grant you a second chance? Yixiang gazed at the file in his hand, realizing that it was just the two of them present. The other had stealthily approached him and shared certain information. At that moment, he dismissed it as mere jest. However, he never anticipated the unfolding of events. Should I give it a try? Though Yixiang possessed a certain clarity, he was not so naive as to be utterly oblivious. If what Xiao Mushing suggested were true, then the company might be facing significant issues. Or perhaps Manager Chen himself was the root of the problems. Nevertheless, those were matters for another time, should any issues arise, and Xiao Mushing be aware of them. What purpose would he serve here? He Zheng stood nearby, expressing, I have done all the work, yet you take all the credit. After Yixiang departed, Xiao Mushing remarked, given the current situation, several leaders are eager to monopolize. Do you think the big boss will notice? He should, He Zheng replied, his demeanor becoming serious. After all, my demise was orchestrated by him, and those who engage in such dealings seldom place trust in their subordinates. If these individuals were to act, they might very well follow the path I once tread. You suggested that if I were to provide them with an idea, whereby they could ensnare the big boss and subsequently devise a scheme to abscond with funds from the young master. Do you think they would engage in such a venture? He Zheng, upon hearing this proposal, inhaled sharply, then contemplated calmly. Faced with such substantial incentives, they might indeed be inclined to take that risk. In light of this, let us begin with Manager Chen, Xiao Mushing gradually articulated. If this criminal organization were an impenetrable fortress, Xiao Mushing might find it somewhat challenging. Yet, given their individual aspirations, he could not be blamed. A formidable bastion is often breached from within. During dinner time, Xiao Mushing instructed He Zheng to locate Manager Chen. He orchestrated a chance encounter. Manager Chen, what a surprise to see you here. Oh, it's you, Mushing. Isn't it mealtime? What brings you here? Although Xiao Mushing's stature was somewhat lesser compared to Yixiang, even the smallest morsel holds value. Manager Chen maintained a facade of neutrality. I was just wandering aimlessly, and fortuitously came across you. I wanted to inquire about something. What is it? Please ask away. When posed with inquiries, individuals seldom decline, for it often marks a favorable commencement. I have heard whispers of a significant project within the company, but the original investor has encountered legal troubles, resulting in a gap in the funding chain. Consequently, the company has allocated a portion of the project's shares internally, and I have heard that we too may have the opportunity to invest. Is that true? Xiao Mushing inquired with an air of curiosity, his eyes glinting with a hint of avarice. Upon hearing these words, Manager Chen, although wearing a warm smile, felt a storm brewing within. It was still merely the preliminary stage of indoctrination. Revealing certain information too soon could arouse unnecessary suspicion. Moreover, he had not disclosed anything. So who had informed Xiao Mushing? It was worth noting that this individual shared a dormitory with Yixiang. Where did you hear this? Just from some employees, came the response, which sent alarm bells ringing in Manager Chen's mind. He was uncertain whether Yixiang was aware of this matter. Were the others fools? Some things should not be divulged so early. What if this was a deliberate ploy by them? Manager Chun was acutely aware of his own thoughts, but could not ascertain whether others shared the same sentiments. He contemplated pressing for more details, but decided against such a direct approach. Instead, he remarked, "I'm not entirely sure, but are you considering investing?" It's important to remember that investment carries risks. In this fiercely competitive job market, one can either usurp another's position or replace their superior to secure a pay raise and wealth. Given the rarity of such an opportunity, how could one not feel tempted? Xiao Mushing spoke casually, yet his words resonated deeply with Manager Chun. "Don't overthink it. I haven't caught wind of this matter. Your source may not be reliable." Xiao Mushing scratched his head. "I overheard someone speaking seriously while I was in the restroom. It seemed quite earnest. So it shouldn't be false." Manager Chun silently committed this phrase to memory. He hurried back to rest, dismissing any thoughts of uncertain matters. After conveying his intended message, Xiao Mushing departed. The final remark was intentionally directed at Manager Chun, who was attempting to glean some information indirectly. One must offer something in return. As he made his way, he encountered the figure of an old Taoist clad in gray robes. The immortal Shang stroked his beard and observed Manager Chin's retreating silhouette. He had previously sensed that Manager Chin might be somewhat short-lived. Could it be related to him? Muttering this to himself, he turned away and returned to his quarters. Chapter 61. The Interrogation in the Quarters. As for Yi Xiong, he harbored no concerns. When accepting this task, he had scrutinized Yi Xiong's facial features. There were some obstacles, yet he still bore the countenance of wealth and prosperity, suggesting a long life ahead. Thus, he took on the assignment. Over the years, he had relied on this skill to accept relatively low-risk tasks, gradually ascending to the status of a gold-ranked bounty hunter. Upon returning to the fifth-floor office area, Manager Chun greeted his colleagues with enthusiasm as they passed by. Yet, he simultaneously observed them with caution. Who among them could be so impatient? Those who have reached the leadership tier were undoubtedly filtered through rigorous scrutiny. In this environment, one should not attempt to leverage connections, for no one wishes to face the repercussions of failure, and thus, the leadership would never admit the incompetent. Such hasty actions could very well lead to financial loss. What, then, was the purpose of such behavior? As Manager Chun returned to his office, it was more akin to a compact living and working space, featuring merely a bed and a small desk. Lying on the bed, he engaged in deep contemplation, suddenly sitting up with a start. What if this was an orchestrated move by the big boss against us? Among the elderly under his command, there were undoubtedly spies planted by the big boss. Should this matter be exposed and reach the big boss's ears, would he not launch a thorough investigation? Everyone in this place was a master of deception, adept at framing others, an art form they had perfected. Moreover, he himself was not entirely innocent. Given the big boss's cautious nature, especially after the previous incident, should any hint of wrongdoing arise, he would likely prefer to err on the side of caution, choosing to eliminate rather than overlook potential threats. If this were indeed the case, it was probable that Xiao Mushing had orchestrated this scenario deliberately, as he was the one who had brought him into the fold and had previously regarded him with great interest. If the matter had not been brought to his attention today, he might have found himself in dire straits. They likely never anticipated Xiao Mushing's profound trust in him, that he would seek confirmation of such a critical issue from him. With this game afoot, he could not afford to show mercy. But what of the big boss? Should such an incident arise again, the big boss would undoubtedly lose faith in him, thereby rendering him devoid of any opportunity for wealth. Perhaps it would be best to take decisive action, to send the big boss into retirement. Yet, such a course would entail immense pressure. However, it was also possible that others would not simply acquiesce. Most matters could be delegated to them, while he merely needed to lend a subtle push at the appropriate moments. This matter must be meticulously finalized, for the comfort of the latter half of one's life hinges upon this very moment. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Xiong retrieved his computer and commenced the tasks assigned to him by Manager Chun. This computer had been procured from the administrator, as most of their communication devices were entrusted to the administrator for safekeeping. The rationale behind this arrangement was the concern over indiscriminate photography that could potentially compromise corporate confidentiality. Initially, Manager Chin and his colleagues were reluctant to adopt such measures, especially since the confidentiality clause was already stipulated in the fraudulent contract they had signed. However, it was inevitable that among those they had deceived, there would be individuals who disregarded such confidentiality agreements. Thus, they were left with no choice but to implement this strategy, even though it might heighten the suspicions of some, requiring them to exert additional effort. Yi Xiong was diligently managing the tasks assigned by Manager Chun. These tasks were not complex, or rather, they were so exceedingly simple that one might deem them somewhat antiquated. At that moment, the other four individuals returned. Upon entering the room, they enthusiastically inquired about what he was working on. When they learned it was a task from Manager Chun, they showered him with praises, expressing their hopes for his future support. Amidst their flattery, Yi Xiong felt an inexplicable sense of elation. Perhaps it was his own exceptional abilities that rendered these tasks so trivial. However, just as he entertained this thought, a sudden silence enveloped the dormitory. A figure entered the room, accompanied by the sound of the door closing behind them. Like the emergence of a forbidden entity from a surreal narrative, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, and the once lively four individuals became as motionless as wooden puppets. Silently, with lips sealed, no trace of joy or sorrow could be discerned upon their countenance. Oh, just moments ago, I overheard a lively commotion from within. Could it be my imagination? Why has it fallen silent? No one dared to offer a response. Fearful of becoming entangled with this individual, Yi Xiang was preoccupied with some task. Xiao Mushing peered in, catching a glimpse of the work displayed on Yi Xiang's computer. Haven't you graduated yet? Why is there still homework assigned by the teacher? His words struck Yi Xiang like a clarion call. Indeed, this task hardly presented more of a challenge than the assignments from school, Yi Xiang murmured softly. Thank you. Xiao Mushing withdrew his head. In truth, he could not comprehend the contents on the computer, nor did he even know the name of the software being used. His earlier remarks had been mere conjecture. He had merely relayed some information from He Zhang, hoping to jolt the other into awareness. Of course, should that one remain oblivious. Like a pedant intent on elevating trivial matters, they might resort to Confucian methods, attempting to persuade through sheer force of reasoning. Xiao Mushing then beckoned to Yimingqiu. Upon realizing she had caught his eye, she pursed her lips and shook her head, her expression betraying her. I cannot comply. Xiao Mushing only smiled, producing a key. I have already locked the door. Will you come over, or shall I come to you? Yimingqiu lifted her gaze to the door, just a step away, and slowly advanced until she stood before Xiao Mushing. What is it, Brother Xiao? She inquired, her tone subdued and her demeanor earnest. I simply wish to inquire how long you have been with this company. Xiao Ge, are you jesting? Did we not arrive together? I am also a newcomer. Oh, is that so? Yet, I cannot shake the impression that you are rather familiar with the leadership. Just the other day, I observed you engaging in conversation with them while ascending the stairs. Upon hearing this, the other three silently turned their backs to the wall, fortunate not to have witnessed their conversation with the leadership. From that point onward, Yimingqiu could only hope for the best. It is not their fault for not intervening. They simply could not. Do not tell me you are a favored individual. I have always despised such connections. Were it not for them, I would not have been unable to procure the last bottle of orange soda from the village shop when I was 8 years old. Yimingqiu exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be reminded of that incident. While a mere bottle of orange soda does not constitute a profound grudge, one must consider the peculiar nature of this individual. Who knows how significant that bottle of soda might be to him? Initially, there was a suggestion to replace personnel, but when they asked about Yi Xiang's condition, he simply replied that it was acceptable and that there were no issues. Consequently, the change was not permitted. Yimingqiu felt helpless. How could there be such a disparity in treatment among those who share the same surname? Yi? Chapter 62. Almost. With this thought, Yimingqiu glanced again at Yi Xiang. He must not reveal the truth at this juncture. Should he dare to speak, the higher-ups would undoubtedly take action against him. What to do? What to do? A reasonable justification must be devised. In the blink of an eye, Yimingqiu concocted a remarkably clever rationale, one that would surely suffice. I have come to understand that one of the managers seems to enjoy discussing emotional matters with male employees, which is why I approached him. I realize this is quite embarrassing, but what choice did I have? Coming from a background of isolation and hardship, I yearned to earn a substantial income and gain respect. Thus, I felt compelled to resort to this avenue. What other options do I possess? What else could I possibly do? In order to portray authenticity in my performance, Yimingqiu reminisced about past experiences. All the meager savings he had painstakingly accumulated were invested entirely in this endeavor. He found himself with no alternative but to forge ahead along this path. With all his funds depleted, if he wished to avoid total ruin, he had no choice but to persist. He had deceived all his relatives and friends, leaving him with no refuge except for prison. Humiliation and sorrow surged within him, and as he spoke, tears began to fall like raindrops. At that moment, the three individuals behind him silently raised their thumbs in admiration. His brothers were truly formidable. To utter such words was a testament to their resilience. Which manager was he referring to? Yimingqiu reflected upon those who had deceived him. There were several. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he realized his mistake. No, that is not what I meant. I did not intend to imply that. Xiao Mushing sighed, expressing his understanding. In that instant, Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard whispers of the unspoken rules of the workplace, but had never anticipated that they would target men. Xiao Mushing's original intention was to convey something through Yimingqiu and the other three, to instill a sense of tension without fully revealing his intentions. However, since the other party provided such a reason, he consequently chose to believe it and even assist in disseminating the rumor. The following day, on the 5th floor, the leadership was convening a meeting. At this moment, all the male members present were scrutinizing one another. In this modest 5-story building, with so many individuals gathered. It took merely one morning for a certain rumor to reach the ears of the leadership. While they might dismiss other matters with a mere chuckle, this particular issue was met with utmost seriousness by all male leaders, each fearing that a colleague in the same position might conspire against them. Manager Chen cleared his throat. Ahem. I believe some of you may have already heard about this matter. Yi Xiang's document produced last night was so poorly executed that no matter what I did, I could not get it approved. In fact, he even contemplated leaving, fearing potential unwritten rules imposed by certain individuals. I am quite curious as to who possesses such peculiar inclinations that they cannot restrain themselves at such a critical juncture. At this moment, a faint voice interjected. It might not even be from now. Perhaps it originated from some of the older individuals in the past. It is likely that the newcomers have yet to have a chance to intervene. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, which belonged to a gentleman in his 50s. Do not look at me. I was just detained for 2 days due to that incident. It is impossible for it to be me. I merely proposed a possibility. Manager Chun continued. Now, I would like to request that a certain individual step forward and temporarily leave to ease the concerns of others. Rumors often penetrate deeper into the psyche than facts themselves, and even brainwashing may prove ineffective. Furthermore, they have only undergone partial indoctrination, and this matter has already begun to influence their brainwashing. At this juncture, none of those present had yet spoken. Only the sole woman, the one who delivered the speech at the conference, appeared the most unperturbed. Even in this situation, she refrained from speaking rashly, as it could easily offend others and incite envy. She preferred to let the 8 men handle this matter themselves. Manager Chun, as the one who proposed the idea, also remained silent. He harbored certain intentions, hoping to seize this opportunity to eliminate a few individuals and reduce the difficulty. A hush fell over the scene as time ticked by. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. Damn it. Who did it? Just step forward. What's the point of wasting time here? Exactly. If we let such a big fish get away because of this trivial matter, the big boss will skin us alive. The scene descended into chaos as everyone began to suspect and accuse one another. Each person wanted to see others leave, but no one wanted to be the one to go. As time continued to pass, one of them received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, he gestured for silence and answered on speakerphone. A voice altered by a voice changer came from the other end. Has it not been resolved yet? A sense of unease washed over everyone. They had not reported this matter, yet the big boss was aware. If you cannot resolve this today, then I will personally bring people over, and you will be responsible for handling matters elsewhere. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang was gradually becoming aware that something was amiss with this company. At noon today, he wished to make a brief exit, yet he was entirely prohibited from doing so. The front gate downstairs was securely locked, and the windows were fitted with iron bars, rendering escape impossible. Moreover, his computer had been confiscated, and it seemed unlikely that it would be returned to him anytime soon. Recalling the words previously spoken to him by Xiao Mushing, Yi Xiang sought out Xiao Mushing. Can you help me escape? Xiao Mushing regarded the somewhat anxious scion of wealth, and finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Surely this is not one of those companies that traffics people abroad. The plan was to first fly to another country for a layover, and then, I do not wish to die, I long to live. I have yet to accomplish a monumental undertaking, and I cannot meet an untimely demise. Yi Xiang's mind drifted to various unsettling notions he had encountered online. The more he pondered, the more dread enveloped him, his tone tinged with a hint of sobbing. He did not wish for his life to end. Rest assured, this company is not so extreme. They are not engaged in the trade of human lives. Yi Xiang felt relief wash over him at these words, but Xiao Mushing's next statement sent his heart racing once more. However, eliminating someone is a trivial matter for them. After all, the line of work they are involved in could lead to imprisonment, or worse. Yi Xiang swallowed hard. What should I do then? The immediate priority is to refrain from rash actions. Engage them in a game of Tai Chi. We must buy time. I am also seeking opportunities. Opportunities to escape? Precisely. Sending these individuals to prison is quite akin to ensuring our own escape. Chapter 63. The gas cylinder. You wish to seize Xiao Mushing's hand, imploring, when you leave. You must take me with you. I would be eternally grateful. Once we are out, I will embark on an enterprise with you, and you shall be the vice president. Why do you only think of repaying kindness with enmity? Xiao Mushing retorted, hastily withdrawing his hand. The meager earnings he had would hardly make a significant splash in the entrepreneurial waters. It was likely he would end up burdened with debt, trudging through life in relentless pursuit of repayment. The mere thought of such a dismal existence sent a shiver down his spine. We reside in the same dormitory. Should an opportunity arise for escape, I will certainly inform you. However, do not disclose this to others just yet. There are spies among us. He nodded vigorously, understanding the gravity of the situation. Xiao Mushing needed to keep this young master under control, for the prominent figure was due to arrive the following day. This was an opportune moment. Thus, the young master would have to serve as bait. Meanwhile, several managers remained indecisive, unable to select a final candidate. Each was acutely aware of their own inadequacies, yet uncertain of the qualifications of their peers. They also understood that the individual in question would likely refrain from stepping forward, as doing so would signify their complete exclusion from the running. It was no longer merely a matter of finding someone. It had become imperative to nominate someone. Since no clear choice was emerging, a vote was proposed as the most expedient solution. Just as the discussion grew increasingly tangled, a voice broke through the commotion, presenting a truly time-efficient approach. Although the formidable boss granted them a day, the actual time was rather limited. They needed to announce the matter before these individuals took their respite. The group exchanged glances and collectively nodded. The sole female participant abstained from both voting and being voted upon. For the sake of fairness, the voting had to be conducted in a transparent manner, with each ballot displayed individually. The only woman present, Hu Yingying, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the voting commenced. Manager Chen contemplated a name while gazing at the paper and pen in his hand, and then inscribed it. He did not believe he could be voted out. The odds seemed. Old Chen received 5 votes. As he observed the 5 ballots affixed to the wall, his eyes burned with indignation directed at the others. 5 votes. It was evident that someone had colluded in private. Fine, fine, fine. I shall take my leave. The announcement will be made in the afternoon. Slander in an attempt to oust him. How could he possibly tolerate such a thing? With that, he stormed out. At that moment, the remaining individuals exchanged knowing glances, a glimmer of mockery flickering in their eyes. After all, this fellow had monopolized far too many advantageous conditions. He had been the first to communicate with Yi Xiang, and he had sent someone into the dormitory as well. If they were to deceive him out of money, he would undoubtedly be the first to handle it, leaving the rest with nothing but a mere broth. Thus, it was necessary to expel Manager Chen first. In the afternoon, all were summoned, and the 9 managers stood at the podium. Hu Yingying held the microphone to deliver her speech. Having investigated the internal rumors within the company, we have now clarified the situation. Today, we shall bid farewell to one of our managers. Please welcome Manager Chen. However, before she could finish her sentence, Manager Chen snatched the microphone from her grasp. With eyes ablaze and brimming with tears, I shall recount the tale. Managers Wang and Hu have been long-standing colleagues, and thus Manager Hu finds it unbearable to reveal this truth. Therefore, I shall take on this burden. Manager Wang has made the decision to depart from this place. We share in the sorrow of this matter, yet our company cannot permit any manager to jeopardize the mental and physical well-being of employees, nor to engage in inappropriate relationships. Consequently, Manager Wang must be reassigned from his position, and I ask you all to applaud as we bid him farewell. Meanwhile, those who were preparing to enjoy the performance looked on. Manager Wang, fists clenched, was poised to retaliate, but others restrained him. At that moment, a confrontation loomed, threatening to render all their meticulous preparations futile. Manager Chen wore a confident smile, contemplating how to expel him, questioning how he ever ascended to such a position. If his own mentor could be sold out, what fear should he harbor for these individuals? Once a decision has been announced, it cannot be easily altered. The dynamics here are far more ruthless than those in the external job market. Everything must be earned. Xiao Mushing clapped enthusiastically from the audience, fully aware of the voting outcome. Apart from the 9 individuals on stage, he was the only one privy to the underlying truths. As for the person beside him, that individual was no longer alive. Witnessing Manager Chen's bold maneuver, he found it utterly captivating. It can be said that Manager Chen's actions were fraught with risk. Had he failed to seize the opportunity, or if Hu Yingying had been the first to speak candidly, or if he had not successfully taken the microphone from the opponent, or if he had utterly botched the entire assembly, he might have faced dire consequences from the higher-ups. However, he succeeded. It appeared deceptively simple. Yet each step required meticulous inference and calculation. Should anyone discern his intentions prematurely, his efforts would be utterly in vain. In his original scheme, he did not intend for these individuals to proceed so smoothly. He feared that if they continued unimpeded, the big boss would not make an appearance. Nonetheless, Hezhong reminded him that with such a significant venture, the big boss would undoubtedly show up, especially since they had already stirred some trouble, causing the big boss to harbor concerns about their reliability. As for the delay in his arrival, it was likely due to an investigation into Yi Xiang's identity, seeking to ascertain the accuracy of the intelligence. By now, it was probable that they had obtained definitive information confirming that Yi Xiang was indeed the scion of a wealthy family. At this moment, Hezhong, with an air of nonchalance, inquired how he planned to procure incriminating evidence against her when the big boss arrived the following day. In order to maintain control over his subordinates, the big boss held damning secrets about each individual, often of a life-threatening nature. For those lacking such secrets, he would ensure they acquired one. I discovered a storage room on the first floor containing gas canisters, Xiao Mushing remarked in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. What does this have to do with your actions? Are you mad? There are so many innocent people inside. He Zheng's ethereal spirit shouted, clearly unwilling to harm the innocents. Gas canisters? Are you planning to eliminate everyone in this building? The images of an explosion, flames, a burning edifice, and Xiao Mushing cackling before the inferno flooded his mind. What are you thinking? I merely intend for them to inhale some gas. I am not a terrorist, Xiao Mushing retorted, absent-mindedly digging at his ear. He had already gained a general understanding that there were no dangerous weapons within the organization. It consisted merely of ordinary individuals. However, should the number of people become excessive, he might not be able to withstand it. This was quite different from the elderly men in the village, most of whom were in their prime. Chapter 64. The tragic manager Chun. In the dead of night, a stealthy figure emerged, clutching a set of keys. He approached the door of one of the rooms on the 5th floor. Manager Wang carefully inserted the key and unlocked the door, then sidled in and shut it behind him. He made his way to the bedside, loosened his tie, and gazed at the slumbering Manager Chun. Internal regulations forbade the indiscriminate killing of colleagues. Therefore, he had discreetly added a touch of sleeping powder to the other's meal. If they were to accuse me of harboring a penchant for male beauty, I would today furnish them with irrefutable evidence. Meanwhile, the dreaming Manager Chun envisioned himself in an odd predicament, grappling with a peculiar sensation, as he experienced an uncomfortable process that was both in and out, accompanied by pain. The following day, Manager Chin awoke quite late, missing even Manager Wang's send-off. As he stirred from his slumber, rubbing his eyes, he was suddenly struck by a wave of soreness and an overpowering stench. Lifting the bedsheet, he discovered that his trousers had changed color, and an intense discomfort radiated from his rear. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever encountered, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. As he realized that he could no longer maintain a tight grip, in an instant, it dawned on Manager Chin. He trembled as he reached out, feeling incredulous. Yesterday, he had only contemplated how to remain and how to send someone in his stead. Yet he had overlooked a grave matter, the necessity to guard against the terrifying individual lurking among them. At last, the moment has arrived for him to face the consequences. And it transpired just last night, during his moment of complacency. Who could it be among the remaining 6 men? At this moment, Manager Chin feels an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He is a man of stature, yet he finds himself in such a predicament. Clenching the bedsheets, he grinds his teeth in silent vows. He must not allow the perpetrator to be discovered. If he does, he will ensure that the offender suffers a fate worse than death. Simultaneously, thoughts of Yi Xiang cross his mind. He has sacrificed far too much in pursuit of wealth. This sum of money must be secured at all costs. No one shall obstruct him, not even the highest authority. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, the others are dining. What is this absurdity? Manager Chun has been compromised by a man. Xiao Mushing could not contain his voice. Initially, he intended to spread rumors. But now it seems reality has taken a more sinister turn. Are these fraudsters truly this reckless? It is utterly insane. He feels an unsettling fear, wary of becoming their next target. He Zheng, having witnessed this scene just the night before, wished he could gouge out his own eyes. How had he never perceived the depravity of this group? Such acts are indeed realizable. Xiao Mushin's exclamation drew the attention of those in the corridor and dormitory. Now, murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Manager Wang left this morning, did he not? And there's only one leader known for such proclivities. If even the managers are involved, what are we, the junior employees, to do? Perhaps we should simply resign. I came here to earn a living, not to sell my body. Having changed into a new pair of trousers, and even discreetly tucked something at the back, Manager Chun adjusted his mindset before stepping outside. However, he was met with the peculiar gazes of his colleagues, some filled with sympathy, others with pity, and a few with regret. One individual even approached him, patting his shoulder gently, offering words of encouragement. It's all right, it's all in the past now, be strong. A soft chuckle escaped him, betraying his resolve. Manager Chin tremulously grasped the wrist of the speaker. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. You should have left earlier. You chose not to. And now look at this predicament, sighed Hu Yingying. Manager Chun began to realize that they might have gleaned some information. Yet, he refused to believe it. He had only just exited. How could such news spread so swiftly? What if it were merely a misunderstanding? To concede would signify his utter downfall. What are you discussing? I fail to understand. Could you be more explicit? We already know that you were with a man last night. What did you say? Madness and desperation flickered in Manager Chen's eyes. When those 2 words escaped Hu Yingying's lips, he leaned against the door, sliding down to sit on the floor. The last flicker of hope extinguished entirely. Impossible. This cannot be true. How could such a matter have circulated so quickly? He hadn't even left the premises. How could they possibly know? The sight of Manager Chen's dismay convinced the others that the rumors were indeed true. Yet, simultaneously, some individuals trembled in fear. For among them lurked a perverse entity who had begun to prey upon their own. Manager Chen lifted his head once more, his complexion pallid. How many were aware? Everyone else, the entire building was aware. A deafening thunderclap struck Manager Chen's mind. All new. Haha, sob sob sob. First came laughter tinged with self-mockery and sorrow, followed by weeping lamenting the cruelty of fate and the tragic plight of oneself. Ultimately, it culminated in a complete psychological breakdown. Enveloped in an atmosphere of oppression and anxiety, he had to tirelessly engage in mental manipulation each day. Now, his mental defenses crumbled like a torrential flood, unstoppable. Hu Yingying observed Manager Chen in this state and spoke with a chilling tone. I advise some individuals to manage their belts. At such a critical juncture, is it truly a matter of lower parts controlling the upper? If one cannot endure this, is it truly worth turning against one's own? Is Manager Chen so irresistible? One must realize that the boss will likely arrive, with such trivial matters at hand. Do you wish to select a joyous demise for yourselves? The remaining 6 exchanged glances, filled with vigilance, suspicion, and a desire to stab each other in the back. They had no desire to endure what Manager Chen had experienced. What shall we do? One person inquired, pointing at Chen. His current demeanor was utterly abnormal. Confine him to his room, and do your utmost to prevent him from frightening the others, Hu Yingying replied coldly. In this situation, there is no other recourse. Currently, there are individuals whose hearts are somewhat unsettled, and should such matters be allowed to circulate, they may find themselves truly unable to maintain control over the situation. He Zheng floated nearby, observing Manager Chen, the very apprentice he had painstakingly guided. He recalled his earnest attempts to persuade the latter to leave, while the apprentice remained intent on ascending further. I wonder if you now harbor any regrets. After uttering these words, He Zheng slipped away, disappearing beneath the floor. No one cast suspicion upon Manager Wang, as he had already been ousted. In front of the small building, a van came to a halt. The passenger door swung open, revealing a woman of graceful demeanor, mature and intellectually refined, as she alighted from the vehicle. Although she stood before no one, an elusive smile lingered on her lips, imparting an air of mystery, both distant yet familiar. Chapter 65. The arrival of the big boss by the window on the 3rd floor. A pair of eyes watched the woman enter the small building. He Zheng noted that Xiao Muxing's expression had shifted from nonchalance to a more serious demeanor. What is it? Did you see the woman who just approached? Indeed, I did, and this is precisely what I intended to discuss with you. She is the big boss. Xiao Muxing scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled. Have you ever witnessed her engage in a fight with anyone? He Zheng hesitated momentarily. In what context do you mean a fight? A physical altercation, one where it's a matter of life or death. Xiao Muxing seemed devoid of any inclination for jest. I have not seen such a thing, and considering we are a fraud syndicate with numerous underlings, it is unlikely that the big boss would ever need to intervene personally. So it seems she conceals herself quite effectively. What exactly are you trying to convey? What does it mean? He Zhang grew increasingly perplexed. Xiao Muxing resembled a riddle. I have trained in martial arts since childhood for 2 reasons. Firstly, my mentor, an elderly gentleman, believed I possessed a natural talent. Secondly, my somewhat feminine appearance led me to avoid being labeled as effeminate. Although I modestly claim to have acquired a few skills, I have indeed devoted considerable effort to my training. It could be considered a form of foundational practice I have engaged in since my youth. Consequently, my father would typically bind me before administering punishment. Otherwise, he could scarcely restrain me and might even fall victim to my counterattacks. Yet, how does this relate to the boss? He Zheng remained bewildered. Her strides were remarkably steady, a steadiness not cultivated through the learning of etiquette, but rather akin to my own, developed through martial training from a young age. This grounding enables one to effectively respond to unforeseen circumstances and retaliate promptly. So, does this imply she is quite formidable? Can you hold your own against her? He Zheng truly had not perceived that the boss possessed such capabilities. He had always assumed that the establishment of such a fraudulent organization relied solely on cunning and intellect. However, upon reflection, that notion seems naive. A woman navigating such treacherous waters without any skills would have long since been devoured, leaving no trace behind. As Xiao Muxing pondered this, a woman's voice emerged from behind him. Turning to look, he discovered it was Hu Yingying. Hu Yingying gazed at the sunlight cascading onto Xiao Muxing's profile, and she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, truly beautiful. Manager Hu, is there something you need? After observing over the past couple of days, I have concluded that you have performed admirably. Our 5th floor manager's office is in need of an assistant who would work and reside on the 5th floor. This idea has been conceived by Hu Yingying after careful consideration. Given that several employees share a dormitory, it is impossible to address the peculiarities of one among the 6. Therefore, it seems prudent to recruit an attractive staff member to occupy a separate room on the 5th floor, ensuring the safety of the other managers. Following the unsettling incident with Manager Chen this morning, a sense of unease has permeated the atmosphere, hindering productivity. No manager is willing to accompany another. Everyone is eager to stay close to her, as fear has taken hold. After much deliberation, This appears to be the only viable solution. Xiao Mushing displayed a look of hesitation. The fifth floor? But I heard that Manager Chen is not there. Just a rumor, replied Hu. Manager Wang has already departed. How could such an event still occur? But why have I not seen him all day? He inquired. He had a close relationship with Manager Wang. His departure must have affected him deeply. Xiao Mushing nearly chuckled at this observation. Their relationship was indeed intimate, to the extent of sharing a bed. Moreover, as an assistant, your salary would be double that of others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing rubbed his hands together. Then, Manager Hu, may I request an advance on 3 months' salary? Hu Yingying responded with confusion. What's the matter? You shouldn't be short on funds, right? Xiao Mushing was somewhat familiar with his financial background. He had over $1 million at his disposal. How could he possibly be in need? Some time ago, I purchased a residence, yet I still owe a sum of 20,000 yuan, which has compelled me to seek employment to settle this debt. You are still young. Do not impose such immense pressure upon yourself. There is no alternative to home ownership. I am already in my 20s and still single, approaching the age of 30. Moreover, it is noteworthy that a university classmate of mine has come across some insider information suggesting that the area may be slated for redevelopment, implying that purchasing now would yield a guaranteed profit. Thus, I must act swiftly. The contract has already been signed, and I have transferred 1 million yuan to the seller, leaving a mere 20,000 yuan outstanding, for which I currently hold an IOU. Hu Yingying found this narrative somewhat familiar, realizing that someone had preempted her. Nonetheless, it matters little. Once the property is sold, I should still manage to secure around 800,000 to 900,000 yuan, merely persuading the other party to sell the house. Is Manager Hu incapable? If so, then so be it. Xiao Mushing exhibited a countenance filled with disappointment. Hu Yingying sensed that if she did not acquiesce, the other party would likely not ascend to the 5th floor. Very well, but I must report this and mobilize some funds. As the company's finances cannot be treated lightly, any discrepancies would pose a significant issue. Agreed, I will comply. Hu Yingying contemplated luring this individual upstairs first, deferring the financial discussion for later. After all, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the other party would likely be too preoccupied to concern themselves with monetary matters. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached and whispered a few words into Hu Yingying's ear. After hearing him, she prepared to depart, but not before handing the keys to Xiao Mushing. This is the room key, 504. After uttering these words, she hastily exited with the middle-aged man. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they found no newcomers, only 7 managers. The woman regarded them with a critical gaze. How should I express this? After several years in their positions, they still fail to grasp the essentials. And due to mere rumors, they have been compelled to dismiss a manager. Even more outrageous is the fact that some among you have turned against your own. If this were a matter of mutual consent, I would remain indifferent, yet you choose to engage in such antics. Her tone was gentle, and if an inexperienced young man were to hear this, he might mistakenly perceive it as a display of affection. Upon receiving this reprimand, all 7 managers bowed their heads, acutely aware of the methods employed by the woman before them. 2 days had passed, and not only had there been no progress, but the internal situation had devolved into chaos. I truly cannot entrust this matter to you, fearing that a mere phone call could prompt an immediate police response. At such a juncture, how could so many of our brothers suffer imprisonment due to your folly? Apologies. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Instead, please provide me with an update on that young master's condition. The 7 exchanged glances, and the boss casually pointed to one of them. Hu Yingying, you take the floor. Lately, I've been feeling a bit homesick. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, the boss broke into applause. Homesick? Wasn't it said that they should feel as if they were at home within the company? Have you failed in this regard? Faced with the boss's inquiry, they hesitated. Hu Yingying found it somewhat difficult to speak. Under normal circumstances, their progress would be swift. However, peculiar incidents had arisen over the past few days, forcing them to prioritize their own safety, which naturally slowed the pace of their work. Never mind, I shall handle this matter personally. You all may return and announce the adjustments to the dormitory. How shall we adjust it? Someone inquired. Mixed gender accommodations. Surely, you don't require my guidance on the specifics. No, we do not, Hu Yingying quickly replied. They understood well enough to group those with a bit of wealth and less than stellar appearances with their more seasoned and visually appealing colleagues. As for those who were both affluent and attractive, they would be placed with the majority of the average-looking veteran employees, where they would be subjected to intense psychological manipulation to align their thoughts. By the way, arrange for that young master to be placed with me, she added, her hair cascading around her as she spoke. She had ample strategies for dealing with such sheltered individuals. Understood. Hu Yingying nodded in agreement. On the 5th floor, Xiao Mushing listened to the intelligence that Yi Zheng had brought back. Is it too late for me to regret coming here? He mused. As soon as I left, They began mixing the genders. Why didn't I receive such treatment before? Hezheng absent-mindedly picked at his fingers. Don't even think about it. They will absolutely not assign a beautiful woman to you. Given your appearance, they might doubt your sexual orientation and assign you a male. You all are quite extravagant in your schemes. Xiao Mushing retorted. This is nothing. In the past, I went to greater lengths to deceive a little rich heir. Hezheng wore a dismissive expression, as if the matter were trivial. Please refrain from discussing that. Instead, address my previous inquiry. Do you believe you could contend with the formidable opponent? It is difficult to say. She is merely a woman, yet you lack confidence. Understand that she is trained, and I am uncertain of her level of expertise. Furthermore, she has a decade of experience over me and is well-versed in this particular sphere, undoubtedly possessing substantial practical knowledge. I have seldom engaged in direct confrontations, so it is truly unpredictable. After all, should she unleash her skills against an ordinary individual, the consequences could be dire for her. Now, as she embarks on the path of a bounty hunter, she encounters adversaries who are unprincipled and quick to resort to firearms. This complicates matters significantly. Hence, when facing this woman, he is not entirely assured. Nevertheless, despite the evident disparities, he should still manage to hold his ground after a couple of exchanges. Within the confines of a certain room, Manager Chun whispered anxiously, "How could this happen? What are we to do from here? How shall we continue to live?" Everyone is aware, it is common knowledge now. Is there any means to ensure that this memory fades from all minds? Ah yes, the deceased retain no memories. Nor do they disseminate information. If everyone were to perish, then all would be well. Indeed, let us ensure the demise of all. But how shall this be accomplished? An explosion? Poison? Yet, what if someone escapes consumption? Perhaps it would be more prudent to obliterate the entire building. Eradicate everyone within. Gunpowder? It seems that it is not feasible. Wait, it appears that flour can also cause dust explosions. At the mere thought of this, the previously forlorn expression transformed into one of manic joy. On the second floor, Yixiang observed his roommate being replaced by a woman of his mother's age, which compelled him to scratch his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Would Xiao Musheng be able to notify him before making his escape? The boss gazed at Yixiang, who seemed lost in thought. After smoothing his hair, he mused that he understood young people like him quite well. Yet, when faced with someone mature, cultivated, and amiable, he found it utterly challenging to connect. Ascending to the makeshift bunk constructed of bricks, he shifted closer to Yixiang. "Hello, brother. I have just joined this company and am not fully acquainted with certain matters. Could you enlighten me?" "Auntie. I too have only recently arrived and am unsure of how to explain things." The boss's lips twitched at the term auntie. Yixiang found this somewhat detached, as many of the elder women he had encountered throughout his life were similarly composed, gracious, and approachable. "However, I have just arrived today, and you have been here for a few days. It would be beneficial for you to share your insights regarding the managers who are more amiable." The boss endeavored to maintain a steady tone. Yixiang recalled Xiao Mushing's prior admonition that there were spies among the employees, thus some matters were best left unspoken. If such information were to leak, he might never have the chance to escape. Yet, what if this person before him was innocent? A gentle warning might suffice. The outcome would depend on her own fortune. As for the managers, both Manager Hu and Manager Chun are quite approachable. And regarding this place? The company's environment is exceedingly poor. The beds are constructed from bricks, hard and uncomfortable, and there is no air conditioning. Upon reflection, I too sense the inadequacy of the surroundings. Even for a startup, such negligence is unacceptable. So many essential aspects remain unaddressed. The proprietor understands that when an individual expresses dissatisfaction, it is unwise to contradict them. Rather, one should affirm their sentiments and elevate their mood before subtly imparting one's own perspective. To do otherwise would only exacerbate the situation. It is not mere carelessness. I perceive that the company is attempting to cut costs. Even if the absence of air conditioning could be deemed careless, the quality of these beds is simply unsatisfactory. The owner sighed, acknowledging the discomfort of the beds. Given the remote location, it is already a concession for us to reside at the company. Yet the living conditions are appallingly subpar. As Yixiang continued his lengthy complaints, the proprietor nodded in agreement, offering silent praise. Yixiang began to wonder if the woman before him was oblivious. Despite his numerous grievances, she seemed unaware of the underlying issues. Alas, there was little he could do. He had already exhausted his patience. Meanwhile, the owner mentally noted the foolish actions of those responsible. If the employees could recognize these problems, it indicated their work was insufficient. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to provide further training for them. Chapter 67. Unceasing Surprises in the Restroom. Yixiang finally managed to escape the owner's presence and sought a moment of respite. Just then, Xiao Mushing arrived in the adjacent stall. Upon seeing Xiao Mushing, Yixiang's emotions surged, and he urgently inquired, "Brother Xiao, when shall we make our escape?" "Soon. But I must trouble you with a matter that will greatly assist our escape." Xiao Mushing shook himself and adjusted his trousers. What is it? He inquired. I recall that your dormitory has an older sister assigned to you, correct? Yes. What of it? Turn your head slightly. Xiang inclined his head. Xiao Mushing whispered conspiratorially in his ear. Must I resort to leveraging my charms? She is rather older, is she not? Xiang's expression was one of incredulity and discomfort. He felt that the sister was nearly a generation his senior, and addressing her as an would not be inappropriate. If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave. Xiao Mushing replied nonchalantly. After much contemplation, Xiang finally gritted his teeth and declared, for the sake of our escape, I shall endure this indignity. Excellent. Tonight, I am counting on you, Xiao Mushing encouraged him. The individuals on the 5th floor are relatively easy to handle. As for the other seasoned employees, a simple call to the authorities should suffice. The primary concern lies with the formidable boss in the opposing room, as the most crucial evidence resides in their possession. However, they are not easily dealt with. We must devise a strategy to diminish their resources, making their movements less convenient, and ideally, strip the evidence from their grasp. After parting ways in the restroom, Xiao Mushing sought out Taoist Xianxing. Taoist, may I request a favor? The Taoist appeared radiant, evidently pleased with his newly assigned dormitory. I am solely responsible for ensuring Master Xiang's safety. I wish to involve myself in no other matters. But what if they intend to conspire with Xiang for inheritance? The Taoist Xianxing, with his eyes narrowed in a smile, suddenly widened them in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Mushing. He contemplated the new roommate introduced into his quarters. Xiao Mushing spoke again to offer a hint. The Taoist inhaled sharply, astonished. Was this a mere scheme for monetary gain? Such a grand scale was quite unnecessary. What could be gained through deceit? If a life were to be created, one could scarcely fathom the wealth it could seize. Xiao Mushing shrugged nonchalantly. The Taoist stroked his beard, acknowledging the logic in that statement. If you desire my cooperation, we must first agree that my foremost concern is the safety of Xiang. The Taoist appeared slightly apprehensive, shedding his previous nonchalance. While Xiang was indeed not short-lived, the intricacies of life creation were beyond his comprehension. All you need to do is burst into the dormitory at the right moment and prevent any harm from befalling your young master. This can indeed be deemed as assisting you. It is, after all, my duty. The Taoist seemed puzzled. You will understand in due time. A glimmer of suspicion and curiosity flickered in the Taoist's gaze. Xiao Mushing sought out the Taoist because, from their very first encounter, he was certain that this practitioner had considerable skills. The depth of his prowess was inscrutable to him. Engaging that woman posed no challenge, and even if complications arose, he would simply lend his support. As night descended, a small building was enveloped in darkness. At that moment, a mobile phone nestled within a cabinet illuminated its screen, sending out a flurry of text messages, each accompanied by a distinct location. He Jingyo's hand delved into the phone, as currents of electricity surged incessantly. He hastened his movements, aware that the phone's battery was dwindling, having not been charged for several days. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, a tightly locked door creaked open. A man, clad in a suit with disheveled hair, descended stealthily, a smile playing upon his lips. I recalled that the flower was located on the 1st floor, with everyone deceased. No one would remember this affair. Ha ha ha. The figure in the suit arrived at the ground floor. Where's the flower? Where could it be? Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 iron canisters in the storage room. The smile on Manager Chen's face deepened. This seems to possess even greater potency. With a grin, he hoisted the 2 small canisters and made his way back to the 5th floor. Quietly, he placed the canisters around a corner, inevitably causing a slight noise. In the adjacent room, a manager suddenly opened his eyes, surveying the door secured with a table and bound with cloth. He then comfortably shut his eyes again. With such measures in place, he could scarcely escape, let alone anyone else. There was no concern about a man slipping in. As for leaving, that was out of the question. Venturing out would be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den. Meanwhile, in another room, yet another figure stealthily emerged, tiptoeing down the staircase to the 1st floor. Arriving at the storage room, he pondered, where have the gas canisters gone? Wasn't he Zheng just saying this afternoon that the 2 canisters were still here? Why are they all missing? Xiao Mushing searched the storage room in vain, unable to locate the gas canisters. Grasping his head in frustration, Xiao Mushing contemplated what other substances could render a person unconscious. In a company of such a multitude, once the wheels of action are set in motion, others are bound to lend their assistance. If this situation is not resolved swiftly, complications will undoubtedly arise. Even if the authorities arrive during the fray, the adversary may conceal or obliterate the evidence, rendering all efforts futile. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Mushing. Inciting a fire to create chaos could distract others, leaving him and the Taoist ample opportunity to seize the evidence. For now, this was the only course of action available. Meanwhile, Xiang found herself pinned against the wall. Can you explain the situation to me? The boss loomed over Yi Xiang, who, despite being shorter, found herself unable to escape. A glint of danger flickered in the boss's eyes. Is it merely the warmth of the room that concerns you? Yi Xiang sought to reason. It is true that men sometimes think with their baser instincts, driven by hunger, yet the disparity between day and night is too pronounced. Moreover, for someone of your privileged status, if there was no initial interest, what makes you intrigued now? If the boss had previously harbored intentions of financial gain, she now sensed a looming threat. Upon returning that evening, Yi Xiang had merely shed her outer garment due to the heat, yet the boss attempted to coax her into further disrobing. Notably, there was no trace of desire reflected in the boss's gaze. Her acting was woefully inadequate. Yi Xiang had encountered numerous similar situations in the past. She had refrained from advancing, while her companions had not been so prudent, resulting in dire consequences. Thus, faced with the boss's oddly compliant yet unsettling behavior, Yi Xiang recognized the inherent danger. At that moment, she understood that escape was no longer an option. At this moment, outside the door, the immortal Sheng realized with embarrassment the extraordinary ferocity of the woman before him. How could she be so formidable? Logically, this young master should not be so short-lived. How could he find himself embroiled in such perilous circumstances? Chapter 68. Explosion, the net tightens. With a single hand, she lifted an adult male effortlessly. Such strength is not typical of an ordinary woman. While the immortal Sheng possessed some self-defense skills, his physical prowess was not so exaggerated. Witnessing the woman's fierce demeanor left him uncertain about his own chances of victory. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Manager Chun had already released the gas from the canister and, covering his mouth and nose, took meticulous precautions to ensure nothing went awry. He began to secure each door lock to prevent anyone from escaping. What if he failed to eliminate them all at once? However, at the very moment his hand made contact with the metallic door lock, the events of the day caught up with him. He had not had a single drop of water to drink. His skin felt parched, and as he touched the metal, a sharp pain shot through his fingertips. Manager Chun recognized this sensation all too well. The moment it registered, he was momentarily stunned, as the static electricity generated was beyond his comprehension and deviated from his plans. Suddenly, he was engulfed in flames as a violent explosion rocked the 5th floor, shattering the glass and sending shockwaves through every room. Each occupant lying in bed found themselves surrounded by fire. Simultaneously, Xiao Mushing, who had just reached the 2nd floor and was about to ascend to the 3rd, heard the explosion and hastily sought refuge in the nearest restroom. A surge of flames indeed cascaded down the corridor. The immortal Sheng swiftly pushed the door open and then closed it behind him, relieved to have escaped the inferno. At this moment, the impact was not particularly severe. Perhaps the concentration of the gas leak was not excessively high, resulting only in a brief flare. Additionally, with 2 layers of separation, the windows and doors on the 2nd floor remained largely unscathed. Once the flames subsided, Xiao Mushing hurriedly emerged from the restroom. Seizing the opportunity before others could react, he made his way to the room where Yi Xiang was located, where 2 individuals were already engaged in a fierce struggle. "Miss, I have refrained from using force against you solely because you are a lady, but should you persist in your grip, do not blame me." The ensuing moments were filled with the sounds of clashing bodies. Yi Xiang, having already endured a beating, dared not move an inch. Xiansheng Daoren found himself with one eye resembling that of a panda, bearing the marks of 2 boot prints on his body. "Miss, your conduct lacks martial virtue." Upon entering, he was met with an immediate kick from his adversary, leaving him momentarily stunned. At that very moment, the already damaged door was struck again with great force, flung open by a powerful kick. The boss, noticing someone else seeking their demise, prepared to retaliate but quickly withdrew their foot upon encountering a mop head of an unappealing shade. Having learned from previous misfortunes, Xiao Mushing finally grasped the significance of wielding a weapon. He brandished the mop with determination. "Xiansheng Daoren, let us join forces." Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Xiansheng Daoren was eager to unleash his pent-up frustration. The boss regarded the two with disdain. "This explosion was your doing. You have committed murder, do you understand? Firstly, this has nothing to do with me. Secondly, do you not have blood on your hands as well?" Xiao Mushing's retort sent a chill through her heart. "Are you a cop?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, she was met with the bristling end of a mop. The corridor outside was in disarray, with everyone hastening to the 5th floor to extinguish the fire, while others, sensing something amiss, seized the opportunity to discreetly flee. There was no time to attend to the chaos unfolding within the room. Regardless of her skills, she found herself struck squarely in the face by the mop head. Before she could even process her despair, the Taoist Xianzheng sought vengeance, delivering a forceful kick to her abdomen. Shaoxing snapped the mop in two, handing one half to the Taoist before wielding the other with vigor. The once formidable yellow mop had exhausted its utility, now devoid of any intimidating power. In such a moment, there was no time to indulge in sentimentality. If he allowed his opponent to recover, he would surely face dire consequences. Had he not intervened in time, Xianzheng would have been left battered beyond recognition. Xiaoxing sensed that he had dealt sufficient blows and then turned to glance at Yixiang. Where had her coat gone? Yixiang gestured towards the edge of the bed. A flicker of fear coursed through him. These two were merciless even towards a woman. He found himself perplexed as to whether they were victims like him. Xiaoxing rushed over to retrieve the coat, tearing open the lining of the collar. There it was, a USB drive. This was the evidence. Meanwhile, flashing red and blue lights of police cars surrounded the 5-story building under the cloak of night. In other cities, buildings were similarly encircled by police vehicles. During this time, Zhang had been not only probing the movements of the managers but also seeking to uncover the locations of their other branches. If it was to be an all-encompassing operation, then none were to be spared. As he manipulated the phone, he not only sent the location of the target but also the identities of significant individuals, provided that their operations proceeded smoothly and they obtained the necessary evidence. None of these individuals would escape. In the back seat of the police car, Zhang wore a triumphant smile, albeit tinged with a hint of trepidation. You were ruthless. You mentioned using gas to incapacitate them, yet it ended in an explosion. Xiaomusheng picked up a piece of candy to calm his emotions. Just moments earlier, the officer had entered and pinned him down. Given the circumstances, it was difficult for the officer to discern who was a good person and who was a villain. Thus, they had no choice but to detain them all temporarily. Fortunately, everything was clarified in the end, as they had indeed crossed paths on several occasions. Information regarding some cases had circulated, and naturally, his details were among them. A simple review of the records would reveal the truth. Meanwhile, the big boss was still being resuscitated in the ambulance. He and Xiansheng Daoist had acted rather decisively. This has nothing to do with me. I certainly did not cause the explosion. Zhang displayed a look of confusion. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Surely they wouldn't detonate themselves. Who can say for certain? Xiaomusheng inquired, noticing that Zhang's unease had yet to dissipate. Is there anything else you wish to do? I still wish to visit my mother's grave, Zhang replied. At this moment, the initial joy of dismantling the organization faded, leaving behind only anguish and regret. When he first joined this organization, it was not only due to being held by certain leverage, but also because of his mother. She was unwell, and he had spent all his money on her treatment. He needed to earn more to provide for her recovery. I recall the sorrowful moment when my mother departed. Acutely aware of my undertakings, while sorting through her belongings, I stumbled upon a handwritten letter, its penmanship rather inelegant, a reflection of her limited formal education. At this juncture, Zhang's voice quivered with emotion. She expressed that upon her passing, I would be liberated from this path, urging me to swiftly seek a respectable occupation, cautioning against further missteps. In the letter's conclusion, she implored me to incinerate it, fearing that my past incarceration might hinder my prospects of finding a partner in the future. After reading this poignant letter, I found myself too ashamed to visit her grave, feeling unworthy of her presence. Upon hearing this, Xiaomusheng contemplated that perhaps he too should pay a visit to his own roots. Chapter 69. I truly am a good person. He Li's grave lies in a desolate expanse of Zhang's rural hometown. During that time of financial hardship, Zhang was unable to procure a burial plot in the city. Having been raised by his mother and carrying her surname, the identity of his father remained a mystery he had neither the desire nor the need to uncover. He often overheard villagers disparaging that man, labeling him as a worthless creature unfit to shoulder responsibility, lamenting the loss of such a devoted wife, suggesting he deserved to perish in obscurity. Standing before the grave, Zhang reminisced about the past. Xiaomusheng felt an oddity in accompanying a spirit to pay respects at a grave. After assisting in the burning of joss paper and arranging offerings, he pondered that, in truth, a face-to-face meeting would have sufficed. The act of grave visiting seemed somewhat superfluous. Zhang's increasingly ethereal silhouette bowed in reverence. You are aware of my abrupt departure. My former acquaintances have all distanced themselves from me due to the scandal of my deceit, and no one offers me financial support. Fearing the prospect of a life of poverty, I resorted to my mother's assistance. How absurd. Xiaomusheng gave Zhang a thumbs up. Are you preparing to leave now? What skill do you intend to bestow upon me? In response to Zhang, Xiaomusheng was candid, directly posing the question. I have practiced pole dancing for a while, and I excel at it. I have decided to share this talent with you. Should you ever wish to abandon the life of a bounty hunter, your charm, coupled with a wig, would surely lead you to fame and fortune. Xiaomusheng replied. Why not suggest that if I encounter an insurmountable adversary, I could entertain them with a pole dance, and perhaps they would let me go. Truly, the mindset of someone in this profession is far more agile than mine. Zhang responded with a smile, his form becoming increasingly ephemeral. At that moment, he felt remarkably at ease, devoid of the previous gloom and heaviness. It seemed as though, even if the world were to end, it would bear no relevance to him. You ought to leave, Xiaomusheng jestingly scolded. the lower half of Hizheng's being transformed into golden particles, gradually dissipating. Be cautious in the future. Do not seek me out while I am still enduring my punishments below. This incident was perilous, had the gas not exploded prematurely, but rather continued to spread throughout the entire building. Xiao Mushin would likely not have escaped, even with a ghost by his side. He could not guarantee complete control over the situation. I am well aware of this. Despite his response, Xiao Mushing knew that relinquishing this line of work was out of the question. Once individuals become accustomed to earning quick money, they often lose interest in their previous humble jobs that offered meager monthly salaries. It is easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than vice versa. However, before departing, do enlighten me on the gifts received, lest I ponder aimlessly. The concept of reverse pyramid schemes was met with a raised brow from Xiao Mushing. Are you concerned I might tread the same path as you? He inquired. Not at all. The notion of reverse pyramid schemes inherently encompasses pyramid schemes, albeit intertwined with my own countermeasures, was the reply. Xiao Mushing chuckled at this remark. Your demise would come too soon. It could prove quite beneficial. You overthink this. Many have already articulated these ideas, though few have taken the time to comprehend them. The individuals within the organization are not as formidable as you presume. Some concepts cannot be conjured from thin air, but are merely borrowed insights. Even in pyramid schemes, one must strive for knowledge. Otherwise, how else would there be so many gullible souls to deceive? Indeed, that holds merit. With that, Xiao Mushing waved his hand in farewell. The last glimmer of gold surrounding He Jingyu dissipated entirely. Xiao Mushing cast a glance at He Mu's grave. Perhaps he could inter He Jingyu here, as the body likely remained in the local morgue, unclaimed. After all, one cannot focus solely on visiting one's mother while neglecting their own remains. Had I not remembered, who knows how your bones would have been treated? As he spoke, Xiao Mushing began his descent down the mountain. The gifts had been received, assistance rendered. Thus, he would see it through to the end. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was confronted by an elderly man, poorly dressed, squinting, and limping as he approached. A young man inquired about a matter. Xiao Mushing regarded him with a hint of wariness, aware that in the world of pyramid schemes, one must often assess an individual's demeanor to gauge their susceptibility to deception. The person before him did not strike him as particularly respectable. What is it? He asked. Is there a woman named He Li in this village? Xiao Mushing remained composed upon hearing the name, recognizing it from the gravestone he had seen. Don't just mention the name. These days, there are far too many with the same name. Could you provide more specific details? She should have a son, a boy. I am uncertain if she has remarried. Just find any He Li who has a boy, and I shall seek her out myself. Feigning profundity, Xiao Mushing responded with a casual "Oh, you wouldn't be referring to that He Li, would you? Which one?" The man's small eyes widened with confusion. That He Li whose son became prosperous abroad, who returned to bring her back to enjoy life a few years ago. Let me tell you, her son is quite remarkable. After years of hard work, he raised his child, attended a prestigious university, and secured a position in a large corporation. He then ventured abroad for further development and, as it is said, now resides in a villa overseas. The fruits he consumes can cost thousands of dollars each, and he is chauffeured in luxury vehicles that span over 10 meters. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened in astonishment. Which country did he go to? That remains unknown. Xiao Mushing replied. At the time, he deliberately concealed it, fearing that the father who abandoned him in childhood might come searching for him. So he refrained from mentioning it to the villagers. As the conversation progressed, a spark of anger ignited in the man's eyes. However, upon glancing at Xiao Mushing, he refrained from uttering any insults, fully aware of his reputation within the village. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a pack of cigarettes. Young man, you possess an impressive demeanor and seem well-informed. Surely you must have some insights to share. Although Xiao Mushing did not smoke, he nonetheless seized the entire pack of cigarettes. The man, witnessing his action, instinctively reached out to reclaim it, but then hesitated, retracting his hand. You've indeed inquired with the right person. No one in this village is more well-informed than I. I am someone who traverses the globe. Let me elaborate. Based on my investigations, it appears that the answer lies in the prosperous cities of the developed nations to the west, renowned for their iconic architecture, and particularly famous abroad. If one were to seek further, spending a few years exploring these major cities and gathering information should yield results. After all, there are only a handful of developed nations in the West, and even fewer cities of repute, particularly those with robust economic growth, perhaps akin to places like New York. By frequenting those lavish buildings that exude wealth, you are likely to uncover what you seek. In this world, while many things are abundant, wealthy individuals are relatively scarce, nevertheless. Finding a wealthy person is not insurmountable. Just consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me today. I can engage in conversation. Were you to ask others in the village, they would merely tell you that the person you seek has long since passed, despite having once made an impact in the village. Upon hearing these words, The other man's lips curled into a smile, and visions of a splendid life began to materialize before him. Villas, swimming pools, opulent mansions, luxury cars, and dedicated servants. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you, kind sir. With a dismissive glance, he turned and departed, showing no intention of venturing further into the village, a hint of disdain evident in his eyes. Xiao Mushing observed the retreating figure, familiar with such parents. They neglect their children from birth, only to remember their existence when old age renders them incapable of enjoying life, prompting a search for the offspring they once abandoned. For individuals like this, revealing the truth would elicit no remorse or introspection. They would merely lament He Jingyo's untimely demise and lack of ambition. Given this, it would be wiser to instill a glimmer of hope before gradually leading them into despair. Traveling abroad requires a substantial sum, and he doubted the man possessed any financial means. Moreover, at his age, the foreign environment and societal structure would starkly contrast with that of their homeland, posing genuine risks. More significantly, even if someone informed this man of He Jingyu's death, presenting him with a death certificate, he would remain incredulous, for it would signify the end of his idyllic retirement dreams. This was a lesson learned and applied. Truly, I'm a good person, Xiao Mushing mused with a mischievous smile. Chapter 70. Justice Prevails, a New Roommate. The man who had just left the village felt a fleeting sense of joy, only to be reminded of a pressing concern. It seemed he could not fly abroad. Burdened by debts, traveling overseas was clearly out of the question. He pondered for a moment before recalling a friend he had met while drinking, who had boasted of connections. He retrieved his phone and dialed. I wish to travel to a Western country, but I cannot fly out. Do you have any solutions? A voice on the other end conveyed a hint of uncertainty. I do have a solution, but do you possess the necessary funds? After all, such matters cannot be resolved without some expenditure on your part. The man pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and inquired, how much would it require? I shall gather the amount. It would take approximately around 100,000. That much? To venture abroad entails numerous expenses and connections, while 100,000 may seem substantial. When distributed among many, one might only receive a mere 1 or 2,000. The man, clenching his teeth, resolved internally, if need be. I could sell a kidney and later persuade my wealthy son to procure a younger one for me. Very well. However, I must traverse several countries in the West. What a coincidence. We too must journey through several countries in the West, but where we stop depends on how far you can travel. Agreed. For the sake of a happier life, such a sacrifice is acceptable. Meanwhile, on the other side, a scarred man with dark skin took out a small notebook and marked a check. Just perfect. One more is needed. This brings the total to a sufficient number. I relish such fools, who not only contribute a sum of money, but also fulfill the laboratory's demands. Truly, a double benefit. Xiao Mushing drove to the local funeral home in the city where He Jing met his demise, claimed his remains, and paid for the cremation. He gazed at the urn in the passenger seat. In ancient dragon country, there is a belief in the sanctity of burial. In some regions, it is said that without a proper burial, one cannot be reincarnated. Xiao Mushing had previously held a skeptical view towards such matters, even doubting the existence of ghosts. However, he now found himself compelled to reconsider. He recalled that Luo Yao had passed away over a decade ago, yet had not reincarnated, perhaps suggesting a deeper connection to the current reflections. This thought led him to recollect the man he encountered at the village entrance that fateful day. It was somewhat lamentable that he would never learn of the man's ultimate fate. For individuals of such nature, he could only surmise that the rule of law had spared him. Otherwise, he might have buried the man on the spot. Returning to the village, he ascended the small hill once more. He began to dig beside He Li's grave, eventually uncovering the side of a modest coffin. He placed the urn of ashes closely against the coffin's side before reinterring it. Although He Jing had claimed to have turned over a new leaf before his demise, his past misdeeds had deceived many. Should he ever have a gravestone, it might attract unwanted attention, leading to potential grave robbing. It was wiser to lay him to rest adjacent to his mother, who had remained undisturbed in her resting place for so long. It seemed the villagers still held some reverence for her. Perhaps she could once again offer him protection. After ensuring the grave was properly filled, Xiao Mushing descended the hill, preparing to return home. Just then, a notification chimed on his phone, indicating a bank transfer of 300,000. This assignment did not yield the substantial reward typical of his previous endeavors. His task was merely to locate a certain manager and escort him. The individual, presumably of modest means, had likely been deceived and, in his indignation, had posted a bounty for the task. Yet, for such a small reward, he had inadvertently dismantled an entire organization. Truly, the man had managed to achieve significant results for a modest expenditure. Such a vast organization was dismantled for a mere 300,000, a deal so extraordinary that one would be hard-pressed to find a comparable bargain elsewhere. I wonder what the next roommate will be like. Xiao Mushing felt a twinge of anticipation. These exhilarating days indeed send one's adrenaline soaring. Xiao Mushing found himself beginning to comprehend the sentiments of extreme sports enthusiasts. The thrilling sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death, yet emerging unscathed, is undeniably addictive. Each brush with mortality floods the system with dopamine, igniting a fervor within. Zhou Haihong was scrolling through short videos when she stumbled upon a familiar figure in a news clip. After watching the entire report, she learned of a man who infiltrated a pyramid scheme, uncovering all its distribution points and securing crucial evidence in just a few days. Although his face was obscured, she recognized that silhouette all too well, especially since she was aware of his mission. My goodness, he managed to dismantle the entire organization. To eradicate such a vast and complex operation, characterized by its numerous members and decentralized structure, is nothing short of a monumental achievement. The individuals involved were skilled in the art of brainwashing. She had initially assumed he was merely sending a few people in to take down a minor outpost. That alone would have been audacious, yet she ultimately underestimated his capabilities. And now, he had succeeded. After a moment of astonishment, Zhou Haihong continued scrolling. Watching the next short video, which also turned out to be a news story. A gentleman in his 60s, in pursuit of 100,000 yuan to fund an overseas journey, resorted to selling his own kidney in a clandestine clinic. Tragically, due to his advanced age and the unregulated nature of the operation, he succumbed during the procedure. The illicit clinic has since been shut down, and all individuals involved have been apprehended. Currently, the remains of this elderly man await identification by any family members. In the past, individuals have exchanged kidneys for funds to purchase mobile phones. Now, some are trading them for the means to travel abroad. What are these people thinking? Zhou Haihong made a passing remark before continuing to scroll through her phone. After 2 days of travel, Xiao Mushing finally returned home. Standing before the door numbered 404. He felt a sense of anticipation akin to opening a mystery box. However, before he could unlock the door, he heard the sound of a woman weeping from within. The sorrowful cry sent a chill down his spine, yet he steeled himself to enter. In the living room, a woman was curled up on the sofa, her head buried deep in her arms, sobbing incessantly. Her mournful voice resonated with a haunting despair that made Xiao Mushing's heart tremble. A grimace crossed his face. Had this been his first encounter, he might have reconsidered residing in this house. At that moment, the woman, having sensed his return, lifted her head. Her tear-filled eyes revealed a mix of sorrow and confusion as she gazed at Xiao Mushing. Why did he have to kill me? Why? Xiao Mushing, observing her distress, felt a wave of headache wash over him, hoping that his suspicions were unfounded. Who is this you speak of? My boyfriend, she replied, anguish evident in her voice. I loved him so deeply, and he clearly loved me too. Why would he do this? Why must I die? What could possibly explain this? Xiao Mushing placed his backpack on the sofa and sank into its embrace, rubbing his temples to alleviate a sudden headache induced by the words he had just heard. The preceding 4 individuals had been rather ordinary, yet he was acutely aware that this world harbored a multitude of eccentricities. He had encountered such peculiar souls before, whose existence often exuded a beauty untouched by the constraints of 9 years of compulsory education. It led him to ponder the true purpose of their presence on Earth. He recalled a former university roommate who had dropped out due to romantic obsessions. One evening, spurred by a female classmate's offhand remark about the principal, he took it upon himself to confront the principal physically, all the while muttering about the girl and denouncing the principal as a scoundrel. This bewildered the principal to such an extent that he found himself reflecting on his actions post-incident. Although it was known that the principal had a penchant for superficial projects, the institution boasted a commendable foundation regarding student welfare, which Xiao Mushing appreciated. Following that event, the school instituted 2 additional psychological assessments each semester and established specific regulations concerning romantic relationships, such as prohibiting disparaging remarks about school leaders during courtship. The notion of entirely banning romantic engagements, however, was patently unrealistic. Even high schools struggled to enforce such rules, let alone universities. Should such regulations be enacted, the principal might find himself unable to traverse the night streets in safety. As Xiao Mushing contemplated these matters, he gradually retracted his thoughts, realizing that he must not be so hasty in his judgments. It was prudent to seek clarity on certain issues. Can you tell me how you met your demise? The girl lifted her head, gazing at Xiao Mushing as she rose, attempting to grasp his clothing, only to find her hands passing through him. Ultimately, feeling helpless, she sat down beside him, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. I can sense that you can take me away from here, to meet him, to demand an explanation for why he sought to end my life. Xiao Mushing replied calmly. If you are unable to compose yourself, then continue to weep. When your emotions have settled, we shall converse. Just take me to see him. I will say whatever is necessary. Xiao Mushing regarded the girl with a cold stare. I do not converse with those who are emotionally unstable. If you cannot regain your composure, you may remain here indefinitely, until your boyfriend meets his end. In this moment, Xiaomusheng harbored doubts that, should he peel back the girl's skull, he might discover a gelatinous mass within, smooth and quivering. The girl was taken aback by the intensity of Xiaomusheng's presence. After all, he was a man who had faced death, exuding an aura that was beyond the ordinary. She steadied her emotions, ceasing her sobs. Is it acceptable now? Almost. You will answer my questions directly. When seeking assistance, one must be mindful of their demeanor, rather than solely attending to their own feelings. The girl nodded. How did you die? I perished in a fire. What is your name? Ji Lu. What is your current desire? I wish to understand why he sought to kill me. Upon hearing this, Xiaomusheng countered. What leads you to believe that he would refrain from killing you? Murder invariably requires a motive, does it not? We have been together for 2 years. I possess little wealth and have never purchased any substantial insurance. Moreover, we have never quarreled. Why would he want to kill me? Surely, I deserve an explanation. Xiaomusheng gazed at him in astonishment, initially believing him to be merely infatuated. But what if he has found another? That seems even more implausible. He has never mentioned a breakup, and besides, infidelity is merely a moral failing. Murder, however, leads to imprisonment and execution. Xiaomusheng began to suspect that the other party was not as naive as he had assumed. You claim to have been burned to death. How can you be certain that he ignited the flames? Upon hearing this, Xiaomusheng found his suspicions regarding the boyfriend waning. I saw half of his face and his silhouette as I was engulfed in flames. Xiaomusheng's brow furrowed deeper. How exactly did you meet your fiery demise? My hands and feet were bound, my body drenched in gasoline, and a lighter was used to ignite the fuel upon me. In the glow of the flames, I glimpsed him in the darkness. At this revelation, Xiaomusheng's expression grew colder still. He could vividly imagine the agony described. Therefore, I seek clarity. Why did he wish to kill me? When did you die? Around April of 2010. Why do you ask? Are you aware of the current year? Ji Lu shook his head. This year is 2024, marking a span of 14 years since your demise. If you wish to locate your boyfriend, it will undoubtedly require considerable effort, and I may not yield substantial results. The series of murders involving Luo Yao has sent shockwaves throughout the entire city. Consequently, the reward offered by the police is exceptionally high. As for the subsequent tasks, they are relatively straightforward. However, this particular case may not necessarily come with a corresponding reward. After all, more than a decade has passed, and it remains uncertain whether the true culprit has been apprehended. Additionally, we cannot ascertain whether the perpetrator's family has had any contact with bounty hunters or is aware of the existence of bounty hunter forums. Furthermore, there is the question of whether they would be willing to offer a reward. Thus, should one pursue this case, it is highly likely that there will be minimal financial gain, and one may ultimately receive only a token of appreciation from the other party. Despite harboring such thoughts, Xiaomusheng nonetheless accessed the bounty hunter forum. He entered the name Ji Lu, and although he felt the chances were slim, he was still inclined to give it a try. To his surprise, a bounty notification appeared. Task issuance date, 2010. Task: uncover the truth behind Ji Li's death and identify the murderer. Reward: 50,000. The reward amount had not been altered and remained as it was issued in 2010. The value of 50,000 from 14 years ago is vastly different from that of today. Prices were considerably lower back then, and that sum was sufficient for various endeavors. Xiaomusheng clicked on the task and chose to accept it. Subsequently, the employer's phone number popped up. At that moment, Ji Lu also glanced at his phone, and upon seeing that string of numbers, a look of utter astonishment spread across his face. How could it be his phone number? His? You mean your boyfriend's? Xiaomusheng astutely captured the crux of the matter. Indeed, this is his telephone number. You witnessed him committing murder, yet he issued a bounty 14 years ago, seeking the truth of that fateful day and the identity of the murderer. I am at a loss, which is precisely why I must seek him for clarification. Ji Lu, too, was perplexed. Xiaomusheng brushed back the hair that fell across his forehead. This is intriguing. The very person who took your life is now offering a reward in pursuit of the truth? Chapter 72. Returning in glory. Xiaomusheng clicked to accept the task. He then turned and inquired, tell me about the location of your demise. It has been 14 years. There is no need to rush. I shall return to my hometown first, and afterward, I will assist you. Ji Lu lifted her head, questioning, what is your purpose in returning home? She felt her own matters were of considerable importance. To pay homage to the departed, and to visit a solitary grave. As for your situation, given that it has been 14 years, there is no harm in taking my time. While I search, I shall also have someone assist in uncovering additional information. After bidding farewell to Hezheng, Xiaomusheng recalled certain memories. The solitary grave he had once ventured into as a child seemed to harbor some issues. He had never pondered why he could perceive the specters within that haunted residence. Now, he felt compelled to investigate further. Meanwhile, in a modest 40-square-meter room, a middle-aged man, disheveled and haggard, stared vacantly at a photograph of a young girl. The image was somewhat yellowed and blurred, yet the girl within it beamed with joy, exuding the vibrancy of youth. 14 years have elapsed, yet I remain unable to identify the perpetrator. I am truly sorry, Lele. Flowers are utterly futile. I cannot uncover the one who took your life, nor can I absolve myself of the suspicion. Suddenly, a notification chimed on my phone. The middle-aged man glanced at it. It was a text message. The bounty task you issued has been claimed. Upon reading the message, the man was momentarily taken aback. Then he recollected himself. After years of fruitless searching, he had heeded a friend's suggestion and invested all his savings into the bounty hunter forum, hoping to unveil the truth. Regrettably, although the task had been claimed in the initial years following its posting, it ultimately led to naught. As time passed, interest dwindled, and the task went unclaimed. In cases such as these, the longer the interval, the fewer leads remain preserved, rendering the investigation increasingly arduous, especially when most evidence points towards him. Many bounty hunters lost their motivation to pursue the case, as they discovered that existing evidence primarily implicated the employer. Only the lack of decisive proof prevented a conviction. Nevertheless, everyone believed he was guilty. That was the consensus. Yet he was acutely aware of his innocence. Alas, over the years, hope has only intensified disappointment. Thus, this message surprised him, though in truth, he had long since relinquished any substantial hope. 14 years had passed, all avenues exhausted, yet no clues surfaced. Meanwhile, at a highway service area, Xiao Mushing perused some documents sent by Officer Long. Officer Long met Luo Yao while assisting her during the recent operation to dismantle a pyramid scheme fraud ring, one of the locations being in Jinyang, which was under his jurisdiction. Officer Long exchanged contact information with him, offering assistance whenever needed. In truth, Officer Long recognized his potential despite his health issues. His abilities were undeniable, having solved numerous cases. Xiao Mushing observed the clues in the police's possession, noting that each one pointed towards her boyfriend, yet lacking any concrete evidence to firmly establish guilt. Was it truly necessary for him to lead the employer to the authorities, thereby condemning the employer? Wasn't that a form of madness? Engaging in such a scenario, one would risk someone exceptionally gifted uncovering the truth and implicating him. Jila was also watching from the side. Hadn't she previously mentioned that there was a slight possibility it wasn't him? Initially, Ji Lu was distraught over Xiao Mushing's return to her hometown, eager to clarify matters with her boyfriend. However, a single statement from Xiao Mushing calmed her. What if it wasn't your boyfriend who did it? This remark invigorated her, leading her to share some of her own hypotheses. She even suggested visiting the bounty hunter forum to seek assistance in uncovering the truth. In such circumstances, this was inherently a perilous endeavor. There indeed existed such a possibility, as certain aspects did not align. If he were truly guilty, the risks would be insurmountable, and the evidence left behind would be overwhelmingly substantial. Even if it were impossible to imprison him, it would suffice to ruin his reputation irrevocably. Moreover, you mentioned that there were no emotional disputes or financial disagreements between you prior. There appears to be no motive for murder, unless your boyfriend is indeed a deranged killer. However, I have encountered such psychopaths before, and they typically prefer to employ various instruments to inflict gradual demise, relishing the experience. Furthermore, a true psychopath would not limit their violence to a single victim. If they were to eliminate someone close, future opportunities for such acts would be severely diminished. It is plausible that this could be a case of framing. Yet, given the context provided in this document, your social network seemingly harbors no enmities with others. You must be aware of this as well. Compelling someone to commit murder necessitates the cultivation of significant animosity. After all, taking a life requires considerable courage. Jila found himself at a loss for ideas. What should be done? One step at a time, continuing to devise solutions. Xiao Mushing had some notions, potentially employing a familiar tactic. However, he needed to ascertain whether the boyfriend was indeed the perpetrator before contemplating the use of such a strategy. Especially since it had already been utilized once, a second attempt might not yield the same results. It remains uncertain. The media reported on a desperate psychopath but did not clarify whether he had orchestrated the demise of these two individuals. Xiao Mushing stroked his chin thoughtfully. A new plan could be devised. After finalizing certain matters, he glanced at his phone to check the map, Qingyan Town. It appeared that the village in which he resided had merged with others to form a town. He wondered if that old grave still existed. After driving to the entrance of the town, it wasn't long before Xiao Mushing encountered several elderly gentlemen who could recall his name, though he struggled to remember theirs. The younger generation, including Xiao Mushing, had little interaction with relatives, especially following the passing of his parents, resulting in a significant loss of connections. The few individuals with whom he could converse were limited to just a handful. He drove to his spacious yet deserted home. As he parked the car and stepped out, someone nearby greeted him. Mushing, what brings you back so early this year? Typically, you only return during the winter break. Uncle Wang, I'm here to mark my mother's memorial. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong slapped his forehead in realization. How could I forget? Indeed, it's only right that you come back to pay your respects. If your parents could see you now, they would surely find peace. Uncle Wong regarded the young man with a sense of pride. The townsfolk, many of whom hailed from the village, were aware of the circumstances surrounding Xiao Mushin's family. There was a degree of resentment towards his father's irresponsibility, yet, in secret, they admired him for his steadfastness. Such devotion, often professed in grand declarations, was rarely upheld in truth. Chapter 73. The tombstone in the old graveyard. He retrieved his keys and unlocked the door, revealing a scene where plastic sheeting covered the furniture, gathering dust. Xiao Mushing tidied up one of the rooms to create a place for himself to sleep that night. Noticing the hour was still early, he decided to visit a small supermarket in town to purchase some necessities. Yellow paper, incense, a bottle of white wine, a pack of cigarettes, and some snacks. The wine is favored by his father, while his mother enjoys sweet treats. Xiao Mushing glanced at the time. Tomorrow, he would pay tribute to his parents. Today, he would first visit the solitary grave. Upon reaching downstairs, he sought out Uncle Wong and handed him a cigarette. Uncle Wong, I have a question for you. The rumors about the town's demolition are unfounded. If there were to be any demolition, they wouldn't consolidate the areas. Uncle Wong shook his head with a hint of regret, stating that many had inquired about it. That's not what I meant. I was asking if the solitary grave on Tuota Mountain still exists. Oh, that old grave? It should still be there. But the area has become quite desolate, overrun with thorns and weeds, growing thicker by the day. Young people like you who remain in the village are dwindling, and there are hardly any children left. The place sees little visitation. But why are you asking about it? I thought that old grave was empty. Uncle Wong expressed his surprise, noting that the grave was of an indeterminate age, and it seemed implausible that it contained any antiques, given its long-abandoned state. However, due to its remote location, only a few brave children dared to hide there while playing hide and seek. Generally, adults would avoid it. Recently, I felt an unsettling presence around me, and a master suggested I pay a visit. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong took a step back, fully aware of this young man's past deeds. In that case, you must go and see. Do you have a sickle? May I borrow it? Uncle Wong returned to his room and retrieved a sickle. I gift this to you. There's no need to return it. Thank you, Uncle Wong. Xiao Mushing, without further ceremony, seized the sickle and departed, following a memory-laden path overgrown with weeds. Midway, he discovered that the trail ahead had vanished, consumed by a tangle of shrubs and grasses. It's so desolate here, he remarked, skillfully wielding the sickle to harvest the surrounding undergrowth. Ji Lu Fei, accompanying him, interjected, You intend to search for that old grave. What if something truly resides within? What shall we do then? That is precisely why I brought you along. After all, you have accumulated a decade of experience. If there happens to be a millennial-old spirit lurking inside, it will fall upon you to hold it at bay. Ji Li's eyes widened in disbelief. I can scarcely move a blade of grass, and you expect me to confront a millennial-old spirit? Xiao Mushing nodded, though his words were laced with jest. If that grave harbored a true ancient specter, he would have perished long ago. He had frequented that burial site on numerous occasions. In the midst of his labor, as he swung the sickle, Xiao Mushing suddenly crouched down, parting a pile of pine needles to reveal several clusters of orange mushrooms. Pine mushrooms. Tonight will be a feast, he exclaimed. Be careful, don't poison yourself, Ji Lu cautioned kindly from the side. I've been consuming these since childhood. There's no way I could succumb to them now. Having retained not only the rustic knowledge from his rural upbringing but also the survival skills of a geological explorer, Xiao Mushing continued on, clearing a path and gathering mushrooms until he finally arrived at a small hillside, relatively free of weeds. Here, at last, he beheld the solitary grave of his youth. At this moment, a wealth of geological knowledge began to surge in his mind. In addition to professional scientific expertise, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding folk geomancy. It then struck him that the feng shui of this solitary grave was quite remarkable, suggesting the presence of high officialdom and abundant fortunes. Who could have been interred here? Regrettably, the tomb was now empty. Xiao Mushing approached the grave and placed the gathered mushrooms down. He then made his way to the collapsed opening above the tomb. Crawling through the aperture, he crouched and illuminated the interior with his flashlight. The space was desolate, once meant to accommodate a coffin, but now devoid of any remnants. Guided by his childhood memories, he arrived at a section of earthen wall. He recalled that it was here he had fallen asleep one fateful night. With a sickle in hand, he began to dig, harboring little hope for significant finds. To his astonishment, he unearthed an object, a small stone carving depicting a bull's head, no larger than the size of a palm. Curiously, the sculpture was missing its eyes. Flipping the carving over, he discovered some letters obscured by dirt on the reverse side. The space was too constricted, prompting Xiao Mushing to prepare to exit for a better look. As he turned, he nearly swung his sickle in alarm. Ji Lu was standing behind him, his hair dangling in an unsettling manner. The flashlight's beam illuminated Ji Li's face, revealing an ethereal presence that nearly frightened him to death. Could you make some noise while following me? You nearly scared me to death, Xiao Mushing exclaimed. Ji Lu chuckled sheepishly. I saw you were quite engrossed. So I didn't want to disturb you. What have you found? In my childhood, I paid little attention to certain matters, but upon reflection, I now believe I was aware of them back then. It is only recently that I have come to this realization. Xiao Mushing feels that during his youth, he had a truly expansive heart. Just now, upon encountering an object, he began to recollect certain memories. He recalls a dream from his childhood, wherein someone imparted some wisdom to him, suggesting that under normal circumstances, one should avoid places heavy with negative energy and refrain from gathering such energy. However, at that time, he did not regard it with any significance. His primary concern was how to escape his father's grasp. Ultimately, he was unable to evade it, and the incident faded from his memory. Had he not encountered this matter recently, he likely would not have given it a second thought. Xiao Mushing speculates that should the old grave ever be disturbed, he would remain indifferent. After emerging from the grave, Xiao Mushing cleaned the soil from the back of the stone carving, discovering some indistinct characters, so vague that he could not discern their meaning. Nevertheless, he could count roughly 8 characters. For the moment, he decided to keep this item close and intended to inquire with the village elders upon his return, hoping to learn more about the grave's history. Moreover, tomorrow, in addition to paying respects to his parents at their grave, he also plans to light 2 incense sticks for his 2 masters. His current ability to make a living is largely attributable to the foundational skills imparted to him by these 2 mentors. Otherwise, given his appearance, he might have been abducted and kept as a pet, akin to a gilded canary. Chapter 74. Huang Banxian. Before darkness fell, Xiao Mushing descended the mountain, carrying the mushrooms he had gathered and arriving at Uncle Wang's doorstep. However, Uncle Wang was no longer basking in the sun outside. He had returned indoors. Upon seeing Xiao Mushing, did I not mention that the scythe need not be returned? I foraged some mushrooms, intending to bring you a few. As I spoke, I stepped over the unexpectedly raised threshold. Uncle Wang, witnessing this scene, approached with a broad smile and accepted the mushrooms. Look at you, so courteous, he remarked. The main reason is that my kitchen is still not set up. It would be too troublesome to clean the mushrooms at home. It's far simpler to come to your place for a meal. How did you manage to acquire such a fine car, given your laziness? I want it in a bet. Uncle Wang's hand froze for a moment. He sensed that the car was quite a luxury. Out there, it was certainly not like the old days in the village, where one could easily fall victim to violence. Uncle Wang had encountered some rough characters before. A mere disagreement could lead to real harm. Times have changed. Outside, people are generally amiable. They invite me to peanuts, fireworks, and to revel in the beauty of nature, helping me with my mental struggles. Everyone seems to be good-hearted, not only assisting me, but also gifting me money. Xiao Mushing smiled genuinely. Uncle Wang recognized his own aging and understood that some truths were unwelcome to the younger generation. Take care of yourself out there. He returned to the small kitchen with the mushrooms, cleaned them, and then took out some streaky bacon to sod a dish. The aroma was delightful, and the flavors were exquisite. Xiao Mushing relished every bite. At the dining table, Uncle Wang poured 2 glasses of wine, took a sip himself, and remarked, "You're not young anymore. When do you plan to provide for the old Xiao family? When the new year arrives, you shall return. By then, those who have ventured away will likely have returned as well. University students, or fresh graduates like yourself, may assist in forging connections." Uncle Wang does not exaggerate. Having resided in the village for so long, even after its amalgamation into a town, his old networks endure. Moreover, Xiao Mushing is inherently a handsome youth. And now with a car, it is plausible that he is faring well in the outside world. Thus, drawing these connections should not pose a challenge. Uncle Wang, with such capabilities, why not seek a companion for yourself? How long have you been single? You even suggested it to me. Uncle Wang retorted with a hint of irritation. I am discussing serious matters with you, yet you divert the conversation towards me. Empathy is key. You have your aspirations, and I have my considerations. Given what Xiao Mushing is currently engaged in, should he pursue a girlfriend, he might find himself in perilous situations, perhaps even being lured to a rooftop rendezvous. He finds solace in his solitary existence. As an orphan with a troubled mind, he navigates life unfettered, enjoying a certain freedom. The conversation on that topic did not progress further. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mushing inquired, Uncle Wang, when was that old grave repaired? It has been there since my birth. At that time, no one in the village acknowledged the grave. I vaguely recall villagers mentioning that it likely did not belong to anyone from our community. It was only after the grave collapsed that we discovered it was empty, devoid of coffins or any remnants. As Wang Bo spoke, he deliberately lowered his voice, exuding a sense of somberness. You, my boy, have not stumbled upon something today, have you? The peculiar behavior of the other party was indeed unsettling. Now, coming to inquire specifically made it difficult not to speculate. It was not a matter of discovering something, but rather a lack thereof that prompted this visit. What about the unclean things surrounding you? Xiao Mushing shook his head. Wang Bo tilted his head back, creating some distance. Ji Lu, beside them, touched her own face, which was, in fact, unsoiled. Her gaze then fell upon the mobile phone that Xiao Mushing had placed on the table, which began to flicker incessantly. Wang Bo also possessed a smartphone and could clearly see that no notifications had emerged on the screen, yet. The device continued to ring without respite. He fished out a yellow talisman from his pocket and affixed it to the phone, causing it to dim momentarily. However, after a brief interval, it resumed its flickering, even autonomously scrolling through short videos. Wang Bo, feeling exasperated, moved to a corner of the room and seized a hammer. Xiao Mushing, quick-witted, tucked the phone into his pocket and extended a hand to restrain Wang Bo. Calm down. Wang Bo, it's not that serious, truly not. Your phone may be acting up, but it is not that dire. This will only cost me a few thousand yuan and poses no threat to any malevolent entities. Moreover, this situation does not significantly affect me at the moment. As Xiao Mushing spoke, he exchanged a glance with Ji Lu. She looked up at the ceiling, pondering how extraordinarily beautiful it appeared. Upon hearing these words, Wang Bo finally set down his hammer, sighed, and said, "Tomorrow, seek out old Huang. Let him assist you. He used to be the village's Huang Banzian, adept at divining fates, assessing careers, and exorcising spirits. Is he still around? He must be nearing 90 this year. Indeed. Although we often derided him as a charlatan, he must possess some skill. Go inquire with him. Perhaps he can provide clarity." Xiao Mushing silently took note of this. The following morning, Xiao Mushing carried a considerable load of offerings, scurrying between several graves scattered across the mountainside. Today, the number of souls to honor was rather substantial. By the time he completed these rites, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. He then returned to Wang Bo's place for a brief visit before setting out to find Huang Banzian. In the backyard of his home, an elderly man cradling a small yellow dog basked in the sun's warmth. Suddenly, a child dashed up to him and exclaimed, "Great-grandfather, there's a guest here to see you." The old man, relaxed, inquired, "Oh, who might it be?" "A big brother with the surname Xiao." Upon hearing this, Huang Banzian sat up. "Tell him this. I have passed on. I have already been reduced to ashes." "Oh dear. Why is Huang Banzian so unwelcoming towards me?" Before seeing the individual, one could hear his voice. Xiao Mushing traversed the house and entered the backyard. Noticing his presence, Huang Banzian ceased his idle pursuits and instructed his grandson to prepare tea. "What brings you here?" he asked. "A chilling wind," replied Xiao Mushing. Huang Banzian's wrinkled face stiffened. "It seems we have encountered something peculiar." "Indeed," he replied, reclining in his chair. "I truly wish to avoid any interactions with you. It seems you discerned something quite early on." Huang Banzian nodded. "Your fate is exceedingly peculiar and perilous. Thus I prefer not to provoke it, fearing I may ensnare myself in its web. Today, I shall inquire about a matter, and after this, I shall not seek your counsel again." The issue of the old grave. Xiao Mushing narrowed his eyes. "You are aware, from the moment you trespassed upon that ancient tomb, I knew you would encounter extraordinary occurrences one day." Chapter 75. Contacting Ji Li's boyfriend. Ji Lu perceived that Huang Banzian was rather adept at cultivating an air of mystery, so she waved her hand before him. However, as her hand obscured her eyes for a fleeting moment, and then fell, she caught sight of his gaze. In that instant, she felt as though she were being scrutinized. A shiver ran down Ji Li's spine. "Xiao Mushing, it seems this Huang Banzian possesses the ability to see me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing also turned his attention to Huang Banzian. "Did you perceive something just now?" Huang Banzian swayed slightly as he spoke. "In my earlier days, my skills were limited, yet now, in the twilight of my years, I can indeed glimpse certain phenomena in a dazed state, though such opportunities are rare. However, your inquiry suggests that you too possess the ability to see, perhaps even with greater clarity and duration than I. Can you enlighten me regarding the matter of the old grave? I should be the most knowledgeable about it within the village. The grave belongs to a Taoist, or perhaps one might say a wandering spirit guide. This is what I learned from my father. The origins of this grave can be traced back 3 centuries, to a time of great turmoil. During that period, a Taoist roamed the mortal realm, tasked with guiding lost souls back to the netherworld. This role could also be considered a form of a living emissary. After all, he was a living person performing a duty. According to legend, this Taoist possessed immense powers, omniscient and omnipotent, skilled in various arts, including poetry and painting. Upon his demise, he specifically chose this auspicious site for his burial, hoping to ascend in rank within the underworld. After a century had passed, his coffin could be relocated to his ancestral land. However, the grave itself could not be disturbed. A new pit would need to be excavated to remove the coffin, after which the hole would be filled again. This practice not only safeguarded his position in the realm of the dead, but also blessed his descendants. "How do you know of such matters, or rather, how does your father know?" Xiao Mushing inquired, intrigued. Because it was my ancestors who assisted in the relocation of the coffin. I once considered this tale merely a legend. Since you are aware of such legends and possess some abilities, why not try your hand at being an emissary yourself? Huang Banzian chuckled upon hearing this. Firstly, I never truly believed in the authenticity of such tales. Secondly, what kind of spirit would linger in the mortal realm? If things were to go awry, one ghost might easily become two, and then they would keep each other company. Moreover, with my limited skills, I can manage quite well by outsmarting a few people in this small mountain village. There is no need for me to engage in a desperate struggle. Who knows if any life-threatening incidents might occur during the process of yacha. You seem quite unfazed. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Huang Banzian said calmly. He had previously observed Xiao Mushin's fate, which suggested that fortune could be sought amidst peril and blessings extracted from blood. This could ensure his own prosperity. Yet the fates of others remained uncertain. After all, if one's destiny is not sufficiently robust and they associate with such individuals, they might inadvertently become a shield against the ensuing turmoil. This was precisely why he preferred to distance himself from the young man. Despite the allure of wealth, the associated risks were far too great. There was no need for him to take such chances. Although circumstances had shifted, this change appeared to be in his favor. The fates of others, however, were less predictable. In this world, any endeavor that straddled both sides would never be peaceful. Xiao Mushing had grasped most of this already. The stone sculpture was likely left behind by that Taoist. Upon seeing the figure of the ox-headed deity, Xiao Mushing felt a surge of conjecture. After all, the imagery of the ox head and horse face was deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. Coupled with the bizarre occurrences he had encountered, it was all too easy to draw connections. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mushing spoke again. Are there any other items, perhaps legendary artifacts? My family was merely involved in relocating graves. How could we possibly know so much? That I have learned this much is a testament to my ancestors' sociable nature. With that, Xiao Mushing smiled in gratitude. Thank you for your insights. I shall refrain from troubling you in the future. That would be for the best, which is precisely what Huang Banzian desired. Upon leaving Huang Banzian's home, Ji Lu felt a twinge of sentimentality. In this world, it turns out that some extraordinary individuals truly exist. Despite being a mere specter, you still find yourself marveling at this fact. Xiao Mushing chuckled in response. The stone sculpture shall be explored gradually. A direction has now emerged. He must contemplate the matters concerning the other party as they remain a lingering enigma. All suspicions converge upon the boyfriend of the individual in question. Could it be that he must resort to such tactics? After some contemplation, Xiao Mushing resolved to refrain from haste. He would first meet this boyfriend before proceeding further. Thus, he placed a call. On the other end, a weary man, devoid of passion, was listlessly nibbling on a cucumber. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. The man hesitated for a moment before answering, yet he uttered not a single word. After a brief silence, Xiao Mushing on the line realized that the other party likely suspected a scam. I am the bounty hunter assigned to your case. Insha, please provide me with your address, and I shall come to you. Only upon hearing this did the other party respond. Perhaps it would be better to forget this. If you dare utter such nonsense now, I shall begin to suspect you, Xiao Mushing retorted. Do not entertain notions of my inadequacy. Since I have accepted this task, I possess a certain level of confidence. My purpose in contacting you is to gather further details and information. You need only understand that I have taken on this assignment, and your cooperation is essential. Whether we succeed will be determined later. The assertive tone of the speaker momentarily stunned the weary middle-aged man. Logically, the other party was the one in a subordinate position. Are all parties in such positions now so assertive? Shouldn't they adhere to his demands? The call fell into a silence as the middle-aged man pondered. Xiao Mushing finds himself confronted with an unreasonable demand. Ji Lu anxiously interjects, urging him to express. Tell him I love you. It is a peculiar request for one man to convey such sentiments from another man, particularly if it pertains to a girlfriend who has been deceased for years. This scenario would either lead one to suspect that Xiao Mushing is a deviant or that he is making light of his late girlfriend's memory. One might then ponder whether Xiao Mushing, upon approaching, would be met with preparations such as burlap sacks, watermelon knives, and a meat grinder, intended to transform him into a delectable dish. Calm down, Ji Lu admonishes. Do not let your infatuation cloud your judgment whenever your boyfriend is mentioned. Allow your intellect to prevail. Consider the possibility that it might indeed be him. How would you cope with that reality? She reminds him that there is a non-negligible chance, however small, that it may not be him. Even a one possibility constitutes a significant chance, so please maintain your composure. After helping Ji Lu regain her calm, Xiao Mushing turns to her and states, For now, send me your location, I will come to find you. He then ends the call. Chapter 76, Interrogation of Legenda, employing old tactics, 2 chapters combined. On the rooftop of a tall building, a weary man pushes open the door leading to the terrace. He clutches his phone, sending a message. Have you arrived? A voice from above responds, "I'm here." Suddenly, darkness envelopes him, and he feels a heavy blow to the back of his head before losing consciousness. Ji-lu gazes at her boyfriend, now ensnared in a burlap sack. "Why would you do this?" she questions, her heart aching as she reflects on the profound change in him after a mere decade apart. "Inviting me to the rooftop. I suspect this fellow harbors ulterior motives. Besides, I hold the reins of this encounter. I have no intention of harming him. My aim is merely to elucidate certain matters. While I conduct my inquiries, I would appreciate it if you could temper your romantic notions." Xiao Mushing produced a length of rope, binding the other party securely. Li Jianda slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the expanse of the city and the dizzying height of 100 meters. As he instinctively attempted to retreat, he realized he was firmly strapped to a chair, half of which dangled precariously over the edge of the rooftop. Nearby, a figure lounged at the precipice, unfazed by the altitude, their legs swinging freely in the air. "Awake, are you?" Xiao Mushing smiled gently, yet Li Jianda found it chilling. "What are you doing?" "Who are you?" "Investigating a case, an unintentional mishap. You are here to assist me, yet why have you bound me?" Xiao Mushing calmly severed one of the ropes securing the chair, revealing 3 more ropes still intact. "Do you realize you are committing murder?" Li Jianda's panic escalated. What was this lunatic's game? Why resort to cutting ropes at the slightest provocation? "You asked too many questions. Consider this a warning. Should your responses be riddled with inquiries or deceit during my questioning, I shall sever all these ropes." "Deliberate murder is punishable by death," Li Jianda protested. Xiao Mushing silently retrieved a psychiatric evaluation report from his pocket, unfolding it and presenting it before Li Jianda's eyes. "The maximum sentence would be life imprisonment. Moreover, I shall handle everything with utmost precision. At most, they may harbor suspicions, yet fail to unearth substantial evidence to condemn me." Li Jianda's haggard panda eyes widened to an astonishing degree. It is no wonder he contemplated cancellation. His sixth sense was indeed safeguarding his life. "Remember, my inquiries must not contain falsehoods. For instance, if I were to ask you whether you murdered your girlfriend, should you deceive me, it could prove fatal. Conversely, should you confess, you might face either life imprisonment or a fixed term. Ponder these matters yourself. How can you ascertain whether I speak the truth? With prolonged exposure, I have become adept in the art of lie detection. I can claim to possess considerable experience in this realm. This is your final inquiry. Should you pose another question, I shall sever the second rope." Xiao Mushing produced a piece of paper. The first question: "What flavor of cake does your girlfriend cherish the most?" As Li Jianda contemplated how to navigate this query, he was momentarily taken aback by the question posed. He instinctively replied, "Black forest cake." The second question: "What is the name of the dog belonging to your great-uncle's father's sister's husband?" "Black grass." Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the memory. Li Jianda was equally surprised that the other party was aware of such trivialities. The third question: "During your courtship with Ji-lu, did you ever harbor feelings for another girl?" Although Ji-lu claimed he did not, what if he had concealed his affections well? "No." Xiao Mushing nodded thoughtfully. He proceeded to ask a series of rapid-fire questions, culminating in the final inquiry: "Did you kill her?" "No." His response was unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. Li Jianda gazed intensely at the individual before him, whom he deemed to be a lunatic. The depth of the questions posed earlier indicated that this person had conducted thorough research. Unlike others he had encountered in the past, this individual might indeed be mad. Yet he was undeniably a genius. The answers to such inquiries eluded even the police, as they pertained to secrets shared solely between him and Ji-lu. After Xiao Mushing finished his questioning, he shook his head, realizing that the details recalled were far too intricate for someone who did not harbor deep affection. With the passage of time, certain memories would likely have faded. Yet this person remembered so vividly, particularly the conclusive affirmation at the end of his response. Had he truly acted upon anything, his reply would not have been so resolute or prompt. Ji-lu, standing nearby, was in tears, though no tears fell. Xiao Mushing pulled the chair back, acknowledging that if it could be ruled out that it was not him, alternative methods must be considered. The glimmer of hope in Li Jianda's eyes intensified, as he sensed that this individual could genuinely assist him. What method could that be? Deception? A series of question marks appeared above Li Jianda's head. Xiao Mushing accessed an account that had not posted videos in a while. The previous uploads had garnered nearly 1 million likes each. His inbox was filled with messages from advertisers seeking collaboration. Xiao Mushing squinted his eyes, realizing that beyond the 50,000 yuan, there were additional earnings to be made. He engaged in discussions with various advertisers, selecting one that seemed particularly trustworthy. Then he commenced filming a video on the rooftop, assisted by Li Jianda. After concluding the shoot, Xiao Mushing engaged in some editing before releasing the video, which was set in the city of Qishui. It was in this very city that Ji-lu met her tragic end. Greetings to all esteemed viewers. It has been quite some time since I last shared a video, as I have been preoccupied with various other matters. I trust that those who have been following my updates or keeping abreast of current events are aware of my recent endeavors, investigating poachers and dismantling fraudulent organizations. Today, however, I inadvertently stumbled upon a case, the Qingshui arson incident, in which the victim was a young girl named Ji Lu. Based on the available clues, the primary suspect appears to be her boyfriend, though without conclusive evidence. He remains merely a person of interest. Drawing from previous leads, I have conducted some inquiries. Alas, it seems that many of the existing clues may have been deliberately misleading. It is likely that Li Jianda has been wrongfully implicated. Now, I have initiated my investigation and possess certain leads and evidence. I kindly request that any witnesses from that time or viewers who hold pertinent information come forward to assist me in completing the evidence chain. Shortly after the video was published, within an hour, it garnered nearly 100,000 likes and thousands of comments. The blogger has finally updated. I feared the blogger had been assassinated by that murderer. The blogger, renowned for their unique approach, consistently launches videos centered on homicide cases or unsolved mysteries, which is undeniably thrilling. The blogger's remarks suggest that this case may indeed harbor complications. After all, so many clues have been gathered, yet there exists no substantial evidence, which is rather peculiar. Li Jianda crouched beside Xiao Mushing, observing him as he scrolled through comments on his phone. Accompanying the release of his video, remarkably, there were individuals defending him in the comment section. This was something he had never dared to imagine over the past decade. Is this truly sufficient? It seems implausibly simple. This is merely a preliminary effort to stir the waters. Xiao Mushing contemplated various possibilities. Following prior inquiries, both had agreed that they bore no enemies. Thus, one must consider the likelihood of impulsive murder or random acts of violence. However, if such were the case, there should be more than one incident, and similar methods of operation ought to be discernible. To date, no such patterns have emerged, rendering this scenario rather unlikely. Nonetheless, Ji Lu had previously introduced a crucial piece of information. Half of the assailant's face bore a striking resemblance to Li Jianda's. This opens up a plethora of avenues for further investigation. He pondered another possibility: jealousy. It is not unheard of for individuals to harm others out of fleeting envy. He recalled an incident during his college entrance examination when a student in the same exam hall suddenly turned around and tore up the paper of the student behind him, simply because he overheard the latter expressing confidence about his performance, anticipating a score exceeding 140, while he himself had performed poorly and sought to sabotage the other's success. Such occurrences are far from rare. Based on their earlier descriptions, the bond between the two was profoundly deep, akin to honeyed sweetness. The two individuals are inseparable, embodying an enviable celestial couple. Both have graduated from respectable institutions, poised for promising futures. Their families are supportive, and their backgrounds are commendable, signifying a harmonious match. One could assert that anyone witnessing this couple could envision a beautiful life ahead for them. However, in this context, what if Li Jianda were to be confronted by a forsaken twin brother? Upon discovering his own misfortunes juxtaposed against his brother's prosperity, it would be difficult not to take action. In an electronics factory, a man, his face partially obscured by a mask and hair, returned to his room and opened a web browser. After 3 minutes of tumultuous thoughts, several crumpled papers were cast aside. With a sense of relief, he launched a short video application, eager to indulge in some comedic content. Soon, he stumbled upon a video by a crime investigation blogger, whom he had previously followed. The blogger's investigative endeavors in Jinyang City had been nothing short of captivating, so compelling that it stirred a sense of dread within him. He feared that one day, this blogger might venture into his own city, unearthing nearly forgotten cases. Now, the fear had manifested. The blogger was advocating for a suspect, even uncovering new leads. Whether it was physical weakness or some other affliction, a shiver coursed through him. No matter how deep the resentment, some actions lead only to profound terror. After witnessing the brutal burning of a girl before his eyes, that very fear enveloped him. Should he flee? Yet, such a flight might condemn him to a life of evasion. Li Jianda's home. Li Jianda stood hesitantly at the door, reluctant to knock. However, Xiao Mushing, devoid of such reservations, rapped sharply on the door. At that moment, a woman in her 60s opened the door. Upon seeing the weathered face of Li Jianda, her eyes brimmed with tears. Where have you been all these years? Why have you not returned to see us? If others doubt you, do we not believe in you? How could it possibly have been you? Li Jianda's home was not in Qingshui City, but in a neighboring small county. Upon hearing his mother's heartfelt words, tears welled in his eyes as he replied, I know, but I cannot come back. I do not want to bring scandal upon you. The elderly woman reached out as if to strike him, but her hand ultimately fell gently to her side. All these years, you have sent us money each year. Have you managed to live well out there? Yes, he affirmed. The mother and son exchanged pleasantries for some time before Li Jianda began to introduce Xiao Mushing. This is my friend, a renowned detective. He can help uncover the truth from that time and restore my name. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman hurriedly invited Xiao Mushing inside. Please, come in, come in. Once inside, Xiao Mushing inquired, is uncle not home? He has gone on a business trip to Qingshui City. There is a significant contract that his company is handling there, and he is responsible for tracking the progress. So he will return late, she explained. Xiao Mushing nodded, realizing that some inquiries might be better directed towards the aunt. Auntie, I am here primarily to ask a few questions that may assist in advancing the investigation. The elderly woman fervently nodded in agreement. You inquire. As long as it can restore our family's honor, I shall certainly endeavor to cooperate. Seated upon the sofa, the elderly woman poured 3 cups of tea. Zaya Mushing also proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Does Li Jianda have a twin brother? No. Are you certain? I am quite certain. During my time in the hospital, I underwent examinations that confirmed I was carrying only one child. Does he have any siblings who have gone missing? The elderly woman similarly shook her head. He is my only child. There are no others. Upon hearing this, Zaya Mushing took a sip of tea. Are there any children among the surrounding relatives who have gone missing or been given away, or perhaps resemble him so closely that at first glance one could hardly distinguish them? There are indeed some who bear a resemblance, yet not to the extent you suggest. The elderly woman pondered for a moment and provided her answer. Zaya Mushing felt the progress stalling. This was not aligning with his expectations. However, is it not an investigation? Why pose such inquiries? It is merely to filter out some suspicious individuals, as numerous pieces of evidence point towards Li Jianda, thus necessitating a thorough examination. Li Jianda had not anticipated that Zaya Mushing's visit would center around such inquiries. After Zaya Mushing had finished questioning, the aunt proceeded to prepare a meal. It was a rare occasion for her son to return home. Once the aunt had departed, Li Jianda began to inquire. Have you already uncovered some information? It is merely conjecture, as the existing clues suggest that some point towards you, bolstered by the testimonies of others who claim to have seen you in certain significant locations. However, the issue lies in the fact that although you were indeed present in those places, the timing does not align. If I were to hypothesize that this individual bears a striking resemblance to you, then this fragment of evidence might indeed start to make sense. At this moment, Li Jianda suddenly recalled having seen this testimony at the police station. Yet, due to the fact that the individual who recounted this testimony was an elderly person, reportedly suffering from Alzheimer's disease, coupled with the discrepancies in timing, it was dismissed by the police as inconsequential. Nevertheless, the other party managed to connect these dots. Chapter 77. How to substantiate the notion of no longer being alive. Come now, let us revel. The alluring ringtone of a mobile phone resounded. Xiao Mushing answered the call. Officer Long, what a surprise to receive your call. Is there something you require my assistance with? I came across the video you posted. Do not take unnecessary risks. The last incident was indeed perilously close. Had those two acted with any decisiveness, Xiao Mushing would have been lost for good. Now, once again, Xiao Mushing has released another video. Officer Long swiftly grasped the intent behind it, as he had been monitoring Xiao Mushing's activities during this period. Poaching, village rituals, pyramid scheme scams, none of these matters had been featured in his videos. Yet, this latest release was unmistakably purposeful. Do you think I am so forgetful? I am certainly well prepared. Officer Long's lips twitched as he recalled the case files he had perused. From this, he discerned a troubling truth. The child's condition had deteriorated. Numerous witness testimonies indicated that Xiao Mushing often spoke to himself, as if engaged in conversation with others. What expectation could one have for a person with mental illness to retain memories? Any rational individual would not entertain such a notion. Furthermore, you are well aware of my capabilities. Despite encountering numerous adversities, I have not sustained any significant injuries. In light of this, Officer Long found himself at a loss for words. The experiences endured by the other party were fraught with peril, involving gunfire and explosions. For anyone else, merely surviving one such encounter would be considered a stroke of luck. Yet this individual had faced several. The most grievous injury sustained was merely a scrape, which is indeed quite astonishing. One cannot traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. It is unwise for a solitary individual to act recklessly. I have acquaintances in Qingshui City who prioritize their own safety. Rest assured, I will not act impulsively. After all, it is merely a matter of apprehending a minor murderer. How significant could that be? Officer Long interjected. They do not encounter such a plethora of homicide cases daily. The individuals they confront are often facing life sentences or capital punishment. Even those involved in pyramid schemes and fraud, who one might assume are merely con artists, are revealed to bear the weight of human lives, many lives, in fact. By those calculations, how could one presume to have only killed a single person? That seems rather manageable. Those who drown are often capable swimmers. I am aware that you have faced many challenges recently, all of which have concluded without incident. However, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Some matters necessitate greater cooperation with us. Officer Long, while somewhat reluctant to part with talent, regrettably found himself unable to absorb the individual due to their illness. Rest assured, should I uncover any final clues, I shall certainly inform you. I cannot intervene further. I shall leave it to the local authorities. After offering a few more words of caution, he ended the call. Meanwhile, within the confines of a factory, several workers were diligently transporting components. A supervisor was meticulously inspecting the quality of these parts. Among them, a masked individual, with half of their face obscured by hair, was assisting in loading the items onto a vehicle. Yet, this person's gaze frequently drifted towards the supervisor, as they sensed an uncanny resemblance between the supervisor and the unblemished half of their own face. However, as their attention wavered, the box they were handling began to tilt precariously, nearly slipping from their grasp. Be careful, you might hurt yourself, the supervisor kindly cautioned, observing the near mishap. My apologies. My apologies. I will be more careful, the worker quickly responded, resuming their task. As the supervisor was in the midst of recording, their phone suddenly rang. That troublesome lad has returned. Though he uttered this with a tinge of annoyance, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. It seemed this imp had finally come to terms with things. He had previously mentioned that there was no need for such self-reproach, as it was not his doing. Is his friend truly that capable? Perhaps they could silence those loathsome individuals. Why would a relative who bears a resemblance suddenly inquire about this? How could such a question aid in uncovering the perpetrator? At present, the workers engaged in the transport were keenly listening to the supervisor's phone conversation. Even as the supervisor intentionally lowered his voice, the worker could still discern his words with clarity. In an instant, certain elements became interconnected within him. The man before him bore a resemblance not to him, but to someone from a decade ago. Now, on the other end of the line, a renowned detective investigating the case was already reaching out to familiar faces. How could this transpire so swiftly? What an uncanny coincidence. His breath quickened as his eyes darted around. He felt as though every individual was scrutinizing him. These people were no longer mere workers, but rather undercover agents lurking within the factory, awaiting the opportune moment to apprehend him. If they were to pursue him, where could he flee? To the left, where the conveyor belt operated, or to the right, in the assembly area? At that moment, someone presented a box to him, urging impatiently as the person atop the vehicle remained motionless. Are you feeling it? Stuck in place. A masked worker, flustered, leaped down from the vehicle. I feel unwell. You all carry on. He then stumbled and dashed chaotically out of the factory. His actions drew the ire of other supervisors and colleagues. Yet none departed their posts as he did, for such behavior would result in monetary penalties. Furthermore, it was inconceivable for his singular absence to halt the work of others. Thus, someone else would easily fill his position. The supervisor, engaged in a phone conversation with his wife, merely cast a glance and paid little heed. Upon exiting the factory premises, Huang removed his mask and gasped for breath. Half of the mouth concealed by a mask revealed a gruesome sight of gums and bone. Flesh lay bare without any skin. Even though this visage constituted merely a quarter of his face, it was undeniably chilling. Huang glanced around, finding the surroundings desolate and devoid of life. There were no undercover agents lurking as he had anticipated. It was all merely a fortuitous circumstance. Fear gripped him, not the fear of having taken a life, but rather the dread of the retribution that followed. After catching his breath, he donned the mask once more and fled back to his dwelling, curling up beneath the covers. Within his mind, two voices incessantly echoed. Run. Run as far away as possible. Do not linger in Chishui City. Yet, where could he possibly flee? His adversary was formidable, even if he changed locations. What if they tracked him down? So many had committed offenses, and regardless of where they relocated, they were inevitably discovered. Remaining here would only expedite his capture. Perhaps if he ran far enough, he might delay it even slightly. As these two voices continued to tug at him, a third voice emerged unexpectedly. Why not turn yourself in? In such circumstances, confessing would likely spare you from the death penalty, wouldn't it? At worst, you might serve a decade and then be released, with meals and shelter provided. Just as this third voice began to coax him with its reasoning, Huang was gradually swayed. Suddenly, another voice pierced through his thoughts. What about her boyfriend? Would he let you off the hook? Do not forget how terribly you harmed him. Though the police lack decisive evidence, he has been scorned as a criminal for 10 long years. A decade of youth, a decade of shame, along with a devoted girlfriend. Are you certain that upon confessing, he wouldn't seek vengeance against you? Reflect upon how, a decade ago, the individual was subjected to scorn and ridicule. A spectacle you witnessed firsthand. The vandalism of paint upon their doorstep and the throwing of rotten eggs were merely the mildest of affronts. In the dead of night, there were instances when they were nearly assaulted, their very life hanging by a thread. Moreover, with the internet's pervasive reach today, should they choose to emerge from the shadows, it would not merely result in a few years of incarceration. Rather, they would be eternally branded upon the pillar of disgrace. Life may currently seem to flow in a semblance of normalcy, yet the act of surrendering to justice would plunge them into a perpetual quagmire. rendering death a more palatable option. Huang Do cradled his head in despair. What am I to do? What am I to do? A seductive voice echoed within his mind. Years ago, he had come perilously close to triumph, nearly ensuring that the scoundrel faced imprisonment. Alas, he had forgotten to arrange for conclusive evidence. Over the years, he had consumed a plethora of legal dramas and investigative literature. This time, however, he would orchestrate it impeccably, ensuring a conviction that would lead to the death penalty, thus sealing the matter once and for all. Huang Do inquired, "What of the internet-famous detective by my side? This individual is dreadfully formidable." The voice in his mind continued with unwavering confidence. How could the certainty of guilt be established without another life lost? Chapter 78. A compromise eschew. At the dining table, Xiao Mushing unexpectedly sneezed. The aunt, concerned, inquired, "What is it, dear? Are you coming down with something? We have medicine at home. I shall fetch you a couple of packets." As she spoke, she began to rise to retrieve the medication. "Aunt, there's no need. I don't believe it's a cold." "Then why the sudden sneeze?" Xiao Mushing shrugged and sniffed slightly, suspecting that some unscrupulous individual intended to harm him. Li Jianda cast a perplexed glance in his direction. "In our line of work, it is inevitable to offend certain individuals, and there are adversaries who would relish our demise. For instance, some who are languishing in prison, awaiting execution, might even be cursing my name. The process of execution is not swift, hence, a group persists in wishing him ill. However, in a few months, those who curse him will likely dwindle." After their meal, the two retired to the same room. Li Jianda inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Return to Qingshui City and investigate the crime scene to see if we can uncover any clues." Xiao Mushing replied, sitting up in bed. "You can take this bed. I shall sleep on the sofa." Li Jianda, puzzled, asked, "Are you not accustomed to sharing a bed?" Xiao Mushing was not averse to sharing a bed, nor did he come from an affluent background. He had shared sleeping quarters during festive occasions. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Li Jianda was lying flat, with a female ghost hovering above him, facing him directly, with her gentle gaze and delicate movements. Xiao Mushing felt that if Ji Lu could materialize like the female spirits portrayed on television, they would undoubtedly be entangled in a passionate embrace. Thus, he ultimately decided to retreat to the sofa, allowing them, one person and one spirit, to navigate their own space and engage in their slow entanglement. No, it was more accurately the ghost's unilateral entanglement. "Sleep in your own bed, and do not disturb me." Li Jianda watched Xiao Mushing's retreating figure, utterly baffled. The world of the mentally ill indeed diverges significantly from that of the sane. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Xiao Mushing meticulously outlined his plan within the confines of his mind. The previous success stemmed from numerous factors. However, the most crucial element was that the adversary was a deranged killer, audacious in nature. Deep down, he had already prepared for the eventuality of failure. Capturing the murderer was not a certainty, especially if the act was driven by jealousy, as it was the assailant's first experience with murder. They might very well choose to evade detection. Thus, if the perpetrator remained elusive, he could only resort to exonerating Li Jianda. His current dilemma was that the majority of the evidence pointed towards him, yet there was no conclusive proof to secure a conviction. Those previously privy to the details believed him to be the culprit. This indicated that should he uncover evidence against the true offender, it might, in some measure, alleviate Ji Li's obsession. If she could ascertain whether her boyfriend was indeed the perpetrator, she might find solace in departing. Although he was certain that her boyfriend was not the one responsible, Ji Lu was a person of her own convictions, deeply enamored with her partner. Yet it was precisely this affection that birthed her fixation. She had witnessed her boyfriend murder her, and even though she was reluctant to accept it, it remained an undeniable truth in her heart. Without tangible evidence presented before her, this obsession could not dissipate. Naturally, it would be preferable to identify the actual killer. As Xiao Mushing contemplated this, he retrieved a bull-headed stone sculpture from his pocket. To this day, he had yet to uncover its remarkable purpose. The hollow eyes of the sculpture seemed to be linked to his current ability to perceive apparitions. But what of its other potentialities? It cannot possibly be merely this way. Or rather, just as such. Previously, he had attempted to smear blood upon it. There was no radiant golden light, nor did an old man converse with him. It remained simply an ordinary stone carving. Xiao Mushing pondered whether this object might require a return to the haunted house, to conduct some experiments in order to uncover its purpose. After struggling to find clarity, he tucked the stone carving back into his pocket, deciding to revisit the matter later. The following morning, after breakfast, they prepared to depart. However, the aunt felt reluctant, for after many years, her child had finally returned home, only to leave after a single day. How could she bear it? Li Jianda spoke to his mother, saying, "I must find the murderer and clear my name. Thus I cannot remain here like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. After all these years, what is a few more days?" Li Jianda shook his head. "I waited 10 years for this opportunity. I do not wish to delay. Once this matter is resolved, I will certainly return to spend quality time with you. Listening to Li Jianda's words, Xiao Mushing cast a glance at him, perceiving a sense of familiarity in his gaze. Ji Lu was also beside the aunt, bidding her farewell, though she could not hear him. The two of them walked together down the stairs to the place where Xiao Mushing had parked. Once inside the vehicle, Li Jianda suddenly spoke. I pondered all night yesterday, and I am curious about whom you truly saw from your perspective. Xiao Mushing started the car and, with a casual tone, inquired, did I appear so obvious? Li Jianda nodded, and being with him always evoked a peculiar sensation. Last night, he finally discerned the origin of this peculiar sensation. They spoke of schizophrenia. Each time he investigated a case, the victims would materialize before him, recounting the details of their plight. Upon hearing this, Li Jianda became entirely alert. What did she say to you? Last night, she said nothing at all. Merely cradled your face affectionately. I found it excessively sentimental and thus chose to leave. At this, a smile involuntarily crept upon Li Jianda's lips, as if the image of his beloved from over a decade ago had resurfaced. Chapter 79. The plan. Ji Lu cooperated fully, positioning herself gracefully upon Li Jianda's lap, her gaze brimming with profound affection. Xiao Mushing remained silent, pressing the accelerator with his foot. Regrettably, there was no way to simply accelerate away from the specter. Sometimes, Xiao Mushing pondered how this entity could transcend the physical realm, yet not be cast aside by a swiftly moving vehicle. Did the ghost truly adhere to the laws of gravity? As the car merged onto the expressway, Xiao Mushing's phone rang at that moment. Please answer the call for me. Li Jianda glanced at the contact on the screen, his hand halting in midair. The name displayed was unmistakable, dead. It was merely a euphemism. Li Jianda answered the phone. Hello, I came across your video in Qingshui City. Would you like my assistance? This is a minor task, with a total reward of merely 50,000 yuan, and there isn't much left to share with you. Your words are rather infuriating. If it weren't for your assistance during that last task, I might have perished within those woods. Strictly speaking, we have forged a bond akin to life and death. To seek compensation for such a minor favor would be rather unbecoming of me. The rarity of such an opportunity is undeniable. Although we have faced peril together in the forest, I am acutely aware that another individual could achieve similar results, provided they are not utterly incompetent and merely carry out the task at hand. However, this would not yield significant mutual benefits for Xiao Mushing. Friends ought to share common aspirations or offer advantages in their interactions. In our line of work, encountering exceptional talents is indeed a serendipitous occurrence. Fei Yu and Jing Zonghua are undoubtedly skilled practitioners, yet when compared to Xiao Mushing, they fall somewhat short. Xiao Mushing clearly comprehends the underlying sentiment. In familial matters, one relies on relatives. In the outside world, one relies on friends. In this profession, it is indeed beneficial to cultivate relationships with such individuals. Sometimes, owing minor favors can enhance your connections with others. Do you have many acquaintances in Qingshui City? If so, could you assist me in locating someone who bears a striking resemblance to the primary suspect in my current investigation? Are you referring to Li Jianda? The offer of assistance from you suggests a familiarity with the case at hand. Indeed, to have identified a target so swiftly is truly commendable. Initially, I anticipated that you would request help in gathering clues, yet you are now directly asking me to find someone. It is estimated that even without his assistance, the matter will be resolved within a few days. By the way, aside from these details, let us see if there are any individuals skilled in disguise. Xiao Mushing pondered for a moment and decided to include this point. In a world filled with extraordinary individuals and peculiar occurrences, one might encounter a master of disguise. It is prudent to be prepared. Now, are there any other characteristics to consider? None for the time being. These will suffice. It is advisable to act discreetly, but primarily, one must prioritize personal safety. Excellent. I comprehend. The dead instantly grasped Xiao Mushing's intention. The most exasperating aspect of an investigation is the evidence. Even if you are certain of the perpetrator's identity, lacking a complete chain of evidence allows them to evade justice. However, this can also serve as a form of protection. For instance, in the case of Li Jianda, without crucial evidence to complete the chain, the suspect is likely enjoying a meal in custody at this very moment. The call ended. On the other end, the dead discovered several chat groups. One such group was for taxi drivers in Qingshui City. Prior to his career as a bounty hunter, he had worked as a taxi driver until one day he apprehended a fugitive. After receiving a reward of over 300,000, he switched professions. He had not yet left these groups. He entered the first group, where a flurry of messages awaited him. A driver had picked up a passenger who was currently seeking assistance from other drivers in locating the whereabouts of a mistress. The passenger intended to catch the mistress. It is ingrained in the culture of Longhua to indulge in gossip. Thus, the drivers in the group were eager to assist. The dead composed a message and clicked send, accompanied by a photograph. Simultaneously, in several other groups, this message was sent, causing a flurry of notifications. Although I am not involved in this line of work, my interactions with some individuals in the group have not diminished, and thus they are still willing to assist. Moreover, some seasoned veterans can recall details about this case, which piques their interest. On the other side, in a dimly lit room with the curtains drawn, Huang diligently jotted down notes in a small notebook. The first step is to obtain Li Jianda's hair and fingerprints. As for that internet celebrity, judging by the news, he seems formidable. A direct approach will not suffice. The most prudent method would be to poison him, preferably with a substance sourced from Li Jianda's own household. Rat poison or sleeping pills could be lethal, while also revealing Li Jianda's purchasing history. The threat posed by that internet detective is substantial, thus eliminating him is imperative. At that point, relying solely on Li Jianda, not only will uncovering the truth be impossible, but absolving oneself of suspicion will be equally unattainable. What else is there? Huang tapped his head thoughtfully. Any potential traces he might leave behind must be meticulously eradicated. This is of utmost importance. Furthermore, it is essential to avoid surveillance cameras. Today's cameras are far superior to those of the past, with high-definition capabilities that could easily reveal discrepancies between him and Li Jianda. Therefore, this risk must not be taken lightly. Ideally, the poison should be delivered directly by Li Jianda himself. This may seem overly straightforward, yet he believes that the detective must have harbored suspicions regarding Li Jianda. Thus, this unveils Li Jianda's motive for murder, simultaneously corroborating the case from a decade ago. As the investigation ultimately led suspicion back to him, to prevent the truth from being fully uncovered, he ruthlessly eliminated the internet detective. A flawlessly constructed motive. Ha. At this juncture, Huang Du could not help but chuckle, feeling remarkably astute. However, the mirth faded almost instantly, leaving him in a state of shock. Why did I laugh? Engaging in such perilous acts, why am I amused? This is murder. The voice in his mind resonated once more. You had already taken a life 10 years ago. Have you forgotten the emotions that stirred within you then? Huang Du trembled as he replied, fear. Is it merely fear? At that time, was your trembling body solely a manifestation of fright? The anguished cries of the girl as she was consumed by flames. Calling out her boyfriend's name, questioning him, did it not evoke even a flicker of joy within you? Following the narrative, Huang Du reflected on his past thoughts. When he burned her alive, he indeed felt a pang of fear, yet there was an undercurrent of excitement. It was akin to the childhood thrill of stealthily destroying someone else's meticulously built snowman or secretly submerging a kitten in water, watching as it flailed in desperation. In those moments, there seemed to be a trace of delight characteristic of youth. The screams resonated deep within him, a haunting echo of his childhood. Indeed, the essence of childhood, for there will always be those weaker than ourselves in this world, and their cries are strangely melodious. Now we shall issue a challenge to the strong. Is this not a matter of profound significance and formidable challenge? Acknowledge your innermost desires. For you too yearn for this sensation. The words echoing in Huang Du's mind sent a delightful shiver through him. Indeed, this feeling is rather exhilarating. Is it truly only a slight thrill? The musings in his mind began to morph into a soliloquy, a dialogue with himself. It seemed he craved a more intense exhilaration. Thus, this time, he resolved to elevate the thrill. Once he eradicated this detective, they would relocate to a more secluded place, a locale difficult to discover. He chuckled softly to himself. Chapter 80. A suspect. The SUV traversed to a desolate area. This was the very site where Ji Lu had perished in flames. Originally, a factory stood nearby. However, following the tragedy, the business had vacated, for merchants are often superstitious, fearing misfortune. The first to discover the charred remains was an employee from the factory. Now, the place lay overgrown with weeds. Xiao Mushing retrieved his phone stand and began filming. Li Jianda arrived, surveying the scene, as images from a decade ago flashed in his mind, surrounded by police at the crime scene, escorted by officers, and the relentless accusations and vitriol from his girlfriend's family. The disdain and contempt from onlookers lingered in his memory. He could still recall the piercing gazes that branded him a criminal. Yet, what pained him most was the sight of the scorched earth and the body, which barely resembled a human form. At that moment, he experienced tinnitus, rapid breathing, and profound chest tightness, leaving him gasping for air. He was at a loss for what to do and remained oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator, moving about like a marionette pulled by unseen strings. Now, upon revisiting the scene, Li Jianda felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Meanwhile, Xiao Mushing, having adjusted his phone, suddenly spoke up from beside him. What if all I can do is help clear your name? Li Jianda turned to him, puzzled. Why do you say that? After all, Xiao Mushing continued. This case is indeed quite challenging. I can only attempt every method I can conceive. Finding the true culprit may not be guaranteed. The only assurance I can provide is to absolve you of all suspicion and restore your honor. Xiao Mushing could only express this sentiment, as he understood the implications of the past. If that wretched individual had truly fled 10 years ago and remained hidden, there was little more he could achieve. Upon hearing this, Li Jianda flicked his fingers thoughtfully. A decade had passed, and some cases became increasingly difficult to resolve over time, unless the offender voluntarily confessed. If the perpetrator relocated, gathering sufficient evidence would prove to be a formidable challenge. Let us do our utmost, he concluded. In that case, please assist me in reviewing the crime scene, capturing some footage. Then we shall search the location where your girlfriend disappeared. The two men then proceeded to recreate the scene of the crime. Subsequently, Xiao Mushing arrived at the site of Ji Li's disappearance, which aligned with the location confirmed by the officer, and the timing matched as well. The information Ji Lu had gathered was scant, as the actions of the perpetrator had been shrouded in secrecy. Throughout this process, Xiao Mushing continually cross-referenced details with Li Jianda. For instance, where did the incident occur? After a thorough inquiry, had it not been for Xiao Mushing's firm conviction that the man before him was not the perpetrator, he might have found himself engulfed in suspicion once again. Nevertheless, he maintained the faade, meticulously reconstructing the crime scene, reenacting the ambush, and the act of concealing the victim in a sack. Once these scenes were filmed, they were compiled into a video for dissemination. After sending the video, a sudden thought struck Xiao Mushing. 10 years ago, had you ever encountered strangers whom you saw multiple times, yet never recognized? Li Jianda shook his head. The police had asked, and he truly had no recollection. It was akin to taking a subway or bus ride. Once home, the faces of those passing strangers faded from memory, leaving little of significance. There may have been one or two whom he had seen only once, but none left a lasting impression. Xiao Mushing could only scratch his head in response. He had sent out yet another video, and the private messages in the back end had yielded no valuable leads. Just then, a call came through. I have a lead. A few days ago, my colleague transported a customer whose face was heavily obscured, revealing only a quarter of it, which left a significant impression on him. His dashcam captured the person's likeness. Here are the images he sent me. Could you take a look and see if this is the individual? Following this, several images were sent via a chat application. Xiao Mushing held the pictures up, comparing them with Li Jianda's quarter face, and indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. However, that was as far as it went. Yet, this provided him with a potential breakthrough. Does this person have a known residence? Here is the address where the other party disembarked. I shall send it to you. After receiving this address, Xiao Mushing said to Li Jianda, let us investigate, but do not harbor overly high expectations. Even if we ascertain the truth, we must not act impulsively, as we lack evidence. Xiao Mushing was, in fact, apprehensive that if they confirmed the identity of the other party, Li Jianda might recklessly seek vengeance, which would be unwise. There was no need to sacrifice another life. Subsequently, the two drove to a factory, merely pausing in the vicinity. Xiao Mushing refrained from approaching to inquire directly. His video had garnered considerable attention. It was too conspicuous. Furthermore, if he were to show a photograph and accidentally encounter a worker acquainted with the suspect, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Currently, he possessed no substantial evidence. Hence, he directed an unseen presence to roam within the factory. While Ji Lu was inside assessing the situation, Li Jianda, seated in the passenger seat, inquired with confusion, are we not getting out? To which Xiao Mushing replied, without evidence, what if we scare them away? Once we confirm their identity, we still need to find proof. If they deny it later, we would be at a loss. Therefore, we shall remain here and observe. I have already disseminated my video, and the earlier video was shared even sooner. Since the other party has not fled, it indicates their confidence in not being discovered. Thus, they are unlikely to escape now. As long as they remain, there is no cause for concern. Observing from the car suffices. Chapter 81. Xiao Mushing's toxicity. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed. Yet the two still awaited the factory's closing time. It was now past 7 in the evening. Let us find a place to dine, Xiao Mushing proposed abruptly, leaving Li Jianda momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, should one truly be preoccupied with the matter of dining? In the grand tapestry of life, with its daily trifecta of meals, if even the most fundamental sustenance holds little significance, what else could possibly matter? Let us eat. Go, 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 he declared, dismissing any further concern for Li Jianda's thoughts. Without waiting for a response, he pressed the accelerator and departed. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Jianda incessantly questioned the necessity of leaving. What if they are indeed the individuals from years past? Are you truly willing to let them slip away? Xiao Mushing feigned an air of profundity, shaking his head. You must understand, I have navigated numerous such situations with utmost professionalism. My actions are deliberate. Furthermore, as I initially stated, we currently lack evidence. Thus, your task now is to assist me in procuring that evidence. A flicker of excitement ignited in Li Jianda's gaze. How can you be so forgetful? Did we not agree? We are going to eat. Xiao Mushing replied. Li Jianda scratched his head in bewilderment. The shift in his companion's demeanor was too abrupt. Why the sudden urge for a meal? What was truly on his mind? At that moment, a subtle smile graced Xiao Mushing's lips, Ji Lu had brought him tidings of a different nature, leaving him in a considerably relaxed state. As for the crucial evidence, he was confident it would soon present itself. At this hour, the bustling dinner crowd was palpable. Xiao Mushing located a particularly popular restaurant teeming with patrons. After ordering 2 dishes, he handed the menu to Li Jianda. Peruse and see if there is anything you desire. Why leave at this moment? Can you provide me with a reason? Xiao Mushing placed a cup of tea before the other person. You have waited for a decade, just wait a little longer. Some matters will soon reach their resolution. Trust me, you shall not be disappointed. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, compounded by the rise of short videos. Over the past few days, Xiao Mushing's previous videos had garnered considerable viewership. Inevitably, a few individuals in the restaurant recognized him, prompting some to cautiously lift their phones to capture the moment. Xiao Mushing alone was already a point of interest, and now he was accompanied by the prime suspect from years past. This provided onlookers with a delightful spectacle. After taking their photos, they uploaded them as short videos. Xiao Mushing's peripheral vision caught sight of those recording. After a moment's contemplation regarding the distance and the likelihood that the other individual had yet to finish work, he reasoned that tonight's meal should be safe. Meanwhile, Huang Du, who had been working late until 10 o'clock, finally concluded his shift, burdened by a heavy sense of resentment. Yet, the thought of a social media detective meeting his demise at his hands alleviated much of his fatigue. Arriving at his room, he inspected the taut strands of hair beneath the door before confidently opening it. He reclined on his bed, facing a large map hanging on the wall. It depicted the entirety of Qingshui City, including various alleys and small shops not marked on the map, all meticulously annotated by him. A small pin on the map signified a pivotal figure. Huang Du retrieved his mobile phone and searched for some key information. To his surprise, he discovered a newly released video from today. In a restaurant, he had seen the internet-famous detective, who was surprisingly with the suspect from 10 years ago. This suggested that the original suspect had indeed been wronged, and that the true perpetrator remained at large. Of course, this is merely my speculation. Those with differing opinions are welcome to share them in the comments section. Huang Du chuckled at the short video, realizing that he would no longer have the chance to dine. Being with Li Jianda meant he was aware of the latter's whereabouts. He had been keeping an eye on Li Jianda's residence and had reconfirmed it in recent days. Since the detective intended to investigate this case, he would undoubtedly need to engage with Li Jianda. Perhaps tonight would be the opportune moment for action. Safe travels, you two. Gazing at the images of the duo in the short video, Huang Du revealed a sinister smile. After their meal, the two returned to Li Jianda's residence. Li Jianda observed the self-assured Xiao Mushing, reflecting on the moments in the car and questioning whether he had overlooked something significant. During the 3 hours of surveillance, he had been exceedingly vigilant. What else could he have possibly missed? Li Jianda was perplexed and could not recall. Did you uncover any important clues in that vicinity? Could you not share some with me? Xiao Mushing casually reclined on the bed. Stop asking so many questions, just eat and drink. Lately, it's sufficient for you to exhibit a better mood. At that moment, Ji Lu floated nearby. Must you always be the enigmatic figure? Xiao Mushing remained silent, as he had his own plans. In the ensuing days, Xiao Mushing's itinerary became less extensive. Yet he frequently traversed between the police station and various crime scenes from years past. Li Jianda was compelled to accompany him, though he perceived this endeavor as futile, for he discerned little evidence being gathered. Nonetheless, Xiao Mushing insisted that he maintain a day of optimism. In a sparsely populated park, Li Jianda offered Xiao Mushing a bottle of water. Are you truly unable to apprehend the perpetrator? He inquired, recalling Xiao Mushing's earlier words. If the situation proved insurmountable, he would have to strive to clear his name. However, the inability to catch the criminal and restore his innocence held little significance for him. Xiao Mushing did not respond. Instead, he anxiously twisted open a bottle of cola, his own chosen beverage. He hastily consumed it, and within moments, more than half the bottle was gone, spilling onto his hands and chin in the process. Li Jianda, observing the mess with a sense of helplessness, retrieved a tissue from his pocket and handed it over. Have you truly not considered spending some time in the hospital? I believe your condition necessitates hospitalization. Through their time together, Li Jianda noted that Xiao Mushing occasionally exhibited erratic behavior, such as singing loudly in the subway or in full view of onlookers, lying on the ground to examine something with a magnifying glass. He even reenacted the events of the original crime scene. Thus, certain thoughts remained unvoiced until now. As Li Jianda sensed the immense pressure weighing upon his companion, Xiao Mushing dabbed at the corner of his mouth with the tissue. Unnecessary. My ailment has yet to impede my ordinary life. Shortly thereafter, the two sat on the bench for merely a few minutes. Suddenly, Xiao Mushing clutched his abdomen and then slid directly off the bench, collapsing to the ground in a kneel. At first, Li Jianda thought his companion was merely putting on a show. Now is not the time for antics. However, with a thud, Xiao Mushing fell to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Li Jianda quickly comprehended that this was no mere act and, in a state of panic, began to slap Xiao Muxing's face. "What's wrong? Don't frighten me. Stay with me. I'm calling for an ambulance." Li Jianda, bewildered by the situation, hesitated to act rashly. Meanwhile, from a nearby high-rise, Huang Du observed with a telescope, a smile creeping onto his lips. The nearest hospital was a half-hour's drive even under normal circumstances. And given the evening rush hour, coupled with Xiao Muxing's inebriation, his fate seemed sealed. After retracting the telescope, Huang Du donned a mask to conceal his grin. Chapter 82. Who Killed? Write out the plan. Huang Du did not rush back, but instead visited a supermarket, purchasing 2 cans of beer, braised pig trotters, and steamed lobster, along with some expensive fruit. He then stopped by a barbecue stall to buy several skewers of lamb. In moments of joy, one often seeks greater satisfaction. After a prolonged period of scheming, it was time to indulge and reward himself. Were it not for the crowd, Huang Du might have even danced with glee. As a light rain began to fall, he returned to his modest dwelling. Amidst the rumbling thunder, the rain intensified. The night was marked by torrential downpours. An ideal time to remain ensconced at home, whether indulging in video games, savoring delicacies, binge-watching shows, or even succumbing to sleep, all of which were profoundly conducive to rest. The corridor echoed with an eerie silence. Huang Du, lost in thought, pondered what kind of prey he would choose next if such an opportunity arose again, and how he might orchestrate their demise. As this notion crossed his mind, a sinister chuckle escaped his lips, unbidden, as he ascended the staircase, clutching his belongings. Step by step, toward his floor. In his exuberance, he neglected to inspect for any stray hairs at his door. He simply pushed it open and reached for the light switch. In that instant, another hand descended upon his. This hand was heavy and coarse, causing the items he held to scatter across the floor. Huang Du found himself pinned to the ground by 2 figures. "Don't move. Stay still." Bewildered, he instinctively struggled. Yet his efforts proved futile. With a click, the light flickered on, illuminating the attire of his assailants, black trousers and blue sleeves. A chill gripped his wrist. As he was forced to rise, he turned to behold a figure that should have been in the ICU fighting for life, or lying in a morgue, now standing before him, unscathed. Huang Du's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dislodging from their sockets. "How are you here? You were supposed to be dead. You should be in the hospital. Why are you here? Why are you here?" Huang Du questioned repeatedly in disbelief, his voice filled with fury. This shouldn't be happening. Everything was under his control. What had gone awry? "You should be dead. You ought to perish. How dare you exist here when you should be dead?" The fierce struggle and roaring cries forced him back to the ground once more. Xiao Muxing shook his head. "With such a scheme, you actually put it in writing and created such a large map. In your next life, be cautious and refrain from inscribing your thoughts." Huang Du, in his obsession, shook his head. No, that is not right. How did you discover me? How did you find me? I distinctly saw you drink it. You were supposed to be dead." Huang Du needed to comprehend why this was happening. Why had things turned out this way? The person who should have died was still alive, and the officer had come to his home. This was all wrong. The individual before him should have perished. Li Jianda was supposed to be arrested tonight. The poison was his, and the drugs were taken from his home. He had left no traces. Everything was so impeccably executed. All should have been settled. How could it be that he was the one caught? This was not supposed to be. Xiao Muxing observed the profound impact this had on his counterpart. "As for me, I merely wash my face and hands. Regarding your perception of my poisoning, I tend to be a bit eccentric. I enjoy putting on a show, and if I don't perform at least once a day, I feel a sense of restlessness. And your so-called plan, do you truly consider everyone a fool? Do you genuinely believe this is 10 years ago? You have long left behind too many traces. And these traces will inevitably serve as evidence against you in your trial. No, you deceived me. I performed flawlessly, yet there is undoubtedly something suspicious about you. You must have employed some method unknown to me." Faced with his struggles and dishonesty, the police were compelled to take decisive action. After all, he was a genuine threat. In addition to these 2 officers, several others arrived to provide assistance, subduing him effectively. As for this house, every item within is incriminating evidence. Naturally, Xiao Muxing left with the officers, returning to the police station. Li Jianda remained there, having had his emergency call abruptly terminated by a hand. He stood in shock, the foam still lingering at the corners of the other party's mouth. He recalled how the individual had, after finishing another call, recounted the events leading up to their current predicament. It was only now that he had fully processed it all. Observing Xiao Muxing return with the officers, Li Jianda voiced a question that had just come to mind. "You have been with me this entire time. How did you know of the other party's plans?" The individual had spent most of their time with him, only occasionally discussing matters with those at the police station. It seemed this was of little significance to you. Was it not? Upon hearing this, Li Jianda suddenly felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it did seem trivial. The murderer he had sought for 10 long years had finally been apprehended, and the injustices he had endured for a decade were finally vindicated. How the other party had accomplished this now seemed of little consequence to him. At this moment, Xiao Mushing placed a hand upon the shoulder of the other. Your parents still require assistance in their twilight years. A girl will not be drawn to a man devoid of responsibility and as a gentleman. It is imperative that you shoulder your own obligations, for you are their sole offspring. As Xiao Mushing concluded his words, two elderly figures entered from outside. Li Jianda had already entered middle age, and they too were no longer youthful. Despite his advanced years, Li Jianda's father continued to work, driven by the desire to provide for this child, hoping to leave behind something substantial to ease the burdens of future life. Witnessing their family reunited, Xiao Mushing stepped back. With Ji Lu by his side, is there anything else you wish for me to convey? No, he still loves me dearly. I have not misjudged him. And that is sufficient. By the way, could you kindly check on my parents and deliver some words to them? Xiao Mushing nodded in agreement. Chapter 83. The distinctive abilities of the golden-edged hunter, 2 chapters combined. In a small county near Qingshan City, an elderly man gazed at a thin, sealed parcel in his hands, scratching his head in confusion. I haven't ordered anything, have I? A woman in the kitchen, preparing a meal, poked her head out. What is it, old man? It's a rather slender package. I wonder what it contains. I shall open it and see. The man closed the door, strolled over to the coffee table, settled onto the sofa, and picked up a pair of scissors to unwrap the parcel. Upon opening it, he discovered a letter inside. As he unfolded the envelope and beheld the handwriting, the old man was taken aback. This is the handwriting he has painstakingly replicated countless times in his study. It does not belong to any renowned calligrapher, but to a girl. This script is exquisite, imbued with a gentle grace that is uniquely feminine. Despite a decade of practice, he has been unable to achieve such perfection. It seems as though it were penned by her own hand during her lifetime. Upon examining the contents, the elderly man was taken aback. The tone of the letter and the strikingly familiar handwriting moved him to tears. In the kitchen, the elderly woman extinguished the stove and entered the living room, where she found the man weeping inexplicably. She gently wiped away his tears. What is the matter? He stammered, trembling as he held the letter aloft. Look. The woman took the letter, her eyes scanning the script and its contents, her body shaking uncontrollably. Even though their daughter had passed away a decade ago, they chose to believe that this letter was indeed sent by her. It contained her care for them, a farewell, and her own remorse for being unable to provide for them in their old age. They were already aware that the perpetrator had been apprehended. Their hearts were filled with anger, sorrow, and a sense of solace for their daughter's spirit in the afterlife. Yet, everything was in the past. Their daughter was gone and would never return. They would revert to their somber existence, haunted by memories of her, which would inevitably bring forth pangs of grief. However, this letter filled them with overwhelming joy. Their daughter claimed she had died, yet had still seen them, which compelled her to write this letter and have it sent. To anyone else, it might seem like a scam, yet they were willing to believe. On the other side, in a restaurant, Xiao Mushing swirled his goblet. To the deceased. He toasted, and the two clinked their glasses together. I must extend my gratitude to you. Had it not been for the information you provided, I would not have been able to apprehend him so swiftly. My dear brother, you are far too courteous. I have gathered some intelligence myself. With your skills, you would have found him even without my assistance. This statement was heartfelt. He had discerned specific details through his connections. The adversary had plotted to eliminate Xiao Mushing, only to find himself ensnared in a web of his own making, with his crimes compounded. Attempted murder, coupled with a decade-old charge of premeditated homicide, along with various other accusations of framing and deceit, weighed heavily against him. He had previously consulted a lawyer, who indicated that in such circumstances, the likelihood of a death sentence was considerable. The incident had sparked significant public outcry, and the fact that he committed another crime a decade later, premeditated and driven by jealousy, complete with framing, rendered him irredeemable. However, such allegations required evidence, and Xiao Mushing cleverly orchestrated the circumstances to gather all pertinent proof, ensuring there was no possibility of the adversary overturning his fate. One could only commend the brilliance of his strategy. Had it been placed upon him, he would certainly have faltered. I possess no such skills. It is all thanks to the assistance of friends, Xiao Mushing remarked sincerely. Indeed, no case had been resolved solely by his efforts. He always required at least a ghostly ally. I must also congratulate you, my brother. You have now ascended to the rank of a golden hunter. That is only due to your influence. Originally, I was to wait a while longer. But after completing the last mission with you, I was promoted immediately. As the conversation progressed, Xiao Mushing inquired, what distinguishes a gold medal hunter from a level 5 hunter? Since the topic seemed likely to pique the other person's interest, he felt no need to conceal anything. Judging by the other party's capabilities, it was only a matter of time before they would encounter such matters. Thus, it was prudent to establish a rapport in advance. In comparison to level 5 bounty hunters, there were not many differences, save for the inclusion of more international tasks. I trust you have also noticed that the majority of assignments undertaken by bounty hunters of level 5 and below are predominantly domestic. with some even possessing regional restrictions, confined to within the city or province. However, due to the necessity for gold medal bounty hunters to accept international assignments, a stringent requirement for promotion to this rank is the mastery of at least 2 foreign languages, including English. Furthermore, one's overall performance on completed tasks is thoroughly evaluated. Only those with a commendable track record across various assignments can qualify for advancement. Is that so? Do the earnings reflect this? Xiaomashin queried. Let me put it this way, the other person replied, I recently accepted a task, and I'm preparing to head out. The remuneration offered is quite substantial. He slowly raised a finger, indicating 1 million. That amount is indeed significantly higher than many level 5 assignments. Xiaomashin nodded slightly, only to be taken aback when he clarified, not in yuan, but in dollars. The realization struck Xiaomashin, so much more. I merely wished to test my skills. Hence I selected a relatively simple task. You are unaware that I have even witnessed millions of tasks. What tasks could be so costly? It involves investigating the headquarters of an international organization, albeit one of dubious legitimacy. Domestically, it operates in the gray, while internationally, it delves into the shadows. The risks are undeniably significant, and a single misstep could result in dire consequences. High risk indeed yields high returns. However, it must be noted that the dangers associated with overseas missions far exceed those at home. After all, you are well aware of the environment abroad, filled with joy one moment and gunfire the next. In certain regions, firearms are virtually ubiquitous, far removed from the rudimentary weapons we have domestically. Weapons such as anti-material sniper rifles and Gatling guns are not mere fabrications. Some individuals can truly acquire them. The Bounty Hunter Forum has been established for many years, yet gold standard hunters remain a rarity, primarily due to the exceptionally high mortality rate abroad. Regardless of one's skills, a stray shell from the heavens can abruptly end one's life. Xiaomashin nodded in agreement, having dealt with such matters numerous times. He was acutely aware of their devastating power. Moreover, the weapons he had encountered were of a lesser caliber, either homemade or basic shotguns or rudimentary cannons. In stark contrast to the formidable arsenal spoken of by the deceased, these were but trifles. Much of what the deceased referenced stemmed from his own investigations, as well as tales gleaned from the elder's lips. After all, he too must venture forth and prepare accordingly. Speaking of which, said the figure known as Dead Man, in a tone laced with allure, what do you think? Are you interested in joining me for an outing? Consider it a preliminary meeting, if you will. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. The choice is yours. The task he had undertaken could be deemed relatively safe, though the location itself was rather precarious, even chaotic. Hence, he sought a more reliable companion, and in his eyes, Xiaomashin was the ideal candidate. Fluent in foreign languages, adept in wilderness survival, experienced in encounters with armed adversaries, skilled in solving mysteries, and possessing a sharp intellect. Most importantly, he had a touch of madness. In certain foreign lands, he was practically an untouchable asset, a perfect selection. Naturally, he did not wish to impose. After all, the other party had only recently entered this line of work and might harbor reservations. It would be unwise to jeopardize their rapport over such a proposition, as that would be counterproductive. After some contemplation, Xiaomashin responded, I lack sufficient experience for now. I think I should undertake a few more tasks to hone my skills. That is acceptable. Should you ever feel inclined, do not hesitate to reach out to me, and I shall show you around, Dead Man replied, unfazed by the situation. His demeanor quite amiable. He had merely mentioned it in passing, understanding that the other party might not be prepared. Besides, opportunities would inevitably arise in the future. After their hearty meal, the two parted ways. As Xiaomashin drove home, he pondered whether one day a foreigner might find themselves in a haunted house. Would the underworld offer such a service? Was this akin to cross-border ghost hunting, or did the entire globe fall under the jurisdiction of the underworld? He quickly dismissed such thoughts, realizing his imagination had wandered too far afield. However, one must concede that the bounties associated with the tasks undertaken by elite hunters were indeed substantial. He had undertaken numerous tasks, yet cumulatively, none could match the earnings of a single task performed by others. However, the associated risks were indeed considerable. Upon deeper reflection, it became apparent that foreign funds do not simply materialize out of thin air. The risks involved are substantial. Who would willingly part with such a significant sum? Regrettably, the rewards for this particular endeavor were rather meager, a mere 50,000 yuan, accompanied by a piece of exquisite calligraphy, which unmistakably bore the hallmark of a woman's hand. At that moment, he recorded the intended words of the other party on his mobile device. After Ji Lu departed, she gifted Xiaomashin her calligraphic work. He then transcribed the content and sent it off. However, considering the young girl's voice, the delicate script, and his own appearance, with long hair and a scarf, he mused that stepping outside would likely attract requests for his contact information. As the car navigated towards the underground parking lot, Xiao Mushing felt a peculiar warmth emanating from his possession. He retrieved the object from his embrace. It was the bull-headed stone carving he had excavated earlier. Initially, he attributed the warmth to the car's interior, but as it grew increasingly hot, he sensed something was amiss. Xiao Mushing pondered the implications. If such a reaction occurred before even entering the haunted residence, what unforeseen developments awaited him within? With these questions swirling in his mind, he ascended the staircase, the stone carving in hand. Should he discern any irregularities in its reaction, he would promptly retreat. As he drew nearer to the ominous dwelling, the stone's response intensified significantly. The temperature gradually ascended, becoming increasingly heated, yet it had not reached a point that compelled Xiao Mushing to relinquish his grasp. It remained within the bounds of his tolerance. However, as he approached the final flight of stairs, curiosity enveloped him as he scrutinized the stone sculpture in his hands. With each step he took, the heat intensified slightly. Yet, the human body possesses a threshold for temperature. Upon reaching a certain degree of warmth, he would undoubtedly set the object down or envelop it in cloth. Remarkably, despite having ascended to the third floor, traversing numerous steps, the temperature continued to rise. And he found it still bearable. Logically, he should have nearly reached his limit moments ago, yet now his heat endurance seemed to have been elevated. At this juncture, a bold notion sparked in Xiao Mushing's mind. He made a small incision in his palm and seized the stone sculpture with his wounded hand. The intense sensation from the previous day gradually transformed into a gentler warmth. It is said that blood must be shed to claim ownership of a haunted dwelling. And this stone sculpture held a certain intrigue. As he approached the entrance of the eerie abode, the sculpture began to emit a ghostly green luminescence. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, the ethereal glow illuminated the entire room, and at that moment, the stone sculpture vanished from his palm. Simultaneously, the wound on Xiao Mushing's hand began to heal. He felt an influx of new knowledge within his mind, and after digesting this information, he raised an eyebrow in contemplation. I had thought I could transform into a soul-fetching messenger, yet it appears to be merely this. He had acquired the ability to permit a spirit to possess him for a brief period. This newfound power left Xiao Mushing with a peculiar sensation, akin to the bittersweet taste of something that is neither entirely satisfying nor easily discarded. Simultaneously, he observed a petite progress bar, which was now tantalizingly close to completion. It seemed that filling this bar to its utmost would grant him access to the next ability, likely related to the supernatural. However, the information swirling in his mind did not elucidate the origins of this stone sculpture. It appeared he would have to explore this mystery on his own, though he had little hope for any extraordinary powers. Indeed, it was reasonable to assume that if something truly remarkable were to be bestowed upon him, the Taoist priest from earlier would not have merely passed down a scant few tales. After all, this was a time of feudal society, where a national master could potentially incite rebellion without much consequence. Upon exhausting these resources, Xiao Mushing noticed an elderly man calmly awaiting him nearby. He greeted the elder politely, inquiring, "Do you possess any lingering desires, sir?" "Greetings, esteemed judge," the old man replied with a respectful bow. "I am not." Xiao Mushing hastily interjected upon hearing the title, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. The stone sculpture of a bull's head could hardly be equated to a judge of the dead. It was more akin to a minor specter. The elder paused, momentarily taken aback, before quickly correcting himself. "My apologies, great Yin Luo. I am but a humble individual who fails to recognize the esteemed. I am not Yin Luo. I am merely an ordinary person capable of perceiving ghosts." Devoid of any mythic appellations, Xiao Mushing clarified. The elder nodded knowingly, a profound understanding reflected in his gaze. "I comprehend. You are presently just an ordinary individual." Xiao Mushing felt an unsettling sense that the ghost seemed to misunderstand his situation even more profoundly. The old man wore a beaming smile, exuding an ethereal green glow as he entered the scene. His eyes were so dazzled that he could barely open them. Yet the other party referred to this as being ordinary. Moreover, he was a deceased person. Instead of reporting to the underworld, he found himself here. It was evident, merely by instinct, that the man before him was anything but ordinary. Chapter 84. Foreign arms. Xiao Mushing was too disinterested to engage in further discussions. "Let us return to the main point. What was your occupation before?" "A bounty hunter." Xiao Mushing. The bounty hunter had met an untimely end, and he was of considerable age as well. Let us remain calm. Perhaps this individual was merely a novice, older in years but unfortunate enough to perish during their first assignment. "How did you die?" "I cannot precisely say, as I recall a moment when my consciousness simply faded away, devoid of any pain, with no one around me. If I were to speculate on a possible cause of death, I would surmise it could have been a sniper's bullet to the head, preventing my brain from reacting in time, leading to an abrupt cessation of function." Xiao Mushing. Can this ghost bypass him entirely? The description provided was rather terrifying. If he were to take on this case, would he too fall victim to a sniper's bullet? Domestic? Impossible, it was abroad. Xiao Mushing blinked in surprise. What level of bounty hunter are you? Are you well versed in this industry? Gold medal. The elder's smile remained unwavering. Xiao Mushing gazed upwards, only able to see the lights and the pristine white ceiling. I am currently engaged in this profession as well. By the way, what is your name? Zhengde? Bounty hunter ID. University student. How could one conceive such an ID name? In my youth, my family faced financial hardships, and I never had the opportunity to pursue education, which fostered a deep longing for learning within me. Thus, I adopted this ID for myself, reminisced Zhengde with a hint of nostalgia. I undertook a task that ultimately led to demise, a private job. A former acquaintance had gone missing, and his daughter sought my assistance. I helped her, but mere days later, she met with tragedy. Just as I had begun to uncover some clues, I too fell into a similar fate. A twitch of distress flickered at the corner of Xiao Mushing's eye. The ease with which one could take a life abroad felt akin to quenching thirst. Yet, you possessed the audacity to continue your inquiries. There was no choice. It was a promise made to a friend's daughter, and I had failed to safeguard her, allowing her to perish under mysterious circumstances. At this juncture, the elder reached for his bag, only to find it empty. Xiao Mushing remained silent. The descendant of a friend sought your aid, yet the task was unresolved, and tragedy ensued. Such circumstances are unbearable, compelling one to pursue the truth at all costs. What are you investigating? You have driven the adversary to resort to a sniper rifle against you. It is a trivial matter, merely connected to a small batch of arms. Xiao Mushing reclined on the sofa, feeling like a heap of despondency. If dealings with arms are considered trifling, what monumental tasks does this elder typically undertake? Where is this taking place? In the country of Rolo. I have not heard of any conflicts there. Why would there be a demand for arms? Xiao Mushing, having followed certain news, found it perplexing why such a nation would require weaponry. The local gangsters operate under a different paradigm than their foreign counterparts. In the domestic realm, they may wield knives at most. However, abroad, such displays are commonplace. In certain nations, the armaments possessed by gangs surpass those of the national military. Xiao Mushing nodded in agreement, fully aware that should domestic gangs dare to brandish firearms, they would be met with more than mere law enforcement. They would soon learn the true meaning of overwhelming firepower. How did your friend become entangled in such perilous affairs? The dangers are excessively high, he mused. He is involved in cross-border transportation, which inherently resides in a gray area. Some matters cannot simply be avoided by mere desire. In the world of the underbelly, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances, Zhengde replied with a tone imbued with worldly wisdom. Xiao Mushing sighed. I am rather reluctant to take on this job. I fear that accepting it may lead to my demise. Zhengde paused, taken aback by the sentiment. Are you truly concerned about this? Of course, I am still alive and have no intention of descending to the underworld prematurely. I have yet to earn enough to indulge in the pleasures of this earthly existence. Upon hearing this, Zhengde stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing that seeking assistance should not be approached in such a manner. I am without parents, and I have no children. Over the years, I have squandered much of my wealth, though I have managed to amass a modest stash of gold, around a dozen or so jin. I suppose I shall have no use for it in the afterlife, and it would be fitting to bestow it upon you. At this moment, Xiao Mushing quietly calculated the worth of the gold. A dozen jin, given the current market price, would amount to over 3 million, and likely more. Yet, the risks involved are exceedingly daunting. In foreign lands, the realms of organized crime and armaments are perilous territories, each fraught with life-threatening implications. Yet, my sole intention is not to confront the underworld. Rather, I seek to ascertain the fate of my dear friend, whether he lives or has perished, and the identity of those who have harmed us. You remain oblivious to the identity of your assailants? Zheng nodded solemnly. The arms trade encompasses a vast array of interests, manufacturers, buyers, and transporters. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that a consignment of arms has gone missing, though the quantity is not substantial. It is imperative to ascertain their whereabouts. If the fate of these weapons remains unresolved, countless individuals will be unable to find solace in their sleep. What have you discovered thus far? I traced the leads to the location you mentioned, but as I endeavored to delve deeper, I became the target of an assassination attempt. How can a Spectre possibly monitor a sniper potentially situated kilometers away? The risk associated with this case has escalated exponentially. Are you unaware of the whereabouts of the arms? I have gathered a modicum of information, but coupled with the assassination attempt, I harbor several suspicions. Xiao Mushing closed his eyes in silence. The depths of this intrigue remain unfathomable. Investigation is plausible, but it hinges on two paramount conditions. First, the ability to extricate oneself from the situation, and second, the assurance of personal safety. This means that during the inquiry, one must avoid drawing suspicion upon oneself, lest they become a target for assassination. Xiao Mushing glanced at the bounty hunter before him. I am willing to undertake a journey and cooperate with you. However, the majority of this search must be conducted by you. Zheng pointed to himself. He found that apart from his ability to control the electrical appliances within this house, he was powerless over anything else. Was it possible that the other party intended to bestow upon him some supernatural powers? Abilities such as creating illusions, shifting between reality and fantasy, or even possession. What gifts do you plan to bestow upon me? You may not grasp my intention. I mean to say that I will venture into nearby areas to locate individuals pertinent to this matter, though I shall not make direct contact. You can observe their movements, scrutinize whom they associate with in private, and discern the nature of their conversations. Surely, you comprehend the language of the Lolo Kingdom? Zheng nodded. Although he had not formally pursued education, he had self-studied various subjects, including a dozen languages. This also explained his regret over not having attended school, as he possessed a certain aptitude for learning. Chapter 85. The Task of Fat Fish. As for the assistance offered by the other party, while it differed from his expectations, he held no complaints. After all, how many souls unjustly perished were afforded such an opportunity? After conveying this information, Xiao Muxing pondered for a moment before picking up his phone. However, he refrained from contacting Dead Person. Previously, Dead Person had disclosed that he would not be traveling to the Lolo Kingdom. He also had the contact information for two other individuals, both of whom were now elite bounty hunters. He wondered if they had accepted any overseas missions. Ultimately, he reached out to Fat Fish, who was currently in the Lolo Kingdom. If you are coming here to execute a task that is fortuitous, I am already here, so please come directly. I shall wait for you. My mission abroad carries a certain degree of peril, and it may trouble you. Is there any overseas assignment devoid of danger? My own task is equally treacherous. Rest assured, I welcome your assistance. The eager Fat Fish exclaimed as he found himself stalled in his current undertaking. With someone arriving to lend a hand, he would certainly not decline. As for the task, Insha might be assigned. He believed it would not pose significant risks. The individual had merely reached level 5, and it was unlikely they would be entrusted with any substantial international mission. Thus, it should not be overly hazardous. Unlike his own assignment, where he narrowly escaped being brutally attacked, with the leader even carrying a firearm at their waist. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to evade the danger. With Insha assisting, he anticipated that the task would soon be resolved, enabling him to return home sooner. After receiving a reassuring response, Xiao Muxing began to prepare some items. While abroad, he needed to ensure he was equipped for self-defense. He then turned to Zheng De, inquiring, "Do you possess any remarkable self-defense skills? Perhaps in martial arts or firearms?" "My aim is quite accurate," Zheng De replied. "If I were younger, taking on a group alone would not pose a challenge. However, age has taken its toll, and my body is no longer what it used to be." Hearing this, Xiao Muxing nodded slightly. Upon disembarking from the plane, he spotted Fat Fish outside the airport, burdened with a backpack. Fat Fish was scanning the surroundings, searching for familiar faces. Xiao Muxing, adorned with a mask and sunglasses, his back slightly hunched and carrying a large bag, resembled a frail old man with a stoop. He approached Fat Fish. The polite Fat Fish graciously stepped aside until Xiao Muxing patted his shoulder and, using the familiar dialect, uttered a single word, "Fat Fish." It was then that Fat Fish realized this was Inchai. "Why are you dressed like this?" he inquired. When one is out on a mission, it is inevitable to offend someone. It is prudent to exercise caution. At that moment, Zheng De was soaring in the sky, vigilantly monitoring suspicious individuals. Fat Fish nodded in agreement, echoing his thoughts. He then adjusted his hat, and upon removing it, transformed into a balding gentleman. After smoothing his face, he added a few wrinkles. Had it not been for the necessity of Xiao Muxing recognizing him, he would not have revealed his true appearance. Xiao Muxing contemplated the value of having a reliable teammate. Indeed, it was quite commendable. The two supported each other, making their way to a modest inn where Fat Fish was temporarily residing. Once in the room, Fat Fish retrieved a signal jammer from his backpack. After charging it, he took out another device for a thorough scan. He then drew all the curtains, confirming that no other presence lingered before nodding at Xiao Muxing. At that moment, Xiao Muxing felt increasingly reassured about having found this ally. The two gradually shed their disguises. With a touch of enthusiasm, Fat Fish inquired, "What mission brings you here?" "I noticed there seem to be rather few tasks from the Kingdom of Rolo on the Bounty Hunter Forum. It's a private job, but I advise against probing too deeply. This task is exceedingly perilous," Fat Fish replied nonchalantly. "How dangerous could it possibly be?" Xiao Muxing extended his index and thumb, forming the shape of a gun, and then pointed it at his temple. Several individuals had met their demise in such a manner. "Relax," Feiyu said, his heartbeat momentarily faltering before he feigned nonchalance. "During my time here, I've heard tales of gun violence. If I were to say you know too much, you might just attract the attention of a sniper. Let us first discuss my mission," he continued. "My task is to uncover the whereabouts of a missing traveler." "What is the name of this individual?" Xiao Muxing inquired. Dongjuexia? Zheng De interjected from the side. She is deceased. Xiao Musheng lifted his gaze, seemingly seeking an explanation. This person is not merely a tourist. She is a gem dealer who came to acquire raw gemstones, albeit through illicit means. She procured them from the local gang involved in gemstone extraction. My investigation into arms trafficking had connections to gangs, which led me to learn about her. Do you know her whereabouts? Fei Yu's lips twitched, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zheng De pondered for a moment before responding. I am not entirely certain, but according to local practices, most bodies are buried beneath fruit trees within gang-controlled areas, serving as fertilizer. It is hardly surprising that she sought to engage in underhanded dealings with the local gang. Her demise is regrettable, but not unexpected. Upon absorbing this information, Xiao Musheng turned to Fei Yu. If she is deceased, will they still compensate the other party? Certainly. It was merely an inquiry into the whereabouts of a person, whether they be alive or deceased. However, I am curious why you suddenly broached this subject. Fei Yu scratched his head, noting that the individual had just disembarked from the plane. There were still several clues and pieces of intelligence he had yet to inquire about, and he found it hard to believe that the other party could have arrived at any conclusion so swiftly. How much is this task worth? It amounts to 200,000 US dollars. Having only recently attained the status of a premier bounty hunter, my intent was to first familiarize myself with the field, which is why I have refrained from engaging in excessively perilous assignments. Yet, to my surprise, this task proved to be quite complicated. Upon discovering that this individual had some ties to a local gang, I attempted to gather information and nearly met my demise at the hands of the gang members. What was intended to be a simple inquiry turned into an encounter with a throng of assailants. Xiao Musheng pondered for a moment before speaking. The individual you mentioned, based on the channels I accessed, is a gem trafficker who attempted to engage in a black market deal with a local gang and ultimately met a grim fate. Presently, his whereabouts remain unknown. You must hasten to seek out members of the local gang for information. Otherwise, they may suspect you of being affiliated with him. Fei Yu. That sounds quite implausible and lacks credibility. How do you come by this information? Because the risks of my assignment are significantly greater, necessitating an investigation into the gang's activities. Furthermore, I possess certain information channels here, which allowed me to gather insights ahead of time. Chapter 86, Intelligence Station, Jichimang Mangrove Forest, 2 chapters combined. Of course, if you harbor any additional doubts, you may explore alternative avenues for inquiry. However, it is prudent not to inquire further with the local gang. After some contemplation, Fei Yu found a direction that made his investigation considerably more manageable, and it became easier to trace the whereabouts of the individual in question. Furthermore, the verification process would not entail excessive danger, which prompted him to ask with genuine concern. And what about you? Xiao Musheng's earlier remarks had served as a caution, indicating that the matters he was about to investigate were far from simple. There was even the peril of being targeted by a sniper, unlike an AK, which could be procured for a mere 2,000 yuan. Sometimes, even with a complimentary 200 rounds, a sniper rifle demands a higher degree of precision and therefore commands a significantly steeper price, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. However, the most exorbitant cost lies not in the weapon itself, but in the sniper, a resource that not every organization can afford. Rest assured, I have a secure approach that will not place me in jeopardy, Fei Yu reassured, well aware of Xiao Musheng's capabilities. Is there anything you require of me? I'm uncertain of the specifics. A simple routine excursion will suffice, Xiao Musheng replied, having already devised his own action plan. He intended for Zheng De to gather information and intelligence independently, given that the individual in question had been a renowned bounty hunter prior to their demise. Their professional expertise was undoubtedly exceptional. Although they now existed in a limited capacity, they also possessed newfound conveniences. Moreover, with the occasional assistance he could provide, they should be able to swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of the missing friend. Xiao Musheng's decision to come here was indeed significant. It is a known truth that the nature of a haunted house dictates that one must depart before another can arrive. If one does not depart, they shall forever be accompanied by a specter during meals and slumber. Speaking of which, does the nation of Luo possess any distinctive traits? Fei Yu raised an eyebrow. The cultural street. Are you not afraid of falling ill? Such professions are legitimate in their country, and regular health examinations are conducted monthly to ensure the safety of patrons. Xiao Musheng paused momentarily. Fei Yu also noticed the strange expression on Xiao Musheng's face. This world comprises nearly 200 nations, and not all are alike. Are there any other unique features? Indeed, their roasted insects are particularly delectable. A more conventional dish would be mango and durian fried rice. It sounds somewhat ordinary, yet this combination appears rather peculiar. Xiao Musheng raised an eyebrow. As a child from the countryside, he had not encountered much of the world. Rest assured, it not only smells like excrement, but also resembles it. How does it taste? It is said to be similar, Yet there are always skeptics. Every year, tourists come to sample it, but I could never bring myself to do so, Feiyu remarked, also frowning. I now harbor a suspicion that they might be using it and claiming it to be something else. Xiao Musheng did not voice the remainder of his thought. However, Feiyu had already grasped the implication. Zheng De interjected, they may be unsanitary, yet not excessively repulsive. This region is abundant in mangoes and durians, so much so that they cannot sell them all. Thus they create bizarre culinary concoctions to satiate the curiosity of visitors and enhance sales. At this moment, Xiao Musheng turned his head and inquired, you haven't eaten, have you? I replied that I had, though the flavor was somewhat peculiar, yet it belonged to the category of intriguingly delectable. Of course, this also tests one's culinary skills. If one encounters a poorly skilled chef, it can only be regarded as an unfortunate meal. In other locales, subpar cuisine may merely be unpleasant, but in this place, a lack of culinary expertise exacts a significant toll on the patrons. Feiyu, sat silently by. Noting that now even the yin chai was no longer discreet about its afflictions, it seemed to manifest itself without restraint. Let us depart and procure some food, Xiao Musheng suggested after a brief conversation. After a while, he turned to me and said, and we both adjusted our gear in front of the mirror. We then stowed some essential items into our bags and exited the inn. The streets were bustling with activity, pedestrians ebbing and flowing around us. As we melded into the throng, we found ourselves quite occupied. Within a short span, we had exchanged a few blows. Subsequently, some individuals clutched their hands and vanished into the crowd. Was it common for so many here to engage in such activities? Primarily, our backpacks suggested we carried valuables, and our appearance did not resemble that of the locals, making us seem like easier targets, thus drawing attention our way. Zheng Dapio floated above, spotting a building. Let us head east for a moment and linger near a place with a red sign. There is a convenience store where we can buy some items and have a drink. Let us aim to stay for about 10 minutes, he advised. Xiao Musheng discreetly shifted his position, glancing up at the pink sign before lowering his gaze without uttering a word. How should I put it? Once he's inside, he might just become a male Lolita. Upon arriving at the convenience store, the two procured a bottle of water. Feiyu gazed at the pink sign diagonally behind them. Shall we venture inside for a look? This establishment is quite the local novelty. There are numerous countries with such distinctive bars, it's hardly necessary. Xiao Musheng remarked in an even tone. Then what purpose does our hydration serve here? Don't tell me you were merely parched, as this convenience store is not the nearest one to us. Feiyu, now a gold-tier bounty hunter with extensive experience in the trade, possesses the requisite acuity. Let's refrain from discussing this topic here. Let's switch to another. Although they communicated in the Dragon Kingdom's language, one could never be certain who might comprehend it. To err on the side of caution, it was best to avoid the subject. Feiyu swiftly caught on. Those legs that just passed by were remarkably fair. But wasn't the owner of those legs a man? Just tell me, fair or not? Before Xiao Musheng could respond, the individual being observed by Feiyu cast a flirtatious glance at Feiyu, then dramatically tossed their hair. Feiyu? He merely intended to divert the conversation, not to attract attention. Xiao Musheng smiled silently, as the flirtatious glance was not directed at him. After lingering for a while, the two rose to depart. Xiao Musheng inquired in a low voice, what did you discern? He sought to know what the other had witnessed upon entering. A lead figure from a previous investigation had been found inside, tongue excised and exsanguinated. Zheng De portrayed this bloody scene with an air of detachment, as if devoid of any semblance of compassion or empathy. Why is that? The answer is simple. He witnessed things he ought not to have seen and uttered words he should have refrained from speaking. He had been warned to leave promptly. Yet he still entertained the notion of profiting from this affair. It was only a matter of time before misfortune befell him. I merely did not expect to encounter him today. How's the progress? I have gleaned some new information regarding the gang involved in arms trafficking. Their second-in-command met his demise not long ago. Oh, he was killed by their leader, the reason being an indiscretion with the boss's wife. The unfortunate man, who had his tongue severed, sold this information, although I suspect it to be a fabrication. There are those who wish to exploit his words to disseminate this falsehood and subsequently use his death to validate it, thereby concealing certain truths. It seems rather convoluted. Indeed, it is. Within this realm, the gangs are rife with cunning, and many matters are entangled in a web of complexity. Is it not possible for someone to become ensnared in their own machinations? Certainly, but most of those who do perish, leaving behind only a fortunate few who manage to survive amidst the confusion. I had previously believed that gangs were solely comprised of brutal enforcers. I had no idea they engaged in such intricate schemes. Those who merely resort to violence do not qualify as gangs. Xiao Musheng nodded slightly in agreement. You may leisurely explore for a while, but do remain vigilant about your safety. It would be wise to refrain from venturing out after nightfall. I sense that significant undertakings may be unfolding in the shadows during this period. Additionally, it would be prudent to assist the little chubby fellow with his task. Are you aware of the name and location of the gang he previously recruited? The Nala Gang. I am familiar with its whereabouts and know of a reasonably priced venue where information can be procured. You might inquire there. Xiao Musheng, accompanied by Fei Yu, boarded a bus and subsequently arrived at a tavern, where they secured a private room. A decorative quill pen lay beside them, accompanied by a menu. Xiao Musheng flipped the menu over, dipped the decorative quill in a bit of water, and inscribed some notes upon it. He then turned the menu back and ordered 2 beverages, folding a small corner of the paper. When the waiter approached, he placed a handful of coins upon the tray and discreetly covered it with the menu. At this moment, Fei Yu spoke. You have frequented this place before. From leading him to the tavern to the seamless execution of the preceding actions, you exhibit a remarkable familiarity that belies a first-time visit. It is not a matter of being a novice, but rather of being exceptionally prepared. A true first-timer would typically inquire for directions. Yet, from the moment of entry to locating the private room and executing the series of actions, there was neither hesitation nor inquiry. A normal individual, regardless of how meticulously they may have planned, would inevitably encounter challenges and require assistance to ascertain the correctness of their destination. It is rare to witness such direct engagement and immediate action. Fat Fish is entirely untrustworthy. What you assert, such sentiments emanate from those lacking confidence, whereas I possess an abundance of self-assurance. Xiao Musheng, with his hands crossed beneath his chin, responded with an air of mystery and authority. Fat Fish could only express approval with a thumbs up. In a short while, a server arrived with 2 cups of tea and placed a napkin at the center of the table. Xiao Musheng once again picked up the steel feather quill, moistening the feather tip slightly. He then spread the napkin open, allowing the water to evenly coat its surface. Gradually, characters began to emerge. These were the letters of the Roro language, Jichimengwalan. Xiao Musheng articulated them in dragon language. Fat Fish had a modest understanding of Roro but was by no means proficient. Otherwise, such a significant misunderstanding would not have arisen. So this is what was found. What was the point of all those wasted days? Being an outsider with ties to the underworld, the local populace remains oblivious, and those connected would never divulge such information. Given your unfamiliarity with this place, it is entirely reasonable that you did not uncover anything. Individuals like Zhang De, seasoned hunters of the highest caliber, exhibit their inherent advantages. Though age may diminish physical prowess compared to their youth, the wealth of knowledge and years of experience they possess cannot be rivaled by the young. Fat Fish understood this perspective. However, it was not particularly fitting for Xiao Musheng to express such sentiments, considering this was purportedly his first venture abroad. Many aspects were unfamiliar to him, yet the situation appeared to reflect an air of unfamiliarity. Just as Fat Fish was about to take a sip of the beverage before him, Xiao Musheng intervened to prevent him. Do not consume this beverage. It may contain harmful substances. This precautionary measure is implemented by the establishment to prevent any unfortunate mishaps following the completion of prior procedures. Observing the drink before him, it becomes evident why the mortality rate among elite bounty hunters is alarmingly high. I now comprehend the rationale behind it. As I have accepted such an inexpensive task with considerable risk, affordability does not equate to diminished peril. It could signify a high-risk, low-reward scenario, much like the previous task with a bounty of 50,000, which bore a striking resemblance in terms of risk and reward. In truth, I harbor doubts regarding the true intentions of the individual who issued this bounty. Are they in search of a person or a gemstone? In this context, I must venture into the mango grove to locate a body and capture a photograph. 4. This endeavor poses little challenge. Finding a corpse within a forest is, in fact, rather straightforward. The mafia would not prepare a coffin for the body, nor would they deliberately obscure any evidence. Thus, with diligent searching, it remains quite feasible to discover it, as I possess sufficient discernment. The necessity of taking a photograph arises from the requirements of the forum task. One must provide evidence of task completion. It is implausible to simply declare the individual found and expect the bounty to be awarded. Should one resort to deceit, the credibility of the bounty hunter forum would inevitably diminish. I casually remarked, I can accompany you, but the labor must be undertaken by you alone. I would not wish to impose further upon you. Having reached this stage, I would feel remiss in not contributing, lest I feel unworthy of the reward. This is a heartfelt sentiment. I merely sought a simple task to hone my skills, yet I was unprepared for such difficulties. It appears I must cultivate more friendships abroad and, moreover, cling closely to formidable figures like Xiao Musheng. His professional capabilities are undeniably impressive. Furthermore, the tasks he undertakes privately are evidently of a different caliber. He has been keeping a watchful eye on the bounty hunter rankings, which to date remains at level 5. While the progress appears modest, it is noteworthy that he only entered the field this year, achieving heights that even those with a decade of experience have yet to reach. Let us proceed then and conclude our endeavors early, suggested Xiaomushing did not object. After all, this was not their first undertaking, and there was no need for him to dig. Chapter 87. The astonishing misunderstanding of thought processes at the headquarters of the Nala gang. Thick plumes of black smoke spiraled into the sky, while rolling flames engulfed the entire structure. Xiaomushing lingered not and moved towards another location, with remaining silent. The two made their way to a mango grove on a nearby hillside, occasionally picking up stones to knock down mangoes. Eventually, they arrived beneath a mango tree and began to excavate. After some time, they uncovered a corner of clothing. With care, they cleared the soil away. Furrowed his brow, it was a man. Though the remains had decayed beyond recognition, certain details were still discernible. The duo continued to explore the mango grove, discovering 3 more disturbed patches of earth. "Is this a custom of the local gang?" remarked with a tinge of melancholy, as digging was indeed laborious. Zheng De calmly remarked, "What is this?" If you had witnessed the sight of lifeless bodies being fed into a shredder to be transformed into fertilizer, you would find this even more unbearable. This world harbors darkness far beyond your imagination. Some individuals are more ruthless than you could ever conceive. Fei was oblivious to this exchange. Xiaomushing absorbed every word, realizing he must exercise greater caution. An erudite elder had been taken down with a single shot. Thus, he needed to be increasingly vigilant. "Old Master Zheng, please assist us by keeping watch. Notify us if anyone approaches." Zheng De nodded and ascended into the air, scanning the vicinity for potential observation or sniper points, as well as routes that could lead to this location. After excavating 3 pits, they finally located the individual they sought in the last one. Fei began photographing while the duo resumed backfilling the earth. Midway through, Zheng De descended from the sky. "Hurry, there are 5 individuals approaching, adorned with tattoos. The leader carries a briefcase and wields a firearm." Xiaomushing rushed over to assist, urging Fei to hasten their efforts. "Complete the backfilling of this last pit. Armed individuals are on their way." Initially, Fei considered taking a break, but upon hearing this, he accelerated his pace, diligently shoveling soil into the pit. Zheng De soared back into the air to monitor the movements of the 5 individuals. Ultimately, just before their arrival, they successfully backfilled the pit and vacated the area, hiding amidst a patch of grass as Fei observed the distant retreat of the 5 men. "I never anticipated they would face such a predicament. Are you familiar with them?" "Previously, it was that fellow with the suitcase who led the charge against me. Had I not dashed into the bustling streets and blended into the crowd, I would likely have been reduced to mere pulp." Seeing their headquarters ablaze, "I assumed they had perished. Little did I know they still lived. Let us depart. Times are tumultuous, and today has been exhausting enough. We should return to the inn." Xiaomushing yawned and remarked, "It seems our return will not be so effortless." Zheng De, who had been surveying from above, descended once more. Just as Xiaomushing intended to step forward, he hesitated, a sudden jolt of foreboding striking him. This was not a trivial matter. As he took a step forward, he noticed Xiaomushing standing frozen in place. "What's the matter? Aren't we heading back to the inn?" "Yes, but we must contemplate how to return." Xiaomushing replied with a calm demeanor. "There remains a sliver of hope. The situation should not prove overly dire. Someone is approaching, accompanied by a dog. They appear to be pursuing those 5 individuals. Moreover, they are not few in number." Xiaomushing directly inquired, "Is there a way to reach the waterways?" "On this hillside." "Where could I possibly find a waterway for you?" Zheng De shrugged his shoulders. Xiaomushing did not harbor any illusions that those individuals would consider themselves innocent and allow them to pass unharmed. He reflected on the 4 corpses buried here. Adding a couple more pits would hardly concern them. "Then let us devise a strategy to circumvent this predicament. What is going on? They dispatched so many, yet several managed to escape. The Blood Serpent squad is utterly inept. It falls to us, the Bloodhound squad, to intervene." The flamboyantly dressed man spoke with an air of self-satisfaction. Holding a leash as wide as a thumb, at the other end is a drooling dog, its eyes gleaming with an ethereal light, and its moist nose diligently capturing the scents in the air. With its mouth agape, it eagerly awaits the opportunity to seize its prey. Yet, amidst the familiar aromas, it detects some unfamiliar scents, still emanating from the same direction. However, these slight distractions do not deter its focus. There were indeed occasions when some canine companions became sidetracked, only to find themselves in their food bowls that night, their essence mingling with the tantalizing fragrances of scallions, ginger, and garlic, a delectable, mouth-watering aroma that no dog desires to possess. Arriving at the freshly disturbed soil in the mango grove, a flamboyantly dressed man notices the freshly turned earth along with various footprints. He observes the chaotic multitude of tracks on one side contrasted with the sparse, nearly vanished prints on the other, and he senses the dog's urge to dash toward the more populous trail. 1/3 of you follow the denser tracks, the rest accompany me in the opposite direction. The mobsters are typically quite cunning, adept at masking their scents and footprints, using the majority as bait. He has encountered such tactics before, which cost him 2 fingers. Thus he is unlikely to fall victim to such ruses again. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Zheng De flutters to Xiao Muxing's side, presenting a choice. The good news, Xiao Muxing promptly inquires first. The recent alleviation of pressure on those 5 individuals can be attributed to the fact that a considerable number of people have ceased their pursuit of them. The good news belongs to others, while the unfortunate tidings seem to be mine. You are quite astute. At least 2/3 of the individuals have sought your assistance. Xiao Muxing remarked, are they mentally challenged? Why would they come to us? I share your sentiment. However, I can comprehend their underlying logic. Despite your attempts at mitigation, a few traces remain. To them, you are the significant figures they wish to pursue, hence their approach. Upon hearing Zheng Da's words, Xiao Muxing cast his gaze skyward, yearning for a tranquil resolution to his predicament, wishing only to return home safely. Why must such troublesome matters find their way to him? Do they possess firearms? Isn't that an obvious question? Certainly. In the violent clashes between gangs, one cannot operate without weapons, especially when the pursued party is armed. Meanwhile, Feiyu, standing nearby, felt a surge of panic intertwined with a strange sense of security, reminiscent of a previous mission in the jungle. At that time, Xiao Muxing would occasionally succumb to his afflictions, leading them through a harrowing escape from poachers. The adrenaline rush was equally intense then. What has been discussed regarding our next course of action? It is too late to retreat. We must hasten our pace. Some may suspect that we are allied with those gangs. After uttering these words, Xiao Muxing swiftly dashed out, moving with urgency. The plump fish followed closely behind, ensuring he could keep pace. Having completed his tasks, encountering such an unpleasant matter could be considered a misstep on his part for not consulting the almanac before venturing out. Chapter 88. An unusual method of gathering intelligence. A group trailing behind consisted of flamboyantly dressed men, incessantly chastising a dog that kept turning its head. The dog, perplexed, could not comprehend why it was being directed to run in this direction when the target lay elsewhere. This contradicted the initial commands it received. This foolish creature. How can it be so devoid of adaptability? Can't it understand that it must run in that direction? The flamboyant man muttered incessantly. Meanwhile, Zheng De was contemplating the fate that awaited these gangsters once they were apprehended. Currently, they were reluctant to face death. But one could never be certain of the other connections at play. Should they descend directly, would they not find themselves at the mercy of the law? For instance, a 10-year sentence could easily be extended to 20. However, his gaze was drawn to an unexpected sight ahead. A box had appeared in the path of the 2 individuals. In an effort to avoid detection, their route was anything but linear, and the 5 others were following suit. Yet, how could such a significant box be carelessly discarded? Zheng De opted not to report this immediately, for the path ahead was devoid of any threats. Once the 2 entered the bustling city, they would essentially be safe. Upon spotting the box, the 2 exchanged glances, and one took a step over it, promptly altering their course. Even if it were filled with gold, they would not dare to touch it. It was a veritable hot potato. Ultimately, the pair managed to blend into the throngs of the bustling city without incident. At this juncture, Zheng De also had the opportunity to gradually recount some fragments of information he had gathered along the way. These snippets were pieced together from the casual conversations of gang members. The current conflict primarily involved 2 factions, one of which seized the moment to annihilate the Nala gang, thereby absorbing their territory, a gemstone mine, and critical transportation routes. However, it was reasonable to assume that the strengths of these 2 gangs were closely matched. The Blood Gang had received some assistance, which was traced back to the gang known as Kara, that I had previously investigated. One would think they would be too preoccupied with their own troubles to extend help to another gang, mused Xiao Muxing softly. It is also possible that the lost armaments have been recovered. For Zheng De to glean such significant information from mere snippets of conversation was already commendable. He could not linger among these individuals for long, so he focused on extracting useful information for analysis. At this moment, Xiao Muxing was contemplating the formidable strength of the Kara gang, as they were evidently capable of purchasing small arms. Generally, gangs acquire weaponry either for resale or in preparation for conflict with others. It now appeared likely to be the latter. The opposing faction had commenced their actions, and smaller gangs typically operate under the aegis of larger ones. This suggested that the armaments had likely been located. Otherwise, their sudden mobilization would remain inexplicable. Zheng De had initiated his investigation into this shipment of arms due to its connection to the disappearance of his friend, which drew him into this intricate web, with the primary objective being to uncover the whereabouts of his missing companion. The arms incident was merely a supplementary matter in the quest to locate a friend's whereabouts. Nevertheless, despite this assertion, he did not believe that the seasoned bounty hunter harbored no intentions of revenge. He intended to visit the vicinity of Kula's gang the following day, preferably at a location where key members would be present, allowing Zheng De to gather more intelligence. Fei returned to the hotel to upload photographs and the location of the disappearance, subsequently marking the task as complete. The next step involved awaiting approval from the bounty hunter forum. After completing all these tasks, he turned to inquire about Xiao Muxing's progress. I have finished my part. How about you? Xiao Muxing's situation was markedly different. He was unaware of the opposing party's current advancements. Thus, he sought to ascertain if there was any way he could assist, even though he felt none existed. It will take more time, Xiao Muxing replied calmly. As today's events had served as a wake-up call for him. Despite their efforts to remain cautious, they had come perilously close to being ensnared. This was merely a skirmish involving a small gang. He shuddered to contemplate the chaos that could ensue from a confrontation with a larger organization. There were aspects he was genuinely unprepared for. Although he had encountered sizable groups before, his experience with such overtly violent factions was limited. It appeared he would need to refine his skills in the future. As for the cultural street, Xiao Muxing had not initially intended to visit this locale. Primarily, Zhang De informed him that the other party had a significant gathering spot here, a place bustling with people and teeming with tourists from abroad, which would aid in their concealment. After completing the task, the sense of urgency diminished. With sunglasses perched upon his nose, he gazed aimlessly, yet his smile remained unwavering. He casually selected a venue that exuded a certain elegance. As Xiao Muxing settled into his seat, a young woman approached him. The individuals here possessed an acute understanding of a man's psyche. Their attire, both revealing and enigmatic, perpetually stirred curiosity within the heart. Xiao Muxing, meanwhile, scrutinized the drink menu. Zhang De had already ventured out to gather intelligence. With great enthusiasm, he inquired, "Shall I call over a couple of dancers?" Xiao Muxing waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's up to you, but whomever calls them must bear the cost." The other man patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured, I shall cover the expenses this time." Before arriving, he had done some research, discovering that prices were generally reasonable here. He contemplated for a moment and then nudged the drink menu towards the other party. "Just get me a beverage, nothing more is necessary." Having previously worked in the alcohol trade, he had encountered various individuals and was familiar with some of the underlying dynamics. Thus, he approached the situation with little emotional investment, discerning the thoughts behind their attire and movements. Certain offerings were legal in this locale, yet the cost would undoubtedly vary based on the quality of service rendered. Upon examining the recently presented beverage price list, one can glean certain insights. Indeed, should out-of-town visitors attempt to evade their responsibilities, the local underworld is prepared to enlighten them on the concept of rules. As long as one keeps an eye on fat fish and remains composed, all shall be well. Chapter 89. Locating the sniper. After Fat Fish placed his order, two young women arrived. To be candid, the service here is quite attentive. Those referred to as dancing girls indeed fulfill that role. However, the nature of their dance tends to entice patrons into further expenditures. Xiao Muxing merely feigned interest, not allowing his focus to be entirely consumed by such distractions, for their circumstances were not entirely secure. This establishment is under the influence of organized crime, and given the events of the previous day, it was evident that Kula was preparing to extend their reach, which would inevitably invite retaliation from rival factions. Should any ominous signs arise, he would make a hasty retreat. In an office adorned with classical decor, a man and a woman were present, alongside a ghost suspended from a chandelier. Woman, a man, Their communication was minimal, relying solely on the most primal forms of interaction. After 10 minutes, they finally descended from the desk, leading to the conversation segment. The woman, beaming with enthusiasm, remarked, "You were quite impatient. We hadn't even discussed the matter yet, and you had already begun." The man reclined on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. "What is it? Speak." "The headquarters has initiated operations. Please be cautious in the coming days. There is concern that some individuals, feeling cornered, may seek to create trouble. This is a legitimate industry. If they come here, I can directly call the sheriff." The woman rolled her eyes, dismissing his words. "What nonsense. Do you think they would fear that? You aren't even afraid yourself." As the conversation progressed, the man flicked the ash from his cigarette. "By the way, how was the batch of missing arms found recently?" The man only knew that the arms had gone missing. He had searched for them himself, but to no avail. However, he learned that they had been recovered by others not long ago. The woman lit a cigarette for herself, exhaling a ring of smoke before she spoke. "We owe our gratitude to an old man from the Dragon Kingdom. It was through the clues he provided that we were able to locate them. Such a remarkable individual. Why have I never heard of him?" The man inquired, intrigued. "Well, he is already deceased, so it's not surprising you haven't. Death is a common occurrence in investigations." He was not particularly shocked by this revelation. But who was he working for, to take such a considerable risk in his inquiries? The woman pondered for a moment before responding. He was not affiliated with any faction. It seems he was a bounty hunter from the Dragon Kingdom. When we found him, his head was missing. It appeared he had been shot in the head by a sniper. From his residence, we also discovered 4 or 5 firearms. If he had been shot in the head, a mere ordinary individual would not have been able to subdue him. Upon hearing this, the man contemplated the implications. A sniper? From his office window, he could see several tall buildings, and those buildings had a clear line of sight to him as well. If there was indeed a sniper, who could it be? He asked, concerned for his own future safety. Who knows? In any case, it was not one of our people who perpetrated this act. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? I fear. Bang. The melodious voice of the woman, once radiant with joy, has now become a mere memory. Blood and brain matter splattered across the office. The man fell backward, the sound echoing in the silence. A bullet surged from his posterior, piercing straight through to the crown of his head. His reflexes were swift, yet the sniper's bullet easily penetrated the ordinary wooden chair. The commotion outside rendered the crowd on the street oblivious to the chaos unfolding within the office. Zheng De, perched atop the chandelier, began to lock onto the direction after the first shot rang out, waiting for the second one to strike. He soared towards a specific direction. His flight range was limited. With Xiao Musheng at the center and a linear distance of 1,832 meters, his speed matched that of his personal best in the 100-meter dash. A calculation he had meticulously devised. He must pursue the shooter beyond this threshold to locate them. The sniper's range likely did not exceed 1 kilometer. Even if it did, it would not be far beyond that. Moreover, to meet the conditions for a successful shot, the assailant would need to be atop a tall building. And after executing the kill, they would swiftly retrieve their weapon. A sniper rifle could not be carelessly discarded. Thus, it must be contained within a case. Upon reaching the rooftop from which the shot was fired, the assailant was nowhere to be seen. Zheng De scanned the vicinity, seeking the quickest escape route. He flew forth, bypassing doors with ease. Swiftly, just before the door to a safety passage closed, he spotted a silhouette. With a seamless passage through the wall, he found a person carrying a cello case, and he immediately flew before them. The individual before him was adorned with a mask and sunglasses, and a small serpentine tattoo grazed the area behind their ear, the serpent's mouth agape, revealing 2 notably menacing fangs. Upon sighting this tattoo, Zheng immediately recognized the person he had just passed through. Bounty hunters typically prioritize the gathering of intelligence, particularly those of the elite caliber who traverse international borders. They invariably remember the names of notorious figures associated with various nationalities, and Fong was among them. In the current landscape, the once formidable sniper has seen their advantages diminish on the battlefields of the Middle East, now overshadowed by drone strikes and artillery bombardments. Snipers are gradually becoming a relic of the past, and in pursuit of their livelihood, such marksmen often adapt their methods of survival. They cease to engage in warfare and assassination, instead shifting to urban hits for certain nations. However, such snipers typically command a hefty price. While a mob figure may hold significance, they are not of such immense importance as to warrant the services of such an assassin. Generally, funds are judiciously allocated for critical targets, such as the assassination of mob leaders. Zheng suddenly recalled that Fong appeared to be of Rolo nationality, implying that this batch of arms might involve them in the distribution of profits. With this thought, Zheng prepared to give chase. But the individual had already departed in a vehicle, exceeding the limits of pursuit. Consequently, he hurried back to alert Xiao Musheng to vacate the perilous area. At this moment, a prominent figure within the gang guarding the cultural street had been assassinated. If Xiao Musheng remained there, it could undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. As Zheng followed his intuition on the way back, he resolved to proceed with caution. Suddenly, the urgency dissipated. Xiao Musheng's position had shifted. By the time he located Xiao Musheng, they had already exchanged places. Zheng De approached Xiao Musheng. He had identified an assassin, uncertain if it was the same one who had attempted to take his life. Xiao Musheng surmised that the likelihood of it being the same individual was quite high. Otherwise, the presence of so many snipers in a single city would be quite illogical, given that assassins are not commonplace. How is it that you left so swiftly? Xiao Musheng replied with a tone lacking in emotion. A few underlings from the local establishments had departed abruptly, evidently in haste, which suggested something had transpired, prompting their early exit. However, when Fat Fish settled the bill, it was somewhat painful. After all, nothing had been accomplished. Merely watching him dance and indulge in some drinks had cost him a fortune, over 10,000 yuan. Although he was not financially constrained, such sums were not simply cast aside. They were hard-earned. In a state of urgency, one could not simply abscond without settling debts, as that would render one an easy target. Thus, he had no choice but to endure the financial sting. Chapter 90. No deity can save humanity. The sniper had made his move, who had perished. Although Xiao Musheng had formed a hypothesis in his mind, he still sought a definitive answer. The leader overseeing the venue and a messenger, an old acquaintance of the leader, had both met their demise. One had suffered a bullet to the head, while the other had been shot from behind, the bullet exiting through his skull. They departed swiftly and peacefully. Such a manner of death afforded no suffering. That sounds rather reminiscent of your own situation, Xiao Mushing quipped, delivering a chilling jest that echoed with a touch of hellish humor. Zhang De remains indifferent. For this individual, jesting about the deceased seems to be a norm. I suspect that this sniper is likely involved in the recent arms disappearance, perhaps even a beneficiary of it. Why do I say this? Xiao Mushing inquired with a puzzled expression. The sniper hails from Lolo country, and typically, snipers from their own nation seldom engage in assassinations within their homeland, as exposure would render them without a safe haven. Moreover, hiring such a sniper merely to eliminate someone managing a venue in the entertainment district appears to be an extravagant misuse of resources, including myself. The frequency of their strikes is alarmingly high. The risks and rewards are evidently disproportionate, unless we are perceived as the source of the threat. Xiao Mushing stroked his chin. The emergence of the sniper, however, seemed to escalate the situation. The sniper has now become an adversary, as he harbors a false sense of security, believing that the opposing party operates like mercenaries, completing their tasks and departing. Little did he realize he is part of the scheme. Can you identify the sniper? It would be a feat to recognize him. Delving into the sniper's background is exceedingly challenging. I beg to differ, since he is from Lolo country, a local. Targeting Kula implies he belongs to Kula's opposing forces. In this case, it would actually be easier to track him down. Zhang De nodded in agreement. At this moment, Fei Yu, who had been feeling despondent, remarked, "Sometimes I feel unwell, yet I seem out of place with you." Whenever Xiao Mushing engages in soliloquy, I sense a feeling of isolation akin to being the third wheel among two friends. Illness is a grievous burden, one that is not worthy of envy. Xiao Mushing approached with an enigmatic demeanor, reminiscent of someone who has traversed the depths of experience. Fei Yu's lips twitched slightly. At 31, he found it rather amusing that a freshly graduated university student could exude an air of profundity surpassing his own. Speaking of which, what transpired in the bustling street earlier? A sniper was involved in an assassination, resulting in the deaths of two individuals, both of considerable significance. Upon hearing this, Fei Yu recalled Xiao Mushing's prior remarks. Surely, they haven't targeted us? At present, that is certainly not the case, but the future remains uncertain. Xiao Mushing shrugged nonchalantly. He spoke the truth. A more thorough investigation could very well draw unwanted attention. Thus, he felt compelled to clarify the stakes to his companion. Fei Yu patted his chest reassuringly. Rest assured, my brother would never abandon ship at such a critical moment. Moreover, this sort of challenge may need to be faced independently in the future, as long as one survives. It could merely serve as a means of gaining experience. Xiao Mushing shook his head. The experience I possess here is not something you need to accumulate. While he had methods to deal with snipers, others could learn them as well. Yet they would remain ineffective unless one could find a ghost of their own to stand beside them. Subsequently, the two sought a small three-wheeled vehicle to embark on their next adventure. All of this transpired in a brief span of time. They still had ample opportunity to continue their revelry. During the ride, Xiao Mushing engaged in casual conversation with Zhang De. By the way, do you know how to handle a firearm? Yes. How proficient are you? There may come a time when your skills are required. I'm reasonably capable. But do you even possess a weapon? Xiao Mushing shook his head. I have concealed several firearms in a certain location. You may retrieve them. My initial intention was to prepare for unforeseen assaults, yet I was unexpectedly struck down by a sniper's bullet, rendering those preparations futile. You may find them useful. Xiao Mushing nodded subtly. Subsequently, they arrived at another recreational site. After they disembarked, the driver extracted a handful of glutinous rice from a small bag and tossed it onto Xiao Mushing. Then, with a swift acceleration, he rode away on his tricycle. Xiao Mushing picked up the grains of rice, which appeared to be glutinous. Fei Yu extended his thumb and forefinger to pinch a grain, believing that a spirit had possessed him. The people of Luo country indeed held a certain superstition regarding such matters. Fei Yu had encountered many instances of this recently. However, he was taken aback to discover that even the mentally ill were regarded as possessed. It was even common for a taxi driver to carry glutinous rice with him. Xiao Mushing shuddered, shaking off the rice that clung to him. Previously, he would have perceived this as an act of disdain, but now, in a different country, he found himself being showered with glutinous rice. He chuckled to himself, acknowledging that this was a choice he had made, and thus, he bore no anger or resentment. On the contrary, he found it rather amusing, for he was engaged in activities that diverged from the norm, so it seemed only fitting that he would be treated in an unconventional manner. Such treatment, at times, could even prove beneficial. Raising his gaze, he observed that they had arrived at a temple. The temple was bustling with visitors, including strangers, individuals who appeared feeble and lacking strength to walk, pregnant women, and the elderly. Of course, the majority were impoverished souls. In this nation, a significant number of individuals dwell in the lower strata of society, vulnerable to the whims of various oppressors. Yet, they remain oblivious to the reasons for their plight, succumbing to self-pity and lamenting their unfortunate fate. They flocked to temples, seeking divine intervention and the blessings of deities, hoping for a change in fortune. However, the gilded idols within these temples merely drain their finances, diverting funds to enhance their opulence without substantially altering their lives. Certain matters must be addressed through personal effort or by uniting with others facing similar struggles. As Xiao Mushing pondered these thoughts, he entered the temple. In addition to the familiar faces he had seen earlier, he observed a number of tourists. They exhibited little reverence for the divine beings housed within the temple, primarily wielding smartphones and selfie sticks, incessantly capturing images. Their pursuit of the perfect photograph stood in stark contrast to the earnest supplications of those prostrating before the Buddha. The issues stemming from the nation's systemic flaws may appear trivial to some, yet they suffocate many. The existence of gangs, the legal sale of illicit substances, and a plethora of unlawful activities have all become normalized. Even criminal organizations are now armed. As Xiao Mushing surveyed the deities with a sardonic smile, he felt no reverence. After all, this was neither his country nor his system. In the grand hall, a colossal Buddha stood at the center, flanked by smaller deities. A single incense stick cost 300 luobi, equivalent to 30 yuan. This incense was quite ordinary, the kind that could be procured for a mere yuan per handful. Observing this, he dismissed any notions of conforming to local customs, recognizing that tourists were being treated like cattle. Their primary motivation for visiting was to meander, as many activities required payment. Yet photographing and gazing at the statues incurred no charge. Upon beholding the Buddha statue, Zhengde was flooded with recollections of bygone days. I recall once, in a foreign land, assisting in the search for an individual. Would you care to venture a guess as to their ultimate whereabouts? Xiao Mushing, placing himself in the situation, responded, within a temple, perhaps? Indeed, Zhengde affirmed. Now, can you surmise the specific location? Xiao Mushing reflected upon the elements they had encountered upon entering the temple, the verdant gardens, the turtle pond with its emerald waters. However, he suspected that this seemingly simple query from a seasoned bounty hunter held a deeper significance. Within the pillars of the main hall, or perhaps beneath the concrete flooring. You're approaching the answer, but not quite, Zhengde countered, wagging his finger. It was within the Buddha statue at the very center of the main hall. The perpetrator had dissolved the victim's flesh, utilizing the remaining bones to construct the effigy. The lack of odor and ease of molding made it ideal. Many remarked upon the statue's osseous features, proclaiming its creator a master. Little did they know the master employed such rudimentary methods. Xiao Mushing's brow furrowed as a phrase echoed in his mind. Human bones veiled by a Buddha's visage, benevolence concealing malice. Do you perceive any issues with this temple? Zhengde inquired. Merely minor discrepancies, nothing of great consequence. The temple is not solely governed by its monks, with such substantial daily revenue. Those genuinely devoted to Buddhist practice would not possess such inclinations. At that moment, Feiyu reached out and gently tugged at Xiao Mushing's sleeve, cautioning, "We are within a temple. Perhaps it would be prudent to exercise restraint." Hearing Xiao Mushing engage in soliloquy, although he spoke in the dragon language, the presence of numerous tourists from the Dragon Kingdom rendered his utterances conspicuous. His mumblings, eccentric and cryptic, might lead others, like the driver from earlier, to perceive him as abnormal. Should they mistake him for some sort of malevolent entity, intent on purification, it could indeed pose a dilemma. Xiao Mushing, upon recognizing this potential misinterpretation, nodded in understanding, resolving to maintain composure. A reasonably devout monk would likely refrain from comment, yet the fear of encountering fanatical adherents, who might act irrationally, lingered in his mind. Should he inadvertently harm such individuals, complications would ensue. The two wandered aimlessly, while Zhengde ascended into the sky, surveying several locations in hopes of encountering familiar faces. Yet, disappointment prevailed, as no acquaintances engaged in worship were to be found. As evening approached, Xiao Mushing had no intention of returning directly to their lodging, but instead found himself beneath an old residential building. They had arrived earlier that afternoon, meandering around the vicinity. Xiao Mushing instructed Zhengde to conduct reconnaissance, primarily concerned about anyone surveilling the area. Should they enter brazenly and be caught with firearms, it would lead to dire consequences. Feiyu, donning a mask, walked alongside Xiao Mushing, inquiring about their purpose. To collect some items, so that we may be prepared should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Upon hearing this, Feiyu pondered thoughtfully. Room 506 was secured with a coded lock. Xiao Mushing, clad in white gloves, entered the code and stepped inside, with Feiyu following closely behind. Xiao Mushing retrieved a box from the kitchen's range hood and discovered two small packages within the toilet's water tank. After acquiring these items, the packages were discreetly stowed into the backpacks they carried. Feiyu discreetly squeezed one of the small packages, then subtly retracted his hand. Its texture and weight felt oddly familiar. During previous travels abroad, He had partaken in shooting activities and had engaged in related training, thus becoming acquainted with certain items. Even through layers of fabric, he could discern their presence. He ensured that no stray hairs or other debris lingered in the room. Fei Yu did not inquire as to the reason, but commenced a meticulous examination instead. Subsequently, the two exited the room, traversed a considerable distance while evading surveillance cameras, and finally emerged onto a monitored street from a shop. They took a taxi back to their lodgings, where they conducted their usual inspection. Xiao Mushing handed a rather weighty small package to Fei Yu. "Are you able to use this?" he inquired. "I've learned a bit. My accuracy is quite satisfactory," Fei Yu replied. There was no need for Xiao Mushing to elaborate on the contents. He understood that Fei Yu would grasp the implications. "I hope I won't have to resort to utilizing this," he added. Fei Yu smirked slightly. "You have only been in the field for less than a year. Technically, I am your senior. Yet, it appears your assignments are significantly more thrilling than mine. There are times I wish to avoid such perilous endeavors, but here we are." Xiao Mushing's tone carried a hint of resignation, yet it was subtly interwoven with excitement and anticipation. He clutched a small black bag in his hand, heavy and substantial, offering a tactile sensation that was markedly distinct from the makeshift items and hunting rifles he was accustomed to. He sensed that this object would provide a superior handling experience. Xiao Mushing was not particularly adept at utilizing such tools. As the moonlight cascaded over a grassy patch, two individuals sat upon the ground. One bore a small snake tattoo behind his ear, while the other, with hair and beard streaked with gray, appeared to be in his 50s. "Snake Fong, you have acted with undue impulsiveness," he said with a tone of earnest admonition, unable to chastise the youth before him too severely. "Father, they have already encroached upon our territory, and with the issue of arms, they have long been fixated on me. If I do not take decisive action to instill some fear, they will become even more brazen." The young man, with dark skin and a scar across his face, spoke with indignation. "However, such actions risk alarming the enemy. Once you engage, it should be to eliminate them entirely, not merely to teach them a lesson. Though we may have taken down a somewhat significant leader, to them, the loss is negligible as they can easily replace him. Had it not been for Kitala, hiding like a turtle in his safe haven, I would not have targeted such a minor player. Although he does not pose a direct threat, it serves to remind his subordinates to ponder whether they might be the next to fall." The youth's gaze turned steely. As a sniper, he understood the true essence of fear instilled by his craft. The most potent intimidation of a firearm lies not in the bullet it fires, but in the moment the barrel is aimed squarely at another's forehead. The role of a sniper is as such, while your superior remains sheltered within a safe house. Those of you risking your lives outside must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 92. The actions of various parties. I understand that you wish to alleviate my concerns. Yet before undertaking any future operations, please inform me in advance. This will allow me to coordinate accordingly and avoid any further recklessness." Xia merely nodded, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Her father let out a sigh. Securing the shipment of arms would undoubtedly bolster his influence, positioning him to potentially engulf Kara and ascend as a quasi-underground sovereign of the Rolo Kingdom. Despite the seemingly smooth progression of events, the intentions of the transporters remain a mystery. Inexplicably, they chose to conceal the goods midway through delivery. After capturing an elderly man and subjecting him to extensive interrogation, they finally gleaned some clues. However, when acquaintances of the old man came searching for him, he was compelled to assist them. To his dismay, after obtaining the lead and locating the concealed arms, he discovered that Kara had already seized the opportunity and reclaimed the shipment. Without this cache of weapons, his subordinates were left with no choice but to remain vigilant and restrained, too fearful to take any impulsive actions. As for the sheriff, he has tacitly acquiesced. For the opposing side is cultivating a rival underground sovereign to maintain a balance of power. Therefore, a decision must be made between him and Kitra. Even if they are reluctant, there will be external pressures compelling them to act. In this game of survival, the Gu cannot exercise the privilege of choice. They are destined for mutual destruction, with the fallen providing sustenance for the victor. Were it not for his son's return from the battlefield, instilling fear in his adversaries, his current predicament would likely be far more untenable. He must now contemplate the potential for a frenzied retaliation from his opponents. Although Snake Fong's assertions carry a semblance of truth, he too is entrenched in the underworld. He possesses an intimate understanding of gang dynamics, and there exists the possibility of incurring a violent retribution. Death does not truly descend. One gang will not capitulate to another. Within the confines of a safe house belonging to Kara, a menacing and burly man gazes at the lifeless form of his subordinate displayed on the computer screen. His expression contorted with rage. Good, good, good. Before I could address you, you dare to strike first. He seizes his phone and dials a number. Initiate the notification. The plan is to be expedited. Commence operations tomorrow night and eliminate Snake Fong first. If the sniper is not dealt with, It is only a matter of time before one by one, his top lieutenants are eliminated, leaving him a solitary commander. Of course, it is also possible that, before that happens, this sniper will take him out. Thus, the greatest threat must be neutralized first, or he shall find no peace. At a breakfast stall, Zheng De imparts information to Xiao Mushing. There are a total of 4 gangs that oppose Kara and pose a threat to him, categorized into 2 factions and 2 gangs. However, the primary force capable of contending with him is the second faction, known as the Divine Tree Society, which is the most powerful among the 4. Aside from these larger factions, there exist several smaller gangs, and it cannot be ruled out that Snake Fang may be affiliated with one of these minor groups. However, the probability seems rather slim, for if there exists a sniper like Snake Fang, Kula would likely prioritize forming alliances. Nevertheless, it is possible they remain unaware. And thus we shall commence our investigation with the strongest leads, examining any connections to Snake Fang. Xiao Mushing took a sip of juice, swished it around his mouth, and then spat it out, finding it utterly unpalatable. Moreover, there is another consideration you may have overlooked. The attack yesterday could prompt Kula to send someone for retribution. If we proceed with our inquiries, you must assist us in remaining vigilant to avoid entanglement. I have no desire to become a casualty in this conflict. Retribution is indeed likely, but unless they have already discerned which faction Snake Fang belongs to, it would be improbable for them to retaliate so swiftly or fortuitously. Therefore, we still have a window of opportunity. Xiao Mushing shook his head. I purchased a scratch-off lottery ticket yesterday and did not win, leading me to feel somewhat unfortunate. I am concerned about encountering such low-probability events, so please assist us in meticulously planning safe escape routes while remaining attentive to any developments, reporting back at all times. I have no wish to perish far from home. Fat Fish listened nearby, his heart trembling. What new deductions had Xiao Mushing made? With such statements, could the risk of venturing out today truly be so great? It should not be, although there were some incidents yesterday. The two had not encountered any real trouble and had remained in a relatively secure state. Recent investigations revealed no signs of being targeted, so it seems rather ill-fated to suddenly face complications. After relaying these details, Xiao Mushing concluded his breakfast. Aside from the unknown juice, everything else was quite satisfactory. In the territory governed by the Divine Tree Institute, Xiao Mushing visited a shop that sold stones. According to the proprietor, these stones had a certain probability of yielding jade or other precious gems. Although not entirely inexperienced, Xiao Mushing possessed some knowledge of geological exploration, which included the study of various stones. He could discern a few characteristics, albeit limited, as he was not a specialist in the field. Consequently, he selected a stone from the more affordable range, driven by a simple notion. Regardless of its potential, he intended to craft a pendant from it. Seeing Xiao Mushing's enthusiasm, he also chose one for himself. After all, since he was already out, he might as well indulge in a bit of fun. Harboring a trace of a gambler's spirit, what if fortune smiled upon him? This inclination toward consumption is inherent in human nature. After purchasing the stone, Xiao Mushing proceeded to open it in the shop. It revealed a hint of green, albeit minimal, and while it held little value, he still managed to gain a slight profit in comparison to the price he had paid for it. Observing Xiao Mushing's fortunate outcome, the other patron felt a surge of optimism and eagerly presented his stone to the proprietor for opening. The stone was consistent both inside and out. Its exterior mirrored its interior without a trace of deceit. Meanwhile, in a nearby skyscraper, she scanned the surroundings with a pair of binoculars. This habit was ingrained in him from his days as a sniper. Every morning, he would survey his environment. Spotting a stone gambling shop with its doors wide open, he noticed 2 figures that piqued his curiosity. Yesterday, during the assassination attempt, he surveyed the surroundings from the rooftop. Through the scope of his sniper rifle, he caught sight of 2 individuals whose silhouettes seemed somewhat familiar. The reason these 2 figures lingered in his memory, albeit faintly, was their contrasting demeanor. Unlike others who were anxious and fidgety, they merely observed the dancers, leaving him with a slight impression. Now, he noticed these 2 once more as they engaged in stone carving. However, he soon diverted his attention from them, having spotted other furtive figures. Chapter 93, Encountering Danger Again. The information broker, I did not seek you out today, yet you still dare to send someone here, Snake Fang remarked, simultaneously retrieving his cello case. He opened the case and meticulously assembled its components. The deceased in this vicinity would soon be attended to. Naturally, he would not squander bullets on mere minions. These individuals were bound to have a leader, and those bullets were reserved for the higher-ups. As he scanned the area with his sniper rifle, he once again observed the 2 tourists emerging from the jade store. They didn't appear to be locals, likely not affiliated with Kara. He then shifted his gaze to several others, who seemed rather inconsequential, unworthy of alarming or wasting bullets. Seizing this moment, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed his father. They are sending someone over. Please be cautious on your end. On the other end of the phone, I understand. But do not act recklessly. This is our territory, and any conflict would result in greater losses for us. Acknowledged. This tempered the murderous intent within Xia. Yet he did not cease his observation. Xiao Mushing offered one of the 2 stones to Fei Yu, providing the latter with a semblance of reward. At that moment, Zheng De returned swiftly. I believe I should soon discern the situation. You need not linger here any longer. I have spotted Kula's men, and Xia has already set up his sniper. We must relocate to a more peripheral area. Xiao Musheng, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, strolled outward with Fei Yu. Zheng De identified a blind spot for them. It seemed that these 2 factions were preparing for significant movements. Zheng De needed to act swiftly, for he might otherwise lose the opportunity to unravel the entire matter. Thus, leaving hastily was not an option. They could only move to a relatively safer location. In a private room at a tea house, after conducting a thorough inspection, Fei Yu discovered the absence of surveillance cameras or listening devices. Now that we are armed, why not capture a couple of individuals for interrogation? I had entertained a similar notion, but losing even one person would likely raise suspicions. Securing a couple of lackeys should pose no significant issue, right? After questioning, they could simply be disposed of, attributing the act to rival factions. However, the information I sought might not be known to mere subordinates, and targeting the leaders carried considerable risk. In another private room of the same tea house, for individuals engaged in conversation, each voice distinct and resonant, a hoarse female voice remarked, sending someone to investigate so early might stir up unnecessary alarm. A composed and mature male voice responded, we must adopt a decisive strategy tonight. Yet with yesterday's loss of life, any lack of action will undoubtedly raise their suspicions. Dispatch a few individuals to patrol the vicinity. While this may incite some caution on their part, it will also lead them to consider other possibilities. They would never suspect that we are poised for a full-scale assault this evening. Moreover, their attention will be diverted by these patrols, allowing our operatives to prepare undetected. A rugged male voice expressed hope that the undercover agents would not be discovered prematurely. A voice imbued with confidence and age reassured, rest assured, I have meticulously trained them. They have been embedded for quite some time and will not be easily unmasked. The composed male voice added, we owe much to Ali. His demise unveiled the hidden operatives. The rugged male let out a lewd chuckle, remarking that Ali's death was not in vain, as he had enjoyed himself before passing. The living may jest, but the deceased offer no retort. This elicited laughter from the other 3. Ultimately, the quartet raised their cups in a toast, acknowledging the imminent danger they faced. They could not afford the folly of inebriation. Meanwhile, Karuto, the man who received the report from Snake Fong, retrieved another mobile device regarding this matter. The undercover agents had failed to communicate with him, a concern that had plagued him throughout the previous night. Now, he felt the weight of his fears materializing. The reckless actions of his own son have inevitably led to the ruin of these precious pieces on the chessboard. While it is indeed regrettable, the internal suspicions on the other side have significantly diminished. He then produced a 3rd mobile phone. Chilla Tea House. Since we are here, let us not depart. It is also the opportune moment to nourish the mango tree. Karuto stated calmly. It is not yet time for mirth. The competition between the 2 sides resembles a game of do di ju, each continuously revealing larger cards, one outmatching the other. Until one side can no longer present a card that surpasses the others, the side that runs out shall await its inevitable demise. At Chilla Tea House, a group of individuals clad in leather jackets and adorned with tattoos suddenly burst in, each wielding gleaming blades. The patrons on the 1st floor, upon witnessing this scene, either sought refuge beneath tables or fled in a panic towards the exit. However, this band paid them no heed, instead ascending the staircase to the 3rd floor. They forcefully kicked open a door. Inside, for individuals engaged in lively conversation turned to face the intruders, overturning their table in alarm. One swiftly seized the nearest object to hurl at them, while the other hand instinctively reached for the firearm at his waist. These four did not bring any subordinates, as the magnitude of their target posed a risk of exposure, and they believed their skills were sufficient to handle any situation without detection. Yet, in this world, many things do not unfold according to one's expectations. A multitude of assailants soon arrived, and gunfire erupted, startling Xiao Mushing and his companion on the 3rd floor. Fei Yu, just as they were about to pry open a door to glimpse the unfolding chaos outside, a hole suddenly appeared in the door, while on the opposing wall lay a flattened metal bullet. Fei Yu swallowed hard, hastily retreating to barricade the entrance, his body trembling as he inquired, "Is this an attempt to kill us?" Xiao Mushing also quickly sought refuge against the wall. "It shouldn't be," he replied. "If they intended to eliminate us, it would not be done in this manner. Had they truly sent someone to murder us, this door would have been riddled with bullets, or we would have been executed with a sniper's precision. Alternatively, a horde wielding machetes would have stormed in, only to be met with their own demise. Instead, we are left with a solitary bullet that pierced the door and entered the room. Outside, the cacophony of gunfire erupted. accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing against their door as blood seeped through the cracks beneath, infiltrating their sanctuary. One could only imagine the brutality and carnage unfolding outside. Xiaomusheng feared that a grenade might soon be hurled at their threshold, yet no one acted upon his apprehensions. Before long, an eerie calm settled outside. Zhengde returned at that moment, relieved to find Xiaomusheng unscathed. "You scared me," he exclaimed. "I'm glad you're all right." He darted about, seeking the upper echelons of the Shinshu Institute, hoping to glean some information. Miraculously, he did discover something, news of their movements. It turned out their destination was the Chilla Tea House. In his preoccupation with the situation at hand, he had overlooked the fact that this establishment bore no connection to the Shinshu Institute's gang, nor could it be targeted with a sniper's aim. He had failed to thoroughly investigate the premises, unaware that 4 high-ranking members of the Kula were concealed within, each holding considerable status. Upon returning to Jin University, Xiaomusheng exhaled with relief. The external support had returned, offering him a slight sense of security. "How fares your end?" "There is no further useful information to be gleaned. Currently, all attention is directed towards Kula, with no discussions about past arms dealings." Xiaomusheng pondered the sluggish pace of intelligence gathering, as the lack of guidance necessitated waiting for others to speak, rendering the process highly random and fraught with personal insecurity. Even efforts to evade such circumstances seemed futile. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. "Given our current situation, it is evident that the Shinshu Institute, Kula, and the 3 other gangs might possess some insider knowledge regarding this batch of arms. Therefore, we might as well exchange some existing intelligence for new insights." Xiaomusheng intended to take the initiative for a swift resolution. Prolonging this uncertainty posed a significant risk to his safety. "With whom shall we exchange?" "Kula. The arms belong to Kula, and now that they have been recovered, they are likely privy to more information. The sniper is affiliated with the Shinshu Institute, and even if an exchange of intelligence occurs, the counterpart may not divulge the truth. It would be more prudent to approach Kula instead, among the deceased outside, for we're undoubtedly their own." Feiyu observed as he began to speak to himself again, though his demeanor grew increasingly serious, reflecting a desire to command control over everything. It echoed the moment they were relentlessly pursued by poachers until dusk. The intensity of the other's gaze mirrored his own in the present. Jin University nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiaomusheng's plan. On Kitra's desk lay a piece of paper scrawled with hasty handwriting, inscribed in the language of the Lolo Kingdom. The content is quite simple, consisting of merely 2 sentences. However, the first sentence ensnares him in profound contemplation. "Your 4 subordinates are dead, and there is a traitor among you." This message, delivered via an anonymous call, was inscribed on paper. Initially, it did not capture his attention, until he received another call from a different subordinate, who reported the demise of the 4 individuals he had dispatched. Remarkably, someone had conveyed this news even faster than his own men. Not only did they inform him of the fatalities, but they also revealed the unsettling presence of a mole within his ranks, one that he had failed to eradicate completely. What terrified him further was the knowledge that the caller possessed information that seemed to come from a divine perspective, observing their every move. Yet, the second sentence left him bewildered. "In exchange, we demand to know the complete truth regarding the disappearance of your initial batch of arms and the whereabouts of each transport personnel. Subsequently, I shall provide you with further intelligence concerning the Sacred Tree Institute." To him, the matter of arms was no longer of paramount importance. Nevertheless, it was a detail known to very few, as it entailed highly sensitive information. The inquirer did not seek particularly delicate details, such as the identity of his trading partners or the source of the arms, but merely inquired how they had vanished in the fate of the transport personnel. Such information, in his eyes, seemed to hold little value. Why, then, was the other party so insistent on this particular inquiry? After years of navigating the underworld, he understood one crucial principle all too well. As the parties engaged in a transaction, should you discern the motives of the other party, you would seize the initiative of the exchange. However, at present, this control lies in the hands of an enigmatic information broker, leaving him with an unsettling sense of powerlessness. Just as he delves into contemplation, his phone rings, the voice distorted by a voice changer, rendering its identity indiscernible. "Have you made up your mind? If you are unwilling to proceed with this transaction, I shall seek out the Divine Tree Institute. I trust they possess considerable insights as well." Upon hearing this, Kitra feigned nonchalance. "Oh, do you possess any information that might pique their interest? Perhaps the identities of the moles hidden among them, or even the location of your refuge? I am certain they would find such matters quite compelling." Once again, the peculiar voice, devoid of gender or age, echoed through the line. Yet this time, Kitra abruptly lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings. Lately, he had harbored suspicions that he might glimpse a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. Kitra swallowed hard. "How could you possibly know? There is no wall that remains impervious to whispers. Anything spoken will inevitably reach ears beyond your own, came the calm reply from Xiao Mushing, who, shrouded in the disguise of a voice changer, remained unhurried. Though he was momentarily unaware of Kitra's hiding place, he was cognizant of at least a couple of infiltrators. Zheng De, during his time at the Divine Tree Institute, had not squandered the opportunity, gathering information about this individual who was now in hiding, fearful of snipers, and had also learned of certain individuals that the Institute had begun to pinpoint. This is impossible. The mere mention of Moon and Lajuo caused Kitela to feel a sense of panic. Indeed, he was an undercover agent hidden within the Divine Tree Institute. I have established my credibility. Now, I kindly request a definitive response in exchange. Without much hesitation, Kitela made his choice. The two pieces of information, which held little significance for him, were worth trading for crucial intelligence regarding the Divine Tree Institute, a bargain too advantageous to resist. Xiao Mushing finally grasped the situation. Zheng Da's friend was involved in the transportation, but unexpectedly, someone aimed to intercept this shipment of military supplies. Consequently, they concealed the cargo beforehand. When those individuals were unable to locate the goods, they resorted to kidnapping. They had anticipated such an outcome. The transport personnel were kept in the dark about the entire concealment process, with each person only privy to a fragment of the information. They believed that even if someone confessed, the adversaries would hesitate to resort to murder, as others would still have a chance to survive. However, the Divine Tree Institute, operating under the belief that if we cannot find it, neither shall others, began to eliminate individuals after acquiring some leads, even resorting to assassinations of those investigating the matter. This included Zheng De and the daughter of his friend. Chapter 94. Speculations during the exchange of intelligence. The message conveyed over the phone came to a halt. Xiao Mushing remained silent, directing his gaze towards Zheng De. This batch of military supplies belonged to Kula, and the actions of the transport personnel were aimed at safeguarding their cargo, thereby providing no justification for murder. This implies that the information revealed by the opposing party was indeed truthful. Upon learning all of this, Zheng De was not one to depart easily. He has passed away, and prior to his demise, the daughter of his dear friend also met her untimely end. Upon descending into the afterlife, how shall he confront his friend? Xiao Mushing whispered into the microphone, suppressing his voice. Now presents an opportunity for vengeance. The conflict between Kula and the Divine Tree Institute has reached a point of no return, providing a perfect chance to exact retribution through another's hand. They lack the power to annihilate the Divine Tree Institute, yet Kula possesses that very strength. Conversely, Kula is deficient in vital intelligence, which they are poised to procure. They can obtain details regarding the enemy's personnel deployment, firepower arrangements, and troop movements. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this endeavor does not pose a risk to Xiao Mushing. Although Kula has temporarily weakened due to the loss of 4 capable subordinates, with his assistance, that gap can not only be bridged but can lead to a comprehensive domination. An elderly man, Zheng De, fell to his knees in gratitude. Thank you. Inchai. He harbored a profound desire for revenge. Previously, he merely expressed a wish to uncover the whereabouts of his friend, as he did not want to perish without understanding. If there were a chance for vengeance, how could he possibly refrain? Yet he is gone. And a person like Xiao Mushing would surely hesitate to involve himself too deeply in such matters, for the other party deals with the affairs of the underworld, with ghosts rather than mortals. To have secured assistance from the other side in exchange for a mere dozen pounds of gold is, in his eyes, a feat unworthy of Xiao Mushing's stature. Now that the other party is willing to aid him in avenging his loss, it is not only an unexpected boon, but could also potentially bring trouble to them. Thus, he kneels directly, for he has nothing left to offer. Xiao Mushing lifted his gaze, taken aback by the unexpected supplication. Moreover, he was unable to assist the other party in rising. The determination he resolved upon stemmed from a fortunate opportunity, coupled with his prior involvement. Although he had always exercised caution and managed affairs with a degree of finesse, the adage holds true: if one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. No matter how meticulously he cleansed his actions, traces would inevitably remain. In due course, the conflicting factions would engage in a struggle. Should the Divine Tree Institute emerge victorious, certain matters would inevitably warrant investigation. Conversely, if they were to falter, the surviving individuals would surely seek vengeance, leading back to him. Reflecting on the ruthless deeds previously committed by the Divine Tree Institute, which spared neither the innocent nor the guilty, he feared that even the slightest clue could lead back to him. What if, one day, a sniper were arranged for him? Rather than face such a precarious fate, it would be wiser to eliminate future threats. Through Kalai's hands, he intended to ensure a thorough resolution. He dismissed the notion of superficial gratitude. If one truly wished to express thanks, he mused, it would be prudent to share any remaining savings along with the account details and password, allowing him a few more years of untroubled existence. Zheng chuckled softly as he rose. Apart from the few dozen pounds of gold, he truly possessed little else. This preparation was merely a precaution against future troubles, facilitating a swift escape if necessary. Additionally, he was a shrewd individual. While his kneeling was heartfelt, it also served to solidify Xiao Muxing's resolve. He feared the other might simply act on a whim and later retract their commitment. However, with the current exchange of words and the contemplation that followed his kneeling, he recognized the intent behind the other's actions, thus assuring himself that the commitment would not waver. Kachira's fingers drummed against the table as he awaited the call, anticipating a response from the other end. Though silence lingered on the line, he remained unperturbed, for the caller had not hung up. Sure enough, before long, a peculiar voice echoed once more. Let me first inform you about the last undercover agent arranged under your command, one you are unaware of. Zheng has indeed observed the communication process with Karudo. Tai. Upon hearing this name, Kachira's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it possibly be him? I saved his life. An undercover agent often turns out to be someone entirely unexpected. Kachira clenched his fists upon hearing this, slamming a punch onto the table. I will gather a group to eliminate him. Kachira's words were taken literally. In Lolo country, there was no shortage of individuals with peculiar interests. This was a rather brutal form of punishment within their gang. Of course, if the individual had unusual preferences, they would not resort to such a penalty. As it was specifically aimed at heterosexual males, there's no need to rush. If the undercover agent is utilized effectively, he will serve as your messenger. Use this agent to relay some false information to the Divine Tree Institute, leading them to follow your directives, and then eliminate them all at once. Although Kara appeared somewhat rugged, he was not foolish. What began as an exchange of intelligence had now transformed into the other party offering him a strategy. Could it be that among those transport personnel eliminated by the Divine Tree Institute were friends or relatives of this individual? Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to propose such a plan. Following the remarks made by Xiao Muxing regarding the personnel arrangements of the opposing side, he elaborated on the position of Xia, the pivotal sniper. This information was precisely what Kula yearned to uncover, for Xia instilled in him a profound sense of dread. As long as Xia remained alive, Kula found himself in a state of perpetual unease. The voice on the other end of the line only intensified his trepidation. Fortunately, he was not currently in conflict with this individual, nor did he wish to be. In this world, intelligence often reigns supreme. Many individuals harbor adversaries, and should vital information fall into the hands of one's enemies, it could become a lethal weapon against them. The country of Luoluo serves as a hub for intelligence exchanges. However, providing such intricate, detailed, and targeted intelligence is beyond the capabilities of ordinary intelligence trading venues. Thus, a nascent desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with the other party began to blossom within him. Even if such an alliance proved unattainable, he understood the necessity of avoiding animosity. Individuals like these intelligence operatives rarely act alone. They are likely backed by a formidable intelligence organization. It is plausible that the other party occupies a mid to high-ranking position within this entity. Unless the Shenshu Institute had previously eliminated one of their friends or family members, the other party, under normal circumstances, would not pay excessive attention to the Shenshu Institute, but now they had invoked his ire. As Xiao Muxing's intelligence report reached a sudden halt, Kikala expressed her confusion and interjected with a question. How did it come to a halt? The information at hand is sufficient for you to vanquish your adversary. If you seek to uncover what lies ahead, are you prepared, truly prepared, to leave no room for future repercussions? Upon hearing this, Katella paused momentarily, then grasped the implication. His opponent was even more ruthless, intent on leaving no survivors, or rather, unwilling to allow any potential threats to linger. However, this played to his advantage. In the underworld, it is a matter of kill or be killed, and leaving loose ends only begets danger. Thus, the choice became clear to him. He must acquire the subsequent intelligence. A wise decision indeed. The praise from the other end of the line did little to brighten Katella's expression. Instead, it stirred a sense of wariness within him. Chapter 95, Preparations before the Great Battle. Xiao Muxing laid bare the remaining intelligence. After divulging all pertinent details, he inquired, have you decided when to strike? Tonight, as planned. The timing remains unchanged. Having spent many years in the underworld, Katella understood that intelligence possesses a time-sensitive nature. After concluding the conversation, he terminated the call and proceeded to dial one number after another, disseminating a series of messages. The operation had been scheduled for today. However, certain aspects of the plan required adjustment. Perhaps he was a touch hasty, but the potential for significant victory was undeniable. Xiao Muxing, observing the disconnected line, retrieved a long wig, a mask, and a scarf from his bag. His attire was decidedly androgynous. Once adorned with the wig, he could easily be mistaken for a woman. The other party's actions were somewhat hurried, and he feared missing out on crucial details. This time, he intended to venture alone, not disclosing to Fat Fish his intentions. However, he believed she could surmise some aspects. Although her company provided him with a measure of reassurance, this was a matter best undertaken in solitude, for he was merely seeking to add an extra layer of security. Just as he completed his transformation, a voice interrupted him. "Beautiful, where are you headed? May I join you?" He turned to see a woman with cascading golden locks, fiery red lips, and a voluptuous figure clad in a striking dress, her legs accentuated by sheer stockings. He shielded his eyes. Such sights were not good for the soul. "What are you thinking? You've already arrived and are entangled in this situation. Should misfortune befall you, they might seek vengeance upon me, claiming I had no connection to you, an assertion I doubt they would believe. It's better to accompany you." Fat Fish shrugged. He regretted his earlier arrogance. Now that he was partially involved, it seemed wiser to resolve the matter entirely. "That's not what I meant. I was referring to your attire. What were you thinking? A normal girl wouldn't dress like that. It lacks elegance." Fat Fish stammered, and with that, Xiao Mushing guided Fat Fish to change into a more appropriate outfit, carefully applying makeup on her face. Having previously worked as a male model, he had acquired some skills in cosmetics. When donning women-esque clothing, one should not merely think of wearing a dress. Fat Fish approached the mirror to assess her new ensemble, a pristine white coat. Dressed in brown straight-leg trousers paired with a beige coat, complemented by a brown checkered scarf, he donned a wig, a mask, and a hat, finishing off with a spritz of perfume, an ensemble impeccable in its execution. Observing his own reflection, he mused that had he not known his true appearance, he might have mistaken himself for a captivating beauty. Xiao Mushing had indeed curated the details of this outfit with remarkable precision. The pair strolled hand in hand down the street, initially feeling a touch of discomfort, but gradually acclimating to the situation. Xiao Mushing had considered every nuance. On bustling avenues, two girls invariably exhibited a degree of intimacy in their demeanor, rendering it less likely to raise suspicion. As they brushed past a man, he caught a faint whiff of their delicate fragrance. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Brother, your transformation is nothing short of extraordinary." While he managed to disguise his physicality to some extent, adopting a female persona was a challenge, given his somewhat portly frame. Yet, he was astounded by Xiao Mushing's ability to breathe life into the mundane. A voice, sweet and diminutive, chimed in, "Refrain from speaking. Should anyone inquire, I shall handle it. You must maintain an air of subtlety." His eyes widened in disbelief. He began to question whether Xiao Mushing had truly graduated from a reputable university. The skills he exhibited, solving cases, surviving in the wilderness, navigating paths, and his formidable combat prowess, coupled with his adeptness in disguise and voice modulation, led him to wonder if his companion had perhaps emerged from some covert training academy. It seemed that Xiao Mushing possessed a wealth of experience that surpassed even his own as a seasoned bounty hunter. Within the confines of Kula, the issuing of peculiar commands by an individual named Chiga continued unabated. Messages incessantly flooded into Karudo's phone, prompting a sardonic smile. It appeared that Kachila could no longer restrain himself. With four of his most capable subordinates deceased, and now reluctant to reveal themselves, Kachila seemed increasingly anxious to eliminate him swiftly. Initially, it was anticipated that the conflict between the two factions would endure for an extended period. However, it now appeared that resolution was imminent. An impulsive leader would inevitably lead his entire faction to ruin. Karudo picked up the phone and made a call. "Shia, prepare yourself. We shall have guests tonight, and it is imperative that they do not perceive any inadequacies in our hospitality." Upon hearing this, Shia retrieved his firearm and began to clean it. He had yearned for action earlier in the day, but his father had restrained him. At last, the opportunity for excitement had arrived. Once Shia received his instructions, Karudo commenced the reallocation of his other subordinates without divulging the reasons, simply directing a select few to their designated positions. Some individuals under his command were far from pristine, yet this posed no issue. They could serve as messengers, facilitating his efforts to eradicate Kula. Once they completed their task, they would be eliminated without hesitation. Karudo had already identified the hidden traitor within his ranks, a decisive advantage he believed his adversary would never anticipate. Of course, aside from the operatives beneath his opponent, the most crucial figure remained Kula's leader, Karudo himself. Yet, it was evident that the time for action was drawing near. Tonight, once Shia made his move, the enemy would surely be unable to conceal themselves any longer. It appeared that the title of half the underground emperor of Lulugwo would ultimately rest upon his shoulders. As night fell, the bustling streets were illuminated by vibrant lights and lively revelry. However, behind this facade of merriment, the personnel tasked with overseeing the bars, casinos, and pleasure districts were gradually diminishing. Some establishments had quietly shuttered their doors. The impending storm served as a wake-up call for many, prompting them to refrain from venturing out. Yet, there remained a few who, lost in their pursuit of pleasure, were oblivious to these changes. It seemed they would have to exercise greater caution in their next lives. Chapter 96. The collapse of the Divine Tree Institute. Shia found himself on the 21st floor. His instincts as a sniper alerted him that something ominous was on the horizon, preventing him from closing his eyes all night. With his rifle in hand, he periodically scanned the crowd below, seeking any signs of trouble. Through the scope of his sniper rifle, he focused on a dimly lit shop, where a young man in his 20s held aloft an empty cannon, its projectile already soaring through the air. Shia was taken aback by this scene. The target he had been observing was precisely on his level. Instead of firing, Shia discarded his weapon and fled. Boom. The 21st floor erupted in flames, thick smoke billowing forth. Glass shards and debris scattered across the surrounding area. The young man who had fired the cannon was immediately met with a hail of bullets from the vigilant members of the Divine Tree Institute, who reacted swiftly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The roar of car engines, the relentless crack of rifle fire, and intermittent explosions reverberated through the territory of the Divine Tree Institute. Although law enforcement was present in the vicinity, none dared to approach. On the contrary, some retreated in fear. Those with a shred of conscience might have called for reinforcements. Though it was uncertain whether help would arrive in time, most would wait until the chaos subsided before making their appearance. This is an unspoken truth. Two rival gangs are clashing, and it is evident that those in power have tacitly permitted this conflict. Karuto anxiously awaited reports from his subordinates in the confines of his own territory, exuding a palpable confidence. Boss, Snake Fong has been ambushed by a rocket launcher. Did he not shift his position after firing? What is his current condition? Karuto's immediate reaction was to assume that the opponent had deduced Snake Fong's location due to his continued gunfire on the battlefield. However, he reasoned that there must have been some countermeasures, as Snake Fong had previously emerged from foreign combat zones and would not fall so easily. One of his trembling subordinates, fully aware of the bond between Snake Fong and Karuto, after all, he was his beloved son and the future heir of the Divine Tree Institute, stammered, "No. It can't be." Their initial attack was directed at Snake Fong, and now his fate remains uncertain. Karuto could no longer remain seated. He surged upright from the lawn, veins bulging on his forehead, his words laced with fervor. "I refuse to believe that my son is in peril. How could they possibly know Snake Fong's whereabouts? We are equally in the dark," but their first shot was aimed directly at young Master Snake Fong's position. Just as this subordinate began to elaborate, another rushed in, panic-stricken and disheveled. "Boss, it's bad. We can't hold them off. This is merely the beginning. How can you already falter?" Karuto's composure shattered, further exacerbated by the initial subordinate's alarming revelation. "I don't understand how this is happening. It seems that Kula's forces are aware of all our defensive strategies, knowing precisely where we have hidden our men, where our firearms are, and where our heavy artillery is stationed, all tailored to counter our arrangements. How is this possible? Only I possess the knowledge of all defensive arrangements. How could they possibly be aware, considering the presence of a traitor within? Those tasked with defense are only cognizant of the specific sections they guard, remaining oblivious to others. We are uncertain of the reasons, yet this is the current predicament. My subordinates are equally powerless." Karuto, in a flustered state, retrieved his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, he was greeted by a familiar yet loathed voice. "Karuto, is it a tad late to be making this call?" Kitra's tone brimmed with arrogance and provocation. Suppressing his fury, Karuto retorted without restraint, "You little coward. Finally emerged from your shell. Your son is dead. What do I have left to fear?" In contrast to the vulgarity of his opponent, Kitra's calm words provoked even greater ire. Karuto could no longer contain himself and demanded, "How did you come to know? How could you possibly be aware of these matters?" "Blame yourself for provoking so many enemies," Kitra replied, holding the phone in his left hand while extracting a cleaver from a severed head with his right, then spitting a thick yellow phlegm onto the dismembered body. Betrayal is universally despised, especially when he had previously saved this traitor's life. The audacity of such treachery was utterly intolerable. Karuto clenched his phone tightly. What sort of enemy could descend to such depths? He was even cautious of his own subordinates, leaving no one aware of his full plans. Regrettably, he was not afforded more time to contemplate. More individuals surged into the courtyard where he was situated. These were his subordinates. The leader could no longer withstand the pressure. "They are about to strike. We must retreat." Some even discreetly elevated the barrels of their firearms, aiming at, bang. The gun in Karuto's hand was enveloped in smoke. Retreat. The situation had completely turned against them. The adversary was well aware of all their defensive measures. As for Snake Fong, though he felt immense sorrow, he recognized that without himself, there would be no son. He could not sacrifice himself for his offspring. At that moment, the gunfire outside the courtyard drew ever closer, and Karuto did not linger in indecision. He fled immediately. He had a contingency plan for when his initial strategy failed. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, he discovered a series of inconspicuous yet identical vehicles, cleverly disguised. Everyone boarded their respective cars and departed separately. Kurudo, accompanied by a trusted confidant, entered a vehicle. Once the others had gradually exited, Kurudo's car left the courtyard. He alighted from the vehicle, the driver uttering no words, merely accelerating away. Kurudo then turned and fled in another direction. Aware that the opponent had already discerned his numerous arrangements, he felt certain they would not overlook these few cars. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the vehicles were soon besieged. There was no intention to leave any survivors. They either rammed the cars off the road or hurled grenades inside, or unleashed a torrent of bullets to obliterate the vehicles. Kurudo exited the car and removed his conspicuous attire. Grabbing the razor he had brought from the vehicle, he shaved off his beard and simultaneously sheared his hair completely. As he continued to run, glancing back incessantly in fear of being pursued, Kurudo muttered threats of revenge under his breath. "Kitra, just wait for me. And the one who sold me out, you too shall await your fate. When I return, I shall ensure your demise." The events unfolded with such swiftness that he scarcely had time to prepare. The seething anger and hatred within him compelled him to escape, for only in living could he avenge today's grievances, particularly that individual privy to all his secrets. He envisioned tormenting him relentlessly, severing his fingers, peeling his skin, and prolonging his suffering until his own last breath. Kurudo kept murmuring as he mentally mapped his escape route. He needed to reach the sea. The vehicles wouldn't impede him for long. His beard and hair had been shaved off. Meanwhile, Kitra received reports from his subordinates that none of the intercepted white cars contained Kurudo. Upon hearing this, Kitra felt a sense of dread. He had revealed too much over the phone, allowing the adversary to brace for his moves. Consequently, the alternative escape plan had been discarded, leaving them unaware of Kurudo's whereabouts. Expand the search. Find Kurudo, dead or alive. Whoever locates him first shall receive 2 million robins. The moment these words were uttered, a fervor ignited among his subordinates. The roar of motorcycles and jubilant cheers of gang members resonating as they dispersed in every direction. Chapter 97. Venomous Fang's Kurudo managed to find a motorcycle and was about to start it manually without a key when a bullet whizzed through the air, striking his left chest. Moments later, another bullet hit his right chest. The last bullet struck true, piercing the forehead. In a mere second, 3 shots had been fired, each bullet finding its mark. A striking figure emerged from the shadows, gun in hand. "Your marksmanship is impressive," remarked Feiyu in astonishment. Xiao Mushing remained silent, advancing with his weapon, aiming once more at the head, and firing several more shots until the skull was utterly obliterated. The initial 3 shots had been fired by Zheng De. The subsequent rounds were precautionary. Xiao Mushing had witnessed peculiar occurrences before. The present circumstances were unlike the past, where a murderer's corpse would be taken by the police post-mortem, only to rise again, leading to incarceration and a grim fate. Here, however, post-murder. Should any bizarre event transpire, such as a bullet traversing the brain without damaging vital areas, resulting in the victim's survival, it would spell disaster for him. He resolved to ensure the complete destruction of the adversary's head. If they could rise again to seek vengeance, such resilience would indeed be formidable. Zheng De, having emerged from within Xiao Mushing, observed this ruthless behavior. It seemed as though the animosity was greater than his own. Feiyu approached, attempting to reason. "There's no need for this. The individual is already deceased. If you seek vengeance, there's still another to contend with? It's not vengeance. I fear a resurrection, hence the need for thoroughness," Xiao Mushing replied. Feiyu fell silent, while Zheng De shared the same thought. A ruthless individual, yet somewhat unhinged. Elsewhere, a fortunate sniper, limping, managed to evade a thorough search, coughing as dust filled his lungs, leaving him in considerable discomfort. He is currently unaware of the whereabouts of others, including his father, surrounded by the members of the Kula gang. Now, he can only seek refuge in a small storage room, having already been discovered in this very hideaway before, though he managed to eliminate his foe. In comparison to these gangsters, he is a veteran who has emerged from the true battlefield. The adversaries he faces are far beyond the capabilities of these criminals. He must find Kurudo, without fail. The cacophony from outside reaches his ears, and he breathes a sigh of relief, sensing that his father is likely safe. However, he must devise a means of escape. He tears a piece of cloth to fashion a makeshift gag for himself. With a swift motion, he removes a shard of shrapnel embedded in his calf. Cold sweat pouring down as veins throb with pain. He then sprinkles gunpowder on the wound and ignites it, enduring the agony while bandaging the injury. Listening intently for any commotion outside, he cautiously nudges the door open and steps into the open air. Turning a corner, he halts abruptly. Before him stands a throng of dozens, each armed and aiming their weapons at him. Chitra, clad in a helmet, hides behind the cover of his subordinates. Snake-Tooth retrieves a cigarette from his pocket and lights it. "Chitra, are you too cowardly to show your face? Let us not jest. A marksman of your caliber could easily take me down with a single shot, even without a sniper rifle at this close range. I hardly believe my subordinates can shoot faster than you." Chitra remains concealed behind the barricade, his mocking voice echoing continuously. Indeed, it seems there is a distinct lack of intimidation in this standoff. Once, there was someone who pursued grandeur, emulating the gangsters in films, confronting dying adversaries face to face. Now, they are likely in elementary school. Previously a timid turtle, they remain just as cowardly. It is perplexing how such a mouse-hearted individual could assume the role of a leader. The serpent's fawn continues to mock, and the taunts of the defeated are strikingly melodious. This is the very reason why Kitela did not immediately command his subordinates to open fire. He finds himself in a state of both fear and a desire to flaunt his superiority, eager to hear the final howls of a vanquished foe to derive a sense of superiority. Through the mirror in his hand, he perceives the current state of his opponent, limping and utterly disheveled. "My father will avenge me. I await your arrival below," he declares. As he utters these words, he prepares to provoke the adversary into action. Even if they do not respond, he intends to pull the trigger. Yet, the subsequent words from his opponent momentarily halt his advance. "I'm sorry, but your father met his demise before you, his head reduced to mere pulp." A most excellent fabrication, indeed. He had heard the words of Kula's men. "I know you may find this hard to believe, so I have brought you proof." A headless corpse is tossed forth. Upon seeing it, despite the change in attire and the absence of a head, he immediately recognizes the figure. In that instant, unable to contain his fury any longer, he draws his weapon to shoot, yet dozens of guns face him, countless bullets peppering his form. Snake Fawn collapses, reeling from the onslaught. After executing these actions, Kitela glances at his phone. The screen displays a text message containing just 2 words, "Goodbye." He then lifts his gaze to the heavens. The location of the serpent's fang and the route of its movements were all provided by the adversary. This included the news of Kaluto's demise and the position of the body. Such intelligence explained why he was able to lie in wait here so early. Gazing up at the inky sky, illuminated only by a slender crescent moon, reminiscent of a person's smile, sent a shiver down his spine. What manner of entity had the Divine Tree Institute provoked? This surpassed his understanding of information brokers. It was as though a deity observed their gang conflict from above. Xiao Mushing and Fat Fish placed their firearms in a conspicuous location, knowing that Kalura's men would inevitably retrieve them. They then withdrew silently, as did Zheng Da, whose disappearance was equally discreet. After witnessing the serpent's demise amidst a hail of bullets, the opposing faction departed, finally providing his old friend with closure. Through this mission, Xiao Mushing came to realize why, despite being a level 5 bounty hunter with ample experience, ascending to the status of a gold medal bounty hunter proved to be fraught with complications. The level of danger here was simply not comparable to that back home. He hoped the next assignment would be less chaotic, for he truly did not wish to venture abroad for such perilous tasks again. The risks were far too great. Chapter 98. The newly unlocked ability of the stone sculpture by the riverside. Xiao Mushing cast his phone into the water, shattering the SIM card into pieces. These items were never truly his. He had borrowed them from a gang member who had offered them without a hint of resistance. After disposing of these belongings, he approached Fat Fish, who was waiting by the roadside, and the two boarded a vehicle bound for the airport. Chitra listened attentively as his subordinates reported their spoils. However, his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. He yearned to collaborate once more with the intelligence broker. After all, his war was far from over, and a long-term partnership with such a broker could potentially elevate him to the status of an underground emperor in the kingdom of Roro. Yet, it appeared that the broker had little interest in him, as no sustainable means of communication had been established. Understandably, such intelligence brokers were likely significant figures on the international stage, had it not been for some unknown grievance with the Divine Tree Institute. The broker would probably not have bothered at all. With this in mind, he picked up his phone. He had no intention of changing this number. Even if he needed to use another in the future, he would retain this one. After all, one could never tell when the broker might reach out again. Xiao Mushing had just disembarked from the plane when a new message appeared on his phone, sent by Deadman. Insha inquired if his overseas trip had gone smoothly. The message was time-stamped 12 hours earlier. He reflected briefly before typing his response. It went very well. Everything has been resolved. How about you? As he exited the airport and entered a vehicle, another message popped up from Deadman, this time accompanied by a photograph. He found himself gazing at a figure lying on a hospital bed, bandaged in multiple places. "I'm currently in the hospital, nearly lost my life," the message read. At that moment, Fat Fish glanced over and exclaimed, "What on earth happened?" He had taken on a task worth $1 million. Feiyu inhaled sharply. He could only dare to accept a task worth 200,000 USD. Without the assistance of Xiao Mushing, he would likely have had little hope of success. How had this brother managed such audacity? Xiao Mushing reached out with a message of concern. After being struck by a grenade, he was fortunate to have survived, though the mission remained unaccomplished. Alas, Shuren felt a sense of resignation. He had braced himself for the possibility of a gun being drawn, donned in a bulletproof vest. Yet he had never anticipated that the adversary would resort to tossing a grenade. It was truly unpredictable. Nevertheless, at least he was still alive. With a bit more caution next time, all would be well. Your current overseas assignment should be manageable, as I understand you have taken on a private job. Zaimushing had previously contacted others and eventually reached out to Feiyu, discovering they were both executing tasks in the same country. Hence, Shirin found no surprise in this revelation. Fortunately, despite the precarious situation, they remained undetected, rendering the circumstances relatively safe. Feiyu gazed at the 3 words Zaimushing had sent, his lips twitching but saying nothing further. Stirring up trouble in Luoluo country, orchestrating the downfall of one gang by another, and ultimately eliminating one of the gang leaders himself. If he had accomplished such feats, he could boast about them for a lifetime. Such actions were undeniably impressive. However, Zaimushing preferred to maintain a more low-key approach. As Shirin read Zaimushing's message, his mind pondered, contemplating whether to request assistance in salvaging the situation, yet he ultimately decided against sending the message. Now that the situation has reached this point, it is uncertain whether soliciting assistance from others will prove beneficial. I shall reach out to you upon my return, and at that time, we can enjoy a meal together. After sending this message, the deceased promptly set aside his phone. Once his injuries improved, he would gather his belongings and depart. Xiao Musheng gazed at his phone, fully capable of discerning the thoughts behind the message from the other party. Since they did not broach the subject, he chose to remain silent. It would be rather presumptuous to rush in to offer help, especially considering that the journey to Luoluo country was fraught with peril. If it were not for Zheng Daju's exceptional professionalism, his remarkable memory, and his habit of gathering intelligence, the information provided to Kula might not have been so accurate. Much of what had been communicated was, in fact, meticulously organized by Zheng Daju. The processes of information retrieval and intelligence reasoning are far from simple. Most individuals either overlook critical details or become bewildered by fragmented data. The ability to systematically compile and summarize information for others requires considerable intellect. After enjoying a meal together, Fat Fish and Xiao Musheng parted ways. Fat Fish expressed his gratitude profusely, eagerly anticipating future collaborations. Working alongside this esteemed brother on missions had been an exhilarating experience, devoid of excessive mental strain, albeit with some inherent risks. Yet, in this world, pursuing lucrative endeavors invariably entails risk. After their separation, Xiao Musheng sat in the car, resting his eyes, contemplating the thoughts swirling in his mind. A skill bar had reached its maximum capacity, can assist a ghost in entering a dream for 1 minute. This ability allows a ghost to infiltrate another's dream, with a duration of merely 1 minute, usable only once per day. Xiao Musheng's eyelids fluttered slightly. The restrictions were numerous. Without delving into the specifics of time and frequency, it was evident that this ability to enter dreams was not applicable at a distance. It could only be activated through contact between a spirit and a living person. Moreover, it remained unclear what a spirit could accomplish once within a dream. Given the subjective nature of dreams, the potential outcomes of a ghost's presence were shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps conducting an experiment upon returning would yield insights? Lost in thought, Xiao Musheng began to drift into slumber. Closing his eyes in contemplation often facilitated sleep, and the recent period of mental strain had left him quite fatigued. Only upon returning to his homeland could he finally ease his mind. He gazed at the door of room 404, clasped his hands in prayer, and silently wished for a safe encounter. Subsequently, the door creaked open, revealing 2 heads peering through the wall, observing him. Xiao Musheng exclaimed. After a brief pause to compose himself with a cup of tea, he regarded the 2 figures before him, one male and one female, who appeared to be either in high school or newly enrolled in university. How did you 2 meet your end? He inquired, adhering to the customary protocol. The pair exchanged awkward glances, the boy eventually breaking the silence. We died while trying to be heroic, he confessed. Xiao Musheng placed his cup on the coffee table, his gaze devoid of mirth or encouragement, fixating seriously on the duo. The intensity of his stare unnerved them slightly. The girl timidly touched her face and asked, "Is something wrong? Do we have something on our faces?" He replied, "The spirits that come to me are solely those who have met their demise at the hands of others." The boy and girl appeared utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 99. The childhood friends of 2 spirits. The bashful young man chuckled awkwardly a couple of times. "You must be joking. This is impossible." Previously, a spirit had visited this place, believing he had met an accidental demise. However, upon discovering his corpse, I found he bore gunshot wounds. He had been shot dead by someone and then plunged into a ravine. Generally, a person who has just been shot lacks sensation. So he was unaware until he witnessed his own body, at which point he finally comprehended his fate. Thus, the 2 of you cannot simply claim to have perished out of noble intentions. Otherwise, you would not have come to me at all. So, I implore you both to contemplate earnestly. Did you truly die due to acts of bravery? Xiao Mushing articulated each word with gravitas, his demeanor serious. There was no other choice. He needed to ascertain the truth. The last time he had ventured to unearth a corpse without clarity, he had been pursued for an entire day. What was even more perilous was that had those individuals chosen to strike while he was entering the sinkhole, he would most likely have met his end. He wished to avoid such unforeseen circumstances. The young man and woman exchanged a glance. We are students from class 1 of the senior year at Pingyang No. 1 High School. He and I are classmates and have been neighbors for over a decade. Childhood friends. Do continue, Xiao Mushing prompted, nodding. Seeing Xiao Mushing's encouragement, the pair shyly lowered their heads. On Saturday night, after our evening study session, while we were on our way home, we witnessed a middle school girl fall into the river. Xiani had previously learned to swim and, without a moment's hesitation, leapt into the water. Observing him descend alone, I felt a surge of concern and followed suit. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, the girl, overwhelmed by panic, began to thrash about, grasping at our clothes. This frantic behavior is a natural instinct for survival, and we bore her no ill will. Moreover, with the two of us assisting her, the situation seemed manageable. We grasped her collar and turned our backs to her, preparing to swim towards the shore when Xiani's foot became ensnared by an unknown object. At that moment, someone on the bridge spotted us and threw down a rope. I urged the girl to grasp the rope, and then I plunged in to assist Xiani. Alas, my swimming skills were not particularly refined at that time, and in my eagerness to save him, I had exhausted my strength. As I struggled to free him, my own energy waned, and I succumbed to fatigue, sinking beneath the surface. This is the account of the incident from the perspective of the young man. Xiao Mushing glanced at the girl beside him, who was indeed the Xiani he had mentioned. The situation unfolded much as he described. However, by the time he came to my aid, I too was nearly depleted of strength, ensnared by that mysterious object. I had been thrashing my legs in a desperate bid for freedom, but the harder I fought, the tighter the grip became, and the reaction force only drew me deeper into the depths. Before Chang'an could assist me in breaking free, I had already inhaled a significant amount of water. When I noticed that my feet had ceased to move, I dove down once more, only to find Chang'an unconscious. I attempted to pull him up, but his weight was too great for me to manage. Ultimately, I too lost my strength and sank alongside him. This is the narrative of these two young individuals. Xiao Mushing cast a glance at the girl. What do you think is entangling your leg? Perhaps it is a fishing net? I recall that there were indeed some nets set up in that river to intercept debris, but during a previous flood, those nets were swept away. After listening to Xiani's account, Xiao Mushing tilted his head in contemplation. This matter is undoubtedly not as simple as it appears. If these two individuals truly perished merely for the sake of heroism, their fate should not have led them here, but rather to a place of recognition, where they would be honored. Yet, they find themselves in this sinister abode. This indicates that someone has orchestrated the demise of these innocent youths. Although he himself is not much older than them, in comparison, they are indeed mere children. It is evident that someone intends to eliminate you. Yet, it is somewhat fortunate that you have left behind a commendable reputation in your passing. Xiani, perplexed, responded, but we have never held any grudges against anyone. Why would someone wish to kill us? No. Xiao Mushing shook his head. To take a life does not require a reason from you, but rather a rationale from the perpetrator. It could stem from jealousy, disdain, or simply a desire to kill. What you have done in the past bears little relevance. Is it truly possible for such things to occur in modern society? Xiani exclaimed, bewildered and astonished. Indeed, such occurrences exist. Xiao Mushing waved his hand dismissively, though he continued to ponder. If someone is indeed intent on causing them harm, it suggests that the adversary is a highly intelligent killer, which, in a way, is somewhat reassuring for him. Two specters could observe one another, and it seemed unlikely that either would concoct anything overly perilous. Xiao Mushing twitched his lips, unable to guarantee anything entirely. Who could predict what lethal contrivances a highly intelligent crowd might devise? It was prudent to remain vigilant. How are those two performing? Chang'an inquired in an unruffled tone. First and second, will take turns. They were academically gifted, and their appearances were not without merit, perhaps inciting envy among their peers. Yet, thorough investigation was essential. One could not act hastily, for who could tell whether their forebears harbored grudges? Moreover, a death resulting from heroism likely held no bounty. Consider it a minor task. Refreshing the profiles of these two might lead to securing a more lucrative assignment in the future. With this thought in mind, Xiao Mushing ventured to search the bounty hunter forum, harboring little hope. To his surprise, a task indeed materialized. Task: investigate the true cause of death of the two individuals who acted heroically in Pingyang City. Bounty: 40,000. Task level: LV3. The rating of the task was not particularly high, and the bounty was modest, it resembled a matter already settled. Additionally, there were no suspects or evidence, suggesting the employer's insistence on posting it. Anyone familiar with the events surrounding this incident would likely refrain from undertaking such a task. The cause of death was widely known, yet the employer would certainly dispute it. Accepting this task would be a thankless endeavor. Nevertheless, Xiao Mushing clicked on the task and opted to accept it. Although domestic tasks offered lower bounties, they were far safer compared to those abroad. At least there is no need to worry about snipers. I have already accepted the mission. After taking a 2-day rest, we shall proceed to Pingyang City. After seeing off Xiao Mushing, he yawned and entered his bedroom. However, halfway there, he suddenly revealed half of his body. I have a question that I would like you to help me resolve. The two individuals paused in surprise. What question? Come closer. You too. The two, bewildered, moved towards the center. Extend your hands. They both simultaneously reached out with their hands, palms facing each other. Following his instructions, they placed their palms together, fingers splayed apart. They locked them. The two, still in confusion, responded in unison. Is there a sensation? The two felt the touch of each other's hands and nodded. Oh, I am going to sleep now. If you two have any matters to discuss, please keep your voices down. With that, Xiao Mushing closed the door to his bedroom. At that moment, the two, fingers intertwined, exchanged glances, and in an instant, they comprehended the meaning behind each other's words. Tension surged as they withdrew their hands, turning their heads away, too shy to look at one another. Yet, they subtly tilted their heads back, their eyes drifting towards each other, curious to see the other's reaction. Chapter 100. A minor disruption at dinner in the dead of night. Xiao Mushing, lying in bed, opened his eyes. Ever since he embarked on this line of work, his sleep had become quite shallow. Even the slightest rustle could rouse him. Now, he heard a faint smacking sound, subtle yet unmistakable in the stillness of the room, evading none of his senses. In the daylight, the two individuals, having pierced through the veil of innocence, were now savoring a unique kind of youthful exuberance. They did not engage in any particularly outrageous behavior, merely smacking their lips. The reminders from Xiao Mushing earlier in the day, combined with the contemplation of their own mortality, emboldened them to partake in actions they once dared not consider. Alas, it was a pity for a certain solitary soul. On the second day, at noon, Xiao Mushing finally awakened, drawing back the curtains. The blinding light made it difficult for him to open his eyes. As he pushed open the bedroom door, he found the two, shyly separated and seated at opposite ends of the sofa, as if nothing had transpired. With a sigh, Xiao Mushing proceeded to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Upon emerging, he addressed the pair. Would you like to accompany me for a stroll? They nodded in agreement. Xiao Mushing stepped outside and made his way to a nearby eatery, ordering a bowl of lamb soup with bread. He preferred not to venture too far, as he had an impending journey ahead, rendering such a long excursion unnecessary. Meanwhile, the youthful duo flitted about, exploring their surroundings. He observed them darting into the kitchen of the restaurant before returning. Chang'an, with a hint of disdain, remarked, Brother Mushing, perhaps you should choose another place. There seems to be an issue with their lamb soup. Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow at the lamb soup that was quickly served to him. The milk used was merely 3-flour milk, which was hardly deadly, so he assumed there was little cause for concern. In times of financial struggle, he had consumed such fare frequently, though it was distasteful, it was sometimes unavoidable. Was that truly the issue? Xiao Mushing pondered this statement, regarding the bowl of lamb soup before him with suspicion. Some of the ingredients had maggots in them. Xiao Mushing glanced around at the other patrons, noting that it was mealtime, and the crowd was significant, with many relishing their meals. The lack of freshness in the ingredients could dramatically affect the food's quality. How then? Did they mask the flavor? Technology offered a voice from the side. Xiao Mushing spoke in a hushed tone, rendering him unnoticed by the others. With a sigh, he suddenly collapsed backward, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The commotion startled those nearby, and soon a crowd gathered. Xiao Mushing, in his fit, pointed toward the soup on the table. Some patrons began to clear their throats, while others, driven by anger, directed their ire at the owner. Did you poison us? You intend to kill us. The owner, a middle-aged man, was taken aback by the scene. Although the ingredients were infested, surely high temperatures could sterilize them? Coupled with some additives to mask the taste, it shouldn't be lethal. In a state of confusion, he attempted to explain, how could it be fatal? They are merely stale, they wouldn't kill anyone. However, the patrons were unconvinced. I believe you not. How else could he be in this state? Let's see what's in your kitchen. There's definitely something amiss. Some began to surge toward the kitchen, intent on uncovering the truth. The owner tried to obstruct their path, but one man could not possibly stop a throng. As the crowd stormed into the kitchen, they were met with a shocking sight. The air was thick with an unbearable stench, yet simultaneously permeated by an overpowering, acrid scent of perfume. Witnessing this scene, a patron who had already consumed the soup could no longer endure it, and promptly unleashed a barrage of blows upon the proprietor. Xiao Mushing, observing the chaos around him, scrambled to his feet, grabbed a piece of paper, and wiped his mouth before striding out with his hands in his pockets. As for the aftermath of the conflict, should someone delve into his past, wasn't it somewhat normal for a person with mental health issues to engage in a bit of performance art? Regarding payment, he had not partaken of the soup, so why should he pay? He ventured into a different establishment where he could view the kitchen. Chang'an and Xianyi, somewhat perplexed, trailed after him. The abrupt display from the other party had startled them as well. Why did you switch restaurants and abandon the previous situation? They inquired. How could I abandon it? I addressed it. Everyone dining there is now aware, and it's up to them to manage the aftermath. Am I expected to handle both scenarios? I refuse to burden myself unnecessarily, Xiao Mushing replied, waving his hand dismissively. The reactions from those who had consumed the soup would undoubtedly be far more intense than his own. That establishment would likely struggle to remain in business, as word of the incident would swiftly circulate among the neighborhood. No one would patronize that restaurant again, and the owner might face penalties or even imprisonment. As for him, merely a minor episode, for his appearance might not have stemmed from food poisoning. Even if the owner sought retribution, it was improbable that he would be implicated. After all, it was the patrons who had been the aggressors, and it was they who would be entangled in the consequences. Lost in thought, Xiao Mushing was soon served a fragrant rice bowl. Taking a bite of the dish, he understood why this establishment charged 2 or 3 more coins than others. The freshly stir-fried dish was imbued with the tantalizing aroma of the wok, indicative of the chef's considerable skill. As Xiao Mushing savored his meal, a young couple sat before him, observing his every bite. Once satiated, he returned to the warmth of his cozy home and promptly took out his phone to check the news. The headline spoke of 2 high school seniors from Pingyang who had acted heroically. After entering the search terms, several short videos appeared, followed by an official post. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Mushing clicked on the videos, only to furrow his brow at the comments section. What heroism is being discussed? Perhaps these 2 were merely in love, and their families disapproved, leading them to leap into the river? Who knows? What if the girl was the true hero in this scenario? I am a student from Pingyang now. One high school. I can attest that these 2 are childhood sweethearts. They both excel academically. Yet their families are understandably concerned about their romance interfering with their studies now that they are in their final year. Such comments were abundant. He then glanced at the official post, which had confirmed the act of bravery. Given the verification, it struck him as peculiar that such comments continued to circulate. Turning to the young couple behind him, he inquired, "Do your parents disapprove of your relationship?" Chang'an shook his head. "They probably don't, and besides, we haven't tea." Xiao Mushing, however, chose not to listen further. He had heard enough the previous night. There was no relationship to discuss. They had not yet defined their bond. But he surmised that once the college entrance examinations were concluded, they would likely be eager to solidify their connection. Moreover, considering the achievements of these 2 individuals and their relationship, it appears quite feasible for them to gain admission to the same prestigious institution. Once the college entrance examination concludes and their relationship is solidified, it is likely they will choose to attend the same university, perhaps selecting different majors based on their individual preferences and future aspirations. However, it seems evident that the demise of these 2 is the result of a deliberate act. And with their posthumous reputation for valor, it is somewhat amusing that they would attempt to sully their names online. Chapter 101, Huang Yi. After a brief respite over the past few days, I have gathered some basic information. Xiao Mushing set out. Upon exiting the community, he noticed that the mutton soup shop had already closed. With just a glance, he pressed the accelerator and was on his way. Meanwhile, this rather abstract young couple peeked out from the front of the car, positioned like 2 lanterns on either side of the vehicle. If it weren't for Xiao Mushing's unique perception, others witnessing this scene would surely be left in shock. The death of one is a solitary affair, while the death of 2 takes on an abstract quality. These 2 spirits have been exploring various spectral pastimes, having grown weary of activities like wall passing and flight. They have now turned to more abstract pursuits. Xiao Mushing chuckled to himself. Despite the abstraction, having these 2 lively spirits around did lighten his mood. However, through the information he had gathered online over the past couple of days, he had stumbled upon a challenging aspect of their case. Hoping it would not align with his suspicions at Pingyang No. 1 High School, an unfamiliar jeep was parked on the roadside, drawing the attention of students who were filled with anticipation and curiosity, with some even shouting out loud. "Once I graduate from university, I am determined to purchase a car that epitomizes masculinity, one that exudes power." Xiao Mushing chuckled softly. Prior to university, he shared the same sentiment. However, once he entered university, especially after graduation, he found himself residing in a haunted house. Had it not been for his fortunate turn of events in this line of work, he would likely still be fretting over the search for stable employment. Pingyang City No. 1 Middle School is divided into junior and senior high sections. At present, the junior high section has just let out for the day. Chang'an and Xianyi stand outside, observing. It is not long before Chang'an returns. She has emerged. Through the car window, Xiao Mushing glimpses a girl in a school uniform with a high ponytail, carrying a small bag as she walks out of the school gate with her classmates. The girl possesses a pleasing appearance, conventionally attractive, radiating an air of innocence. She is precisely the target he has come to seek, the same little girl, Huang Yi, whom Chang'an and Xianyi valiantly rescued. Xiao Mushing scrutinizes the girl, paying close attention to her distinct features. While an overall visage can be misleading, certain intricate details remain unmasked. As Huang Yi exits the school gate, she notices a jeep parked nearby. After a mere glance, she diverts her attention and walks home with her classmates. It is only after she has walked a distance that Xiao Mushing starts the car, gradually trailing behind to ascertain her residence. After confirming her address, he departs. Meanwhile, from a window in the corridor, Huang Yi watches the jeep drive away, her brow furrowing in concern. Human traffickers or thugs, she muses. After the car comes to a halt, Xianyi swiftly returns. It seems that the girl has noticed you, she remarks. Indeed, Xiao Mushing replies with a subtle nod. Xiao Mushing drove to the bridge, peering down into the depths below. Subsequently, he sought a temporary refuge, which happened to be a hotel. Upon his arrival, Chang'an inquired with curiosity, "Have you made any discoveries?" Although Xianyi refrained from questioning, her eyes reflected an eager curiosity. "Is it possible to find results so swiftly?" Xiao Mushing casually replied, expressing that he felt the evidence was rather elusive. Even if discovered, it may not necessarily bear fruit. Suddenly, Chang'an recalled something and asked, "Did we not locate Huang Yi? If you have inquiries, why not pose them to her? Some matters cannot be unraveled merely through questioning. And I sense that this girl may harbor ulterior motives." Chang'an, puzzled, responded, "But she is merely a middle school student. How could she pose a threat?" Reflecting on some of Xiao Mushing's previous remarks, Xianyi speculated, "Are you suggesting that she might intentionally harm us? It is uncertain. Let us venture near her residence at midnight. I require your cooperation for a small experiment." At 2 a.m., Xiao Mushing started the car, arriving in proximity to Huang Yi's dwelling. "Xianyi, as I mentioned at the hotel, you shall initiate the first test. Chang'an, you will follow last. However, regardless of what you perceive in your dreams, do not act impulsively nor divulge excessive information. We shall adhere strictly to our original plan." Upon hearing these words, the two exchanged a glance before swiftly departing. Xiao Mushing remained in the vehicle, awaiting the signal to activate his abilities. It was not long before the alert of his ability activation failed to materialize. The two spirits that had flown out returned, their expressions fraught with terror, as if they had witnessed something utterly incomprehensible. "Why have you come back?" The girl stood by the window, her gaze fixed upon him. Her room remained shrouded in darkness, yet she continued to watch him from that spot. Chang'an and Xianyi exchanged words, elucidating the reason for their swift departure and return. Xiao Mushing's lips twitched slightly. What had he been doing back in middle school? Frequenting the town's internet CAF, participating in paper box lotteries at the local shop, and pondering where to find homework to copy. The current generation of youth seemed to endure sleepless nights with even greater fervor than he ever did. Xiao Mushing resolved to step down from the driver's seat, tilting his head to gaze upwards, and waved at the other party. In the dimly lit room, Huang Yi observed the jeep that had reappeared below. With her head bowed, she could only rely on the meager illumination from outside. His previously innocuous visage now appeared somewhat unsettling. The sudden emergence of such a vehicle stirred a sense of unease within her. Thus, awakened in the middle of the night, she resumed her vigil at the window, hoping to ascertain whether they might reappear once more. To her astonishment, they indeed had. The vehicle halted by the roadside, and the occupants remained motionless for an extended period as she continued to watch. Minutes passed before one of them alighted from the vehicle and lifted their gaze towards her position. Huang Yi did not believe that they could discern her. It was dark, and the lights in her room were extinguished. Even with the eyes that can see 1,000 miles, Huang Yi's thoughts came to a standstill as the man downstairs executed an unexpected gesture. He waved his hand toward her. The man who had descended from the jeep seemed utterly convinced that someone in the building was observing him, or rather, he was certain that he was being watched. But how could this be possible? Damn it! Who is this man? What connection does he have with those who have perished? Why has he set his sights on her? Xiao Mushing retracted his hand, a dangerous smile emerging on his face, as he grappled with uncertainties. However, the man's action was sufficient to confirm certain suspicions. Having concluded his business, Xiao Mushing returned to the vehicle and headed back to the hotel. As the jeep disappeared from view, Huang Yi finally loosened her tightly clenched hands. "No matter who you are finished."